Fighting was what Ian's life was all about. Meaning in the virtual world, in the world of the game. He was very fond of achieving his goals and hitting his opponents with his arrows. He loved to slay monsters one by one. It seemed that there was no obstacle in front of Jan because there was no player equal to him. His arrows were sharp and fast, and no monster could resist and fell to the ground. These arrows had hit many monsters, and Ian knew that this was not the limit. The monster's weakness meant Ian's strength, and the young man was flattered by it, as if to show that he was not like the others. The monster's weakness meant Yang's strength. And now Jan had reached the 93rd level in the game, which was a tremendously high result, and not many players could boast of such an achievement. This made Jan stand out from the rest. Today he killed a huge ogre and gained 5,910 experience. A great result, Ian thought, and his arrows were on fire. They knew no rest and wanted to fight again. The hero thought that as soon as he gets 100,000 gold, he will take a break to continue fighting with renewed vigor. Some sounds were heard ahead, and Ian picked up an arrow and, being ready to use his bow, stepped confidently into the mist. The fog cleared, and then he saw a pair of burning eyes that were very ominous, and for a moment Ian froze in anticipation. The two monsters with egregious smiles and flame-burning eyes giggled towards Ian. When the monster came closer, Ian saw that it was one monster with two heads. The monster had a huge mace in his hands, and he was as big as a stone statue that was impossible to climb. Ian was a little confused because he had never fought such evil before, but he realized that at high levels there would be no easy battles and gathered his thoughts and strength. When Ian turned his gaze towards the two-headed monster and saw the mace flying towards him at a tremendous speed, the monster began to deliver its crushing blows. The ground split where the young man was standing. Ian knew he could only survive by his acceleration ability acquired in the game. After using this superpower, Ian knew that the acceleration would only be active for 1 more minute, and he was very annoyed because a minute in battle flew by in the blink of an eye. Ian had nothing left to do but to deal with the monster in that minute, and he began to accelerate again and again and strike in several places at once. The minute passed so quickly that the young man did not even have time to remember how it happened. He pushed himself off the ground and ran again on the offensive, being faster than his arrows. The monster was ready and waiting for Ian, and so they froze in front of each other. And then Ian realized that he had no other choice but to use the last trap he had left against this sinister creature. Before Ian knew it, the monster had already started to advance and called out for Ian to respond with a punch. Ian waited. He realized that if he made a mistake of even 1/100th of a second, and he would be finished, he had to choose the right time for a precise and crushing blow. That's the very moment the enemy missed and prepared to strike again. And then Ian activated a high-discharge stun trap, during the use of which the monster was stunned and vulnerable for 5 seconds. Ian realized that this was his chance, his advantage, and that the enemy had been caught. Right now was the time when Ian wanted to activate and put into practice simultaneously his 3-player skills of critical damage enhancement, accurate shot, and focus. He released the arrow thinking of success and waiting for it to hit the target. As the arrow flew precisely into the target, Ian knew that this was it. This was victory. Without looking away, he stared intently at his seemingly defeated foe. The arrow hit the monster he was hit, and from the shot, he couldn't stay on his feet. The enemy flew far away and collapsed to the ground as if a pile of rocks had collapsed nearby. The two-headed ogre was slain. Ian moved closer to look at his lifeless body. He had gained 98,500 experience and was glad that he had succeeded in reaching his goal. Ian immediately started checking what items in the game he had gotten for this fight. He knew that getting even 1 item was like winning the lottery. Ian realized he was lucky when he got 2 items, an ogre warrior's boot and an ogre warrior's shoulder pad. Yang thought that luck was definitely on his side, because if he sold these items, he would receive at least 5,000,001 asterisk. But what was his surprise when he realized that that wasn't all, and that he had gotten the crystal of Mulan. Ian's joy was unbounded, and he was pleasantly shocked that he was able to receive such a valuable award. Kylin is the world's best VR game that was released 6 months ago and has over 10 million active users. It was an incredibly popular game that completely dominated the gaming industry. Ian remembered that he had bought a VR capsule for 10,000,001 to play Kylin. He used the money his parents gave him for school and all his savings from his part-time job. All the people around him thought he was crazy because he spent all his money on nothing. But Ian believed in his success. He realized that although he started playing not immediately, but 2 months after the release of the game, he was able to pump his impressive archer in just 4 months. Monster hunting brought Archer Yang about 200,000 won per hour, and the guy realized that just by playing the game he had already earned a few million. But Ian knew there were problems, since a big update to the game had been released would add a new region and 3 new classes. First Summoner, Second Class Dark Sorcerer. This class for some reason attracted Ian the most with its mystery. third-class assassin, and all the Kylin players were very happy about this news. But of course, there was a but, because not everything was as easy as it seemed. Each of the players reflected, and each realized change was imminent. But players realized that they should not care about this news, and to start playing for a new class, you need to delete your current character. They came up with a plan that they would just go hunting and pick up new items when a new region came up and could earn tuition if they were lucky. And it was the Milan crystal that was the item that could open access to the hidden class in NPS, so such a valuable find could only be envied as it seemed to Ian at first. Ian was upset that this item could only be used by characters below 10th level who had not undergone a class change. He wondered why he had found it now, and that if the crystal was sold, Jan could get 10 million at once. But at the moment, it was unacceptable. Ian was confused as to what he should do because he had to delete his character if he wanted to use the crystal, but he had no desire to delete his character after receiving all the money. And then Jan received a call from the professor calling him an idiot for such thoughts, because it was very stupid to remove his archer who had reached the 93rd level. The professor was angry with Yang because the character was the best in Korea and was in the top 1,000 players and top 100 among all archers. How can you lose something like that? It's the loss of a century. Jan said that he understood all this, but the interest was higher. He wanted to open a new class among all the classes, and for this he would have to make sacrifices and just throw away the crystal without using it. Jan cannot. The professor insisted and reminded him that Ian already knew about the new hidden classes that had already been revealed, and that there was a player in their guild with the sniper class. Ian's archer went hunting with a sniper, to which the professor replied that a sniper is no better than an archer. But Jan thought only about the big difference in the levels of these characters, and thought that the sniper had an advantage. Ian argued that their attack range was incredible, and their attack power was very high, but their rate of fire was very poor. He only thought that a sniper had the hardest time fighting a large crowd of weak moguls. The professor's tone quieted down a bit, and he agreed with Ian about all of the above, but said that even though it was a hidden class, it didn't mean it was more powerful. Ian knew all this, but the professor continued to shout, not understanding how he could give up everything he had and start from scratch. His indignation knew no bounds. The young man smiled and calmly replied to all the professor's statements that he could easily earn 1 million a day by hunting alone. The professor was speechless. He didn't know what to say and how to prove his point. He only asked Jan why he was playing this game. Ian stared at the screen for a long time, thinking what to answer. But the professor repeated his question, waiting for an answer in the hope that the truth might yet reach the young man. "Because it's fun," replied Ian. "That's the main answer." And then Ian began to cheer like a child because he realized that the new class will be just fun, and only for the sake of it, and he plays this game for fun. Angry professor said that Jan is just a fool if he did not understand anything, and that he will not stop him. Let Jan do as he sees fit and reap the fruits of his actions. The only thing he could add to the young man was to wish him good luck and that he would do his best in this matter, although his words were not sincere. Now Jan was more sure than ever that he had made the right decision, that he would try to succeed, and he told the professor that of course everything would be just right. His eyes burned with the idea. The new day's sunrise was scarlet red, and the day heralded the beginning of something new. And it was on this day that Ian returned again to Kylin, feeling his strength, his specialness, and waited for the changes here as well. The sky was surprisingly peaceful. The first thing Ian did was go to the local market where he saw a napping merchant. Ian pondered the purpose of his coming. He believed it was here that he would find what he was looking for. With confident steps, he walked right up to the merchant, who heard his footsteps, opened his eyes, fixed his fluffy mustache, and smirked smugly. He asked what John needed and the purpose of his visit to such a remote place. A little sadly, Ian replied that he was looking for a rebirth potion, and that he had been told that he could find it with this old man. The merchant's eyes lit up as if he had been expecting Jan to be here. The merchant replied that he had everything Jan was looking for, and that he had come to the right place. After rummaging through one of his trunks, he pulled out a vial of scarlet liquid and said he had just gotten it and was waiting for someone to come get it. The merchant handed Jan a vial of liquid so brightly colored that Jan couldn't take his eyes off it. As soon as Ian touched the vial, the merchant grabbed his arm, and it was so painful and unexpected that Ian cried out. The elder warned that as soon as the young man drinks it, he will lose all his power that he received, and that it will not be returned. This was exactly what Ian wanted, and now his desire to be reborn was even stronger, and he was eager to drink the potion sooner. It was the most expensive potion of rebirth. The moon was full and beautiful that night, and looking at it, many thoughts crossed Jan's mind that night. Sitting on the edge of the cliff and rubbing the vial in his hands, Ian dreamed that if he was lucky, he would have even better attributes than he had before. Potion of Rebirth is a potion brewed by ancient alchemists, and after consuming it, the character, all levels, and all attributes will be reset. Ian looked at the vial and believed that he would make more money with his new class. The hope for a better outcome never left him. Gathering all his strength of thought and will, he opened the vial and drank it resolutely. Ian drank the Rebirth potion, the level and attributes of his player were reset, and what now flashed a thought in his gaze. He froze in anticipation of the change. It was a sunny early morning, but the Trumbin City Training Center was already bustling with life. Training was in full swing with the sound of swords shaking the air as the men showed their strength, and the coach watched, trying to prevent his charges from making mistakes. And then the trainer exclaimed in surprise, seeing something he thought was impossible. It was Yang, who had trained so that the dummies were shattered by his sword blows. His flexibility was increased through training, thus increasing his dexterity attribute by 1 point. At the same time, Yang survived damage that was close to his limit, and thus increased his survivability attribute by 1 point. Ian also practiced meditation and increased his character's intelligence by 1 point. Everyone around him was very surprised that Yang was human, since he had the strength to train so much. He was like a machine working without rest, some thought. Others said that they had never seen such a diligent student as Yang, while others called him an adventurer who was looking for true strength. But who was Ian remains a mystery even for himself. Because he was waiting for the game update and could not answer any question yet, he did not know who he wanted to be, who he would become, but one thing he craved with certainty, and that was change. And as he swung his sword, he thought only of that. Finally came X Day, the day of renewal, and Ian saw his bright future when the door to the game swung open this time. Everything was different. This morning, Ian couldn't sleep for long, and as soon as the sun rose, he immediately put on the virtual reality goggles he was eager to travel. The retinal scan was done, and he was finally immersed in the world of Kylin. He found himself in the city, but everything was the same as usual, same people, same buildings, same feelings. He took it for granted and went on his way. Even though everything was the same as before, Ian was excited about the new day, and thought that the first thing to do was to find the Summoners Guild. It didn't take him long to find the guild house was very close by, and soon Ian boldly walked to the threshold of the right house. But when he crossed the threshold, a little timidity appeared in his hands. He opened the creaking door and asked if there was anyone in the house. The house was deserted, the floorboards creaking and breaking the silence. He began to wander the corridors. Ian was beginning to think he was the first since no one else was around to answer his call. He saw a staircase and hurried up to it, and each step made a creaking sound as if attracting his attention. Climbing the stairs, he found himself in the center of the changing class of summoners. At the table sat Guildmaster Kane, as he had introduced himself as soon as Ian entered the room. Without even saying hello, Ian immediately said his intention to change his class to summoner. Master Kane thought for a moment, and after a short pause answered that the path of the summoner was not easy, and that not everyone could control fierce monsters. Ian was not confused and replied that he knows it all, but he is attracted by the fact that this class is as strong as it is difficult to master, and Ian is not afraid of difficulties and always meets them with a smile. The master agreed and said that he considered Ian a worthy candidate because the class should have only people who are confident in themselves and their abilities. But at last, the master decided to clarify whether Jan really wanted to change the class to summoner, to which the young man confidently answered yes. Slipping his hand into his pocket, Ian pulled out the crystal and decided that this was the moment to give it to the master. The master was terribly surprised. He took the crystal in his hands and could not believe his eyes, even asked several times if it was the crystal left by the hero of the continent Mulan. The master couldn't help but say that Ian had now become much more interesting in his eyes than he had originally thought, to which Ian happily asked if Master Kane knew about this crystal. Ian was so happy that his smile brightened up to his ears. Now he was sure that the master would give him a hidden class. Master Kane extended his hand to the young man and asked if he could do a favor for him, to which Ian replied that he was willing to do anything. Kane said that a blue-eyed wolf had recently appeared in the plains of Ramud, and that his son, who had recently changed his class to summoner, had said he wanted to make the blue-eyed wolf his familiar. The master asked John to capture the wolf. Ian was surprised and angry at the same time, not understanding the master's request, but he couldn't refuse, so he didn't say a word. It was known that the blue-eyed wolf was a rare monster with a level higher than 40, and Ian didn't understand why such a strong monster was involved in the quest to change the class of a level 10 player. Master Kane went on to say that since he was busy with his immediate duties, he could not go himself, and his son was too weak to restrain such a monster. The master gave John 5 magic scrolls with which to bind the wolf as soon as he was tired. Cain continued the story that the wolf in the valleys of Ramud is still young, so he must not be too strong. Thus, Ian needed to accept a quest in which he must curb the blue-eyed wolf and bring it to Cain, and the reward for this quest would be the summoner class Monster Tamer. Monster Tamer is a hidden class, thought Ian, and was surprised. The young man accepted the quest and replied to the master that he would bring the wolf to him at any cost. Cain thanked Ian and said he really hoped the young man would return with good news. Ian thought about the fact that the quest would not be lost if he failed it once, but the master kept saying that if Ian failed to complete the task, he could return immediately and could count on help. Ian hurried out the door, and all he had in his mind was the thought that he would make it through this by all means. The Ramud Plains are very desolate, and Ian knew that the monsters here averaged level 10. He ran further along the rocks and said to himself that even if it was a blue-eyed wolf, it shouldn't be too strong because he was still young. Even though he was a level 10 wolf, his attributes were closer to the 30th level, so he should be able to do what he wanted. Ian ran towards the target and decided to see what the wolf looked like, because the enemy must be known by sight. And when he found it, he began to look closely at the blue-eyed wolf. He was beautiful, and his eyes burned with a bright blue flame. Ian was very surprised when he saw the information that the wolf was level 20, but remembered that he himself had high attributes. However, he was a little scared at the thought of having to fight a level 20 opponent at his 10th level. Hidden level quests are always so difficult, he thought. Ian took out his bow and arrows and calmed himself with the fact that at least he would not defeat the enemy with the first hit. And it is not boring and interesting, because if the wolf of the 10th level, Ian would have dealt with him with one blow. And so Ian aimed his arrow at the wolf, who stood on the cliff and did not even look in Ian's direction. The wolf growled angrily and turned toward John to look at whoever had dared to shoot the arrow at him. The wolf showed his grin, his fangs were very long and scary, and his eyes seemed to burn even brighter. The blue-eyed wolf began to move toward Ian, growling with all his might. Ian grabbed the second arrow, but a thought flashed through his mind. What if the wolf died from the second blow? This thought did not give rest to John, because the enemy to Cain must be delivered alive. While the young man was thinking and reconsidering all the options for his next move, the wolf rushed at John, his eyes burning with rage and ready to tear the boy. When the wolf was very close to him, Ian hit him in the face with his fist. The blow was strong, and the wolf didn't like it. The blue-eyed monster was confused. He was stunned and couldn't recover. He just lay back and grunted. And then Jan's eyes lit up, and he even forgot how skillfully he could swing his fists, and looked at the wolf, and said that he would beat him first. He hit it again and again, and it was necessary to keep hitting it until the monster's health level dropped to a certain level before binding it. And finally, Ian gave his last blow. The wolf was lying down, and the young man decided to tie him up, but alas, the binding was unsuccessful. Ian thought it was strange, because the wolf could not withstand another blow, but something had to be done to make the binding process successful. And then Jan decided to treat the sick wolf a little to keep it alive and able to take more blows. Feed it. There was hope in the wolf's eyes, but Ian didn't give it to him and knew that one more blow and the wolf would be defeated. So it happened, and finally Ian applied the bind function. He was sure that this time everything worked and that his blows were effective. The wolf was defeated. He lost in this seemingly unequal battle. He was tied up, and Ian was pleased with himself that he was able to do so despite the superiority and level of his opponent. Beating always helped Ian where arrows couldn't always get the job done. The only thing that did not give the young man any peace of mind was that a lot of time had been wasted, and that probably many users had already changed their class to summoner while Ian was fighting the blue-eyed wolf. Ian hurried back as soon as possible. Back John went to the master, who confirmed that the task was not easy and was sure of the young man's defeat. But Ian, with his head proudly raised, simply said that the blue-eyed wolf was indeed stubborn but still managed to curb it. Master Cain was very surprised that Yang could really handle a level 20 monster. Ian asked why the master doubted the success. Ian shocked the wizard. It was unbelievable, and Cain was sure that the young man would fail the first monster tamer quest, but he managed. The boy asked if he could now become a monster tamer since the task was completed successfully. But the master replied that it was not suitable for John to be a monster tamer. This Ian was definitely not ready to hear, and he questioned what the master meant by saying such a thing. Cain asked Ian if he wanted to follow the path of the master, and his tone was so harsh that the young man could not and would not refuse the offer. The guildmaster was amazed by Jan's potential with his strength, courage, and confidence, and he wanted to mentor him into the path of a master. This offer interested John very much, because he had never heard of a quest to change class in such an unusual way before. And if John accepts the offer, he can become a master of jewelry. Ian was sure that a taming master was much higher in level than just a monster tamer, and decided that he definitely wanted to become a master. Ian changed his class to summoner class and became a master of decoration. On top of that, He gained new attributes such as attracting taming leadership. He became a level 1 novice summoner with 0% skill and received 500 reputation points for it. The young man himself didn't know whether to be happy or not. He had become the first jewelry master. And finally, the day of change came, the day Jan had been waiting for, the day that could be considered the beginning of his new life. Everything around him pleased Jan. He became a completely different person, having pumped up his character to such limits. He couldn't believe his good fortune that he had become a master tamer. This thought warmed him and gave him strength. Now Ian was a master, and he was deciding what he should do first, and decided that he simply had to tame the summoned beast. Started looking and thinking what kind of beast to tame, and finally decided that he should tame the blood wolf as it was in the trailer. Jan believed that he should be the first in Kylin to accomplish such a feat, because to accomplish such a feat you need to have superpowers, and Jan felt himself in these moments superhuman and believed in his success. But what was Jan's surprise when he went in search of the wolf and saw something in the valley that he had not expected? He was disappointed and sighed. The stumped blood wolf was surrounded by a lot of people who were heroes who had already upgraded to a new class, and it looked like they were trying to capture the wolf. The people saw Ian and guessed that he was a summoner. Once in the crowd among the others, Ian thought that he could not think that there would be someone faster than him. He began to move closer and wanted to see how it was with the wolf. Among the characters attacking the wolf he saw, and the archer, these characters were trying to corner and capture the animal at the same time. The blood wolf was struck by the fire. He growled loudly, and it struck fear in his eyes. He could see terror in his eyes. The enraged attackers saw that the wolf's health was almost at 0 and tried to make a momentary tackle. The blood wolf was exhausted, but not overpowered. He didn't stop fighting. He was cunning like all monsters of his class. The heroes were sure that the wolf was captured and relaxed a little for this reason, but in the meantime, the cunning wolf took advantage of this pause and rushed away. He ran so fast that very soon there was no trace of him left. The crowd was desperate, and all just stood silent and did not know what to say. Ian stood next to them and thought that he was lucky to see this battle and watch the actions of all the people, because now he knows that he will have a difficult challenge to capture a high-ranking blood wolf. Standing aside, Ian thought that how difficult it is to search for such strong monsters, and almost decided for himself that he would catch any monster that first met him on the way. Standing on top of the rocky mountain, Ian told himself that he was a true gamer and could not settle for less. He was curious how many wolves he would be able to capture with his score and leadership. At the moment when thoughts overwhelmed Ian, he was distracted by a noise at the foot of the mountain. He turned his head and saw a pack of 3 wolves that were leisurely following each other, and did not see the young man. Without thinking long, Ian took out an arrow, inserted it into his bow, and decided to start his mission immediately. The shot was so quick and accurate that the wolf was immediately hit. Ian was happy that he already had 1 wolf in his piggy bank. He successfully captured it, and decided to check what kind of wolf it was. The beast turned out to be an ordinary wolf of 12th level, timid and unable to evolve. Ian was very surprised by the information he read. It was the first time he had seen the fact that the wolf had a personality. He didn't understand what a timid wolf meant. But when he left the reading, Jan wanted to continue, and the second wolf was approaching him with great speed. Soon he would attack, Ian thought, and reached for his arrows again. The second wolf fell too. He was captured by Ian so quickly that Ian didn't even have time to lower his bow, and the wolf was already lying on the ground, immobilized among the rocks. Once again, the curious Ian began to investigate the wolf's personality. This time, he came across a nimble, witty wolf. This surprised the tamer even more. Ian concluded that although the second wolf had the same level 12 as the first wolf, but the characteristics and attributes of the second beast were much higher, so monsters of the same type and level could have different attributes. While he was thinking about it, a large pack of wolves, not 2 or 3 or even 5, had already gathered at the bottom of the mountain. But he was excited to see which of these wolves had the highest attributes. Tamer decided that he would spend all that day catching wolves, will study and win. Firing another arrow, Ian decided to capture only those wolves that would have the highest characteristics. After a string of successful captures, Ian increased his attribute attraction. He earned the title of Wolf Specialist for capturing a large number of wolves. And thanks to the newly acquired title of Wolf Specialist, Ian could identify the strongest wolves without capturing them, which pleased him immensely. Ian was curious as to why such a feature wasn't invented to recognize all monsters, but he knew it was asking too much. He was pleased with his accomplishment, and it consumed him. He was focused on recognizing. Immediately, he decided to practically check and analyze the other wolves advancing on him. They were simple wolves of different levels from 10th to 12th. One of the 11th level wolves looked more confident than the others. He sat and glared menacingly at Ian, while the others just walked around and growled, not daring to come closer. Ian chose this particular wolf and stood in front of it, waiting for the battle. What will be the first actions of the wolf, the tamer thought. Just as he finished his thought, the wolf immediately launched an attack. He pushed off the ground with his powerful paws and was already flying towards Ian. Ian took his time pulling out the arrow and smiled. He knew it would be easy here, too. He wasn't wrong. The wolf was struck in a minute. All that remained was to capture it and find out what characteristics it possessed. The tamer captured another wolf and was pleasantly surprised and overjoyed that the wolf seemed to be only 11th level, but its attributes were higher than those of 13th level wolves. The wolf's personality is brave and able to evolve. It was the first wolf able to evolve, and Ian was very excited about this. Find his eyes lit up. He made the decision to let the other wolves go and train this one. He didn't need the other wolves anymore. The first training session started with introductions, and Ian gave the wolf the name Lai. The wolf liked his name, and from then on it was decided to call him that. Ian's closeness with the wolf increased by 5, and as it turned out, the wolf had the attribute loyalty, which was increased by 5 as well. Ian liked that Lai would be loyal. After meeting, the pair immediately went hunting. Ian wanted to teach Lai how to hunt. Meanwhile, the professor sitting in his office was reflecting on the fact that his Lotus guild had become much weaker when Jing Sun left. The professor kept wondering how his student was doing and what his progress was during the change of class. He expected that he would return soon. But he was also interested in the question of whether the summoners were good in battle. He started looking for answers to these questions, and came across some not-so-nice headlines that the summoner class is complete garbage, that you don't need to become a summoner. I started looking for more information, and found a message from a 12th level summoner who said that he became one right after the launch of the servers, and that he thinks his class is fun. But the biggest disadvantage of the class was called the fact that the summoners get their experience very slowly, because the summoned creature takes away part of the experience, and thus inhibits the growth of the level of the character. This is just the beginning, thought the professor, so there are a lot of complaints now, but things are looking pretty sad. He was puzzled that Jin Sun had dropped his character for all this. Next, he began to think that level up was really very slow, and it would take a long time to reach level 20 and join the guild. Meanwhile, in Kylin, Yang was hunting with Lai, and the hunt was so successful that the 20th level was reached. During the hunt, Yang had repeatedly told Lu, or Lai, as he now called him, not to attack first, but to attack only after the arrow had hit the victim. As a result of their teamwork, Yang's agility increased by 37%, and the wind blessing was activated. Lai lunged at the fox, but as if remembering his master's words, he paused and gave it a chance, but John's arrow did not leave a chance. It was flying so fast and was about to reach its target. Lai was on the alert at this time, ready to rush at his victim, his eyes burning. He was very focused. No sooner had the arrow pierced Lisa's body than Lai rushed towards the redhead. Sharp fangs seemed to sink into his neck even harder than the arrow. The fox whimpered in surprise, but Lai didn't stop. Yang did not interfere in the fight. He did what was required of him, for the arrow had exhausted the fox, and he had faith in Lu, and in the fact that he was well enough trained to defeat his enemy alone. Even though Ian had given his tamed beast freedom, he was still alert and ready to rush to his aid at any moment. The fox continued to struggle, and there was so much strength and confidence in Lai's gaze. And then Ian smiled, thinking that even though the red fox has a higher characteristic than Lu, his wolf attacks without any fear, and it is probably because of his personality. Ian thought Lu was doing a good job, but now wanted to help him out and fired another arrow. The arrow struck the red fox and it fell to the ground. Lu quickly ran up to it and attacked it until it stopped moving. The fox was killed by Yang, who killed it and got 265 experience, and Lu's pet got exactly the same amount. And then he realized that all the experience gained during the hunt was shared equally between him and Lu. It was decided to pump Lu up to at least level 15, so Ian got down to business. The young man activated the beginner's training ability, resulting in the pet's comprehension being improved for 10 minutes. Then Lu's potential improved with each training session and became 65. Ian activated first aid, and Lu gained 45 health points. The training was not in vain. Jan's wolf was excellent and had reached level 15. Despite Lu's achievements, Jan saw that they were training slower than he would have liked, and then he thought. The reason for this is that the experience is shared equally, but Ian had so much fun training with Lu that he was still happy. Happy was happy, and Lu Yan liked that his pet was getting stronger with each level increase. Ian didn't want to stop there, and decided that it was now time for him and Lu to go bear hunting, and that they could now move on to the next location to hunt. When they reached the place, the heroes saw 3 fierce and ferocious bears that froze when Yang and Lu approached them. The bears were alert and growled loudly. Ian learned the active ability Blessing of the Berserk Warrior and learned the passive ability Rookie Tactics, and immediately realized that he and Lou were grinding for a reason. Warrior's Blessing is a great ability to strengthen the player, Ian thought. This ability is applied for 20 minutes, thus increasing the attack power by 30%, and the pet will in turn increase the attack power by 100%. Rookie Tactics was also a good ability, and could increase attributes such as leadership and decoration by 10%. Lou would become better at understanding orders in battle. Ian was satisfied after learning the new abilities, and began to think that perhaps with all this he could capture the bear. The bear watched Yang from below. Yang stood at the top, and looked around at all the bears as if examining them, and looking to see if there was anyone stronger than Lou among them. Without thinking long, the young man seized the bear. The bear was subdued very quickly. Ian was confident that he had made such a quick capture thanks to the leadership quality enhanced by the rookie's tactics. Curiosity overwhelmed him, and he began to compare the attributes of the captured bear with Lou's, and was very surprised. The captured bear was 38th level, as at the time Lou was only 15th level, which surprised Ian. He must have already begun to doubt that Lou was a wolf. Again, John started to look for information, and remembered that Lou was able to evolve, and now John was wondering when this would happen. He decided to let the captured bear go for now. Lou rested, and Jan told him that after resting it was time to farm. Lou was ready. As fast as they could, both of them rushed to run away. Ian shouted loudly and activated the Wind Blessing and Berserk Warrior Blessing abilities. Abruptly made them stop the bear. He was huge, and Yang pointed his finger at him and ordered Lou to engage this huge beast. The bear was very fierce, and Lou immediately rushed at him. The wolf was very bold, which Ian liked. In the first few seconds of the unequal fight, Lou clawed at the bear's neck, ripped open its ear, and the bear started screaming loudly in pain. Lou's eyes lit up like he was the most fearless animal in the world. Lou continued to attack, striking one blow after another without stopping. He ran around the bear, and it seemed that Lou was in several places at once, thus surrounding the wolf with himself. The wolf had stopped, and the bear was a bit subdued, as if realizing that he was in for a reprisal. Ian told Lou to keep going and to keep fighting. The newcomer's tactics are really good, thought John, because Lou perfectly understands what is required of him and the exact moment when John gives him his commands. Lou executed the command lightning fast and attacked the bear again. This was a control strike. Lou did his job very well. The bear didn't seem so scary anymore. He fell, and Yang and Lou walked over to him, elated at their victory. Lou's level was raised to 19th level, and Ian was delighted. He didn't doubt for a moment that he had made the right choice, and trusted the wolf to be his pet. Lou was as happy as his master, and it was as if he was singing with happiness. He sang a victory song. John believed in the wolf's strength and supported him, telling him to keep growing at the same pace, for soon he would be unrivaled. They both knew it would be so. But again, the thought that the team is pumping too slowly did not give Jan rest, and he decided that after reaching the 20th level, it will be necessary to take quests. Mission accomplished, the levels of both of them had risen, and Ian decided that that was enough for today, because the life of a nerd requires careful planning. Once in his room and refreshed in the shower, Jan wanted to check the forum before going to bed. Wiping himself with a towel, Jan went to the computer with the thought that probably some losers complain on the forum, because that's how it usually always happened. He was very surprised when he saw what he saw. The summoner was useless, some people said, and the summoned creatures were too weak, others said. Ian only agreed that it did take longer than he thought, but that it was so bad and that there was too much useless whining in the form. He continued to read further, looking for feedback from people of at least the 15th level, because in order to improve the skills of the summoner, it was necessary to reach at least his level. He was surprised to find no one of such a level, because he himself had a level 20 and he did not see a single representative with a level 15. After searching for him, Jan found a level 13 player and decided to check him out. To the young man's surprise, all of the characteristics of this player, namely Wind Blessing Grasp and First Aid, were exactly the same as Yang's, but with one difference. The level 13 player Ian found had an ability called Obsession. It was frustrating for him because he didn't have that ability. After finding information about this ability, Jan found out that it is a good enough feature. It is like bread for the summoner, because the experience is not divided between the owner and his beast, and as a result the pumping is much faster. Why absorb a pet that can fight on its own, and attributes are not fully transferred? These questions puzzled Jan. Ian thought that the most interesting thing about fighting for a summoner was the level increase of the summoned beast, which didn't happen with the possession ability. He continued to think about this, and the fact that even though he didn't have this ability, he didn't really want it. Ian's abilities were different from those of ordinary summoners. He knew that now for sure. Then he decided that it wasn't so bad because he must have abilities that ordinary summoners didn't have. What were those abilities, he wondered. And then Ian remembered that there was beginner's training and it seemed like a great idea to him. He realized that he didn't have that much information. But to summarize, a taming master had far fewer combat abilities than a summoner, which meant it was easier for him to pump up his pet. After these thoughts and conclusions, the young man realized that he was moving in the right direction and that he had once made the right choice. As he continued to ponder, he thought that maybe he should try to capture some monster of a very rare or unique class. Ian had been thinking about everything for so long that he hadn't noticed that it was morning. The clock read 4 in the morning, and it was beginning to dawn. Ian decided that there was no time to waste, and it was time for him to go to Kylin. He went to his capsule and wanted to get back to this interesting world. After putting on the goggles, the gamer set himself the goal that he would pump Lou up to level 20 before the sun came up. That goal captivated him. Finally, the world of Kylin seems that not so long ago was here, and has already managed to miss everything that surrounded him in the game. Immediately, without wasting any time, instructed Lou that it was time to start activated the rookie training and the Berserk Warrior Blessing. Seeing the huge bear target in front of him, Yang activated the ability to search for vulnerabilities and immediately fired an arrow at the bear, while Lou meanwhile headed towards the huge target with lightning speed. The bear was huge. He roared so loud it seemed deafening. Lou lunged at him with such fury that Ian was proud of his pet. Immediately grasping his neck with his teeth, Lou felt both his fury and that of his enemy. The arrow struck the target, and the moon bear was struck down. He was defeated, for which 545 experience points were gained. Ian was very surprised that the victory happened so quickly. He thought that he couldn't hunt for an archer here. Until he reached the 35th level, his farming speed was much faster than then. The hunt continued. The bears one by one were defeated. Yang's arrows and Lu's fangs were very good weapons in combination. Yang and Lu ran from one goal to another, and were faster than the wind. They knew no fatigue, and were looking for new goals. When he reached the cliff and looked down, Ian stopped at the bottom. There were a large number of bears, but one of them seemed much bigger than the others. He decided to scan this huge bear and find out information about it. It was a coal-black moon bear, and all the other bears were silent, as if fearing an attack, but this one roared loudly, and Ian thought it was a great find, that this bear was the unique monster he and Lu had been looking for. The thought crossed Jan's mind whether he could capture this huge beast. His eyes lit up. And then he realized that his leadership was too low to capture this monster. Even though he had let go of the last bear, he still lacked leadership, and it made him very upset. But do not stop, he must defeat this bear because the dawn is very soon, and he promised himself to pump Lu very quickly, and it is with this beast to do it quickly. There is every chance. Jumping on the rocks with Lu Yang thought that the next time he was in the city, he would buy more magic scrolls for binding. Ian was fast, sharp, and accurate. And by releasing his arrow and being focused on his shot, he knew for sure that the arrow would hit its target. The bear roared in pain and Lu watched and waited to attack. Lu lunged at the bear without thinking of anything else. His eyes were crazy. He opened his mouth, preparing to bite. And at that moment, you could only see the wolf's weapon, his sharp, snow-white fangs. And Yang watched the fight smiling and thinking that now Lu was fighting as well as he was, and now the 38th level monsters were no longer a problem for them. Moonbear was strong, huge, but Lu was agile and fast, and it seemed that was why the advantage was on his side. Volg was preparing to deliver his final blow. It was evident from his fierce eyes. The bear roared as if it was out of its mind, and the bear bit the bear's neck. Lu slayed the coal-black moon bear and gained 1,045 experience and reached level 20. Ian was thrilled that so quickly the goal was accomplished, and he was able to pump Lu up to level 20 as he wanted. The heroes stood over the body of the slain bear and pondered and rejoiced at the new level, because the full possibilities in Kylin open only after reaching the 20th level, namely registration in the guild dungeons, imperial quests, and many other interesting things. Ian was impatient, and immediately wanted to see what items he had obtained through winning this battle. A moon bear meet moon bear hunter battle hammer, and a coal-black necklace were obtained. The young man was pleasantly surprised to see the necklace object, because he had never seen a similar object before. Ian decided to evaluate the coal-black necklace and used the identification scroll to do so. It was beautiful and dazzling. Yang was glad to have such an incredible beauty. The necklace had unique characteristics and helped reduce the recharge time of all abilities by 20%, improved the survivability option by 15%, was very durable, black as the abyss, and looked insanely expensive. He remembered that he already had a necklace from the auction once, but this was much better. It was the first good loot he had gotten since the dump, which pleased him. After evaluating his loot, he was pleased with what he had acquired and now needed to see how much Lu's attributes had increased. The wolf's attack increased by 4, defense by 2. He thought to see how much Lu's dexterity had increased, but something clearly did not add up. Jan thought about it and froze. because he always thought that monsters become much stronger with increasing level. After studying all the facts, Ian realized that there is no regularity in the growth rate, and began to believe that in the game, and at all, this indicator is random. The team had a new challenge to figure out how it all worked. Meanwhile, Lu felt happy next to Yang. Ian read studied, and suddenly in his gaze read the answer. He realized that everything depends on potential, and that it is the potential of the pet that plays a big role. The secret is in the attribute of potential, and the young man realized that training a rookie would increase Lu's potential. Ian was excited about the idea of training soon, because he had found a pattern where the rate of attribute growth increased by 10. He knew that beginner's training was too imbalanced. He was right that the hidden class has unique abilities, and each monster has a potential attribute that determines how fast their attributes increase as they level up. The monster's class is upgraded due to the potential, and the ability of training a rookie raises it. Without thinking long, Yan decided to spend all his skill points on Lu's training. The beginner's training was upgraded to level 5 and turned into an intermediate training. He was glad that he hadn't thought to spend his skill points on capturing that bear, but used them now in training to increase Lu's potential. He was pleased with himself that he had solved this difficult riddle. Lu's current potential was 94, but Yang wanted to raise it to 100, and Lu was ready for it. Glancing at the time, Ian realized that the training took almost an hour, and that was too slow in his mind. It was decided to gain experience faster, and the team moved on. The time in the game passed lightning fast, and Ian decided to have a snack, thinking that if he had been as diligent about his studies, he would probably be a lawyer or a doctor by now. I sat down at my computer and realized there was no point in thinking about it now, and decided to watch something new and impressive. Watching many things, but Ian's gaze stopped on the Dark Sorcerer's saw. On the one hand, the picture was ominous, but on the other hand, the skeletons next to the sorcerer seemed quite nice to Jan. Ian's thoughts were disturbed by a phone call. Ian thought it was strange that no one should call him. The phone kept ringing, and Ian decided to answer it. When he looked at the screen, he saw a call from an unknown number. Slightly unsure, Yang still answered the call from the other side of the machine. Asked Mr. Jin-sun, the young man replied that it was him. The female caller introduced herself as Lee Ji-heng, a teacher's assistant in the virtual reality department of a Korean university. He said hello to the miss, and she asked him if he knew Professor Lee Jin-wook. Of course, Yang knew him because he was the head professor of the department. The woman said she was calling at the professor's request about the young man's grades. This shocked John, who wondered why the professor would ask someone to call him. Ian dropped the phone in surprise and held his head, thinking that he was being expelled. The voice in the receiver kept talking. Lee Ji-cheng went on to say that the professor was going to send Yang's marks home, and of course she was talking about home and not his place of residence. Ian was frightened because he didn't want this, and he didn't want his father to see his grades because he was a strict parent. The young man already foresaw the fact that his father would be extremely disappointed with him, and it frightened Jan he respected, and at the same time feared his father because he could force the guy to return home, and at the peak of his youth, Jan did not want that. The decision was made to call the professor, and a distraught Jan told the woman who had called that he would do so, to which she replied that it was a great decision, and added that they would definitely see each other next semester. After the call, the young man started looking for the professor's phone number. His hands were shaking, but he found the number and dialed it. The professor picked up the phone and introduced himself. Yang's voice trembled as he said hello and asked if Professor Lee Jin-wook was looking for him. The professor confirmed that he was looking for him because he was a new student. Probably because of the grades, said Jan, and that was the reason, confirmed the professor, and then added that he did not understand why the young man does not participate in the life of the faculty and how it is possible to manage to be on the threshold of expulsion at the end of the first semester. The professor clarified that it wasn't because of 3 consecutive flaws, to which Ian replied that he should have had only 2. The professor agreed, and after a moment's thought added that he was already thinking of giving the 3rd one. Ian took the professor's words as a threat, and he felt unpleasant why he was doing that. He asked what he needed to do to prevent this from happening, because he didn't want to let his father down. The professor replied that first Jan should think of an excuse for not being involved in the life of the faculty. The young man thought about what to say, because he couldn't say that he missed classes and didn't show up at the university because of the game. The thought crossed his mind, and Ian told the professor the real reason why he had chosen the virtual reality department. It was that the young man admired the unlimited potential of virtual reality. He asked the professor if it was true that one of the main reasons for the popularity of virtual reality was the Kylin games. The professor agreed, and Ian replied that this was why he had decided to study virtual reality from the inside. Being a little puzzled, the professor decided to clarify whether Jan didn't come to the university just because he had been playing the game for days. But Ian did not take it that way and said that he was not just playing, but exploring the incredibly detailed virtual world available in Kylin. The professor clarified the level of the guy. This question stumped Yang, and he didn't know what to say. The professor continued that if the young man worked so hard, he should have gotten into the ranking of the best players in Korea. But Yang zeroed out and didn't know how to tell the professor. Ian told his story that he was originally level 93, but because he had recently reset his character, he was now only level 20. The professor laughed, but Ian insisted that it was the truth. The professor thought Ian was making a fool of him and said that even though the boy was telling his story with confidence, he couldn't avoid trouble. Ian tried to do it, but there were some problems. So he offered the professor a bet to prove he wasn't lying. The professor was amazed at Ian's insolence and told him to go on with the story. He asked the young man if he would be able to reach the 93rd level again before the next semester started, to which Yang affirmatively said yes. Ian was sure that if he reached a high level again before the semester started, it would prove the fact that he already had a 93rd level. The professor agreed because he was playing Kylin himself and told Jan that he would solve all his problems if he kept his promise. And if he didn't reach the 93rd level again as promised, the professor would not only send him for a retest, but also talk to his parents about his future. Ian had nothing left but to agree to all the conditions of the professor, and the professor added that the young man would have to participate in the life of the faculty. The professor was sure that Ian would screw up, and added that if the young man did win the argument, he would get credit for all subjects regardless of attendance. Ian was happy, his eyes lit up, but he decided to ask the professor if he would keep his word, because the young man did not believe his ears. It was a great offer. The professor confirmed his words. He thanked the professor and said he would do his best, but he thought it was incredible, and today was his lucky day. After finishing the conversation, Ian didn't want to waste time and headed to his capsule to start his mission as soon as possible. Once in Kylin and meeting Lou, he believed in his luck and was full of energy. The conversation with the professor seemed to energize him. Jan was pleased with himself. He stroked Lou and told him that they had a lot of work to do and that they had to get on the road. Lou growled back as if he knew it all already. The hero was planning to return to his former level before the end of the semester, and since he had avoided retakes, he would definitely be able to do it. He definitely decided that he would do it because he would also get credits without attendance. We'll have to start all over again, Ian thought, but he knew where to start and he wasn't so scared anymore. Jan was met by a red-haired master with a mustache who said right from the start that he saw that the young man had reached level 20. Ian said that he came because he wanted to join a guild, and the man asked him which guild he wanted to join. Ian knew that he wanted to join the Lotus Guild, and said so. He was sure that he would be able to succeed very quickly in this guild. As if laughing, the master replied that the desired level to join the Lotus Guild was 60th, and that he could place a request for the young man to join, but it was unlikely to be considered. He then asked if he wished to continue, to which Ian replied that he definitely did. Ian knew that the guild leader was his best friend, and that all the guild members were close to him, so the current level wasn't really important here. The master replied that he had placed a request to join, and that Ian would be automatically registered when the Lotus Guild master accepted it. The young man decided that everything was going great, and thought about whether to write to Yuhan to accept the request to join. Yuhan was offline, but that didn't upset Yang because there was no hurry, and there was still time. He was sure his friend would accept the request when he saw it. Next, Ian had to go to the auction house, where he went. He decided to buy himself some equipment, because it is an advantage that he is a beginner and can change all the equipment for the best items he can find at the auction. The bonus attributes of the summoner class do not add to his combat attributes, but to attributes that help with summoning such as taming. Ian knew that sooner or later, pets would become his main power. Looking over the assortment of gear, Ian wondered if there was anything there that would improve Lou's attributes, such as a reinforcement enchanted item. Ian's gaze stopped on one item, and he hesitated, and decided to watch its characteristics. It was Mother Nature's armband. It gave all pets a 20% bonus to survivability, and a 15% increase in attack power, as well as a 5% increase in the pet's chance of dodging a projectile. Ian was happy with these characteristics, and bought this item for 150,000 gold. Ian liked the fact that the items for summoners were finally on sale. He decided to see what other Mother Nature items were available for summoners. As Ian began his search, he saw that there were other items. He excitedly decided to look at them. He discovered the characteristics of the Staff of Mother Nature, which gives all pets a 35% increase in attack power and a 15% increase in the chance of a critical hit. Ian was in a dilemma because he was using a bow, and now he was thinking about the staff. Decided he should buy one too, because he can't use a bow forever. It was too early to draw any conclusions, but the young man decided that it would be good to get used to a different style of combat. When he took the staff in his hands, he felt very strange, probably just because he was not used to it, but the sensation was quite pleasant. Medium training works even in cities, so it's better to use Kylin, thought Ian. He summoned Lu to start the training, and finally it was time for the quests. John's eyes were burning in anticipation of the adventure, and he and Lu were ready for new victories, and their eyes were fixed on the sky. Back in Kylin and walking down the main street, passersby noticed Ian and started pointing at him and saying that this guy was a summoner. Ian walked confidently. Next to him was Lu, but people began to wonder if such a pathetic wolf could only be a pet for a low-level player. One of the people around him said that he had heard that the summoner had a very slow level and that he doubted if anyone had reached level 15. In the meantime, Ian decided that he would take up the quest to clear the goblin camp, because it is for the fulfillment of this quest that the experience for goblins is doubled. He will get all the experience alone, and it will be a good result. Moving on, Ian reached the square and came across the NPC for the quest, and was glad of the encounter. Ian said hello to Raphael, hoping the NPC hadn't forgotten him after the reset. The young man asked how he was doing. NPC, of course, recognized him, and Ian was greatly relieved that this character's attitude towards him hadn't reset. Jan asked if the NPC had any problems with the goblins, to which he replied that there had been some problems with the goblin camp, and his team to clean up the goblin camp had failed to deal with them. He wanted Ian to recommend him some mercenary who could help him solve the problem. The summoner promised that he would do it personally, and Raphael said that would be great, but recommended that he get someone else to come with him. Ian decided to find out more information about this quest. Raphael, the leader of the city's vigilantes, was looking for people to join a team to clean up the goblin camp in Somer Canyon. The requirement for the quest was a group with at least 2 clems, and as long as the quest was active, all participants received double the amount of experience for killing goblins. Good suggestion, thought Ian, and was glad that he remembered this information correctly. But immediately, his joy faded away because he remembered that the quest is a group quest, and you need to invite someone else to it, because it is unlikely that the guild has newcomers below level 40. Ian checked with Raphael to see if he could postpone the sweep until he could find a group. The NPC replied that he could do that for him, and asked if he could take care of the goblin scouts. The young man agreed to help, and Raphael was very grateful to him, but Ian was angry that it took about half an hour to get there and back. A bit frustrated, Ian decided to see if Hers was online, and the summoner decided to write to him to accept his request to join the guild. Hers was surprised that Ian had reached level 20 so quickly, and added that even the dark sorcerers known for their fast leveling had not reached level 20. It was good to hear that the game was a bit difficult without Jan. Then John wondered if there was anyone in the guild of the 40th level, to which Raphael replied that of course not. It is very difficult. And then John decided to ask in the guild chat and wanted to find someone himself, because it is better to find a helper from the guild than somewhere else. Jan joined the guild chat and said hello to the guys. They were all happy to see John back and said that it was hard to farm without him and that they were glad he was back. Everyone was also surprised by the fact that John is already level 20, but the young man said that it is only level 20 and there is nothing special, and that he intends to return to his original level very soon. The hero continued to look for a partner of level 40, to which Hers asked why exactly 40. Ian thought that if he said that he was participating in a quest with goblins with his 20th level, everyone would be shocked. Jan told the guys in chat that he plans to do the quest clearing the goblin camp and offered someone to go with him who has a higher level, but then added that he could do it alone. His friends were very skeptical of John's statement, thinking that he was trying to get away at the expense of a stronger partner. But the young man replied that his pet is very strong, so he is sure that he will be able to complete this quest without any problems, because Lu will do everything for him. Then one of Kylin's friends told Ian that he now understood how he had reached level 20 so quickly. Cloven wished Jan good luck, and Carvin added that he had a friend who was level 45, but she had a production class, so her fighting ability wasn't super. Still, Ian was encouraged and asked to be introduced to this friend. Ian clarified what class this player has. Carvin replied that the combat class is priestess and production cook, so she is unlikely to be useful in battle. But the young man still asked to write to him when she would be in the game, because he just needed a man to start the quest, and no matter what powers his partner would have. Now Ian had to deal with the previous quest before Carvin would write to him. He said goodbye to the guys in the chat and said that he had some business to do. Once back in Kylin, he wanted to get straight to his mission. As he moved a little closer to the rocks, Ian saw the cheetahs just sitting quietly by the water and watching him. After looking at one of them, the hero realized that it was a 30th level Korkan monster. Janu thought it would be a good idea to get hold of a Korkan because he thought Lu lacked coolness and called him a clump of wool. The young man got a little upset at his own thoughts and continued walking. Lu headed after him. Ian regretted what he'd said and was comforted by the fact that Lu couldn't read his mind, so he hadn't heard anything. The young man approached the wolf and asked him if he knew how dear he was to the young man, to which Lu smiled and bowed his head as if in agreement. Lu was a quiet menace. He closed his eyes and became immersed in his thoughts, pondering something lofty. Ian looked at Lu and hoped the moon wolf hadn't heard him and wasn't upset about what his master thought. Abruptly, the wolf changed his expression, became very angry. As if Lu was fueled by anger, he took a defensive posture and was ready to attack. Ian wondered what had happened, but realized that something had obviously happened, but what it could be was a mystery. And what was happening was something Ian had been waiting for so long, but wasn't ready for right now. Lu evolved, his eyes burning red. After finally realizing that Lu was evolving, a smirk appeared on Ian's face, and he was overjoyed that he had waited for this joyous event. The only question that kept Ian's mind was why Lu had decided to evolve right now, and if there were any requirements for evolution. Looking at the clues, Yang was happy to see that Lu's potential had grown to 100, which meant that the pet's appearance should also undergo a change. The young man was very eager for that. While Lu was changing both internally and externally, the summoner looked at him and thought how nice it would be if the wolf became big enough to ride. And then there was a flash like an explosion. The evolution was complete, and Ian knew that now everything was about to change for both of them. Lu wasn't what he was. He didn't look like the ball of fur he was before. A huge wolf with a fiery mane, that's what Ian saw. Lu was full of strength and determination now that he was really tough. When he looked at his pet from the other side, Ian felt his strength and his own, and now he was very happy because his chances of winning the quest had increased. It was about time, he thought. Lu's wolf evolved into a wolf with a blood-red mane, resulting in Yang's glory being increased by 1,000 and leadership and taming by 30. Yang summoned a wolf with a blood-red mane for the first time, and his glory was increased by 1,500 again. The average training was increased by 2 levels. Yang was so happy about this change that he just couldn't contain his emotions and shouted for joy. Lu was huge, but he bowed his head to his master. The wolf purred like a little kitten as he came closer to Lu Yan, and for the first time, the young man could not help himself and confessed his feelings to his pet, telling Lu that he loved him. As a result of evolution, Lu has acquired a unique ability to bleed the enemy with a critical blow. The ferocious wolf with the mystical red mane has a very aggressive nature. Studying the changes, Ian noticed that Lu's discharge had changed from ordinary to rare, and that he could still evolve further, meaning that if the wolf evolved again, his discharge would change to unique. Ian read Lu's characteristics and was increasingly certain that this class was definitely some kind of abnormal. The summoner was happy that he had summoned this particular wolf and told him that he wouldn't have chosen a Korkun. Even if there were 1,000,000 of them, he would still choose Lu. As he got closer to Lu, Yang felt his huge size and wondered if the wolf could carry him on its back. The wolf bowed its head to show that it was willing to try. Ian had climbed onto his pet's back and now felt much more imposing. There was a difficult path ahead, and Ian gave the command to go ahead, and Lu obeyed his master unreservedly. The wolf was lightning fast, and with such speed that Ian almost held on to Lu's newfound mane. I wonder how fast a wolf can go. The thought flashed through the boy's mind. He liked the changes, and it was nice to get used to them. Very quickly, the team reached Somur Canyon. It was dark, and in addition, a thick fog lingered at the base of the cliffs. Ian thought it was so gloomy in here, and it inspired a little fear. For a while, the young man wondered what was so realistic about Kylin, and that he didn't understand why the game was designed to be so realistic. Remembering his assignment, he reminded Lu that they had 10 goblin scouts to deal with. Jan decided that he couldn't stop there, and that now he and Lu would have fun, because his pet had become very cool. The hero activated the Blessing of Wind and thus increased his and Lu's agility by 37. Then he activated the Berserk Warrior Blessing, increasing his attack power by 33 and Lu's by 66. 3 goblins appeared nearby, and Ian told Lu to attack them first, and only then he would join the fight himself. Ian was sure that with all the enhancements, Lu's attributes couldn't be less than some pathetic goblins. Lu's combat artificial intelligence was incomparable to ordinary monsters. In addition, Ian remembered that Lu had 2 unique abilities on top of everything else. Of course, the hero knew there were problems, but now he had more faith in Lu than ever. Ian activated the vulnerability finder, and it helped him find his opponent's weakness. Accuracy increased by 14.5%, the chance of a critical hit increased by 27%, and 91% bonus damage when hitting a weakness. Following Yang's command, Lu rushed to attack first. His mouth was huge, and it seemed that his fangs had become sharper as well. The goblins saw Lu and realized that the blood wolf was attacking and it was time to defend themselves. The wolf pounced on one of the enemies and dealt critical damage to the goblin scout. The goblin's health was reduced by 1,075, which was 89% total survivability. The scout goblin took 215 damage per second due to its poor condition and soon died from bleeding. Ian defeated the goblin scout and would gain 1,210 experience. The young man was shocked why a level 40 monster was killed by a single blow from Lu. Lu cheered, for this was his first victory after his long-awaited evolution. The two remaining goblins were enraged and prepared to strike back. One goblin scout hit Lu hard with his mace and dealt 294 damage to the wolf. It was sudden and sharp, and Yang was frightened. But Lu kept fighting. He was ready to attack again and was waiting for the right moment. After a brief pause, the wolf attacked the goblin scout again and dealt 495 damage to him himself, restoring 75 health, which amounted to 15% of the total damage. Ian was pleased with Lu's initiative and praised him. The wolf deserved the praise because he was really good. Lu was recovering his health very quickly, and another 15% of the damage was recovered. The breathless body of the second goblin was on Lu's account, but there was still one more to go. The wolf with the blood-red mane was inimitable. He was great and cool, and John was encouraged by that thought. Having dealt a critical strike to the third goblin scout, Lu, meanwhile, had recovered 523 health, and that was 50% of the damage. Ian was surprised this time the fight went so quickly and ended so successfully. After the fight was over and the third goblin was slain, Lu approached his master and he thanked his pet for his efforts and called him friend. In a moment of praise, Yang hugged Lu, cradled him against him, and the huge blood wolf was embarrassed by such tenderness. Tenderness is tenderness, but the team had to move on, and Ian said it was time for round 2. Moving on through the forest, the team saw a couple more goblins and stopped. Lu rushed to the goblins, and meanwhile Ian lay down on a big rock and watched the fight from the side and hummed a song. And then Carvin wrote to the young man and asked if he was okay and if he could talk. Ian got up from the rock and called out to Lu, saying that was enough and that they could go on. The wolf had just managed to kill all the goblins and finished off the last one. Carwin tells Ian that his girlfriend has appeared in the game and that she has agreed to meet him. Her name is Haron, and Ian should write to her, but she doesn't know how to fight. The hero replied that it doesn't matter because he has just single-handedly cleared Somer Canyon of goblins. Ian went on to tell how he had raised 5 levels in half a day thanks to this mission. Carvin clarified that he hoped that everything was fair, otherwise he would be offended if Ian was banned, but the young man reassured him and added that he planned to reach the 100th level in 2 months. The goal was that in 15 days, Ian would already have the 50th level, then in the next 15 days the 80th, and for the remaining month, he wanted to reach the 100th. By all means, he was determined to win the argument with the professor. Ian knew that this argument would help him a lot, and he found Haron and texted her and told her to stay where she was in 10 minutes. She was at the blacksmith's in Lucan to fix her equipment. Ian went to her. It was dawn in the city of Lucan, the sun was rising, and Ian realized that this day was going to be very meaningful. The young man started looking for the forge and stopped at the place where it should have been. Ian was a little nervous for the upcoming meeting and thought about the fact that besides Haron, no one would be able to help him. When he saw the girl near the wall, he came up to her and introduced himself, adding that he was the one she had been told about, that he was the same Ian. Haron said hello back and said that she had heard a lot about Jan and his exploits from Carwin. The young man clarified if Carwin was her friend, but she replied that they were just close companions. The girl explained that she had already finished her preparations and was ready to move out at any moment. Ian said that he was also ready and asked if Haron had any special reason to go on this quest with the goblin camp. Haron began her story that there was indeed a reason, and that there was a quest that she wanted to do, but to take it she had to complete the quest with the goblins. She wanted to take the quest from the cook of Duke Trapen's castle, but she would only be able to get into the castle by killing the goblins. Jan was shocked. The girl blushed a little embarrassed and replied that she needed this quest since her crafting class is a cook. Ian remembered that he had heard from Carwin that Haron had a chef's class, and that it was not the easiest class, but the girl had added that in reality she was a chef too. And then the boy realized that in that case it must be a little easier for her, because that's what she does in real life too. The hero wondered if it was true that at the end of the day, each person's actual skills affect how good they are at the in-game classes. Starting his journey, Ian said that Haron is the first cook he has met in his long time playing. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the young man was not confused and asked his partner if she could cook him something tasty next time. Haron found Jan's request even pleasant, and she promised Jan that of course she would cook. The guys headed out and met Raphael, and he was impressed that Ian had finally found a squad member. Raphael replied that 2 men might not be enough for the mission, but he is confident in Ian's choice and knows how strong the hero is. The main group had just left, and Raphael advised Ian's squad to catch up with them and join the enslavement team and assist them in mopping up the goblin camp. In order to do so, it was necessary to hurry. After reading about the quest, Ian noticed that the description of the quest had changed a bit because he was late, but he was still happy because the rewards remained the same gold and double experience for killing goblins. Jan and Haron got the quest, both accepted the terms, and were ready to catch up with the group. It was time to move out, and Ian gave the signal that it was time to start the journey. The young man summoned Lou, and when the firewolf appeared, Haron was very scared of such a huge monster. But Ian calmed her down and told her that it was not a monster, but his pet wolf. The girl was surprised and speechless. Then Haron realized that Ian was a summoner, and she was surprised that very little time had passed since the introduction of the new classes, and the young man had already taken on such a difficult quest. Ian told her that he was lucky to have a pet that was not an ordinary wolf, and that he could increase his level, and that the strength of his pet would be enough for a bunch of goblins. Ian decided to say this, because if he said that he had a 25th level, the girl would not believe it. Haron looked at Jan and explained that she was even jealous of him because even though she was level 45, she still ran away when she encountered scout goblins. She believed Ian very easily, and he thought that craftsmen shouldn't care about goblin scouts at level 45. The chef class isn't 100% explored, and there are a lot of variables. Haron thanked Ian for the advice, but she'd rather cook than fight, so it was fine. The nice thing was that she said the wolf looked really cool, and that she hadn't seen anything like it before. Ian clarified that it seemed his wolf was the only one of its kind on the entire server at the moment. Haron, looking at Jan's pet, was mortified, and asked if this huge wolf had a name. Ian said the wolf's name was Lou, and that name seemed so cute to the girl that she started to smile. Haron asked the hero if Lou would like it if she gave him some goodies. Of course, Ian answered, because Lou must like to eat good food. And then the girl took out a steak. She wanted to please a cute wolf like Lou, and was sure he would like the steak. When Ian saw the smoked steak on the plate, he was ready to drool so much that his appetite was so strong, but he realized that the deliciousness was not for him, but for Lou. Lou gobbled down the steak with great gusto and satisfaction, and within 20 minutes his vitality had increased by 200. The young man had not expected this turn of events, and was very surprised that Lou's performance had improved. It was all thanks to Haron's cooking, which meant the effect of her cooking was amazing. It was a revelation that Ian liked. Haron said that when cooking skills reach an advanced level, then the food cooked gives a buff depending on it. While studying the new characteristics, Lu Yan noticed that the added 200 was a significant bonus to the existing 1,400, and so he decided to befriend Haron by all means. Taking advantage of the situation, Ian decided to ask if Haron had anything tasty for him, to which she replied that not now. The young man was a little upset, but the girl promised him to cook him something delicious after the quest. Ian was angry, for he had foreseen that these were just words and empty promises. But they had to move on, and they headed for Somewhere Canyon because they still had to catch up with the group. After catching up with the enslavement team, Yang and Harin stopped. One of the team members informed Hugo's leader that the mercenary reinforcements had arrived. Hugo looked at both of them and added that he was glad to see new faces on his team. The leader thanked a couple of newcomers, because every member of the group is very important in such a difficult mission. Ian thought it was great that they weren't late and said please. The other players looked very upset, and Ian was curious as to what had happened to them. Then, a little thinking that in this quest everyone is for himself, the young man decided that it does not matter what happened, because all will fight all the same, separately. Looking ahead, all the players saw a huge group of goblins approaching them and shouting loudly. The screams were getting louder, and the crowd of enemies were getting closer. As the group of goblins approached the enslavement squad, they stopped while continuing to shout loudly and waving their maces above their heads. Leader Hugo gave everyone orders to go forward and exterminate all the goblins of Somewhere Canyon. Without a moment's hesitation, all the participants rushed into battle, obeying their leader's command. The goblins ran as fast as they could. Haron asked Jan if what was going on was normal, but there was a hint of doubt in her voice. The young man hesitated. He simply told her that it would be okay if she did what he told her. Haron said fearfully that Ian would be the only one in their duo to fight. Ian repeated to Haron that she would also be useful in battle, as her shield strike dealt a lot of damage. It was because of Haron's fear that her shield skills were very well trained. Ian's plan was simple. Haron would take the role of a tank, and he himself would be the damager. In the goblin camp, his partner's level was relatively high. The young man looked at the approaching goblins and thought that the skill of the brightness shield was comparable to a level 60 skill. In other words, Haron's death would not be terrible because she would be a tank. Both of them stopped and thought. Ian wanted to make the best use of his chef partner. and he decided that as soon as Haron got more goblins, he and Lou would take all the experience. The girl looked at Jan and confirmed that she trusted him, not knowing that she would now act as a meat shield. Ian believed that the probability of Haron's death was not zero. The young man knew that if the girl survived, she would also gain a lot of experience, and added that let her trust not him, but Lou. Because in this battle it is his pet that is the main driving force, and it is not because of her cooking. While Ian was pondering, the goblins rushed to attack and approached Haron. The girl activated her shield ability and began to carry out the instruction given to her as if she were a wall shielding herself from all the goblins. Jan saw how hard it was for Haron and asked her how much longer she could hold out. The girl said 10 minutes and not to worry. The young man looked at his partner and realized that she was much better than he thought she was, and that he shouldn't have worried so much about someone of the 40th level, because as it seemed, the girl had everything under control. Meanwhile, Lou completely dominated the goblin warriors, even though they were much stronger than the goblin scouts. For every goblin warrior defeated, 910 experience was gained, and even though the experience was divided between Haron, Jan, and Lou, it was still a lot and enough for everyone. Ian was happy because he was able to increase his level by 2 levels at once and reached the 27th level. It was delightful, everything went as well as it could, and Ian could only dream of such an outcome. As he continued to slay one goblin after another, Ian had gotten the admiration of one of Hugo's teammates, who stopped and asked the others who the new arrivals were. Ian looked like a summoner, but he was already a high enough level since he was here. Team member Hugo called his friends Falcon and Milan to see Ian for themselves and answer what was going on after all. He was puzzled, not understanding how this could be, how Ian could fight like this, so he asked what his fellow fighters thought about it. Milan replied that Ian was a summoner, but Falcon interrupted her, saying that the problem wasn't that, but that to fight here you had to be at least level 40. But looking at the wolf, they concluded that Lou's fighting ability looked to be above level 60. The summoner class was released not too long ago, and it was unlikely that Ian was a level 40 at most. A level 20 Milan agreed with this conclusion. Falcon added that he had read on the forums that the highest level player tested was 17th or 18th level, but no higher. Everyone was wondering what kind of wolf it was then that Ian was using. Lou confidently continued to fight the goblins. Then Falcon assumed that if Ian possessed an artifact with summoning magic, and that was what allowed him to summon such a strong beast. But another of Sokol's partners said that looking at the fight between Yang and Lou, we can conclude that they are beginners, and that Yang uses his staff in hand-to-hand combat, which means that it is unlikely that he has offensive spells. Milan suggested that their partner was offering them to become a player killer. She asked if it's a rash decision since it's not worth it if they don't get a good fight out of the newly arrived heroes. The penalty for PCs is quite serious, and it will be hard to regain the lost reputation. Their eyes lit up with the idea of obtaining the magical summoning artifact because it would bring at least 20 million gold, which is 6 to 7 million each of the 3 conspirators. The trio decided that they shouldn't miss this opportunity, because if they did it now, they wouldn't have to worry about their equipment until at least level 80. One of the conspirators said he had a brilliant plan. Meanwhile, Haron held the defenses and Lou fought the goblin scouts. Ian knew that he would soon reach the 30th level, and every player would get 2 class skills every 30 levels, and he wondered what kind of skills he would have. The forums say that the skills are 100% random, but Ian knew that this was not actually true, and that at least one of them would be related to the most pumped skill while the other would be random. Both skills are not random. The young man immediately began to think about what is his best skill, and decided that it is definitely the middle training, because both the potential and skills of the pet during training grows, and Lou for Jan is very important. Medium training is a skill that increases potential, and Ian wanted to get a skill that is related to potential. The goblins continued to attack, but Ian was focused on something else and just destroyed them with ease with his staff. The other skill would be completely random, and the young man wanted it to be related to farming. Haron called out to Jana. She only had 5% of holy power left and needed help. Ian briefly ordered Lou to help the girl and protect her with all his might. Lou rushed to Haron's aid. His fiery mane developing in the wind was intimidating. He arrived on the spot lightning fast and immediately gave the goblin scout a critical strike and slew him, for which 921 experience was gained. Now Haron was safe. She trusted Lou. After the fight was over, the girl went over to the firewolf and petted him. She thanked Lou for her rescue, and he liked it. Ian stood back and watched as Lou and Haron got along. Ian felt a little uncomfortable for some reason, because Lou had never been so nice to him. Maybe it was jealousy, Ian thought, but decided that he would deal with it after the quest was over, because the mission was more important than anything else. Lou looked at his master, and there was a question in his gaze. He didn't understand why Ian was looking at him with such anger, because the wolf had obeyed the order to the fullest extent. Meanwhile, the goblins in their camp knew that humans were approaching them. The goblin chief was outraged that some humans dared to come to his camp. Without thinking, the chieftain ordered all goblins to kill all humans who set foot on their land. He was very enraged and used his power to create a fireball that was going to ask the team to break in. A blow of crushing force was experienced by the men. Hugo's leader was on fire and his armor was blazing. After such a response from one of the goblins, the leader of the human team immediately realized that it was a leader because ordinary goblins are not capable of such a thing. Hugo gave the order to prepare all the weapons he had for battle and kill the bastard, for he knew that the fight would only end when the goblin leader was defeated. Ian was ready to fight, and at the same time, the morale of the allies increased by 30% because only together could they defeat this monster. The group began to advance. All combat stats within 20 minutes would be increased by 10%. Yang and Lu didn't stay aside either, and very quickly ran at the speed of light to attack the goblin chief. Lu was good. He darted from side to side, striking one blow after another without giving his opponent a break. Looking at the wolf with a fiery mane, the goblin leader was dumbfounded. He did not expect to see such a beast here. Lu's eyes burned, and when he met the chief's gaze, he immediately lunged at him. The chieftain also headed toward Lu, shouting that the wolf was just a beast raised by humans and couldn't be scary. Reaching the goblin leader, Lu dealt him a critical blow and immediately dodged to the side. The chieftain's health was reduced by 1,212 units, and every second the chieftain took 243 damage for 10 seconds. Leader Hugo decided that now was the moment to attack the bruised leader and ordered his entire team to attack together. While the goblin leader tried to regain his strength, the squad prepared for the attack. The blow to the chief was uninjured. He only had 30% of his total health left. Again, blow after blow, the chief cried out in pain and was given the status of a peskless man. The leader of the goblins became more powerful, furious, and hustling. Hugo's team didn't understand what had happened. It all happened too fast, but the Beskirk had to be careful. Ian looked at the epicenter of events and knew that something was about to happen. There was an explosion. It was unexpected, and Jan was hit by the chain explosion and received 684 damage. The young man flew aside and hit the ground with great force. It was very painful, and Ian decided he needed to get some treatment. Haron cast a healing light on Ian, and the young man was able to recover 1,020 health very quickly. Ian didn't understand at first what it was and how it could happen, but then he was very grateful to his friend. Haron continued to study the light until Ian was completely healed. The young man thanked the girl and smiled sweetly at her. He was glad he had taken her for his mission. She meanwhile answered him please with a look of her own, for friends should help each other. But it was necessary to go on the attack again, and Yang called Lu to go into battle together. Ian stood confidently and was ready to attack. Lu was close by, and the young man realized that a lot depended on them. Lu needed to egg the goblin leader on, and Ian told the wolf to be careful. It was decided to use his favorite and faithful bow and arrow instead of his staff. The firewolf was the first to rush into the attack with Yang covering him. The young man really missed his bow and would feel it as he aimed an arrow at the goblin leader. It was necessary to find his weak point and strike there, Ian thought. The goblin leader had become more aggressive, and Ian couldn't be faulted now. The goblin began to form his fireball again and did so with great anger. Lu was almost there and ready to pounce on the goblin and deliver his crushing blow. Now is the time when the goblin leader will be vulnerable, Ian thought, and fired his arrow at him. The goblin stood and waited for the attack. People rushed to attack, but first among them was Lu. The power of the goblin was immense. He was like an indestructible wall, but Ian knew he just had to break it down. The chieftain's eyes burned, and he shouted so loudly it was deafening, but in an instant he fell to the ground and was silent. Ian's arrow hit the target. His breathless body lay on the ground, and Ian thought that this was the long-awaited end. No one from the team understood at first what happened, and what happened to the leader of the goblins, or even doubts whether he died. But the chief died, and the task of the goblin camp was completed. Finally realizing their victory, the heroes began to exult and rejoice. No matter how hard you look at it, it was a victory for John. He had contributed a very large amount of experience to the task, and his fame had increased by 124%. Ian fulfilled all the conditions of the quest, and his level was raised to level 30. He unlocked special class skills after reaching the 30th level. A special skill for summoning and a special skill for spatial distortion were acquired. The second was especially surprising to John because he knew nothing about this distortion. Squad leader Hugo approached the hero and said that it was Ian who defeated the chieftain. He thanked John for his help and they shook hands, and Hugo added that the squad had not suffered any serious losses thanks to him and that now he owed him a debt of gratitude. Jan replied that they had fought together and had succeeded only because of the bravery of all the men in the squad. Hugo turned and started to walk away, but then turned his head and advised Ian to be careful as he walked back. Gathering his team leader, thanked everyone for a great fight and for a great job, said goodbye, and wished everyone good luck. Hugo shouted loudly that the mission was accomplished and rejoiced. For now, he could go home. Ian walked over to Lou and stroked him, sighed loudly, and said that it was finally over and his pet was doing great. After taking a seat to rest, the hero couldn't wait to take a quick look at his newly acquired skills. One skill, as Ian expected, was related to potential. Every time a new skill is used, the potential of the summoned will be reduced by 20. Using this skill on a pet that already has the skill replaces the previous choice. It was decided to give this skill to Lou. Ian checked Lou's potential and was surprised by only 6 and needed about 100 to evolve. The young man decided to transfer the skill to his pet to increase its potential, and it had to be done as soon as possible because it was necessary to help Lou evolve sooner. But this transfer would affect Lou's skills, and Yang wondered. Then Ian began to familiarize himself with the second skill, spatial distortion. The fate of the skill was that the summoner changes places with his pet. Skill a little disappointed Jan. He wanted to get more attacking or slowing skill that would definitely come in handy in battle. But in general, the hero was satisfied. Just as he finished studying, a happy Haron came running up to him. She was very happy and thanked Jan, because everyone realized that they had won only because of him. Ian told the girl that it wasn't him, but she was good for her healing light was something special. To which Haron replied that she certainly couldn't have done it without Jan and Lou. The young man walked over to the wolf, hugged him, and told Haron that his pet had done the biggest and most important job, and it was him they both needed to thank. The girl agreed with that. She was very surprised when she saw Lou in battle. The wolf turned out to be quite strong. Walking up to Lou, Haron smiled and said thank you. It was so cute that the fire wolf purred. All 3 stood side by side and rejoiced at winning this important quest with the goblins for each of them. 3 of the squad separated from the others and approached John. The young man was puzzled as to what they wanted and what they needed from him. The leader of the trio introduced himself. His name was Lucan. He said he was too busy with the quest and didn't have a chance to meet Ian, so he decided to do it now, after the fight. Ian reciprocated and the guys shook hands as a sign of familiarity. Lucan then suggested that Ian join their group to do a couple more quests together. He offered the young man a hidden quest, which was a continuation of the quest to conquer the goblins. Ian guessed that it was a priest's quest. Ian hadn't planned to do this quest because of its difficulty, but now his level is much higher and he can try. Something to think about. Although Ian is confused by these guys because they are not below level 50, so why would they ask for help from a player whose level is much lower than him? The young man asked if they really had a hidden part of the quest, but he suspected that there was something wrong with this proposal. He had to get more information. Lucan told them that it was a quest to kill the goblin priest behind the barracks. They had found him, and all that was left was to kill the priest. But they can't do it alone, so they offered Jan to go with them. The leader continued that he wished Jan would use his powerful summoning artifact in battle, and then the team would definitely destroy the enemy. And that's when Ian realized the real reason why these guys want to fight him. They think he's using an artifact. Artifacts are very expensive, so the guys want to kill him to make a fortune. The hero decided to trick them and have fun with these dumbasses, and accepted the offer by replying that he agreed to help them in the battle with the priest. Ian chatted with Haron and wanted to warn her too about the plot against them. The girl was wondering why on earth he was texting her and not saying anything in person, and the young man just texted to get her ready. Ian asked the trio to wait as he needed to confer with his girlfriend and asked if they could wait. Lucan hesitated a bit and said that of course they would wait as long as necessary because no one is in a hurry. Ian turned to Haron. She had heard the whole conversation, and the young man clarified what she thought of the quest and the new adventure. She didn't know what to answer since Ian wrote that these guys wanted to kill them. Haron realized they were PC. But the hero realized that they are only interested in him, and they don't need Haron. The girl was hesitant about what they should do, but Ian asked her to play along, and she agreed. There was no reason to refuse because this is a secret mission and all players will be on the plus side, Lucan said enthusiastically, and thought to himself that Jan and Karin were idiots to fall for such bait. The girl clarified what the plan would be, and Ian asked her to just trust him that he had it all worked out. Ian's eyes lit up, and he was sure that everyone would have a great time, because no one would realize that their plan to kill him had failed. Meanwhile, on the mountain in Kylin, a professor appeared, daring to unleash a bit of virtual world razzle-dazzle. He reached out to stretch his muscles and noticed how fresh the air was in Kylin. His thoughts were about the game, that how beautiful this virtual world is, and the creators of this incomparable game are simply geniuses. While the professor was enjoying nature and clean air, he decided that he needed to convince his friends to take a camping trip in this game. He squatted down and started looking for something very intensively at the bottom of his bag, and was glad when he found it. I pulled out a kimbab and, saying that there was nothing better than such a snack on a hike, began to greedily devour it. The food had taken him completely over, but then he remembered a call he'd almost forgotten about, and he summoned Wolfie. At that hour, a large shining wolf appeared beside him, and it was his pet Wolfie. As soon as the wolf appeared on the mountain, he immediately started howling loudly, and the professor smiled because he knew that this guy always does that. The professor pulled out a large ham, held it out to Wolfie. The wolf needed a snack. While Wolfie was enjoying his snack, the man continued to admire Kylin. He thought how good it felt to be here. Then he inadvertently remembered Ian and decided that this guy was probably still playing here. The entire conversation between him and Park Jin-sang, that was Yana's name in the real world, came to mind. The professor decided that it was a waste not to ask what class the guy was, and if he was a summoner, those were curious facts. In the meantime, Jan and all the boys had already reached the barracks in the goblin lair. Lucan asked Yang to keep to one side, and Yang asked Haron to follow him. While Ian was fighting the goblin scouts, Lucan realized that it was time to begin his personal quest, for soon the priest would appear, and the quest would be nearing its end. Lucan saw the pattern of events so that while they would fight the mini-boss, the entire trio would stand behind Ian and then attack him in the back. Without having done anything yet, he dreamed that he would soon become the owner of an artifact worth tens of millions of won. Lucan thought Jan was stupid since he didn't realize anything and kept smiling, but it wasn't so, and Jan wasn't as stupid as he seemed to the leader. The young man warned Haron that the boss would be showing up soon, and she needed to be ready, for which the girl asked what was required of her. Ian waved towards the cave, pointing to a part of it that looked like a prison, and said that as soon as someone goes inside, the countdown to the boss will start, and when the boss appears, and it will happen in 5 seconds, the entrances and exits will be closed. The young man commanded Lu to go first, and Haron said that as soon as he gave the signal, she should run towards the exit. The goblins started to charge in and out of the cave, but the wolf took them on. Ian told Lucan to speed up, and he said it was fine. Lucan thought that Ian was still so clueless about anything, and that it was wonderful. At the same time, Ian saw that Lucan had taken the bait and was walking toward the gorge. The team stood waiting for the priest and the 2 berserkers to appear. Once again, Lu was told to go first, for he was the strongest of all those present. The wolf with the fiery mane headed toward the goal with confident steps. Ian watched Lu, waiting for things to finally begin. There was no long wait, and he grabbed Haron's arm almost immediately, and she realized it was time to run for the exit. The grate was coming down very quickly. Ian grabbed Haron and headed to run away from it. The rest of the team was trapped in a cage they had no chance to dodge. Lucan was shocked and asked the couple why they didn't go in and what they were doing, to which Ian replied that he wasn't that stupid and he had figured out the intruder's plan. Ian went on to say that he had realized about their plan from the beginning, that Lucan wanted to rob him and take the summoning artifact. Lucan pretended not to understand what it was about, and still could not understand how John could guess and conspiracy. The hero said goodbye to the trio, wished them luck, and said he had no more reason to play along with them. The conspirator got angry. He yelled that Jan and Haron couldn't escape anyway, and that there was no need to be so stupid. Lucan began to threaten Ian, saying that the way to freedom would not open until the players or the boss were defeated, and added that when they were done with the priest, he would find Ian, and he would not be happy. The young man thanked him for his honesty, and added that he would now be on his guard. Without thinking long, Ian gave Lu orders to gobble up the trio, and Lucan certainly wasn't expecting that. A fierce wolf with a blood-red mane rushed at Milan and dealt him a critical blow. Why the hell was Lucan screaming as he pressed himself against the bars while Lu continued to attack Milan? Lucan was angry and called Lu a fucking dog, but he had only himself to blame for the situation. Ian watched the fight and wondered if he should take pity on them and cancel the draft. But at that moment, the goblins showed up, and between them stood that very priest. And Lucan realized that he was in trouble and that Lu was not his only problem. The goblins' eyes were burning, ready for battle and eager to destroy anyone who dared to disturb them. Lucan was angry and shouted that he himself could destroy the priestess without anyone's help, and that Ian would be next on the kill list. Ian squatted down and said he was willing to wait for it all to happen. It was just a provocation, but Lucan was very angry, and the goblin boss was approaching. In sight stood 3 goblins. They were armed to the teeth and had a smirk on their faces. Milan was injured, but orders came in to focus on the boss and return to Jan's issue a little later, so the trio went on the offensive. Ian just sat in the cage watching them and hummed a song, which made the boys angry, and Lucan threatened him that he would come after him very soon. After these words, the young man sarcastically added even more that Lucan even has phrases like cliché villains. Haron was a little worried watching what was going on and asked Jan if everything was going to be okay. The hero smiled and told her that if she was worried she could help them to this phrase. Haron didn't know how to react. Milan, Falcon, and Lucan fought the goblins 3-on-3. It was only fair. The battle was very loud. The sounds of swords and axes broke the silence, and each of the participants was very much looking forward to the final battle. Lucan only had time to repel the goblin attacks with his shield. He struck blow after blow, but these goblins were very strong and repelled all the blows. While the goblin scouts were fighting, the boss was blazing fire, and gathering his strength and thoughts for the battle. Lucan ordered Milan to kill the priest before he could cast the spell. Milano obeyed the order and aimed his spear straight at the priest. "It's an item from that bag," Lucan thought, and his eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Haron activated the warrior barbarian's blessing, and the goblin's attack power increased by 35%. The two goblins stood waiting for the offensive command. They were so strong, they seemed indestructible. The girl activated the wind blessing and shocked Lucan. He became even more angry and called her crazy for her decision to buff monsters. The goblin's dexterity increased by 42% thanks to her. Haron asked Jan if it was enough, to which the hero replied that it was possible to treat them. Why not, the girl decided, and started to carry out the plan. All three conspirators began shouting with all their might for Haron to stop helping the goblins. But the girl wouldn't listen. The quest was failed. The goblins won this battle. The boss survived and Lucan raised the white flag. Back in Kylin, Haron was riding Lou and Ian was walking beside them, thinking that for a bunch of losers, the three PA cashers had quite a few good things going for them. The team was on their way to an auction house to sell their loot. Haron thanked the young man, saying that he was the only reason she had completed the quest. Ian replied that she deserved it, and the fact that they had also managed to get the necklace of the goblin priest was a great fortune. On the one hand, he was sorry to share such a large proceeds, but on the other, the hero had quite a few other items as it was, so it was fine. Ian did not expect Haron to enjoy the quest so much, but the trial was completed successfully, and it was worth it. With these thoughts, the young man encouraged. The moment of joy was short-lived, and we had to hurry to move on. The young man gave Lou's command to further head towards the auction house, and he continued to carry Haron with his head proudly raised. Finally making it to the auction house, the team got their gold. Hero was overjoyed because he thought that he sold the loot at a very good price, and received after deducting the auction commission of 660,000. While thinking about my profit, I found a rock in my pocket and remembered that it was a group of Texers throwing these. Decided not to throw it away. The stone was warm, and Ian wondered if it was meant to be used as a hot compress in winter. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by Haron, who came running in and said she had finished buying all the ingredients. Since everything was done, the team decided to go on with the quest. Back in town, the couple met Raphael. He was happy to see them and said he had heard a lot about them. The quest was completed, and the guys had contributed the most to it. Jan's level had increased to 34th level. It was an incredible experience for him, and the reward wasn't bad either. Haron was also very happy she had pumped up to level 46, and the young man was happy for his friend. Ian turned to Raphael and said he had something to tell him. The hero said that he had met a goblin priest in the camp. The young man showed the priest's necklace, and Raphael replied that it was incredible that Ian had defeated him. The hero's level increased to 35th, which he was extremely happy about. Raphael said that the vigilante team had been tracking the goblin priest every month, and that Ian had been very lucky to find him. Of course, Raphael doubted that it could have been just luck. Then he took out a certain bundle and held it out to Ian, saying that it was now rightfully his. The hero could not believe his happiness and could not believe his eyes. It was a recommendation for the Lucifel Empire's mercenary examination. With this recommendation, Ian was able to pass the mercenary exam, and Raphael told him to go to Mulan. The hero thanked the master for the recommendation, because it meant that Raphael had recognized a great talent in him. The young man said that he would definitely pass the exam. Raphael didn't spare Haron either. He gave her a similar recommendation and added that he wanted the team to continue fighting evil for the sake of peace in the kingdom of Lucifel. The girl asked Ian what she needed the bundle for. The hero replied that if Haron wanted to visit the mercenary guild in Mulan, she would be able to pass the mercenary exam thanks to this recommendation. There are 5 main continents in Kylin, but only 3 are available now, namely the one the heroes are on now, and more Culinary and Malika released recently. There are 2 major empires in Culinary. One is the Empire of Lucephalus, and Mulan is its capital, and it is named after the hero founder of the empire. Ian thought that he probably shouldn't go there until level 50, but Haron interrupted his thoughts with a question, wondering what the advantages of taking the mercenary exam were. Firstly, after successfully passing the exam, NPS will be more willing to assign different quests. Secondly, in the mercenary guild, every day there are new requests, and in addition, the rank of the mercenary will depend on combat skills, and this is very useful. Haron shared with John that she is going to dedicate herself to cooking for a while, and doesn't think she will need this recommendation anytime soon. The young man was surprised to hear about cooking, but his girlfriend said she just wanted to get busy pumping up her skills. Ian realized that cooking was Haron's top priority, and her culinary level was at the top of Kylin's. Remembering that Lou's characteristics had increased a lot thanks to the food prepared by Haron, the young man realized that this skill was very good. Studying the information on the forums, Ian remembered that he had never heard of this kind of pumping. This once again proved that the production class was underestimated. The young man thought for a long time, but still decided to ask how well Haron knew about cooking. Haron replied that it was no secret and that she had an advanced first level. To say that Ian was surprised is not to say anything, because he knew that, for example, for a blacksmith of the most popular level of craftsman, the highest level at the moment was the third level. Ian concluded that Haron was on the same level as the chef class, and that meant that the girl was definitely among the best players. He told her that she was amazing, because he had heard that it was very difficult to level up a craftsman. Haron smiled. She was a little embarrassed at the young man's words and told him that if he needed any more help, he could just text her, adding that she hoped he would keep his promise. The hero didn't say anything careless like he thought he would, and simply replied to her that of course he would. Ian stammered when he saw that Haron had sent him a friendship request. He replied that he would take him immediately. The girl was pleased. Her eyes shone with happiness, and she took out a present from behind her back and handed it to Ian and said it was for him. Embarrassed again, he took the box and asked what was in it, to which Haron replied that she had prepared it especially for him. When he opened the box, he saw a delicious steak that made him drool, and Ian thought he was right that the girl was an angel in the flesh. Seeing Jan's eyes light up, Haron felt joy and hoped that the hero would not think that this gesture meant that she felt something for him. Jan had been waiting for this for a long time and thanked her. The girl said it was nothing compared to what he had done. Then she said goodbye and added that they would see each other again next time. A happy Ian waved at her thoughts of the delicious steak, and Haron warmed him and made him smile. Seeing that there were about 5 hours left until bedtime, the hero decided that he could treat himself to dinner and would probably order fried chicken. Continuing on his way, Jan got on Lu's horse and she headed off on a new journey. Now, after all his victories, the young man is more confident and Lu is more loyal and stronger. There was little time left before sunset, and the team decided to speed up their run. Both were running at the speed of light. While running, Ian thought about the fact that the chicken delivery had been delayed, and thus much more time had been lost than he had expected. Finally, the young man saw the pier, and both realized they had arrived at the spot. Ian gave Lu's command to get to that ship's dock as quickly as possible. The hero remembered that he had been to these places before, but it was a long time ago. Ian needed to get to the island of the depths to summon an ice golem. They were so close now, and Lu was pushing as hard as he could toward the ship. The ship sailed, and Ian was a little disappointed to see it, but he didn't give up hope of making it in time and asked Lu not to give up. The people on the ship were shocked to see John rushing on a wolf that had already pushed off the pier and was flying towards the ship. It was very far away, and Jan had to jump on the canopy, pushing off his pet's back. During his flight, Yang managed to cancel the call in time to avoid Lu falling into the water. The jump was perfect, exactly on target, and Ian landed on the deck of the ship. When he landed, the young man was glad that he had gotten there well, and that now he was in the right place. The people around him were not very friendly, not understanding what he needed to be here since he had come all this way. In an attempt to smooth over the misunderstanding and make the team members feel at ease, Ian turned the topic to the weather and said how wonderful it was. The hero thought he could never get used to this ship, and the ship continued its slow and quiet journey. One of the team members approached Ian and asked if he was a summoner. The man seemed sinister. The whole team looked at the young man, waiting for his answer, and the situation seemed very grim to John. They didn't take their eyes off him. The hero answered in the affirmative and clarified who was interested in this. And then Ian realized that he and this group of people were the only ones on the ship. In response to the young man's question, the men said they had only asked who he was out of pure curiosity. Maybe they're PKshers. A thought popped into Ian's head and he felt a shiver run through his entire body. Suddenly, the people began to interrupt one another. One asked to summon Lu again. The second asked if he could pet him. The third asked how the summoner could summon such a cute little thing. Everyone was admiring Lu, and then Ian realized that he had jumped to conclusions about these people. But at first, he thought they were looking at him with such a devouring gaze. The young man decided it was a good time to ask where the group was headed. Pointing to the two girls, the man said that yes, they were headed to the island, and that he wanted to help these two sorceresses with the quest to obtain cold magic. The man asked if Jan was also going to the island for the quest. The young man confirmed it. Next came the question of whether there was a quest for summoners on the island, but one of the sorceresses stopped the man, saying that there was no need to be so annoying. He apologized and said he often crossed the line, to which Ian reassured him and said it was okay. The man told her that he was interested in the summoner class and that he had a friend, Lauren, who was also a summoner, and she was getting pretty fast. She told her friend that she had found a summoning egg. Ian hadn't heard of such an egg before, and he was curious to hear about it. She found it in a golden rat snake's nest, but it hadn't hatched yet. That's all Lonan told him. Ian knew that golden rat snakes appeared in hunting grounds for level 20, and figured Lauren hadn't reached level 30 yet. Still, he decided to look at this egg, and wanted to get his hands on the egg of the boss himself. The ship kept sailing, and the hero thought it was all interesting, but had to be on guard. Standing on the deck of the boat, Jan and Lou looked into the water and saw land, so they decided that it looked like they had arrived on a deserted island. The ship was surrounded by large icy icebergs. They were everywhere and were huge. Everyone except John was here for the first time, and the place seemed pretty creepy, not to mention the fact that it was very cold because the whole island was made of ice. Ian had been here before, but this place still impressed him despite the cold. Maybe I should have dressed warmer. That thought was uppermost in the hero's mind. Poor Lou was freezing too. Jan and the boys' paths diverged at this point, where they said goodbye and sweetly called Lou Fluffy. The hero wished them luck in their search. Next, Yang and Lou continued their journey alone. The cold was no longer so terrifying. Moving along the ice road, the team saw many ice golems moving towards them. After climbing up the ice mountain, Yang commanded Lou to stop because they had found a good place to hunt. On the one hand, it was necessary to get to work, but on the other hand, Ian decided that they needed to prepare. Remembering Haron's gift, the young man dipped his hand into his bag and pulled out the goodies. Lou's eyes lit up and drooled when he saw the meatball that Ian offered him. He greedily ate the meatball, and Lou's vitality was increased by 100 and dexterity by 20 for 40 minutes. At first, Ian thought that Haron's food only affected Lou's vitality, and he was pleased when he realized that the food also increased his agility. Without thinking long, the young man decided to try some of Haron's deliciousness as well. But the meatball was just a piece of raw meat and smelled just awful. Immediately, I realized why Haron said these balloons were just for Lou. Remembering the steak, Ian greedily took it out of the box and began to eat it with both cheeks. It was so tasty that it was like being in heaven. He hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. His vitality increased by 500, and his defense by 30 within an hour. The effect of the hero liked it very much. It was better than from meatballs, as well as in general from all cooking Haron only pluses. It was the first time Ian had consumed food cooked to modern standards, and as a result, all the characteristics were increased by 3. This figure shocked him. Opened the status window and saw that indeed all of his stats had actually increased by 3 and even class stats. After calculating the points, the young man concluded that the 7 characteristics had increased by 3, which was 21 points, equivalent to a 4-fold increase in level. Haron is really an amazing girl, thought Jan and smiled. But time was running out, and it was necessary to move on to form the icicles, as Ian called the ice golems. Meanwhile, in the Lucifer Empire, a trio of PKshers appeared in the city of Trombone. Appearing at the fountain, they attracted the close attention of locals passing by. Some thought they were beggars, but others guessed that the 3 had simply failed the quest, and as you know, all equipment and items are lost when heroes lose a quest. Lucan was very angry because they had lost everything and were left with nothing. They didn't have time to take off their gear, so everything was lost. Milan's red lizard armor and Halio Falcon's necklace were all gone. Remembering Yang and Haron, Lucan said that those two were definitely weak, and if the trio hadn't fallen into his trap, those two would have definitely died. Lucan's eyes lit up as he considered the advantage that Ian didn't know that he was in a powerful guild in the top 30. He was fiercely angry, and shouted that Ian would be in big trouble if he showed him the power of his guild. Then he threatened that he wouldn't let Ian set foot on Kylin. Meanwhile, Jan felt he needed a break because he had been farming for over 10 hours. He and Lou sat down on the ice bank. The young man thought he could still find some time for a snack and looked at Lou. He took another meatball out of his bag and held it out to his wolf, who saw the ball and drooled lightning fast. Good boy, Ian thought, and stroked Lou as he swallowed his treat. Lou was happy as an elephant, but Ian was happy too, pleasing his pet even though he ate it all in one go. The hero thought the meatball was too small for the big wolf and offered him more. But suddenly, Lou stopped Jan with his paw, and the young man realized that the wolf had had enough and that he had enough for now. The pet began to shake its head to show that it really didn't want the meatball. And then, Jan was very pleased because Lou cared and wanted to share the ball with his master, but Jan said that the meatballs were only for Lou and that there was something for him too. Ian paused and decided to look at the characteristics of the golems he and Lou had caught hunting today. Both golems were level 37, and although their characteristics were better than ordinary golems, Ian wanted something better. It was decided to find another pet that could at least evolve. Ian decided to keep looking. He wanted to find something good before he left, to make up for all the time he and Lou had spent here. The huge ice golems continued to climb the ice mountain, dropping ice stones at the foot. Watching from the side, Ian tried to assess all the golems approaching them, and then he saw among all the others a golem seemingly quite ordinary, but which had a golden name. The hero decided to capture it. He thought that luck was on his side today, because the ice monster was found so quickly. Only Ian was about to command Lou to go into battle and attack the golem as he saw this. A small ice turtle crawled out from behind a rock and headed in the opposite direction of the heroes. Ian had no idea what it was, so for the first minute he just watched the creature. Requesting an evaluation, the young man saw that it was a level 30 abyss tortoise, and that it was a unique type. Looking at the appearance of the big-headed turtle once more, Jan pretended that it was most likely useless in battle. But curiosity won. The hero decided to catch a unique and unknown to him monster, and that it is not necessary to miss such a chance. Getting closer to the turtle, Ian thought that the beast was quite cute, and that it could probably die from a single blow. The thought of whether the big head could fit through the shell did not leave the hero. As soon as the staff touched the shell, the beast's head disappeared into it. That was the answer to the question, Ian thought, and was very surprised. The hero thought that everything was so simple and decided to immediately apply the turtle's capture. But much to my surprise and regret, the capture failed at the first or subsequent times. This was the first time such a misfire had occurred, and the reasons were unclear to Ian. Decided that the abyss turtle was worth a little bit of selling, so I started. Ian attacked the beast and did 1 damage. He decided that the attack was very weak and repeated it again, but the result was exactly the same. He stopped and wondered what the hell had happened because Ian had swung pretty hard but had only done 1 damage. It was time for Lu, and Yang ordered the wolf to bite the turtle. Lu executed the order immediately, but also only 1 damage was done. The wolf's teeth were broken, and the young man wondered what defense rating this little beast had. Both continued to stare at the shell, wondering what to do to capture next. Ian's eyes lit up, which meant he had an idea. Taking 1 meatball out of his bag, which Lu Yan refused to give up, he decided to try to bait the turtle with food. It was great the plan worked, and the turtle's head showed out of its shell. The young man baited the animal with a meatball and waited for it to come closer to eat it. Finally, the turtle came closer to the balloon and wanted to eat it right away, opening his mouth. Ian was not confused and quickly moved his hand with the treat away from the beast's mouth. Started teasing the turtle, saying that if she went with him, he could feed her even more delicious food. I had to get more meatballs, even though I thought it bothered him a little. The hero offered the turtle a deal, that as soon as they made a contract, he would immediately give her the 3 balls. I tried it and immediately captured the abyss turtle. It was not as easy a task as it seemed at first. Ian exhaled and thought it would be easier to charm a celebrity than this big-headed turtle. Ian's wonderful surprise to see that a small turtle can evolve. It turned out that the abyss turtle was a level 30 turtle capable of absorbing all water-type attacks. It appeared once every 100 years and lived at the bottom of the bottomless ocean. Ian couldn't help but be pleased, for it was a great fortune to meet such a rare creature here. I was also surprised by the fact that the turtle's innate ability multiplies the defense 5 times, which is comparable to the defense of a 100 times level monster, because even Lu's fangs couldn't scratch this tough shell. Now it was clear why Ian couldn't sell the turtle. The hero decided to test the new pet's potential and was shocked to find that its agility was in trouble. The potential of the abyss tortoise was 0, and the proximity of 10, and Ian realized that equal sign something didn't equal sign T add up. The only hope left was that the rank of the turtle was unique, and that this creature could have evolved, because there was no telling what it might become after evolution. Without thinking long, Ian decided to summon the abyss turtle for the first time. By summoning the abyss turtle for the first time, the hero could give his new pet a name. Jan looked at this cute little turtle with a big head for a long time and didn't know what name to give it. Decided that the pet would be called Puk-Puk from today and was amused by the name. Puk-Puk got angry and seemed to even growl a bit. He didn't like his new name. Not understanding why the turtle didn't like that name, Ian got angry. Both the owner and the pet were very angry, and Jan decided that he had chosen the most appropriate name, and now the pet would definitely be called Puk-Puk, whether he liked it or not. We needed to pack up to continue on our journey to continue searching for ice golems. The hero decisively gave Lu's command that it was time for them to pack up for the hunt. Immediately, the ice golem with the golden name was caught. Lu rushed towards it with lightning speed. Hitting the ground, golem was very crushing. Ice stones flew off the ground under the monster's fists. But Lu wasn't lagging behind either. He was fierce and fearsome and attacked non-stop. Blow after blow, but the golem felt like a rock because it really was strong. Ian praised Lu for a good job and asked him not to stop the wolf weakening the monster time after time. Watching the fight, the hero thought something was wrong. And then Ian realized that the golem was trying to use the ice wave skill and shouted to Lu to dodge. In the moments of impact, it seemed that no one could escape the huge ice golem. But Lu wasn't so simple. He was agile and fast and managed to leap aside. Ian was a very experienced player and knew that right now, after using such a powerful skill, the ice golem would be idling and recovering its strength. After thinking about it, Ian decided that now was his chance and jumped off the cliff right onto the monster. Finding himself very close to the golem, the hero struck it with great force. The golem was hit and damaged because it was weakened. When he saw this, he realized that his plan was working and that it was worth continuing. Ian was very pleased with himself. The hero was good and deft with his staff and once again delivered a very powerful blow to the golem's body. The monster was very weak because the blow came to the head, and the team stood back and finally saw the vulnerability. This was the moment Jan thought and told Lu to immediately attack the ice golem. Meanwhile, the young man, without wasting a moment, decided to make a grab. The ice golem was captured the first time. Ian looked at his prey and thought about how hard it was to find a pet he liked. While studying the characteristics of the golem, Ian decided to call it Biggie because it was so big. It had a potential of 75, and most importantly, it had the ability to evolve. All preparations were completed, and the team moved on. The young man thought that it was necessary to increase the pace of pumping because 2 days had been spent on the search for the golem, and everyone immediately headed for the snowy mountains of Krupia. Meanwhile, in Duke Trapen's castle, Haron continued to pump up her skills. She was engaged in her favorite pastime of cooking in the large and spacious kitchen. The girl's favorite occupation brought her a lot of pleasure. She was very happy with each of her small victories. This time, she managed to make a gorgeous lobster cream soup, and she was happy because it was the first time she cooked such a luxurious meal. Haron thought that with a little more practice, she would be able to cook a dish worth over 10,000 gold. After admiring the beautiful dish, the girl decided that now she deserved a little rest. She was warmed by the thought that she was progressing much faster right here in the kitchen of the Duke's castle. After resting a bit, Haron remembered about Jan and thought about how he was and how he was doing now. Decided that she needed to write to him, and she did so, adding that she had been cooking a lot at the castle and that she had only just been able to finish and write. The girl expected a pleasant conversation and was a little upset when Ian interrupted her story and said he needed her help. The young man continued that he would tell her everything when he stopped by her place and hoped to eat something delicious. Haron was happy because she had prepared so many things. Jan wrote that he was looking forward to seeing them. She was at first concerned about the excess food and that she had cooked so much, and it was great that Jan wrote just now. Haron found herself thinking that she wanted to meet him sooner, but not because she wanted to see him. The thought frightened her because it didn't seem like it. Meanwhile, John, in the real world as usual, was sitting at the computer and exploring the vastness of the internet looking for any useful information. Stumbled upon Hot News, saw a video that added new information about the draftees. That was the good news section. There was a fox on the news that attracted a lot of people to the hills of Olympus. Her name was Coco. The presenter asked what makes this fox with such a beautiful name different from other foxes. Mistress Coco replied her fox has an item in her personal info box as an evolutionary ability. Ian was furious, not realizing how information about evolution had managed to become so well known. It was only a matter of time, and he actually calmed down and was glad that all the other players took longer than he thought they would. The young man assumed that a great number of people had already changed their class to summoner, and so it was natural that there would be people who had tamed a monster capable of evolving. Ian was sure that there was no one better than Lou and that it would be difficult to develop pets without training skills. Then I came across some more information and decided to familiarize myself with it as well. The video was about the first tamed monster of a unique class. Ian was not interested in this news because he had caught this bear much earlier. The hero concluded that if the players tamed the bear at level 23, they barely managed to do it with the help of the guild or friends. Ian decided that he had overstayed his welcome and wanted to get to know the mysterious Puck better, and it was decided to study him immediately. Meeting Jan in the town square, Haron handed him a huge sack. It was very heavy, and Ian asked what he owed in return since there was so much here, but Haron replied that it was nothing compared to how much Ian had helped her with the class quest that resulted in her getting that necklace. So it was the least a girl could do for him. After examining the gift, the young man came to the conclusion that many of the dishes in the bag looked very expensive. He was very grateful to Haron and didn't know how to thank her enough. The girl was not confused and decided to ask the hero to fulfill her 2 requests. Ian agreed. Haron asked that if he was ever going to hunt in the northern region, could he gather these ingredients, and held out the note in his hand to Ian. That was the first request. When she began to talk about the second girl, she became embarrassed and stopped talking. The boy wondered what she was going to ask him now. Listening to Haron, Yang hoped her requests wouldn't slow his pumping. She finally voiced a request and asked the hero to help her with her study assignment. Jan was a little shocked. Haron continued that Carvin mentioned that Yang attends Core University. He added that he is a freshman, and then the young man guessed that the girl wanted to ask for something out of the game. Haron admitted that she is actually a second-year hotel culinary arts student at the university as well. Ian thought about it and realized that since it turns out that he and Haron study at the same university, the girl is a senpai for him. She continued and said that since John liked to taste delicious dishes, she wanted him to taste the dishes she had prepared and help him choose the best among them. Haron wanted to make her own perfect recipe for the school. The hero decided to clarify if he was correct that he should just try her cooking and leave a review. The girl saw Jan's embarrassment and replied that that was exactly what she wanted to ask him and that she couldn't do without him. Of course, the hero couldn't refuse and made her his promise. He didn't understand why Haron had asked him to be the one to help her, but she must have friends who were willing to help her. Remembering her behavior during the mission and considering Haron's unusualness, it didn't seem so strange anymore. Ian let go of these thoughts and realized that he needed to focus on preparation now. This time the quest would be quite dangerous, and there wasn't much information about it. Ian needed to get the best equipment he could get. There were a lot of options, and eyes were scattered. Something Hero was ready to buy immediately, and something immediately marked aside. After many minutes of choosing, he was almost done selecting everything he needed, and the most important thing left was the weapon. He wondered if there was a bow, something similar from Mother Nature's set of items, but as he thought that with his level, there was no way to buy a high-level bow yet. There were no bows with enchantments to enhance the familiars, so Ian tried to broaden the search criteria. Something interesting, thought Ian, saw the steel gloves of an ancient summoner. At first, the hero did not understand what it is, and whether it is even an ability, so unequivocally decided that it should be taken. Ian returned to hunt with Lou and Biggie on the ice island. The hero clearly gave instructions to everyone himself. He decided to attack the monster from the front. Lou was to attack from behind, and Biggie gave the command to set up an ice wave. The monster was strong and huge. He was even taller and more powerful than Biggie, so Ian was quite unnoticeable against his background. But thanks to the ice wave, the team had advantages and the enemy suffered damage. Ian activated a vulnerability search to reveal the monster's greatest weakness. Finally, it was time to try out a new item in the case of the ancient summoner's gloves for 900,000 gold. Ian was pleased and trusted their power. Approaching the monster, Ian began to look for its vulnerabilities, and after scanning it, even found a few spots. Without thinking long, the hero immediately struck one of them with his miracle gloves. They were light and very strong, and with them, Ian felt as if he had superpowers. He really felt like a hero now. Ian was very pleased with the performance of the gloves. The game was worth the effort, and he had no regrets about buying them at a premium price. While studying the characteristics of the gloves, the young man was particularly interested in the ability to activate the random innate ability of tamed beasts. And now he wondered if the gloves would be able to enhance Puck. Ian thought that if this ability was activated, then suddenly he too could increase his defense by 5 times. But of course, the young man realized that it was a joke because it required a physical condition. Instead, it was decided to try out the new skills obtained after reaching the 30th level. The hero wanted to destroy and defeat the ice troll as soon as possible. Ian let Biggie fight against the troll and applied the spatial distortion option. Even so, the ice troll struck the ice golem hard and Biggie took 1,375 damage. But Biggie didn't stay away and struck back just as hard. The distortion was beginning to work, Ian thought. Ian watched the battle and thought that if even powerful monsters like the golem receive over 1,000 damage from a single strike, then these level 60 trolls were really very strong. The hero decided to kill the troll before it recovered from the blow. He found another vulnerability and hit it there. Ian managed to deal critical damage to the ice troll and it lost 596 units. I didn't understand what happened, but immediately activated the path ability with the ancient summoner's steel gauntlets. Yang also decided to borrow Lu's curfless ability. Ian's eyes were burning. He was filled with anger and power and was ready to attack the enemy. The young man felt himself become more agile and stronger inside. His attack and agility increased by 30, and his defense decreased by 30%. DFAB had lowered Ian's defenses, and he feared that being in such a state, the troll would finish him off with a single blow. It was good to remember that monsters with long attack animations had a gap after each hit and just had to find the right moment to attack. It was a good thing he remembered that monsters with long attack animations had a gap after each strike and just had to find the right moment to attack. The hero's attack power increased for 5 seconds, and so he struck again. The gloves were cool, and now that has been proven to be true. The ice troll endured blow after blow, and at one point simply stopped resisting. And so, after another blow, the troll fell dead to the ground. Jan defeated him and gained 1,060 units of experience. A blizzard had started, and in one of the caves on the island, a fire was burning, and a group of people were warming themselves by the fire. One of the men was telling the others that they had to cordon off the area because there was a chance that they could run into ice golems whose levels were over 100. The northern region is quite dangerous, but still a group of people decided that going on this expedition was a great idea because now their guild has a base. But one had to face the truth. The guild had chosen this area as a base only because there was no more free land left in the southern region. It was now important to protect this base. The team decided that they would do their best, and for the next 3 months of the peace period, they should use all their strength and develop this base. At the end of the expedition, the guild decided to hold meetings. Now it was decided to hunt only in their own region. The guild leader reported that out of all the members of the group, only one person was unable to farm in this place. And that was, of course, Ian. Ian needed to continue training in the southern region, and he is now most likely in the northern region. A guildmaster said that not too long ago, Ian had asked him to share information about the northern region and said he was going to hunt the snowy mountains of Krupia. The chief was shocked and wondered what level Ian was at now, but everyone thought that it would be in the best interest of the guild if he were to level up very quickly. The professor had no idea how Ian managed all this. Meanwhile, Jan hunting in the mountains told Lou that they swing too slowly. Farming really slowed down, because now the experience had to be divided into 4 people. But the plus side was that all the pets finally passed the 40th level. But Ian truly believed that Biggie's potential would soon reach 100. Looking at the information on the ice golem, the young man was surprised that the potential had already reached 100, but for some reason, Biggie still hadn't evolved. Ian used to think that the main condition for evolution was 100 potential, but there must have been something else. But it was unlikely that it was a level, because Lou had first evolved at the 20th level. The young man continued to ponder and thought that probably the level requirements were different for each monster, but that wasn't something he could deal with right now. The hero decided that right now it was time to put his training skills to use on Puk Puk. But looking around, Ian noticed that Puk Puk was missing again, but he shouldn't have worried, because if something happened to the turtle, a system message would pop up. Finally found him and came closer to see that Puk Puk was eating something. Scanned for information on what his turtle ate. Turns out it was mandrake. Puk Puk's potential increased 10-fold and all his characteristics 5-fold. Ian was angry because this mandrake should have been eaten by him and not by a useless turtle. Mandrake is a rare medicinal material that increases all stats by 5. At first, John was upset, but then he decided that nothing could be changed and agreed with Tuk Tut that if he found something similar, he would give it to the owner in exchange for a meatball. The turtle turned around abruptly and headed in the opposite direction of John. The young man asked where he was going and headed after him. All 4 were very surprised when they saw a door with bars in the rock. Ian's eyes lit up. Could this be exactly what he was thinking and looking for? Yes, it was a hidden dungeon and our hero found it first. That pleased him immensely. Ian was thrilled to be the first to discover the hidden dungeon, and he realized that the long journey to the northern region was worth it. The chance of dropping items in the dungeon was doubled for 5 days. The hero was offered to register a new dungeon from which his fame would be increased by 500. But John decided that he would not do it because all the other players would run here, and he does not want to share with someone a double chance of dropping items. Looking at Puk Puk, the young man said that finally he was of some use. It was decided not to delay and start exploring the new dungeon. Opening the door, Ian immediately saw the gloomy room in the fog was quite creepy and even scary. But after looking around, the heroes decided that the dungeon is quite ordinary without any pitfalls. After all, he knew that complicated dungeons are full of dangerous traps and secret ambushes, and so far, all of this has not been observed. But then John felt that he became somehow unwell in this place. He did not understand why it was all, and even thought that he felt a ghost. A dragon ran out towards the team, shattering the wall, and the hero realized it was an ambush. Seeing other monsters through the fog, thought that there were many of them, and even for a moment was frightened. Only 2 monsters appeared. The young man was the first to command Biggie to set up an ice wave, and the ice golem rushed at the monster. Biggie struck hard, and the ghost dragon lost 235 health, and its speed was reduced by 30% within 10 seconds. The monster was extremely displeased and angry, and the ice golem was good, and Ian praised it, feeling its power. The dragon, sensing his vulnerability, decided to waste no time and rushed to attack Biggie again. Ian resented it. He was confused as to what he should do now, since Lou couldn't use Berserk's ability yet. Then the hero decided that he needed to buy time, and that's the main thing now, and for that he ordered Lou to attack the left dragon. Ian himself activated the ability of the Puta with the steel gauntlets of an ancient summoner. The activation was successful, and Ian realized how lucky he was now. The young man decided to enhance the power of the gloves and borrowed the Ice Wave ability from Billy's pet. Immediately, he wanted to put his power to the test. The ghost dragon had lost 635 units of health. The team decided to deal together with the wounded dragon and attack it at the same time. Yang shouted to Lou to slow down a bit. And so Yang, Biggie, and Lou surrounded the horned monster and waited for the moment to attack. At this very moment, the hero thought that these monsters are of the offensive type, and although they have powerful attacks, their defense and survivability are lame. The young man came up with a plan to deal with each monster individually, and he needed to do it as fast as he could. Lou had done 1 dragon damage, and now both of them, due to their offensive nature, threw themselves together at the team. The monster seemed the strongest now, and Yang ordered Lou to dodge the blows. But Lou was determined. He simultaneously attacked, but did so with great caution. It's not so simple, Ian thought, although earlier he thought that he would deal with the dragons very quickly. He realized that if things continued like this, he and his team would be stuck in this place for a long time. So it was time for a change in attack strategy, and Ian was thinking things through. At that moment, he was distracted by Puk Puk's snoring, and Ian looked angrily at the turtle resting off to the side. The hero ordered Puk Puk to stop playing around and raise his damn shell and distract the dragon on himself. Gathering all her strength, the little turtle stomped her foot and walked forward with a stern look of determination. Could he really do it? The young man thought. Ian was filled with pride, but the little hero didn't stop and continued to go on the offensive. At this moment, Jan was really very proud of his turtle. Finding himself very close to the dragons and being between them, Puk Puk didn't know what fear meant. The turtle hid in its shell exactly a second before the two dragons struck together. Little Puk Puk took critical damage from the double strike of the huge monsters. Ian watched the biters from the side and was slightly surprised to see that the turtle had taken 1 damage. Encouraged, the hero was very happy that Puk Puk had done well. It was a great job, and the turtle's defense was really very astounding. Now Ian was sure that what they could do was that they could defeat the dragons. The whole team together decided to attack the ghost dragon, and the young man, with the confidence of victory, ran the very first. As they approached the dragon once again, Jan and his pets saw the light around it and stopped abruptly. The dragons fell from the numerous attacks of our heroes. There was no limit to the joy. The young man was happy that they had done it, and now they could breathe easy. All the way to the lower level, and Ian felt that the atmosphere here was completely different. Seeing the bright light, the hero thought it was a magic summoning circle, and that the dungeon boss was about to sleep. We had to be on guard, and Ian shouted for the whole team to be ready to attack. The young man was a little confused when he saw a seemingly ordinary old man in the circle of light. The old man glowed so brightly that it was impossible to see him in detail, but the hero saw a cane hat and glasses. The ghost of an elderly old man, thought our hero. The light cleared, and the old man approached Ian, asking if he was the summoner. The young man did not understand why he had asked such a question, and was confused without answering. Ian hoped that the old man wouldn't turn out to be a monster, and decided to communicate with him politely due to his age. So he simply asked who the old man was. The old man looked at the young man and said that Ian was the first to defy Oakley's test, and that being a summoner was straight fate. Ian had no idea what it was all about, so he just watched and waited for the continuation. But notwithstanding the lingering silence, the hero asked Oakley if that was the old man's name. To which the man, thinking briefly and adjusting his hat, replied that yes, that was his name. Then Ian decided to ask what Mr. Oakley was doing here in this dungeon. The expression on the old man's face became puzzled, and he said he couldn't answer that question now. But adding that if Ian and his team pass his test, then Oakley will tell him all the secrets. On the one hand, Jan was ready to agree at once. But on the other hand, he didn't understand what the catch was, so he just stood there and looked at the old man. Taking out his staff and forming a fireball with it, the heroes looked at the old man and realized that something was about to happen. Ian was dumbfounded. He clearly realized that here they were. The pitfalls of the dungeon were beginning. Oakley was summoning someone, and judging from his speech, it was a chaos dragon. The chaos dragon marveled at the hero he had never heard of before. Behind the heroes formed a large fire array, and from it appeared a huge dragon that was very scary. Its size was staggering in its majesty. It was terrifying and seemed invincible. When the fog descended, Ian could see it was a level 75 chaos dragon. Ian was very surprised that the dragon appeared to be of such a high level. Looking into the dragon's eyes, the hero concluded that not only was his level high, but his size was twice as big as the ghostly dragon on the first floor. Ian thought that the old man was just mocking him because the dragon had a 75th heroic level, and the levels of all the hero's familiars were around the 40th. And now, there was a question how to defeat this monster. But Ian was ready, but he decided that he would call off all the pets if their health during the battle reached a critical level. The young man felt a shiver all over his body as it turned out his body was groaning in fear of the chaos dragon. Ian was determined that even if he died, he would take this huge monster with him. All of his characteristics were reduced by 5% due to fear. Old Man Oakley gave the order for the chaos dragon to attack this man and pointed his staff at Jan. It was getting hotter and hotter, and the fire from the dragon's mouth was blazing more and more. Ian was scared that this monster could use fire-breathing technique, and so shouted to all his pets to scatter. The chaos dragon didn't stop and released one fire jet after another. Lou and Biggie scattered to the sides, and Yang took the brunt of the blow with his Puk Puk. The hero stood his ground but was close to losing and couldn't believe that even Puk Puk with his insane defense had lost a third of his health. Ian concluded that if the chaos dragon was the same type as the ghost dragons, then its defense and survivability should also be low. The hero instructed Biggie to use the Ice Wave ability. Lou, meanwhile, should attack from the flank and use the Berserk ability. Ian decided that there was no way he would give up until he reached his limit, and began scanning the Chaos Dragon's vulnerabilities. The dragon, in addition to its fire breath, began to take advantage of its size and use its huge tail to crash. Warned all his pets to dodge such blows as well. Next, it was decided, along with Biggie, to strike the dragon together. The Chaos Dragon saw the couple approaching and waved its tail with all its might. The ice golem did not have time to dodge the dragon's tail and was hit by the strongest blow. As a result of this strike, Biggie's pet took critical damage. Looking at the information on this, Ian saw that Biggie had lost 4,782 health points. This was too strong and crushing a blow even for a level 70th boss, thought Jan. The young man summoned the ice golem and asked it to return to the battle. Ian wanted to figure out what to do next, and he pondered while Pukpuk sat at his back. The young man looked at the dragon and saw Lu fighting him to the death. The wolf was able to give the Chaos Dragon a critical strike, and the dragon lost 1,776 health. Lu's attack was boosted for 5 seconds to deal a critical hit. Ian watched and thought that Lu had done well and that the wolf had found this dragon's Achilles heel and needed to keep attacking non-stop. Lu attacked again and again, and the Chaos Dragon lost its health time after time. The monster growled and raged, but in these moments he himself knew he was very vulnerable. The dragon had lost a lot of health, and it seemed that his movements were no longer as fast as they had been at first. Fending off Lu's attacks, the Chaos Dragon crouched down on the ground and swung its tail with all its might. Ian screamed when he saw that Lu was about to get hurt and rushed to his aid. The hero screamed and decided to use the spatial distortion ability. The fight continued, and now the Chaos Dragon was even angrier and more furious. Ian grabbed Pukpuk and lunged at the dragon using the turtle as a shield. Poor little Pukpuk took the entire blow of the Chaos Dragon on himself, protecting his master. The hero realized that the turtle of the abyss was helping him a lot, and it was important to him that her defenses were up to par. Pukpuk lost 118 health after being hit. Ian was angry because that damned dragon was taking a critical hit every time it attacked, but the turtle's defense was unbelievable because he didn't lose many units of health after being hit hardest. The dragon was attacking again, and the hero wanted Lu to tear it to pieces. And this time the wolf showed himself with a great side. He inflicted critical damage to the Chaos Dragon, and he lost 2,576 units of health. Ian realized that the dragon was still very strong because even after the critical damage, it still had more than half of its HP. Thinking about further actions, the young man was a little distracted and noticed that he did not have time to dodge a strong blow from the tail of the Chaos Dragon. With a swipe of his tail, Janna was flung aside at high speed and he hit the wall. I tried to cover myself with the turtle and soften the blow of the monster and my fall. As a result, the hero will lose 521 health points. The thought came into the young man's mind that he didn't want to die, but whether he could defeat it was a question. After all, a 70th level heroic monster is really very strong. It was impossible to stop now, because if Ian finished the fight, he would lose his precious experience and get a restriction on access for 24 hours, which was too much. He decided that if he couldn't win, he should at least save Lu, because he couldn't lose this precious pet. Yang started looking for Lu to call him off as soon as possible. In the meantime, Lu fought as hard as he could. The wolf was very agile and could dodge the Chaos Dragon many times. Finally saw his pet fighting against the monster. Lu's pet dealt critical damage to the Chaos Dragon, and the damage was increased by 36% by attacking the wounded area of the enemy. And then Yang realized that if he attacked the dragon on the wounded area, it would cause additional damage. The hero ordered Lu to keep attacking the enemy's weak spot. The young man kept thinking about the fact that it was unlikely that the other players were aware of such a moment, but in any case, it was decided to stop thinking and focus on more important things. The dragon's weak point right now was the wounded neck area, and Lu aimed his attack specifically at it. The Chaos Dragon's name flashed after the blow, which meant that it had less than half of its HP left. Ian thought that maybe this was his chance, or maybe not, because after so many attacks and direct hits, he only managed to take down half of the Chaos Dragon. The monster roared very loudly, either in pain or anger. Fucking monster, Ian thought. The hero decided to concentrate and soberly assess the situation, whether he can even gain the upper hand, or whether all his attempts are futile. Ian made the decision to further fight on his own. His pets had done so much already and were worthy of praise. The young man immediately canceled Lu's draft and said he was great. Ian knew that he didn't have time to recover his stamina with first aid, so if he got tired when the battle dragged on, he realized that he couldn't continue to dodge the dragon's attacks and couldn't rely on Lu alone. That's why I made the choice to minimize my losses. The dragon, seeing that the young man was left almost unprotected, headed in his direction. That's what Ian wanted. Standing up on its 2 hind legs, the monster showed all of its power and seemed even taller. But this time, Yang and Pukpuk were somehow not afraid of it as much as before. The young man calmed himself down, because even if he lost, it would only be a loss of level and a 24-hour restriction on entry to the game. The Chaos Dragon was approaching and was very close to Ian, but the young man stood as if he was dumbfounded and wasn't even going to dodge to the side. Unbelievably, thought the old man, raised his staff and said that this is quite enough. He canceled the summoning of the Chaos Dragon, and Ian remained standing in the same place and watched. The mission was completed, and Jan immediately gained level 69 and 133,769 experience. To say that the hero was in shock is not to say anything, and although he did not fully understand what happened, but he cleaned the dungeon of chaos. He finally realized that the old man was behind everything, and the hero realized that he was not destined to defeat the chaos dragon in this dungeon. It was about something else. Ian sat down to rest and still tried to figure out what it was all about after all. It couldn't be that simple. Old man Oakley came up to the young man and said that it was truly incredible because Yang was very good at fighting the chaos dragon. But the hero replied with annoyance in his voice that there was nothing incredible about it because he had lost the battle. The old man in turn said that it was a call that could not be defeated and that Yang passed the test with dignity. Ian thought Oakley was making a fool of him by making him take this test, but the old man asked again about the hero's name. Jinsung answered the character, but added that it was more accurate to Yang because the old man was interested in the character's name. Then what Oakley said confused Jan so much that he was speechless. The old man asked if Jan wanted to be his apprentice. The hero has been offered a new class. Oakley was deeply impressed with the summoning skills, and he wishes for Ian to follow in the footsteps of the dragon tamer. The young man was surprised and wanted to find out more information about this class right away. The tamer class was hidden, and this intrigue was to our hero's liking. Ian couldn't believe his eyes and thought that this offer was too good to be true. He never thought he could get something like this. The old man asked if the young man wanted to become the successor of the legendary dragon tamer. It sounded so intimidating, and Ian wondered what was better, a taming master or a dragon tamer. The character, even at the very beginning of the game, easily unlocked the taming wizard class. Unlocking the dragon tamer class, on the other hand, was not an easy task. After some more thought, Ian decided that he agreed and was ready to change class to dragon tamer. Oakley was happy with the hero's decision and said that he wouldn't regret it and that the dragon tamer was just a great class. The old man raised his staff and blessed the new dragon tamer. But something went wrong during the ceremony, and Ian wondered why. Oakley couldn't understand what had happened either, because it was impossible for everything to go wrong. Ian was angry when he saw the message that he couldn't change his class to dragon tamer because it was impossible to change to a lower class. The old man sighed and said that he understood, because Ian was already on the path of a tamer. He continued that he knew the young man wasn't an ordinary tamer because of his blood-red wolf familiar, but he didn't think Yang was a master tamer. Ian realized that a taming master actually had a higher rank than a dragon tamer, and that his Lu was special, so he needed to gather more useful information. Oakley looked at the young man and assumed Lu was the wolf's name. He said that Lu was definitely a blood-red wolf of rare level, and his strength was higher than other individuals, but that was only possible if the tamer had an unusual approach. Ian thought over the old man's words, and that it was impressive that he was able to accurately determine Lu's level and status, so it was not for nothing that Oakley is a legendary dragon tamer. The hero asked why the old man had waited so long for the challenger, and Oakley replied that he had almost forgotten the most important thing as he was distracted by the peculiarity of Ian's class. The young man rejoiced because he knew that there must be a reward for passing such a difficult test. The hero almost left empty-handed because of this old man, but Oakley told Ian to follow him. Meanwhile, Hen fought the ice golem to the north in the ice. He tackled him in battle and exhaled that it had finally worked out. One of the guilds said that the minimum requirements had been met, and they could now move on to the village. Hen added that they had reached an area of 1,000 units. Lotus Base has been updated to Lotus Village. The chief of the Lotus Village is automatically appointed by the guildmaster. The guys started making fun of the village head for looking very young. Clovan Hen has the highest fame despite his appearance. He said that this was the upgrade to the guild base that everyone had been dreaming of for so long. For a moment, Hen stopped and wondered if everything was all right with Jin Sun, that is, with Yang. 10 hours of sleep in 5 days made Ian want to sleep. Even in the game, his mind clouded and his eyes bled. The hero stood watching Lu fight the dragon and didn't understand why he had agreed to all of this. To be honest, Ian was even beginning to regret the decision. Jan inquired of the wise Oakley if this was a forced mission. The old man confirmed that those who passed the test could receive a reward along with a mission that could not be abandoned. Young had no choice but to realize that the risk was too great. If the young man lost or refused the task after accepting it, he would lose reputation units. Of course, the decision was very difficult, but there was nowhere to go, and Ian asked if Oakley could say in advance what the quest would be, but the old man said that it was impossible until Ian made a decision. It was decided to agree since the hero could not refuse under any circumstances. With a confident look in his eyes, he gave his assent and said he was accepting the quest. The old man replied with a wry smile that he was sure the young man would agree and that he would accept his offer. The quest was called Traces of a Forgotten Ancient Monster. The essence of it was that Oakley had locked himself underground in the snowy mountain Krupia more than 1,000 years ago, and it was necessary to take away the soul stone of the divine dragon and find a spatial mage. The quest was difficult, and I wondered if it was too much since he hadn't even reached level 50. During the quest, Ian could not gather a group, which meant that he could not do anything in a group until he completed the task. It's impossible to do it alone, but if the hero gets stronger and more powerful, it will be possible. The old man looked at the puzzled Ian, rubbing his beard and thinking what to say. Then he held out his hand to Ian with a holy stone in it. It was the stone of the divine dragon's soul. The young man asked what it was, and Oakley began his story. He said that he was actually a summoner who had lived 1,000 years ago. Ian said that only dragon tamers can restore Karsay's soul stone, but the old man said that this is not true, and only the innate skills of a dragon tamer will allow Karsay to be reborn as a new battle dragon. The young man was a little confused because since Oakley is a legendary dragon tamer, why can't he do it himself? The old man replied that he was sealed, and for this reason, he couldn't use his abilities to accomplish the task. A familiar with the title Divine Dragon would be very powerful, and it is indeed a loss. But at the same time, it means that the Taming Master class would be even more impressive. The old man added that if Ian gave this soul stone to the spatial mage anyway, he would find a way to bring back the battle dragon in some other way. After saying that, Oakley handed the feather to Ian and said that this was his reward. It was a dragon tamer feather jewelry, an artifact left behind by the leader of the dragon tamers. The hero had to find a spatial mage to break the seal on the artifact, and only then would Ian see the true power of the feather. Ian was pleasantly surprised and decided that he would find this spatial mage at any cost. It sounded so cool, and maybe this feather was useless now, but that would change because he would still have to do the quest. The old man will continue that to find the spatial magician, one must go to the eastern part of the southern continent. There, one must find a spatial magic tower. Now Oakley had no more regrets and could rest in peace. Disappearing, the old man shouted to Ian that he needed to resurrect the divine dragons in this world. Looking at the soul stone once more, Ian felt that he had taken a truly incredible quest. The hero was willing to bet that the difficulty of this quest is really higher than rank B, and in addition there is a side quest related to the spatial mage and the stone. Holding the quill in his hand, Ian flamed in anticipation. I remembered the old man's words that a feather is a sealed object and decided to check it out. After opening the information about it, Ian was very surprised to see that it was a legendary class. The feather had stunning innate abilities that made the item simply incredible. Ian was impressed because the pen was tied to his account, and the increase in performance alone was astounding. The pen is unparalleled, but the only thing left to do is to unseal it. The sealing parts are pretty nasty, but there are tricks. It may seem pointless to capture a lot of monsters, but if one familiar runs out of health during a battle, it can simply be replaced by another like in sports. Ian liked these nuances of the subject, and taming a dragon is a tamer's dream. It was decided to definitely tame a dragon in the future, so the lowered character requirements were to the hero's advantage. The young man took another look at the quill and was determined to finish this quest no matter what. The hero had to be at least level 70 to complete this quest, so now the first thing to do was to take care of his level. He watched his pets and realized he hadn't slept in 5 whole days. Lou and Biggie continued to fight the horned monsters with all their might. The fight was so successful that Ian got level 50. The wolf and the ice gom rejoiced in victory, and the hero gained the summoning magic ability and spirit magic ability. Ian was very happy that he had reached level 50 before his dungeon discoverer buff ended, but the excessive fatigue was draining the young man, and his joy was not as strong as it could have been. The hero knew that everything that is possible in theory is possible, and in practice he was curious about the abilities of summoning magic and spirit magic and whether they belonged to the summoner class. But Ian realized that it wasn't something he could deal with right now and that he urgently needed sleep. The young man became the first summoner to reach level 50, and he thought he had done something amazing. The quest of the Prophet of the Summoners was activated. The hero began to study the information about the quest. It was an imperial quest for a pioneer among the summoners of the Lucifel Empire. Emperor Celius wished to meet with Ian. This was a special quest that would bring John great fame and reward as well as contribution points, and for high contribution points you could even get a noble title. It was now clear that Ian had made the right decision, and that Kylin was lavishing rewards on those players who advanced. Ian felt tired and decided that he would go to sleep now, and as soon as he returned to Kylin, he would go straight to Mylin. Meanwhile, there was something like an earthquake in the capital of the Lucifel Empire in Mulan Flinor Plaza. All the surrounding people were shocked how there could be an earthquake in the game. But when the villagers saw the shimmering structure, they realized it was not an earthquake, but a tower. A tower for one of the new classes was being built before their eyes. And I wondered which one. It was erected in seconds, was very sturdy and tall. Everyone who saw the tower was lightning fast to learn new information about it. They all read that a level 50 summoner had appeared in the empire of Lucephalus on the continent of Culinary. The residents were outraged and shouted that it was a complete mockery, that the Summoner Tower was the first of the new classes to appear. Everyone wanted to know who the summoner was. In the meantime, Ian was sleeping and seemed so soundly that he might not wake up for a long time. When he finally got out of bed, he realized that he hadn't slept like that in a long time, and that he had probably never been so tired before. The first thing after sleeping, the hero decided to have breakfast and read the forums at the same time. He was surprised to see a lot of new messages. Ian studied the form and saw the summoner's tower, and it pleased him that everyone was so surprised and shocked by his accomplishments. All the players were going crazy, wondering how they could reach level 50 in a new class. One of the messages said that someone knew the name of the summoner everyone was talking about. Ian couldn't understand where this information came from. Usually such messages were clickbait, but the young man still couldn't resist and decided to check it out. Ian was shocked at what he read in the message so much, so that his entire breakfast almost fell out of his mouth. Saw on the forum that there is almost everywhere talking about him and his whole team. Without thinking long, the hero decided to immediately return to Kylin and dispel all rumors and doubts. Some players kept saying that there are no such big wolves. Some called the news a fake. Others claimed that everything seen was a Photoshop. Ian was very angry because they wrote very different things about him, that he did not like to hear untruths about himself. Immediately, Lou called out to have that huge wolf with the blood-red mane by his side. The hero chatted sweetly with Lou stroked him. He felt sorry that Puk wasn't as pretty. Standing next to the wolf, he still decided to summon the turtle now as well. Ian asked if Puk missed him, but the turtle seemed to resent being woken up earlier than she wanted to be. Rather, it's even better to say that Puk was angry at his summoner. But it seems that the reason for the turtle's anger was not that at all, but simply that Puk was upset that Ian was carrying him on his back. The hero asked if the turtle is not going to protect his master anymore, because he is so important to John, and only then, the young man has nothing to fear when Puk is behind him. I had to offer a compromise. Ian said he would give 3 meatballs in the morning, and 4 in the evening if the turtle still agreed to protect him. Consent was granted, and at that moment Puk seemed very nice to the hero. The communication with the pet was interrupted by a message, and Ian decided it was Yukon. Indeed, it was him, and he was not in the mood, immediately began to shout what had Ian done. He then calmed down slightly, and asked if he was that level 50 summoner. Yun Haron was the only person who understood Yang. The young man decided to check if anyone else had messaged him besides Yun Hyun. Jan was not mistaken, also wrote to him Haron. She wrote immediately because she realized that John is that summoner of the 50th level. Haron is really a good person, and it's not for nothing that the hero helped her because she never had doubts, and even Yun Hyun had doubts. He replied to his friend, but she wasn't online. Harris spoke of his guild's accomplishments and asked Ian to hurry to the northern region to join them, and also suggested that Ian not raise his level for a week, so that he could participate in the Imperial Arena as a newcomer. Ian agreed to the proposal because if the hero wins the Imperial Arena, he will receive 50,000 points of fame. Ian thought about what he could do for a week without leveling up, even though it was difficult. Finished talking to Junshin, and looked at Puk sitting next to him and asked him what to do. Figured I needed to fulfill the quest of the Prophet of Summoners, and picked up a cute turtle. Meanwhile, there were many people around the huge Summoner's Tower. Ian looked at this tall building and was proud of himself because it was a sign of his achievement. He was indeed proud to watch the tower, for it was not badly decorated. Since the hero had a lot of free time before his trip to the Emperor, he decided to do something else. Looking around the stairs inside, Ian thought that this place looked a lot like an archer's tower. The similarity of the towers meant that the Artifact Exchange Center should also be located on the 5th floor, and the young man headed there to exchange contribution points for items or skill books. Climbing the stairs to the 5th floor, John saw what he was looking for. He was met by a girl who said it was an Artifact Exchange Center and asked how she could help. Jan replied that he would like to see the artifacts inside. The girl understood the request and clarified the hero's name in order to verify the points of his contribution. The young man replied that his name was Ian and froze waiting for an answer. The girl asked him to wait a few minutes to process the information. A smile appeared on her face, and she asked if he was a prophet. Then the girl grabbed Ian's hand and told him to follow her because she had a lot of artifacts and spellbooks just for him that he could get in exchange for his 5,000 contribution points. Pointing with her hand at the wall of magical orbs, she asked Ian if there was anything he wanted to get. The hero thought about it and decided to see what they had in store. The most important thing for him was to look at all the artifact options. Seeing the ancient summoner's steel sword, Yang saw that it was the same type of item as the gloves that the young man had recently bought at the auction. The cost of the sword was 350 points, and it seemed to Jan not so expensive because for quests in level give about 200 and 400 points. The young man wondered if there was anything like a feather among the artifacts, so he could buy it. The first time he saw a legendary rank item was at level 80 in the Archer's Head. Ian had already looked around. Ian was sad and was about to leave, and the girl asked if the hero hadn't found anything to his liking. He replied that he wasn't interested in anything, and thought that it wasn't worth spending contribution points now, because later he could buy something worthwhile. Then the girl suggested checking the skill and spell books in this room, and Ian decided to stop. She was sure that here the young man would find something that would interest him. Ian stopped and gave his consent to see the whole range. Meanwhile, a battle was taking place on top of Krupia in Karuna. One girl fighter fought an ice troll. She wore a mask and had deep, beautiful green-colored eyes. As she made her strikes, her gloves burned a bright purple color. It was a dagger, it was on fire, and with it the blows were strong and accurate. The monster was terrified as the girl delivered her confident, victorious blows. Hit after hit, and the ice troll's defense was lowered and continued to fall. Stopping for a moment, the girl asked if the troll was alive. Turns out he was still alive, then she said it was fixable and lunged to attack again. Both hands were now occupied with daggers, leaving the monster no chance. The ice troll was horrified by one seemingly ordinary girl, but everything was decided by her magical daggers burning in her hands. Speed, agility, and accuracy played their part, and the ice troll fell. She froze and realized that this was the kind of resistance she expected from a level 65 ice troll. The girl thought that for her to reach level 50, she would need another half a day. She was angry that she still had level 49, and the new summoner had reached level 50 in a few days. Her class and Ian were compatible, and she couldn't wait to see him sooner. There were 4 days left before the arena opened, and she had nowhere to rush. Finished with the troll, she accelerated and jumped off the icy cliff into the abyss. I was flying upside down at a very high rate of speed, which was kind of creepy from the outside. But a second later, a bird flew up from the abyss, spreading its huge black wings. It was her. The girl was reborn. Ian, however, picked up one of the spellbooks he had been offered. The fireball blinded the hero, and there seemed to be no way to look at it. Ian's eyes lit up as much as the book, for he realized that he was seeing something unusual. The young man chose 2 books that cost him 1,700 contribution points. They were the 2 books Wall of Flame and Galvanic Wave. Ian picked up one of the books and thought that the attack power was relatively small for a heroic skill, but the additional effects such as paralysis were very useful. It seems that this is how spirit magic and summoning magic are used. It was decided to start with a full study of the information in the magic book. Jan learned the lightning spirit, summoning skill, and the galvanic wave skill very quickly. And then something seemed to fly out of the book, something burning and appealing. The lightning spirit was very similar to an ordinary rooster, and Ian was even slightly amused by this fact. And since the hero summoned the spirit of lightning for the first time, he could give it a name. Watching the soaring rooster, John wondered what to name it. But then, out of the blue, the bird pounced on the young man as if rushing him to make a decision. Before he could even think about it, the hero voiced that he would call him Jakey. The lightning spirit had finally gotten a name and seemed pleased. Ian was proud of himself that he was pretty good at coming up with names and that Jakey was a simple and cute name. Extending his hand in front of him and clenching it into a fist, the young man gave the bird an order to fly towards him. Immediately, I wanted to analyze Drykus and find out more information about him. It turned out that the bird couldn't be used in combat, and that explained why it didn't require leadership. Then Ian decided that in that case, he should just think of Jakey as the guide that was required to use summoning magic like lightning. The character was very nice to have a strong spirit from the start, but swinging it from scratch is even nicer. It was just about time to meet with Emperor Celius. Approaching the castle, John saw 2 armed guards in knight's armor at the entrance. But as soon as he wanted to go through the door, the guards blocked Ian's path with their axes. One of the knights asked about the purpose of Yang's visit to the Emperor. The hero was taken by surprise by this question because before he reset his old character, he was able to enter any place safely. And then he remembered that he was originally going to do the prophet's quest. First, he decided to introduce himself and said he was a prophet caller. He added that he came here at the Emperor's personal invitation. The second guard asked John to wait at the entrance and went to ask his commander something. When Ian entered the castle, he was immediately met by Mao Lin, the commander of the guards. He apologized for not warning the guards in advance and kept him waiting. The character said it's no big deal and everything is fine and curious why the commander is so polite, probably because it's an imperial quest. Mao Lin said he would escort Yang out immediately and asked him to follow him. The guard commander walked ahead and the young man followed him. The corridor seemed very long. Ian looked at Mao Lin's back and thought about what level he was at as the head of the guards. Remembered Raphael, the vigilante leader, who was level 9. To avoid being in a guessing game, Ian decided to analyze the commander. Astonishingly, the young man thought to himself when he saw that Mao Lin's level was 115th. It was really surprising because even the top 1 player of Kylin hadn't even upgraded to level 120th yet. Looking at the regular guards already made me want to analyze them as well. The average level of the guards ranged between level 104 and level 107. That is why the leading guilds cannot establish their base on the continent of Culinary. Because if they interfere in the affairs of the empire, the entire guild will be destroyed. The Yana Guild had decided to establish a base in the northern region, which meant that the hero needed to raise his level and help them. We had to secure the land around the base. Finally met the Emperor, he had a stern and menacing look. A guard was standing next to him, and the Emperor asked if Yang had come. The hero replied that he had. Looking at the Emperor, Yang looked at him because he expected to see an old man with gray hair. And Celius turned out to be really young, but all information about him was hidden. The Emperor said that when he heard about such a brilliant man like Yang who appeared in his Lucifel Empire, he immediately wanted to talk to the young man personally. The quest of the Prophet of Summoning was fulfilled, for Ian met with Emperor Celius within the allotted time. The hero was very happy that just from meeting with the Emperor, he got 1,250 glory, and realized that Imperial quests are really on another level. Celius interrupted the silence, saying he was very excited before meeting Ian. After all, he has long sought an experienced summoner like our hero. Ian asked what the Emperor had sent him for, and the guard immediately became angry and started shouting at the young man, saying how dare he interrupt Celius's speech. The Emperor calmed his guard and said it was all right, for Ian was an adventurer unfamiliar with Imperial etiquette. It's gone, the young man thought, but the guard continued to stare angrily in his direction. Finishing his tea, the hero thought that he could not withstand a single blow from the Guardian's blade. After all, his sword was of the highest rank, and the likes of which Jan had never dealt with before. Suddenly Celius asked if Jan knew which mythical creature symbolized the Empire of Lucifel. Ian couldn't even guess, so he couldn't answer. But then I looked at the wall and saw a picture of a griffin and assumed it was him. The Emperor praised the hero for being so well informed, but it was only a matter of Jan's powers of observation, for the griffin was drawn at every turn. About 6 months ago, the Empire found a griffin nest in the Sakar Desert and, of course, retrieved the egg. The young man was surprised that griffins still existed. But the Emperor continued his story by saying the problem is that the egg still hasn't hatched. And then Celius clarified that it was up to Ian to help find a way and help the egg hatch faster. It was a new Imperial quest, the griffin egg, but Ian had no idea how to nurse it or how to hatch the egg. Thinking a lot, the hero didn't even know where he should start or what other information there was about griffins. The stakes were too high, and Ian couldn't afford to lose his intimacy with the Emperors, so he agreed to this quest. Walked along the streets of the city, breathed the air, and thought that everything is getting worse and worse because accidentally received at once as many as 2 global quests. Remembering about the quest of the traces of the forgotten ancient monster, John was a little calm, because at least he knew where he had to go. Thinking about the second quest, I remembered the words of Kylin, who instructed me to find a way to help this egg hatch. In any case, Yang couldn't deal with them now, so he decided to take care of the arena that Yun Hyun was talking about first. There were 5 days left until the opening of the Imperial Arena, and Ian needed to raise his skill level and all, because you couldn't raise the level to 51. After exploring various locations, it was decided to go to the ant's lair. And then the hero's thoughts were disrupted by a message. It was Haron. The girl was sitting in a cafe near the school and planned to discuss her assignment with a friend. She wondered if Jan would have some free time to have lunch together. Ian was a little embarrassed by the invitation. He hadn't been to a coffee shop in a while, and lunch with Haron would be a great idea. But remembering about his task, and that it is necessary to improve his skills, the young man decided that first it is necessary to go hunting. The hero had to lie, and he replied to Haron that there was no way he could meet her now, because he had just arrived at the ant's den, and he was not quite comfortable. The girl understood and asked Jan to text her when he was done farming, and for her to read his message more promptly, she left him her phone number. Ian was very disappointed, because he wanted to have lunch with Haron more than he wanted to go hunting. Once in the lair, the heroes, as expected, met a lot of mobs around them. It was a precious experience for both Jan and all his pets. Lou and Biggie were the first to rush into action. The hero shouted for Biggie to attack first, and the wolf began to cover him. The clash happened, but the ice golem took damage from the giant ant. It was urgent to utilize the ice wave ability. With that wave, Biggie was able to toss the black ant far aside. Now it was Lou's turn, and he rushed to defend and attack. Scattering one ant after another, Ian watched and thought how good his pet was with a fiery red mane. He looked back at Puk-Puk and heard the little turtle just plain snoring now. Waking the abyss turtle, she immediately realized what was required of her. John was very pleased because Puk-Puk immediately jumped on his master's back, knowing that he needed his protection. Now it's time to try out the galvanic wave in combat. Applying a galvanic wave, Ian decided he should just throw them at the ants. Forming fireballs, the hero threw them at the cluster of ants, but got angry at how slow they were flying and didn't understand why this was happening. Ian was outraged at who could be hit by these balls flying at such a low speed. The recovery speed of spirit magic was faster than the young man thought and needed to wait a bit. There was no other choice now, just to make sure the balls hit the target. So Ian decided to attack the ants himself to get close to them. It's not so bad, Ian thought, and launched the ball at the approaching giant ant. Thanks to the galvanic wave skill, Jan had dealt 1,179 damage to the ant. The young man assumed that the paralysis function didn't work, and there was a 15% chance of that happening. Now, Ian decided to apply the wave again and again, one by one. Looking over the results, Jan was satisfied and concluded that this skill was best suited for farming. The young man watched the burning ants and waited for the real grind to begin. It was impossible not to love such farces, and Ian just loved to farce with such results. In the end, it took all day to gain 99.9% experience. It was a shame that he couldn't level up, but he could have done it by killing a couple more ants. After finishing the fight, the team decided to go back, but immediately Puk was lost again. Seeing a turtle that was eating something, John rushed over to it. There was an urgent need to stop the insatiable Puk, and the hero decided to cancel the draft. Turns out they were the eggs of a giant ant, and Yang received 36 and 32 units of experience for destroying them. Ian didn't expect this at all, and was shocked when his level was increased to 51. It was a real disaster because there was no way to let it happen. Ian fell to his knees and was frustrated because he did not know how to get to the Imperial Arena. Ian's frustration was limitless because he was level 51. The hero thought about being too greedy and should have stopped hunting already at 98%. Said he would bring Puk to his deathbed for his deed. He stood next to Lu and pondered what to do now and how to fix the situation. The young man decided that Lu needed to rest. The thought came to mind that Ian could only lower his level by committing suicide and would have to kill himself. It was decided to do so, and to begin with, the hero decided to hide all the items so that they would not fall out after death. After looking at the sword, he decided that as an object it was not very important and should be used. Taking the sword in his hand now, the young man just needed to strike himself. It was so difficult, but Ian managed to do it, and because of the death, he lost experience and dropped his level to 50th. For 24 hours, access to the game was closed. Jan was sitting at home and couldn't get into the game, so he decided to meet Haron. He paced around the room from corner to corner, wondering what to talk about in private with his girlfriend. The young man was extremely embarrassed, but he went to the meeting in the cafeteria where Haron had called him. Having seen her in real life, Ian could not even think that his university has such a beautiful girl. Got closer and thought she was so cute and beautiful she was almost a celebrity. Their close encounter was very awkward. They said hello and stood at the entrance of the cafe for a long time just looking at each other. Haron complimented Ian by saying that he looked exactly like he did in the game, and that he didn't seem to customize his character when he created him. The character replied that he wasn't one to care about appearances, and thought that Haron was much prettier than her character in Kylin. Haron said that she tried to make a beautiful character, and it was strange that Ian didn't recognize her, although he thought she was much better in person. The hero added that he had not had breakfast, so he was hungry and suggested going to a cafe. The girl said she knew a great place and suggested we go there. Finally, both were at the table looking at each other, and Haron was looking very intently at the food. The first thing he did was tell the story of suicide and was angry that he had to lower his level this way. But Haron's story amused him. After a great lunch and socializing, the friends said goodbye and Ian headed home. When he got to the apartment, John felt tired and realized that he had used up all his energy and that women are really very terrifying creatures. But for what it's worth, Jan enjoyed lunch with Haron and thought about doing it again. He decided to go back to the game, but remembered he couldn't yet. Nevertheless, I decided to just hang out in the capsule wearing virtual reality goggles. The day has come, and now all the characters will move into the Imperial Arena. Hosts and reporters Haynes and Lucia welcomed everyone to a representative game broadcast in Korea. Haynes noticed that the arena was much hotter than it had been a month ago, even though it wasn't the big leagues. 3 new classes had been added. Lucia asked her co-host which class he thought would have the strongest abilities. The assassin class, said Haynes, because it is a class that has a higher offensive power compared to the other classes of dark sorcerer and summoner. Ian stood looking at the arena and waited for the first preliminary match to begin. The first to enter the ring were the assassin Limlong and his opponent, the warrior Pleo. It was interesting because in the first match, a new class was introduced. Limlong urged not to take his eyes off the fight because it would be very interesting. Ian watched very closely. The match was about to start in 5 seconds. The hero was very curious as to how the assassin would fight. All the spectators froze in anticipation of an interesting fight that had already begun. Each of both competitors prepared to strike first. The famous assassin's daggers in both hands against the warrior's huge sword. The first to attack was Pleo, and he pounced on the assassin. His sword was very fast. But Limlong wasn't so simple. He was preparing for a surprise attack and used the invisibility skill. Not a second passed before the assassin was behind the warrior's back. Ian watched the actions of the participants and thought how good that masked character was. The assassin caught Ian's attention. He couldn't take his eyes off watching Limlong's every move. One stab in the back, and the warrior lost almost half of his health. He resented and was even angrier, but could do nothing. But Pleo couldn't just give up so easily and decided to attack again. Without thinking, the assassin decided to use the Blast Wave ability. Many small but very sharp swords were fired at Pleo Limlong, and he cheered as they all hit the target. The Pleo warrior didn't expect this at all, and he simply had nowhere to dodge. Each knife reached its target and plunged into the body of the warrior, who screamed in pain. The assassin was pleased with himself, for this wave left no chance to Plio, who was defeated very quickly. Lim Long won, shouted by some. Killer is the best, shouted by others. Killer got double points for winning this match. Ian was among the spectators and marveled at Lim Long's victory. The hero thought it was incredible what he saw in the arena. This guy in the mask actually turned out to be very good. Accepting the congratulations, Lin Long strolled around the circle of the arena, but suddenly froze. He lifted his head up and aimed his gaze at someone in particular. Ian got up from his seat, and it was obvious from his look that he was very confused. The hero wondered if the killer was looking at him. And so it was that the killer was looking at him intently, and without taking his gaze away. Ian continued to stare at him, and thought maybe he was imagining things. But the killer's gaze was so intense that it was immediately clear that there could be no mistake. The hero decided to be on guard because there were many ranchers in Kylin that no one knows about. The young man secluded himself in one of the rooms, laid out all his attributes in front of him, and thought about what he should take with him to the battle. Ian sat there thinking there was no point in watching the rest of the matches, as they were a total disaster. He watched the replay of the battle and thought he'd rather never have watched it. Of course, it was already clear that these were just the preliminary matches of the Rookie League below level 50, but still, these fights were terrible. The hero was even ashamed that he had mocked Harris's skills, because compared to these newcomers, he was the god of the game. Hearing that the next match would be between Jan and Jimenez, the hero thought he had finally waited his turn. He had to go to the waiting room quickly. Walking down the corridor, Yang called out to Lu Pukpuk and Jaiki, who followed him. A few minutes later, the team of heroes stood in the arena facing their enemy. Ian looked into his opponent's eyes and waited for the fight to begin as soon as possible. His opponent in the first battle was the greatest dark sorcerer. The young man decided that Biggie would be his trump card, so he was going to call on him later. The entire grandstand welcomed the sorcerer, and before the fight started, he waved to all his possible fans, and Ian just stood back in anticipation. The sorcerer was especially cheered by the female audience, who shouted to destroy the summoner. The dark sorcerer was cheering and acting as if he were already the winner. Ian looked at him and thought how much he really annoyed him. Jimenez was the first among the dark sorcerers, but Jan was the best summoner. Ian was glad to think that now he wouldn't be fighting an assassin, because then there would be problems. But he just had to be careful with skills like Bone Prison and AoE debuffs. The life points of dark sorcerers were lower than those of normal sorcerers and archers, so Ian decided to act aggressively. With an acerbic smile, the sorcerer greeted Ian before the fight. The hero was uncomfortable looking at the greasy guy. The competitors shook hands and waited for the match to start in 5 seconds. Ian ordered Lou to focus on his opponent as soon as the fight started, because the young man was sure that Jimenez would attack with all his might from the beginning. Summoners are considered very weak, as without their pets they can be said to be useless. But Ian was glad because he had a few trump cards up his sleeve. The match began and Lou and the hero immediately went on the offensive. The sorcerer was a little disappointed because he had expected to fight Ian, not the wolf. Immediately, Jimenez decided to use the Bone Prison ability. But Jan had anticipated this move as well and didn't stop before attacking. He and Lou rushed into the heart of the Bone Prison. Jimenez was dumbfounded by Jan's action, and even began to question whether he was a summoner, because it was more like the action of a top assassin. Ian was pleased with himself because it was not difficult to dodge if you know what this skill was. Besides, the hero invested almost all of his points in agility. Committing another attack on the sorcerer, Yang did so with his Lou. Ian decided to scan Jimenez and look for vulnerabilities. Lou, meanwhile, activated the Berserk skill and flew faster than the path to the target. The sorcerer summoned the skeleton warrior in response with only a wave of his cane. He waved once, 2, and 3, and there was an army of skeletons heading towards Ian. The skeletons walked slowly looking at the heroes, and thus, speed was not their thing. The bone enemies, one after another, stepped evenly in a row, approaching Ian. Ian smiled, for he had expected this move of the sorcerer too, which said that Jimenez was like an open book. And then the hero used his trump card and decided it was time to put Biggie in the ring. When the huge ice head rushed into the fight, then Dark Cone thought that Ian was just crazy. Jimenez looked at the ice golem and thought that such a thing was simply impossible. But it was possible, and Ian was now more confident in himself and his pets than ever. The use of the ice wave on the skeletons caused them to scatter en masse, heads flying off their shoulders one by one. The skulls burned brightly and their power simply faded before their master's eyes. Sorcerer was sweating as he watched what was happening and thought the match was unbelievable, and even 30 seconds into the fight hadn't happened yet. Biggie diverted the sorcerer's attention to himself, thus allowing Lou to strike. Once very close to Jimenez, the wolf slowed down and gave him a critical blow. Jimenez was wounded and had lost 2,576 health. He wondered how a wolf could do so much damage. The dark sorcerer was angry because Lou was stronger than a level 80 shadow wolf, and he was being used by a summoner whose level was no higher than level 50. It was unbelievable. Too slowly, Ian thought and decided to activate his gauntlets. They were a beautiful object, and the hero believed in their power now. As he approached Jimenez, he struck a sharp but very hard blow with his gloves. The blow was incredibly strong, and the dark sorcerer just flew aside and fell to the ground, and Ian walked over to him and looked at the defeated enemy. The spectators did not expect such an outcome of the matka. Everyone was very surprised. Jimenez dropped out of the match as his health dropped below 5%. Ian was declared the winner of the fight, and he and Lu stood in the center of the arena and enjoyed their first victory. The players sitting in the stands couldn't believe their eyes, because no one could even think that summoners could be so strong, and thought that Jan had probably obtained an incredible hidden class. The presenters also noted Jan's incredible strength, especially the giant wolf with a red mane amazed everyone, as it killed the first-ranked dark sorcerer Jimenez in just 3 blows. Lucia noted that Lu was a pet specializing in agility, but it was still an incredible sight. Jimenez realized that he lost because of his overconfidence, because he clearly underestimated Jan's class and the fact that he wore gloves like a nub in the game. The dark sorcerer felt bad that he was eliminated in the first elimination round because he was the #1 sorcerer in the game and could have won if he hadn't been so careless. The sorcerer walked past the victor and, seeing Jan's pretty face, puzzled at what he was thinking. And the young man thought about the fact that if Jimenez is the #1 sorcerer, it's a big disappointment because the opponent was terrible. Ian proved to everyone that now no one should look down on the summoners in Kylin. After Ian's victory, there were a lot of questions. Everyone was wondering where to catch such a wolf, how to achieve incredible skill as a hero, and admired the electric skill. Lucia said the Rookie League seems to be at an unprecedented level this time around. Haynes agreed with her. The presenter was especially impressed by the summoner Yang and the assassin Limlong, because these 2 participants developed their characters differently than the other players. And then Haynes remembered that he had seen the summoner and his wolf somewhere before. Then he remembered that he had ridden with him on the same ghost ship when Haynes and his friends had gone to fulfill the wizard's quest. Lucia considered the encounter to be an incredibly great stroke of luck. It was time for the announcers to go to the arena because the next match was about to start. Meanwhile, the assassin rested apart from everyone else in private and studied some information. He was very focused on finding something specific. After the fight, Jan's team was on the 64th round, and Jan was sure that the victory would be for him. The hero wanted to win and get 100,000 glory, and a full set of level 50 items for the summoner class and every heroic class. Ian wondered if there was anyone here who was his equal. The crowd called out Ian's name, and now he realized he had attracted attention. The young man decided that he would win the tournament and continue to grind. Cool Wolf, Ice Golem, Cute Turtle, all of them played an important role in showing sympathy for Ian in the audience. Seeing his new rival, Ian was a little taken aback. She seemed painfully familiar to him. He looked at her and couldn't remember where he'd met her before, and didn't understand why she was looking at him so intently. The hero finally remembered that this was one of the 3 Paxers who had planned to kill Jan after the quest with the goblins. Ian wondered why she was here, since she was above level 50. It was clear that she had lowered her level intentionally, because Ian knew for a fact that the girl could not participate here. She looked at the hero very angrily, called him a shameless bastard, and asked him sarcastically if he liked her Helios necklace. Ian said he had no idea what she was talking about, but he thought it was a cool necklace, and it was sold at an auction at a very favorable price. The red-haired girl began to threaten Jan, saying that she would make a stake out of him, and that if he was lucky last time, and it would not happen again. Of course, Jan was not afraid, and knew it was all just another cliché phrase. The audience watching the fight saw that they have old rivalries, and that the fight is likely to be interesting for that reason. Pointing her finger at Jan, she said that she knew his secret, and that the young man's impertinence would end there. The hero didn't understand what secret we were talking about and asked her to surprise him. The rival started saying that Lu wasn't really a pet that Yang had tamed, and that he used a sealing artifact to control it. In other words, she said that Yang was just relying on the item. The hero was shocked and didn't know what to say to this statement and what artifact we were even talking about. The anchors fussed when they heard this, saying that if it was true, it would be a sensation. The wolf did seem too strong to be tamed by a level 50 summoner. It was clear that with such a magical summoning artifact, it would certainly make it easier for Ian to win the Rookie League. Lucia was indignant because it seemed that even in this game, the rich were getting richer and the poor poorer. The young man was offended to hear such a thing, because Lu was not an artifact, and he felt sorry for the fool who believed in something he didn't understand. His rival really annoyed him. The audience was outraged, shouting that money ruled the world, and Ian was saddened that they believed this PK Shersha. Cutting off all thinking and arguing, the girl said enough talk that she would ignore Lu and finish Ian off. Ian was ready. He was tired of hearing all this nonsense from her and waited for the match to start in 5 seconds. The hero was angry at his rival for slandering her and threatened to destroy her in 30 seconds. The battle began, and Jan ordered Lu to immediately use the berserk ability. The girl released an arrow in the first second of the fight, but Ian saw it coming. Ian used to be an archer and knew about this skill with homing arrows. It was quite a powerful skill. The hero decided that the damage wouldn't be too great, and the opponent kept releasing arrows thinking that he couldn't get away from them. Yang managed to dodge the arrow that hit Puck and flew off to the side. All the arrows flew away from Ian one by one, and no one could understand what it all meant. The arrow hit the turtle, which took 1 unit of damage. To say that the red-haired beast was shocked is not to say she wondered what Puck was like. The hero replied that it was all his powerful turtle defense, and that he didn't mind even if the girl hit him harder. Ian told his rival with a caustic smile that he was quite close to her, and wondered what she thought he was going to do. Honestly speaking, at this moment the girl was frightened on her face. Ian looked at her and smiled, and it was probably clear from his look. And in the same second, Lu and Yang were already flying at the girl, preparing to strike. Ian readied his ancient summoner's miracle gloves in readiness. Without thinking long, the hero struck a strong blow at point-blank range and his rival screamed. Jan had a solid victory and thought it would be great if all his opponents were as weak as she was. Jan's team had a string of victories with confidence going into the semifinals. Analyzing all the fights, the young man thought that all the previous matches were too easy, and that in the semifinals he will have a worthy opponent. And then, preparing for a new battle, the gate opened, and there showed Jan's new opponent. It was a dark sorcerer, very much like a child, and in his robes and hat he looked quite amusing. Ian scrutinized the enemy and decided that looks could be deceiving after all. The hero was polite and decided to say hello and introduce himself. But what was his surprise when the dark sorcerer said nothing to the greeting? The sorcerer replied that at last he had a strong opponent and that this match would not be easy, but if he lost many would be sad, because the little sorcerer considered himself the greatest wizard on this continent. He then rudely addressed Jan, calling him an evil summoner, saying that today he would put an end to all his sins. Ian was shocked by such a nonsense speech and thought that this kid, who clearly has the syndrome of an 8th grader, was talking. The hero looked at the dark sorcerer calling himself the greatest sorcerer of the continent and thought what a fool he was. Finally, he deigned to introduce himself. His name was Ganji Hong. The sorcerer said that Ian should remember that name, but corrected himself sharply, adding that a man who would soon be gone should not introduce himself. This is a complete misunderstanding, and this guy is completely off his rocker, Ian thought. As soon as the battle began, the sorcerer called for his servants to rise from the sealed abyss, who were to bring him victory in his opinion. These servants were skeletons. There weren't that many of them, but they weren't exactly ordinary skeletons, they were colored black. Ian decided that the sorcerer has a hidden class since he can summon skeletons that the hero has never seen before. The young man pondered what other skills Ganji Hong could use, and regretted not having watched a single dark sorcerer match. The match started, and all the spectators were eager for the spectacle of this fight. Gandhiji stood behind his servants and ordered them to go on the offensive. On top of that, the sorcerer applied his Abyss of Darkness skill, and for the duration of this skill, Ian was slowed down by 20%. But the hero was not upset because it just meant that this match would not be over as quickly as all the others. But in any case, it was decided to fight for the end. It was Lu's turn to step on, and he had to outmaneuver the sorcerer. Biggie and his Ice Wave ability also joined in. The ice golem was huge and strong and rushed towards the sorcerer with lightning speed, wanting to deal a crushing blow to the skeletons. Ian wasn't confused either, and applied his tension skill. The darkness skeletons summoned by Ganji Huni received a paralysis effect and were slowed down by 30%. It worked out perfectly, and Ian was pleased with the result of the skill, but it was as if the sorcerer had expected this from Ian, and was glad it was as uneasy as he thought it would be. Ganji applied the Justice of Darkness and shouted that this should definitely be the end of the hero's luck. Justice of Darkness was a basic dark sorcerer skill, and this skill is very fast, but Ian could predict its trajectory from the caster's hands. Once again, the sorcerer seemed to anticipate the hero's actions, and even said that he was pretty good, but still no match for himself. Ian deflected the attack and kept thinking that 8th grader syndrome was incurable. The black skeletons were on fire, and they were indeed like other skeletons that were different from the ordinary ones, but Ian was still unclear as to what their strength was. But while they were slow, the hero had a chance, and in came Biggie, who was ordered to make a strong strike. But the ice golem didn't have any luck. For some unknown reason, it didn't even hit the skeleton. Ian decided that Lu should handle it and sent the wolf into the very center of the skeletons. Lu, as always, was very good at what he did. He was just a great pet and incredible in his own right. The sorcerer clearly didn't expect it when he saw the bones of his servants start flying around. Skulls flew off their shoulders one by one. It was a shock to Ganji. The dark little sorcerer stood behind his army and just watched it scatter. But Gandhiji did not want to give up hope. and shouted that he had foreseen all this too. While the sorcerer was trying to use his repression of the dead skill, Lu was already rushing towards him with all his paws. Upon reaching Ganjin, Honglu dealt him a critical strike, and the sorcerer lost 2,272 units of damage. Jan's joy was short-lived, because immediately triggered the sorcerer's skill repression of the dead, which returned 276% of the damage, and Lu received as much as 6,270 units of damage. Lu's pet was unexpectedly and seriously damaged, and he had to do something quickly, because the wolf had less than 8,000 health left. Tut looked at Lu, who had gotten another 759 units of health. There was no choice but to call the wolf off, or he might just die at this rate. Ganji Hong thought that nothing could pass his all-seeing eye because he knew that Lu was just a miserable wolf, with a lot of damage and little health. Ian thought for a moment that things hadn't gone according to plan, that he couldn't imagine a battle without Lu, and that he probably should have dealt with the skeletons first, and then the sorcerer. He thought that Ganji had taken damage too, and still had a chance. The dark sorcerer approached Ian and mocked him, asking if he wanted the greatest Ganji with his brilliant mind to predict the young man's future actions. He went on to say that Ian was thinking about the fact that he had lost a lot of NR, and could not now deny the wizard's genius. While the sorcerer spoke, the hero looked at him and did not think about anything, and then Ganji decided to use the skill soul absorption. With this skill, the dark sorcerer's health points were fully restored. Once again, there was a joke from the 8th grader, who joked about how Ian would fight him without his wolf. Now Yang understood what Ganji meant. The hero had to be careful not to lose this match. He stopped and wondered what he should do now. A great train of thought stalled his actions. And then the presenters came on and shouted that this was the greatest battle, and that their battle was breathtaking. Haynes asked Lucia who she thought would win this match. The host replied that it's too early to talk about the outcome of this match because the fight is so exciting. Suddenly, Hines turned his head toward the arena and didn't realize what was happening there. And there Ian simply called off his ice golem Biggie, and it seems he told all the other pets to go back too. The hero called them all off. Lucia clarified that Biggie wasn't the only pet Ian had, but he seemed to be the best as far as strength was concerned. Ian was left alone in the ring, standing opposite the dark sorcerer and smiling. No one in the audience, neither the audience nor the presenters nor the cleaver himself, understood what was going on. The sorcerer didn't understand the reason why Ian had decided to recall all of his pets. Then he thought to himself that the reason was the hero's weakness, and that he had decided to give in, so the sorcerer became proud and said that he was willing to accept his rival's concessions. Ian groaned and thought it was an 8th grader talking some nonsense again. The young man could not stand it and warned Gandhiji that he was a rascal, and if he continued to talk nonsense, he would have to be taught a lesson, to which the sorcerer replied that he wanted to let John surrender. Ian was pleased with himself because he deliberately provoked the rascal, who could not accept that his rival called him that. Meanwhile, Puk-Puk, sitting on his master's back, was angry with the sorcerer. And quite unexpectedly, the little turtle showed heroism and went to attack the dark sorcerer. Gandhiji was very surprised to see the tadpole in front of him. He hadn't expected Ian to have any other pets, so he asked about it. Jan was very touched by Puk-Puk's action, because he thought that the turtle helped him only for meatballs, but now the little pet courageously stood up for his master. The sorcerer threatened the turtle that he was going to massacre and destroy it right now. The dark justice skill was applied to Ian's pet. Puk-Puk took damage after the sorcerer applied the skill, but Ganji was not pleased, saying how dare he. The sorcerer summoned his servants again, and the black skeletons rose again. Gandhiji decided to deal with the annoying turtle later. The dark sorcerer decided he had to deal with the bastard Ian first. The skeletons rushed at the summoner, and Ian began to run away from them. It was pretty predictable, and Ian knew it was going to be like this. The hero began to run with great speed, striking at the skeletons. Ganji started laughing, telling John that he wouldn't be able to get a victory just by running away. Ian decided to use the spatial distortion skill and immediately appeared behind his enemy's back. Warlock broke a sweat when he saw his opponent behind him, and Ian, with an acidic smile, just lightly pushed the 8th grader in the back. The sorcerer went tumbling, shouting something inaudible on the way. Stopping and rising from his knees, Ganji muttered to himself that he was fine. The hero approached the sorcerer, squatted down, and was clearly about to do something. When Ian was about to slap Ganji on the forehead, the sorcerer realized what was wrong. User Ganji Hong fell out of the arena. He is eliminated according to the rules, and hence Yang won this match. The hall chanted the name of John the Summoner and was now victorious. John cheered. Haynes told Lucia that the match was very cool, and it seemed like the summoner was just playing with the sorcerer like a child. Hearing someone shout out that the hero was able to win even without the artifact-induced wolf, Jan became very angry. He was really sick of the artifact thing because it wasn't true. Ganji was very upset because he was going to win this fight, and he kept saying that it was his victory. Ian came to him and told him not to cry, for it looked very pitiful. The sorcerer got up sharply from his knees and began to ask to fight again that his loss did not count. Meanwhile, the YTBC tech support office was bustling with activity, and the phone lines were ringing off the hook with numerous calls. All the callers were interested in the Rookie League. The operators failed to manage to answer to everyone. It looked intense and very tedious. One of the workers exhaled and said that again, everyone was interested in the Rookie League. She had lost count of the number of times this had happened and didn't understand why everyone was in such a hurry to watch the league that wasn't over. The forums were going crazy, too. The second girl cameraman wondered what was up with this league. The final match was finally awaited by all spectators and participants alike. Jan and his pets were on one side. And when the hero saw with the second assassin, he assumed that it was he who reached the final and will be the rival of the summoner. Ian admired the enemy because he had risen so high only thanks to the basic skills of an assassin, while our hero had already opened all his cards. "It will be very difficult," said John, thinking about the upcoming match. Killer approached Ian to say hello and said he liked the hero's matches. The young man replied that it was mutual and that we should put on a show at the finals. The announcers announced that the final Rookie League match between Lim Long and Ian was about to begin. With 5 seconds to go, the audience was screaming their hearts out, shouting both one contestant's name and the other. Ian looked at Lim Long and thought that the assassin was not the best opponent for a summoner after all. If the hero doesn't find a way to deal with Lim Long's invisibility skill, he doesn't stand a chance against the assassin. Lim Long, on the other hand, was thinking that he needed to heighten his senses and dodge the first attacks with reflexes. The summoner was determined and wanted to defeat the assassin before he activated his invisibility. The assassin was ready in his bright green eyes, his strength and thirst for victory. Yang saw Lim Long pull out a burning dagger and didn't understand why he didn't use the invisibility skill. The hero, along with his pets standing behind him, wondered why the enemy didn't use his trump card. The assassin's eyes were on fire and the dagger was also on fire, but it was unclear why he wasn't attacking. Ian decided that it was probably because recharging a skill took a long time and that he himself wouldn't use his crown skill right away. Both opponents prepared and waited to see who would attack first. The hero thought that if the killer was so careful, he must consider Yan his equal. Finally, the match began, and it was Lim Long who went on the offensive first. Ian gave the order for his entire team to spread out, and Lu ran first. Biggie glanced at his master and knew by the look in his eyes that it was his turn. Just as the ice golem thought, Yan started shouting out his name at the same moment. It was necessary to use the Ice Wolf skill immediately. Biggie executed the order. Ian was satisfied that the ice wave was about to catch up with Lim Long. But the one seemingly at the last second before the wave hit made a shadowy leap. The killer simply disappeared from the shadows, much to Ian's surprise. The hero pondered that Lim Long most likely has a hidden class related to shadows, and that's where he got the skill from. But that wasn't all that our Ian thought and let Jakey out. His superhero gloves of an ancient summoner were also ready for battle and blazing. Lu started attacking Lim Long Yang, gave the command to use the wolf's berserk ability. But once again, the assassin evaded the wolf with the shadow jump skill. Yang decided that the assassin wouldn't be able to dodge in midair and aimed the full force of his gauntlets at the enemy. This should work since any skill has a time cooldown. But even here, Lim Long was able to dodge. He was very agile, and Yang even admired him for a moment. The assassin picked up a multitude of burning daggers and was ready to strike back. When a large number of knives flew at Yang, he thought that whether the killer had made a mistake. After all, Lim Long knew for sure that with a turtle defense, blades weren't a hindrance at all. The assassin looked at the summoner as if he was that every action he took was right. It wasn't as simple as it looked, and the opponent used the Shadow Knives skill, thus making John very confused. The Shadow Knives dealt critical damage to the hero, and Yang took over 4,000 damage. Not expecting such a young man was angry because from one hit, the damage was just too huge. Lim Long was unfazed. His gaze was still confident, and he just watched his opponent. Ian wondered where such strength came from, and received about 1,000 more damage. Immediately, the fierce Lu decided to protect his master and avenge him. Yan ordered the pet to attack the assassin with all his wolf strength. Lu was good and headed for Lim Long along with fireballs flying nearby. The assassin raised his arms trying to fend off the blow and the attack. The wolf dealt damage to Lim Long, and he lost 1,795 units of health. Ian used the electric sphere skill, which still did an additional 1,085 damage and slowed him down by 30%. Losing was not in the spirit of the summoner, and so he continued the fight. The paralysis worked, and although it wasn't critical damage, it was still a big hit for Ian. Now the hero is determined it's time to fight face to face. Ian used himself as bait so that Lu would surely be able to hit the target. The young man took damage but wanted to damage Lim Long back in multiple ways. He knew that assassins had no more life than dark sorcerers. He gathered all his thoughts with all his strength and tensed up with what he thought was the strongest blow. Just then something happened to the assassin, but it didn't look much like a shadow. Invisibility. Ian thought. The young man was angry that it didn't work out, and that now he didn't even know where his enemy was. Turning back, the hero can't even guess what he'll see. Lim Long appeared behind Ian's back. His invisibility had worn off, and now they were so close to each other. Abruptly turning around to face Ian was about to throw electric balls at the assassin. With the electric wave skill, the hero inflicted 1,200 and 217 health on Lim Long and slowed him down by 30%. Ian was glad he had hit his opponent and thought of further action while the enemy was vulnerable. Lim Long swiftly put his blades on alert, and he struck lightning fast. But he didn't hit Ian, he hit his turtle. Puck took critical damage and lost 27 health. The Abyss Turtle was a godsend, and Ian was very happy to have such an indispensable member of the team among his pets. Deciding to be proactive, Ian dashed toward the assassin, hitting him with such force that even Puck flew off to the side, unable to stay on his master's back. But the attempt was futile, and Yang himself took critical damage before he could dodge Lim Long's blade. The hero received bleeding status and had to apply first aid. With the first aid skill, Ian managed to restore 843 units of health. The assassin marveled at Ian's actions and how perfectly he wielded his skills. Ian began to doubt his victory, as he had too little health left to turn the fight in his favor. But it was too early to give up, and the hero was very determined in his actions. Even though the advantage was not on the summoner's side, he decided to invest in the last attack to the best of his ability. Going only forward to the last unit of health was the motto of the young man. But the assassin was not an easy opponent, but a very strong one. And so standing opposite each other, the burning dagger and the burning gloves of the enemies waited for their time. Both of them rushed into the battle at the same time, keeping up with their master and Lu running beside them. Almost immediately, Ian applied his spatial distortion skill. Lim Long didn't quite expect this, and for the first time in the entire match looked very confused. While the assassin was distracted looking for Yang, Lu tried to attack him. He was very fierce and angry and dealt Lim Long a critical blow. The assassin had lost over 3,000 health and gained bleeding status. Unexpected blows are the most destructive, Lim Long thought, regretting having set himself up like that. Ian was glad he had finally leveled this fight, and of course with the help of precious Lu. The hero knew that the only thing left to do was to stall for time, and then the assassin would probably take all the damage from the bleeding, since he wouldn't have much health left. It was necessary to keep a distance, and so Ian thought he could block all of Lim Long's shadow attacks. Nobody was going to give up that easily, and both opponents were very persistent. Ian knew that a couple more seconds to hold on, and then all the damage the assassin would receive from the bleeding, and therefore, in this case, the final attack would decide the outcome of the battle. Lim Long applied his skillful shadow blade throwing skill. The hero dodged the blows with a spatial distortion. This is the end, Ian thought, and shouted to all his pets to attack at the same time altogether. The assassin wasn't so simple, and rushed away from Lu and Biggie with lightning speed. Once again, the crown skill shadow blade throw was applied by Lim Long. His blades had never let him down before, and he believed they would now. Ian stood in the epicenter of the battle, and fire blades flew at him, and he did not understand what to do now, because there were no pets around, and he had to rely only on himself. How shocked our hero was when several enemy blades reached their target at once. Ian lost the battle as his health dropped below 5%. How annoyed Ian was that Lim Long still managed to get to him. The killer won the match. The entire arena was buzzing, and chanting Lim Long's name, fireworks volleys began to emit pops. It was the greatest fight of all. Ian was upset. He thought that if he had been just a second faster, and that if he hadn't gone head-on at the beginning of the fight, the outcome would have been different. The hero thought he had clearly overreacted. As frustrated as the summoner was, he realized that Lim Long was a worthy opponent, and that the victory was also well-deserved. The Rookie League wasn't that bad, the spectacle was awesome, and Ian and the assassin showed themselves in all their glory. The hero took second place, which for a newcomer is not so bad, but still he wanted the highest award. The young man received the prize chests, but still remembered the final round when he foolishly fell into his opponent's trap. Ian didn't know Lim Long and shouldn't have fought him head-on, and instead of waiting to see how his opponent acted in battle, the summoner relied too much on his pets. He thought about it and berated himself for it. But nothing could not be returned after a fight fists do not wave, and that next time must necessarily win, thought Jan. Ian stopped reflecting and decided to look at what he had gotten as a prize. Opening chests was always the most exciting thing for a hero. Looking at the two absolutely identical chests, I tossed between them and pondered which one to open first. Still, it was decided to open the jewelry chest first. Opened it up, and there lay the dazzling summoner's ring that had been bound to Ian. The hero was very happy because the ring gave an additional regeneration of spirit mana, but at the same time regretted the fact that you can't sell bound items. Ian thought that this was just the perfect acquisition since his spirit mana wasn't enough for a power surge. It was the turn of the second weapons chest as well, curious as to what might be in there. When he opened the chest, there was no limit to his joy, for Ian would receive a dazzling long bow of the summoner. The new bow was also bound to the hero. These second-place items were much better than the young man expected, but there was still one problem. The problem was that if Ian changed weapons, he wouldn't be able to use the communication skill, meaning he would lose the enhanced critical strike of the pet and the leadership buffs that the gloves give. The ability to regenerate spirit mana and shorten the recovery time of skills were tempting. So Ian wondered what he should do and decided to use the bow, but keep the gloves in reserve until he found another weapon with the link ability. Now, if Ian has a big hunt ahead of him, it will be easier to level up since the skill recharge time has been reduced by 5 seconds. Taking a new bow in his hands, the hero decided to test what Lu could do. Yang was pleased the skill training strengthened to mid-level 8, and Lu's potential was over 50. This meant that if he got a new strong pet, he would be able to train it perfectly. Ian knew that it would be incredible if he got a unique or heroic pet. But the hero completely forgot about something, and that was the argument with the professor. This thought made Jan very excited because he had to reach level 93 before the end of the vacation. He remembered that he had proposed this argument himself, and the professor's promise to give him an A+ in all subjects regardless of his grades was a strong argument to win. The professor thought that the young man didn't stand a chance. The hero was a bit downcast, because there was a month and 10 days left before the semester started. The first week was the time to get ready, and Ian didn't count it. Professor Lee Jinwook's first class is on Thursday, which means Yang had a total of 50 days. This is the end, he thought, and clutched his head because time was so short. Had to go hunting immediately and continued to hunt at a very increased pace. Thanks to Lu, the hunt was successful, and now Yang had already reached the 62nd level. It was a great result, and the hero along with Pukpuk were very happy. Things were moving fast, but the hero wanted to speed up even more because the 93rd level was still so far away. The class skill that Ian obtained at level 60 made hunting a little faster. Ian thought that it was pretty good that the increase in potential doubled the pet's combat ability. After analyzing the levels of his pets, the hero found out that Pukpuk is 61st, Lu is 63rd, and Biggie is 64th level. There was no point for John to stay in this place because everything had become very simple, so it was decided to go further with the team. The young man decided to move towards the Forkle mountain range. I also remembered that I had to fulfill a quest from Oakley that I couldn't refuse. It was necessary to bring the soul stone to the spatial mage who would find a way to bring back the battle dragon in another way. And then Ian remembered his feather reward. Ian decided that he would only go to the spatial mage's head when he reached the 70th level. Together with Lu, the hero headed towards the Forkle mountain range as decided. The mission was going to be long, and Ian decided to leave the game for a while and have a snack, but unfortunately he ran out of cereal. Time was so short, and he didn't want to waste it on going to the store, so the young man decided that he would order food at home and wouldn't go out. While ordering food, I decided to look up some information on monsters around the Forkle mountain range. Immediately, I came across a new monster. It was the lava witch that dwelled in the dungeon of the blazing plateau. Her appearance simply amazed Ian. The witch was constantly attacking with fire damage in all directions. The lava witch's innate ability is an area attack of up to 3 square meters, but many of her parameters were unknown. The hero thought that this was the fire realm skill that the witch possessed and decided that she would definitely be captured by him. Before this, Jan had only developed ordinary class fighters, and now he really wanted to capture a rare class and develop it. I thought that the problem is only time, because the hero was wondering if he captures a monster of a rare class and even capable of development, how long it would take. It would probably take a lot of time to capture the witch, Ian thought. But if he captured her, she would at least double the speed of the witch, which was a very good result. It was decided that there was enough information for now, and it was urgent to get back into the game. Once on the Forkle mountain range, Jan riding Lu thought about the fact that he hadn't been here in a long time. But before the reset, he had spent a lot of time here. The hero was looking for the den of the mountain range bandits, and knew it had to be somewhere nearby. I looked around and decided that I had chosen a great place to hunt, and that the bandits here should be about 68th to 72nd level. Jan and Lu stopped at the edge of the cliff and realized they had arrived at their destination. The young man had come up with a plan in advance and was sure it would work despite the fact that the gorge was wider than he thought. Immediately, he summoned his most powerful pet Biggie to move the cobblestones. The ice golem obeyed its master's orders in a moment and set to work. Ian was a little worried that the stones would be so big that they wouldn't budge, but thanks to Biggie's strength, everything worked out. The young man told the golems to hide behind the rocks. The hero looked down from his height and could see that there were a couple guards standing at the foot of the mountain. Jan asked Lu to creep quietly toward them so he wouldn't be seen, to stop there and wait for the signal. The wolf darted off and Yang followed. From the mountain they descended very quickly. Ahead ran Lu covering our hero. Ian assessed the situation and decided that this time he would use arrows. It felt good to have a big new bow in his hands, and the young man just couldn't wait to put it to good use. With such a powerful weapon in his hands, Ian felt much more confident. Not a couple minutes later, the heroes were at the gate, 2 by 2 them and the guards. Ian used the power surge skill. Now it was very convenient, because now when the bow was in his hands, the tension surge was applied to the arrows. Plus, there was also the effect of paralysis. The guards immediately saw the wolf and didn't understand who they were or why they had come here. Ian needed to hit the guards right now and not give them a chance to counterattack, and the paralysis could help him with that. The arrow was so fast and accurate that it reached the target in a matter of seconds. The mountain bandit sentinel was paralyzed and slowed down by 30%. Ian used the power surge skill, and the brigand took over 2,000 units of damage. The second bandit was taken by Lu, who rushed to escape, but the wolf was catching up with him very quickly. When he saw the smirk on the bandit's face, Ian was even a little glad, because he knew that in a second Lu would deal with him. The sentry on top of the bell tower saw the whole picture and loudly announced that they were under attack. Orders were given for everyone to arm themselves and head for the gates as soon as possible. The bell rang, and that was exactly what Ian wanted. He pulled Lu closer to him. All of the brigands prepared for defense and took convenient positions to defend themselves. Ian was pleased with himself and his plan, for it was bait, and the bandits had swallowed it. The chief rogue saw John running away and called him an asshole and urged everyone to chase him down and destroy him. Running away from the gang heroes came up with a plan, and Ian knew that the bandits will not like it. Every single guard in armor and with weapons rushed in pursuit. The plan worked because all the bandits were here, and then the hero and the wolf kept running to the place where the plan agreed. We stopped at the foot of the mountain, exactly where Biggie was waiting in ambush. The ice golem really did hide perfectly, and Ian was proud of him. The young man along with Jakey rushed to flee further, leaving Lu with Biggie. Stopping the hero didn't realize what it was they were all doing. Then I decided to ask Puk Puk and Jaika if they too wanted to participate in the plan and do something cool. Of course, both pets agreed, but there was no time for that now, and John said that they would participate another time for sure. The turtle was a little upset, and the bird was indignant at the refusal. Coming face to face with Jan, the chief brigand asked who dared to defy them, the brigands of Mount Forcal. Ian was amused by this speech, because the bandit was just a mob who wanted to be cool. He immediately ordered Biggie to jump down. The ice golem jumped straight into the crowd of brigands with its entire huge mass. The ground shuddered with the leap, and the gang didn't think little for sure, so crushing was Biggie in his fists. The summoner was jubilant because the foolish brigands had fallen for his trick, and the ice golem had dealt 2,340 damage to the enemy. But at the same time, Biggie himself lost almost 3,000 health as a result of a fall from a great height. Ian was saddened because this made the ambush useless. Ice Wave had always been a powerful ice golem skill, and it was decided to use it in battle now. All the bandits rushed to escape, trying not to get hit, but the wave was very strong. So everyone scattered, leaving their leader alone. But he did not give up, and gave the command to deal with the golem first. Biggie rushed after the chief outlaw, who had no choice but to run away too. Ian told Lu to use the berserk skill, and the wolf rushed into the thick of things. Golem and the wolf threw one brigand after another in different directions and didn't stop there. As a result of the attack, the Forcal mountain brigand received a critical hit and died from bleeding. Jan gained a lot of experience from such a fight and was glad that every brigand died 5 seconds after being bitten by Lu. The Forcal mountain bandit had received a blinding mark effect, and the hero didn't realize what it was. Seeing that every enemy was marked with a red mark near the head, Yang realized what kind of effect this was. The recovery time of all abilities would be reduced by 5 seconds, and Ian realized that now was the time to go on the offensive and ignite the battle. But to his surprise, all the brigands of the mountain rushed to run away. Ian looked at the fleeing gang and thought that it seemed to him that there were many more of them, but in fact the number of them was very small. He looked after them and wondered if he should run after them. When he encountered a huge warrior on his way, the chief bandit started shouting at him to get out of the way. The man took out his axe and decapitated the bandit, adding that he dared to speak to him like that, and whether he knew who he was talking to. He introduced himself as a chieftain, and Ian staggered at the words, not understanding how this could have happened. The hero didn't understand how a mountain bandit sorcerer of around level 70 could appear here. It was evident from his gaze that the chief was strong-minded and willing to go to the end to achieve his goal. That's the pitfalls, Jan thought, because everything was going surprisingly smoothly. But our hero was certainly not going to run anywhere, even when he found himself face-to-face with a bandit sorcerer. Taking his new bow and arrow, Jan was going to put them to good use. The chief gave orders to deal with Biggie first, and then the rest. The subordinates immediately began to carry out their leader's instruction, and their hands began to be covered in fire. First one, then another, and now all the brigands from the enemy team were exuding fire with their bodies. All of Biggie's fiery blast took its toll, and Ian shouted at him for the golem to dodge. Biggie was on fire, and for an ice golem, there was nothing worse. The hero thought that they were very unlucky, because these sorcerers had fire. Ian was already thinking about retreating because Biggie might not survive another fire attack like that. There was no way out, because if the golem dies, Ian will have to fight without it for almost a week, and it was decided to recall him while he was alive. But seeing that Biggie had 99.7% experience, the young man realized that this was a chance to level up the golem. Now the hero was determined, and told Lou to attack anyone his arrows hit. Biggie had to retreat. But before he knew it, Ian saw a new wave of fire directed at the ice golem. It was an improved fire sorcerer's skill, and if the fire strike hit Biggie before he leveled up, he would be finished. Lou had to destroy the closest rogue sorcerer. But before Lou could deal with him, he had time to use the fire blast ability. Billy took damage from this ability used by the rogue sorcerer of Mount Forkle. And then finally, Lou was able to fulfill the order and attacked several brigands at once. Yang defeated the enemy and gained over 3,000 experience. What the hero had waited so long for Biggie had reached level 65. Ian was glad that the golem's health was fully restored. Now he had to deal with the rest of the gang. The young man didn't understand why Biggie continued to glow after raising his level. And then Ian realized his big, harsh ice golem was finally evolving. The huge golem became even bigger. It seemed to grow in size, and from the explosive reincarnation wave, the brigands flew off to the sides. Biggie's ice golem evolved into an abyss golem. He was big and mighty. Ian was overjoyed to see that his pet was now an abyss golem. Now it was clear that the monsters of the deep island received the abyss prefix when they reached a unique class. Puck was also an abyss turtle. The hero couldn't hold back tears of happiness because Biggie's evolution had improved his training skill, which was growing at a snail's pace. But Ian didn't even have time to check Biggie's status window because the bandit sorcerers had gone on the offensive again and were attacking. Before we could rejoice fully, we had to continue the fight. The hero just couldn't wait to try out Biggie's new power he had changed externally, and turned brown to the color of the rock, and was curious how he had changed inside. Now his fists burned like fire, not like before when he was a block of ice. Watching the golem fight in its new form, Ian was a little shocked because he did not fully understand how this was possible and what this ability was, and Billy formed fireballs with his fists, which could be directed at his opponents and cause an explosion. It was no longer an ice wave, but something else, something new and improved. All of the bandits could not even come close to the abyss golem, and they seemed to be thrown away by this wave before they could even get close. The evolutionary form of the golem was much better than Ian had expected. The abyss golem seemed to be very strong, and it looked awesome in Jan's eyes because Biggie was now very cool. The time on the brigands was spent much more than planned, and the hero decided that it was time to end this fight and not waste any more time. Finished with the main bandit sorcerer, Ian sat down on the rocks and realized how tired he was, but the happiness that Biggie had evolved outweighed the fatigue. Ian couldn't wait to read all the information about Biggie. He thought that everything had happened because of the level up to 65, and that this was the condition of evolution. Lou had evolved to level 20, so it was different for everyone. The hero was disappointed to see that the golem could no longer evolve, and Lou retained the ability to evolve further. But it was great, because Biggie jumped through the course rare and immediately became unique, and also gained an incredible defense. The difference between the classes was very visible if compared to Lou, although the wolf still had higher attack power and agility. Ian decided to look up some more information about innate abilities. The ice wave changed to a bottomless abyss. That was the one Biggie was using right now. Of the innovations, the recovery was pretty fast and the abyss defense was good too. The hero found out what he wanted and that was enough. He had time to rest and decided that it was time to move on. The thought crossed his mind, why not scour the camp of the mountain brigands? Meanwhile, it was already late in the evening, but Haron at the palace was still creating. She could finally cook what she had been preparing for so long. She had a smile on her face and was very proud of her creation. The dishes were simply superb. When she remembered Jan, she suddenly felt a little sad. She thought that he had probably run out of her meatballs and decided to make them next time. Haron was curious and wondering what the hero was up to this time for. She knew he couldn't be without adventure. Ian quickly reached the camp of the bandits and was already at work there. Biggie picked up a large stone from the rock and threw it down at the guards. The whole team of heroes went on the offensive, and the bandits just scattered wherever they could see. After breaking camp, Ian sat down and decided it was time to rest and heal, especially since he still had some things to find. Puck approached the host, and the hero couldn't resist and decided to please the little hero. Took a meatball out of the bag and handed it to the turtle, who was just delighted. But this was the last meatball for Puck, and for that reason the turtle was extremely unhappy. But unfortunately, that was not to change. Jan decided that the next time they met, they should ask Haron to cook something else delicious. But the hero now had the important task of reaching level 70. Ian's train of thought was interrupted by the sound of a message. It was Hearst who was wondering when the hero would return. Ian replied that he was doing something important and that he had to reach the 93rd level before the beginning of the semester. He was very busy and didn't understand why his friend was writing to him. It was so cute, but Puk Puk immediately came up to John with a sad face. It was like the turtle was trying to support him. Ian decided that Puk Puk was wondering why he was wasting his time here. But the hero had his own reasons. He grabbed his new bow and rushed off somewhere. That was the answer to the question of what the young man was doing here and why he was wasting his precious time here. Firing a quick arrow, he hit the exact target he was aiming for. Ian was glad that his bow had never failed him before, but he was curious as to where the young man was aiming. Hearing an incomprehensible lurching sound in the depths of the abyss, everyone saw only the silhouette of some monster with chicken legs, beak, and feathers. It was a huge black bird with bright burning eyes and big claws. It flew as fast as a bullet. But flying closer to the team, the heroes examined a small feathered bird with white plumage. It was Clothia. After catching Clothia, Ian was glad because it was a great source of usefulness. A 72nd level bird of prey of a rare class. Thanks to the high agility of this bird, Jan could greatly increase his agility with the skill of possession. He was not going to give the bird a name because there was no point in using it for a long time. Clothia demanded a lot of leadership, which Ian didn't have much of, so the hero decided to get rid of her and increase his leadership. It was time to return to the hunt immediately, and the young man, along with Lou, went first. It was decided to go to another den of brigands in the middle section of the Forkle Mountains. The bandits immediately spotted John and his team from afar. But the hero was not afraid of anything because he had such strong pets, and he himself was strong with his miracle gloves of the ancient summoner. Immediately, I wanted to use Biggie's bottomless abyss skill against the brigands. The bandits didn't realize what this ability was, because X began to be sucked into the stream, and they started screaming for rescue. During the action of bottomless abyss, the effect of the wristbands was actually very useful. Ian also liked that he could now use 2 electric spheres at once. The hero uses his power surge ability to amplify the effects of Biggie's bottomless abyss. That's what Ian liked, because the best part of hunting is the mass grind. The young man decided that now it was time to return to the bow, because long-range attacks are best suited for mass grinds. Seeing something interesting in front of him, Ian just froze, unable to believe his eyes. He rejoiced and said he had found it, but what it was only clear to him alone. Up ahead was a building in the shape of a wooden castle. On the stairs at the top was a lord, and at the foot of the steps were many guards. It was the leader of the 80th level Forkle Mountain Middle Region brigands. He asked, pointing at Ian, if it was him. The servants nodded and said yes, it was him. After looking at the leader's face, the hero didn't understand why the bandit had a level of 80, because before the reset, he was 75, and the leader's weapon was different now. He was armed with a crossbow. Ian was not discouraged after learning all this information, because if anything happened, he could easily escape thanks to his increased dexterity for possessing Clothia. Now he stood there wondering where to start. After thinking for a while, I decided that I couldn't run away and needed to deal with him, because opponents with long-range attacks have less health, so I had to deal with the leader very quickly, and then everything would definitely work out. Called Biggie and gave him the command to set up the bottomless abyss again and used his crowning power surge. Lou received a command to go straight to the leader, and the wolf ran as fast as he could to fulfill the command. The bandits' leader clearly didn't like the team's combined attack. He was very angry, waving his fists and shouting that how dare Yang underestimate him. The hero saw that the main rogue had an area-enhancing aura, and usually only tank bosses have such skills. As Biggie continued to use the bottomless abyss, Jan pondered his next move. The young man was very angry, and decided that it was necessary to kill the leader as soon as possible, because it was unclear what else he could do. Lou used explosive potential, while the summoner himself decided to use the skill of finding vulnerabilities. The wolf, with a fiery red mane, rushed towards the leader, stopping at nothing and sweeping away everything in its path. The bandits were armed to the teeth and wore very strange masks. While Biggie and the others stood behind Lou, rushed into the crowd of brigands and had almost reached his goal. The very loud sound practically deafened everyone, but it wasn't yet apparent what exactly had happened. The wolf struck one blow after another. The brigands had no choice but to flee. But the leader stood with an unperturbed face, as if waiting for them to rush at him. When he saw Lou approaching, he had a look of fear in his eyes and quickly grabbed his crossbow. Pointing the arrow at the wolf, the bandit leader rejoiced as if he was about to hit the target. But it wasn't to be, and Jan immediately used his bow, covering Lou. Taking a hit from the pain and surprise, the chief brigand screamed. Now it was up to Lou, for the wounded leader was now easier to reach. Once very close, the brigand called Lou Mutz and was clearly not happy about letting the wolf get so close. Lou's pet dealt a critical strike to the leader of the Middle Region brigands of the Forkle Mountains, and the latter received a bleeding effect. Well said Ian, because now the brigand had lost half of his health in just 2 strikes. The brigand looked angrily at his enemies and wondered what would happen next, and what steps the enemy team would take now. Lou's second attempt to attack the outlaw was unsuccessful. The bandit leader struck Lu with his crossbow, and the wolf lost nearly 6,000 health. Yang was horrified because it was only one hit and not even a bullet. But Lu was hit so hard even though Lu's defense was lowered because of the berserk damage it seemed absurd. The hero decided that the buff, specifically the boosting aura, had somehow affected the outlaw's attack rate. The young man gave Lu a command to retreat, and Biggie asked to be thrown into the very epicenter to the leader of the brigands. The Abyss Golem was a bit taken aback by such a command, but there was nothing left to do but comply. Ian knew it was a dangerous action, but there was nothing left to do, and he was ready to fly. Observing the hero's actions, the bandit leader pointed his crossbow towards the golem and assumed a fighting stance. Both opponents' arrows were fired at the same time and were about to meet. Biggie left Ian and he flew with the thoughts that he would soon reach the leader of the brigands. The one in turn marveled at the hero's courage and even began to exude a little fear. In flight, the young man managed to dodge the enemy's quick arrow. But Jan's arrow hit the target exactly and the brigand was wounded by it. After landing, Ian lost 2,352 units of health due to the fall from a great height, which seemed like a bit of a rash decision to him afterward. But it was worth it, Ian thought, and activated the skill link of the ancient steel summoner gloves, along with borrowing the bottomless abyss skill from Biggie's pet. Immediately used this ability so that the enemy wouldn't have a moment to regain consciousness and recover. The abyss caught up very quickly with the bandit leader of the Forkle Mountains. Hearing the explosion, Lu rushed in to finish off the seemingly already wounded leader. Ian watched the fight very closely, and seeing the confused face of the brigand was sure that this was the end. Biggie came to Lu's aid and now both continued to strike at the enemy. Finally it happened. The bandit leader of the middle region of the Forkle Mountains was defeated, and Jan gained 18,500 experience units. The hero rejoiced that so much experience was gained, but he did not expect the other and still defeated the boss. And when he saw the loot chest, he was even happier. While trying to open the chest, Jan heard sounds and stopped, thinking it was the spirit of a bandit. The young man turned around and saw that the boss's servants were approaching and were about to avenge their leader. Ian thought that if he fought with the rest of the bandits with his current amount of health, he wouldn't be able to get out of here alive, and that he shouldn't overestimate himself. Without thinking long, the hero decided to release Clofia and use the possession ability. And then something incredible happened that the bandits could not have foreseen. Ian flew so high, and it seemed to him that he was lighter than a feather at that moment. Clofia really was the best when it came to agility. It was the right decision to leave this lair and not fight the rest of the bandits' boss. All the bandits looked after the flying enemy and could not do anything about it. They just accepted their defeat. The young man on the flight immediately decided to rip off his beloved Lu and Biggie. Ian was satisfied with the fight, and even though he hadn't reached level 70 yet, he had already gotten quite a bit. The summoner made the decision to contact Haron immediately and get more food for his pets. To begin with, the first thing the hero decided to do was to visit an auction house in Mullen. He walked through the streets of the city and looked around for something. He remembered that Haron buys ingredients from this auction house, so she should probably be around here somewhere. Immediately, saw Haron with a friend who told Jan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hero was slightly embarrassed when the girl said she hadn't seen Ian in the game in a while. He looked at her and couldn't take his eyes off her and only managed to squeeze out a simple yes. Haron said that she was busy with enrollment and that she had no time to play, and because of that, she couldn't even watch the juniors' tournament matches. Jan replied that it was for the best, because he was very busy even if she had come, and besides, he couldn't win. The girl congratulated him on his second place, after all, and it was a very good result. Haron and Jan continued to chat, and their friend felt like a third extra. The hero recalled the information that everyone in the guild was now level 95, and that they had all done a very good job. Fiolin was probably already above the 100th level without holding back, said their friend. Ian was a little dejected when he heard this, because it meant that the level of the top players had already passed the 120th, and that he himself needed to work harder. A friend told me that it took a lot of time and effort, that their initial location for the guild was large, so it wasn't easy to deal with all the monsters there, and it would be better if Ian was there. It was surprising that Yang did the reset, but he said that he had already succeeded and reached the 69th level and needed to wait a little longer. The friend wondered if the young man was sleeping at all, because the results were not bad at all. Haron asked him not to overdo it, to which the hero could only reply that he had his own reasons for doing so. The girl immediately asked to show her new friend John, who loves her meatballs, and smiled when she heard his name was Puk Puk. Ian summoned the turtle and said that Haron would understand why such a name when she saw the pet herself. The abyss turtle was very adorable, and the girl just admired Puk Puk. Coming closer to him, Haron decided to say hello, but the turtle wasn't very pleased as she was eating something at the same time. Immediately, the turtle rushed away, and Haron was a little upset that Puk Puk kicked and turned away from her. Haron even cried, thinking she didn't like the turtle and asking what she did wrong. But Ian knew that Puk Puk was just being naughty as usual. Just then, The hero asked if she had anything like meatballs with her. Taking a meatball from her pocket with an improved recipe, Haron held it out to Ian. It was decided to have the girl give the meatball to Puk herself, and he was like off the chain and pounced on the treat with lightning speed. Now the turtle was extremely content and the look was filled with love. Haron was glad that she had been able to find her way to the heart of this sweet and now happy pet through the inn. Ian didn't understand why the turtle behaved that way at first, if the outcome was the same. Haron wanted to give the pet more meatballs, but the hero stopped her saying that it might spoil Puk. Taking the box promised the girl to give all the meatballs to the turtle later when he was hungry. A friend noticed that the turtle was very upset and told Jan that why not give the pet another meatball, to which Jan replied that the matter will not be limited to one and therefore it is better to stop at once. The hero looked at Puk and decided to comfort him and tell him a story. Started with the fact that there's a turtle named Buck on the northern continent and that they say he's the coolest turtle in the world. But there was no one cooler and more beautiful than my Puk, continued Ian. The character went on to think that Buck only got his title because Puk got fat from the meatballs. Ian explained everything to the turtle and hoped he understood why his master couldn't give him another meatball. The hero said he wanted to make Puk the most beautiful turtle in the universe and to be patient. What a liar, thought Haron and his friend. Continuing on his way, Ian thought he would soon be far enough away from Mount Forkle. It was very hot, simply unbearable, and the hero realized that he was approaching a blazing plateau. I walked on, thinking that the witch of the barking witch would hardly like meatballs, and that she probably didn't need food at all. I reached the edge of the precipice and realized that the place looked very unfriendly. But there was no choice was necessary to pump, and no matter how the hero urgently need to reach the 90th level. So Ian fought with different monsters on his way. Finally reached the goal and came to the dungeon of the blazing plateau. Once inside, all the heroes felt that it had gotten even hotter around them. The room Ian and his pets entered had lava spawns all around it, and this was most likely the source of the heat. The lava spawns were from level 71 and above, and among them, Ian saw the lava witch, who was in the center of the spawn. Ian decided not to underestimate her guards, for they could be very dangerous if they attacked with 10 of them. But if the hero wants to get the lava witch, he must get to the lowest floor as soon as possible. Ian wanted to meet a monster of a unique rank or even higher if he was lucky. The hero told Biggie to follow him and to be careful because he could sag all the lava spawns if he went ahead. To the wolf, Yang gave the command to be on guard, and when Yang hits someone that Lu should finish him off. The summoner himself immediately decided to use the power surge. The number of rare monsters increases with the depth of the dungeon, precisely why Ian decided to go lower. Released an arrow and using the ability of Tension Hero, aimed at the lava witch, and probably she was shocked by the insolence of the young man. Lu immediately executed the command and ran to attack the monster that was hit by the master's arrow, and Yang decided to use the wolf's explosive potential skill in addition. The lava creatures got in Lu's way and blocked his path to the witch, but that didn't stop him. Ian was pleased with the result of his pet fiery red mane, finally managed to bypass all the lava spawns, and the team moved to the lowest floor of the dungeon. Dropping down, Ian saw the burning fire of the column and decided to climb the stairs, not knowing at all what awaited him. Looking around, the hero saw something unusual in his view. The color of most of the monsters had changed. He'd seen them on the 5th floor too, but down here they were much more numerous. The tainted 74th level lava witch immediately caught his attention, and Ian thought she was for some quest. Decided he wasn't going to touch her yet and ran on past her. I kept running and suddenly stopped when I saw the door. I thought, what the hell is that, and decided to check it out. It was the entrance to the lava source. It seemed strange to the hero because he was sure that there were only 10 floors in the dungeon. Of course I couldn't pass by and opened this huge door to see what was in there. The team saw a huge stream of lava that poured down from above like a waterfall. It was both beautiful and terrifying at the same time. It was a flurry of fierce heat, the source of the lava, and the young man was the first to find it. Ian had never heard of it, but he was pleased that he was the discoverer of this mysterious place. And then something started to come out of the fire and come closer to him. The hero was a little frightened, but he didn't move. When the fire went a little to the sides, John saw a huge monster with ram horns. He looked like a devil, and said, looking at the team, that finally someone worthwhile had come to him. The young man thought it was some sort of quest, but knew the monster wouldn't attack right away. Ian decided that this was a hidden area that only a summoner could enter, and so he was the first to get here. The monster was surprisingly polite and introduced himself. His name was Kylin, and he was the guardian of the lava source. The hero looked at him and slowly calmed his fear by adding that his name was Ian. And then there was a suggestion from Kylin as to whether Ian could deal with the problem and clean up the lava source. The young man knew it was a hidden quest, and in that case he had no reason to refuse the monster and agreed. Kylin was very pleased to hear that Ian had agreed to help him. The formidable monster began to talk about the nature of the problem and what the young man needed to do to get started. Ian interrupted him to clarify that apparently the mission would be difficult if the assignment was divided into parts. For starters, the monster said that the hero must bring at least 20 tainted love witches to him. Ian's surprise was boundless. He didn't even realize how to deal with one, and there were 20 of them. But the reward was worth 42,500 experience units each. The figures were unbelievable, for they gave so much for killing 12 lava witches as here for just one. Kylin continued that the more witches Jan could catch in the allotted time, the better. The monster handed the hero a restraining stone and told him to take it with him. Taking the stone, Ian promised that he would complete the task and that the monster wouldn't worry. Kylin said he had high hopes for him. The young man accepted a quest to be completed in just 3 hours. Ian only regretted that Kylin hadn't told him about the time limit beforehand. The quest began, and Ian fought as best he could along with Lou had 2 hours left to finish. The hero captured one witch after another using a bow and arrow, and before he knew it, there was 1 hour and 24 minutes left. Time flew like a hurricane, and there were only 18 minutes left until the final. Thinking back to Kylin, he saw that time was almost up and he needed to call it a day. And then just a second before the end of time, Ian came running towards the monster, holding the very same stone in his hand. Kylin said that the hero had arrived just in time and asked how many witches he had managed to catch. He didn't believe that Ian would be able to do the job. Tired and barely standing on his feet, Ian held out the stone and said that he had collected 31 witches for it. It was incredible and grandiose. The monster's eyes lit up, and he realized how wrong he was about the hero and that he was a real, worthwhile player. Ian said that he kept his promise and that he said he could be relied on. The quest was completed. Ian got more than 1 million experience and was happy because he would not have earned so much in half a day, but here in just 3 hours. The hero asked Kylin what else he needed to do. As if gloating, the monster bent its head closer to Ian and said it had a lot more. Ian should be glad, but he didn't have a bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, the sun was rising over the emperor's palace in the kingdom of Lucifel. The emperor was talking to his guard, Helaim. He asked him if he had ever heard of the caller prophet. Helaim replied that he hadn't heard, and that if the emperor thought Yang was too slow, he could meet with him in person. The emperor replied that there was no need for it, and that it had been a long time since the scientists had been able to figure it out, so it wasn't expected that Yang would be able to do it in a month. There were only 4 months left until the state anniversary. Helaim confirmed it, and so the emperor imagined how impressed the people would be if a griffin appeared on this anniversary day. It was decided to give the summoner 2 more months, and if there was no word from him, then something would happen. The emperor took a sip of tea and was silent. He thought further and ordered Helaim to find Ian and bring him to the kingdom. Meanwhile, Ian was climbing the icy mountains, wondering what he was doing here and when this quest would end. The hero had been at it for over 24 hours, but there was still no finale in sight. Ian was really exhausted. He continued on, and thought that if the reward disappointed him, he would be furious. The hero didn't care about the quest from the lava guardian. Ian was ready to blow him to hell, too. These intrusive thoughts made it hard for Ian to concentrate on the hunt. But the quest was completed. The hero managed to collect the root of the purple moss 35 out of 35. Taking a break and stopping, Ian hoped that this was the end of it. The young man decided to come back soon and pass this quest, which was getting to his throat. Back at Jellian's dungeon, Ian felt very tired, and the monster stood waiting for him with great anticipation. Holding out a root of purple moss, Yang said that he had completed the task in full and brought everything that was required of him. Taking the root bag, Kylin began to scrutinize the contents and asked the hero to wait. Ian sighed. He thought that if he gave 1 more quest to collect, the young man is ready to give up the whole line of quests, because he had to collect herbs 5 times in a row. The young man prayed that if the monster gave quests, at least let it not be collecting. The fire became stronger, and it was getting hotter. The hero did not understand what was happening. It seemed that right now everything is going to explode. Ian would really hate to be the first Kylin player to die in an explosion. Looking at the mountain, the hero saw that the lava pad had stopped shaking and thought it was finally over. But as soon as I looked down, I saw that the lava seemed to have changed color and was a soft blue. Kylin cheered and shouted loudly that at last the lava source was cleared, and it was entirely due to Jan's hard work. At last, the monster was able to find peace of mind. But Ian didn't need the monster's gratitude. He wanted to get his reward, something cool and useful, as soon as possible. The lava source questline was completed. Ian reached the 71st level and gained almost 13 million units of experience. But in spite of this, the hero was disappointed, because he thought that if in addition to all this, he had been engaged in hunting, he would have become a level higher. As a reward, the hero received a lava restraining stone. Kylin said that the stone contains one of the guardians that protect the lava core, and the monster gave Ian his favorite guardian. For his hard work, the hero got this stone, and now it was interesting to know all the information about it. A level 80 Lava Dragon King specializes in fire-type attacks and has a powerful attack metric. Ian was most surprised that this monster was of the heroic type. Its power was limited by the fact that it couldn't evolve, but it was the best pet a hero could dream of to gain levels. The young man would have been happy to sign a contract to make the dragon his pet, but he lacked leadership, so he decided to go to the city and buy some item that increases leadership. Otherwise, he would have to destroy the contract with Clothia. Ian thanked Kylin for the dragon, and the monster replied that he was very grateful to the hero because the lava source was now in order. Now the young man had to leave, and he said goodbye to the dungeon. The monster said goodbye to the young man. He really was very, very grateful to him for his help. As he left, Ian was generally satisfied with his time, and Kylin shouted after him that he hoped the dragon would help the hero on his journey. In the meantime, the school tried to call John, but the call could not be made, and the answering machine went off. His friend was very nervous because today was the beginning of the semester, and Ian had to report to class. He wondered if Ian had suddenly fallen asleep in the game pod, since he had checked this morning, and it had been 50 hours since Ian had logged in. It was decided to check on Jan after the lecture, because he had been grinning for so long, and it was necessary to make sure that the young man was okay. His friend was wondering what level Ian was at now, because he worked so hard and did not rest at all. Ian continued to hunt with the goal of raising his level as quickly as possible. He was now at level 89 and was being helped by his new pet red dragon. This time, the fight was against hordes of blue little dragons that were attacking from all corners. Biggie wasn't out of the picture either and helped fight enemies using his bottomless abyss ability. Ian, on the other hand, was perched on his huge red dragon and was interested in hunting and fighting in the air. The Lava Dragon King possessed the ability to breathe fire, and Jan often used the breath command in battle. Yang ordered Lu to chase the dragon that was running away, couldn't let anyone get away. But just as Lu was about to jump, the dragon just flew higher. The two dragons looked down from above and seemed to mock the wolf. Rake, in exactly what Ian called his Lava Dragon King, flew up and tried to grab the two mockers. He was a great and powerful dragon for a reason he was king. Rake grabbed them instantly, and the dragons didn't even have time to blink, and defeating them brought the hero to level 90. Jan had finally reached a high level. There was only a little bit left to keep his promise. At 90th level, the hero could get a unique class skill, which he was extremely happy about. He didn't know what this skill was, but willed the Lord to make it a skill that would help him grow in level. Ian remembered that it was the 93rd level that he needed, and it seemed that happiness was so close. Today is the beginning of the semester, but still in transition, and he remembered the conversation with the professor. It was less than 10 days before the start of the specialized classes. Ian was so tired, just catastrophically, but there was no time even to sleep. That was why he wanted a skill related to level up. The hero wouldn't even ask for something like explosive potential. His hands shook, his throat was dry, and he clicked on the information window in anticipation. Seeing that Ian had obtained the assimilation skill and the link skill, he hesitated, trying to figure out what it meant. The link skill allowed you to link two targets and split the damage between them. Ian thought it was pretty good, and that he had seen a similar skill on the forums about the Dark Sorcerer class. The young man wondered what it meant that the health of the two linked targets would be averaged. Immediately, I decided to experiment and used the link skill on Lu and Biggie. Before the link, the wolf had 100% health, the golem 30, and after the link, they both had 65. The pets equalized the amount of health in percentages regardless of its amount in units. Of course, this skill could come in handy in some cases, but it's a two-pronged stick and should be used with caution, especially if health is low. Now Ian decided to read about the second skill assimilation. The summoner becomes like his pet. The hero's stats were compared to the pet's stats. Immediately, I decided to try out the new ability in practice. Puck-Puck's stats are the most disproportionate, so it's best to check on him. Taking this cutie in his arms, Jan decided to try out a new skill on him. The hero was very curious if the characteristics of both him and the turtle would become better or worse. Something had clearly happened, but outwardly nothing had changed, and Ian wondered. Checking his characteristics was shocked by the level of defense became 1,500, and attack and dexterity dropped to 0, but were almost at the level of Biggie. Puck-Puck was cheerful and giggling, and the hero didn't realize what his pet saw that was so funny. After reading the new information about himself and seeing his external VIN, Yang was very much surprised he was a copy of Puck-Puck. Without thinking long enough, he decided to deactivate his new skill and his unattractive appearance. The hero decided that he would use this skill less often on the turtle of the abyss. The young man was exhausted and decided to take a short break. He decided to sleep for 5 hours and then continue grind with renewed vigor. Ian was glad that today he would be able to get the required level. Meanwhile, at Korea University, Yoo-hyun was worried that Yang wasn't even reading his messages. He stops and tries to text his friend one more time, but then a girl walks up to him. It was Haron, and Yoo-hyun thought, isn't this pretty girl from his direction? Maybe she is studying theater and is a rising star at all. The guy turned and asked Haron if she was Haron. The girl was pleased that he could recognize her after all. Yoo-hyun looked at the girl of unusual beauty and thought that Yang was really a freak for making a character that looked exactly like in real life. Interrupting his musings, Haron asked if he knew where Jin-sung was now, but the answer she got was that he hadn't shown up at the university today. The girl realized that Ian probably sits at home and plays because this is a transitional period. Haron got angry saying it was really bad, and Yoo-hyun thought that Jin-sung was going to be reprimanded at Jin-sung University. Meanwhile, the dark sorcerer who lost the arena match to Ian was also playing and honing the dark justice skill. He fought the huge monster testing and increasing the strength of his black skeletons. The sorcerer liked to control his army, or dark servants as he called them. He thought about the fact that he would soon raise his level, since he was now at 85. He thought of John and thought that the summoner probably had no more than an 80th. Ian really pissed off the little dark sorcerer, called him a cowardly bastard, and remembered the turtle with the huge head with great annoyance too. He considered Ian a dishonorable summoner, which meant that he might have already reached the 85th level by some dishonest means. Taking a doll made like our hero, the dark sorcerer tried to cast a spell on him, specifically the undead curse he wanted to use on Ian using his mini-copy. The dark sorcerer was confident of his success, but it turned out that the target was not suitable, and he was unable to use his skills. Decided that to defeat this cowardly summoner he must become stronger, and to get better, the sorcerer had to practice a lot, which he did with his servants. But in life, he was just a little boy who was being punished for not doing his homework for vacation, and he wanted to prove to everyone that it was worth it. At the university, there was a roll call for the first class. All the students said they were in place, but when it came to Park Jin-sung, there was only silence. The professor was angry why this rascal didn't show up for the first week of class. Even though the first week of class is a transition period, and it doesn't affect grades even if you don't come to class, but Jin-sun's main classes are the same, and everyone usually attends them. The professor resented it. Yoo-hyun looked at the professor and realized that something was happening to him. He was pensive and seemingly aloof. The student couldn't let go of the thought of why Jin-sun was still gone. It was a very important week. The professor called out Park Jin-sung once more, but from the first desk, someone said he wasn't there. In that case, the professor decided to continue, but then everyone heard someone running quickly down the hall. The door opened, and a panting Ian appeared on the threshold of the training room. After the run, he was all wet, but he raised his hand and said he was here. Jin-sung Park is here. The professor said fine and motioned for Ian to take a seat. Very slowly from the last, still Ian went to sit down and thought he was just in time. A disgruntled Yoo-hyun asked why he hadn't returned his calls and disappeared somewhere. Ian could only squeeze out that he had his reasons. And it was all just for that? He said, smiling, and showed his phone in his hand. Ian saw his friend's puzzled face, and so he gave him the phone. Taking the phone in his hands, Yoo-hyun was very surprised to see that Jin-sun had reached level 93 after all. Yoo-hyun was astonished because so little time had passed since Yang's character reset, and he was already level 93 again. To which our hero only replied that he was really good. Ian looked at his friend and told him that he was obviously just jealous of him. Yoo-hyun replied that a little of course there is and asked the hero what he was going to do now. While Jan's friend was talking, he picked up his phone and sent some kind of message. I wondered to whom. And Ian sent a message with his level and achieved results to his professor. How angry Yoo-hyun was when he saw the recipient of the message and asked why Yang did it. But the hero just said he didn't understand. The professor was engrossed in the class, but suddenly he heard a notification on his phone and turned his head. Opening the letter, he saw that the message was from Ian and immediately grinned. A message flew back to John before a minute had passed. The young man's hands even trembled a little as he opened the letter. The message told him to come to the professor's office after class, but there was a second letter that said he was already late. The hero was confused and covered with sweat. He didn't understand why the professor wrote about being late. After class was over, Ian didn't rush to the professor's office. He was worried and walked slowly as if he was stalling for time. Finally, the young man walked into Lee Jin-wook's room and timidly sat down in a chair. Gathering his thoughts, Ian asked what the professor wanted him to do. To begin with, the professor asked that he was very curious as to why John had sent him such a picture and what it meant. The hero exhaled and felt a little more comfortable being around the professor and relaxed a little. Ian got excited and replied that the picture was his character's status window in Kylin, and that he was sure the professor would understand, since Ian had reached level 93. The professor looked at Ian and how he was narrating and didn't understand what his reaction was. The hero continued that didn't Lee Jin-wook remember their argument since they had agreed to reach the 93rd level. The professor said that they had agreed that the young man would reach the 93rd level before the start of the semester, and that was why he had written that Jan was late. The hero was upset because he had really reached the 93rd level before the start of the semester, but since he had been playing for more than 50 hours, he had simply slept until yesterday and wanted to rest for today's classes. Jan all told that it was the truth, but the professor did not believe him. thinking that this reason and the child cannot deceive. The young man was upset, but since no contract had been signed, the professor had the right to refuse and Ian could not do anything about it. And despite his words, the professor was impressed by John's achievements. He couldn't believe that he had actually reached the 93rd level. The official broadcasts said that the most advanced summoner had only reached level 78. After looking at Lee Jinwook's character, he decided that if Yang really wasn't lying, he could be used to collect data, and immediately asked the young man what his plans were for Sunday. Finally, Ian was free and immediately returned to the game and found himself on the blazing plateau. The professor suggested meeting in Kylin and said to come to Lobo City at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. The hero was going to convince him. The young man was troubled by the thought why the professor suggested a meeting on Sunday. Most likely he thought that John had doctored the picture and decided to make sure. In any case, now it was much easier for the hero because it was no longer necessary to gain a level. Ian decided that it was time to finish the quests he had put off and thought about where to start. As soon as possible, I had to do the quest of the magical tower of measurements and the hatching of the griffin egg. Ian didn't have enough information about the second quest, so he decided to do the first one with the tower. And so without wasting time, the hero got on Lu's horse and they rushed to the magical tower of dimensions. Once near the tower, John realized what he was finding here for the first time. It was very tall. The hero went inside and saw that the inside was very empty, but Ian was sure that's not why the players come here. Once in the room, immediately saw a light so bright it was blinding to the eyes. The light was coming from a round entrance with an archway, and the young man immediately thought it was some kind of portal. The portal was the entrance to the upper levels of the magical tower of dimensions, and the young man entered there. Ian walked inside. It was very light and bright, but here he was puzzled even more. He saw that the first portal was just the entrance to the second portal. There must have been a trick, the boy thought, because he just had to walk in a straight line, and that was suspiciously too easy. But as soon as the hero went through the second portal, he saw a horde of trolls standing there looking at him as if they knew someone was coming. It was unclear to Ian where the trolls could have come from in the portal and why they were here. They were huge, high like rocks, and looking at them, the hero thought that for this barriers are such. Jan realized that he would have to fight the monsters on every floor and defeat them all, and this challenge was already more difficult than simply walking in a straight line. It was overconfident on the young man's part, but he and his team were ready to fight. Decided that first I should call all the pets to help me level the playing field in the battle with the monsters. When the whole team was assembled, he sent them all together to attack the enemy and ordered them to kick the ass of all the trolls. The first to rush out were Lu and Biggie, who knew no fear and ran as fast as they could. But the trolls were also very fierce and angry, and all as one were ready to attack. The wolf and golem carried on as fast as they could, trying to fulfill the order to the fullest. The fight of two brave men against a large number of monsters looked promising. Lu used the berserk ability and Biggie the bottomless abyss. After the golem evolved, its strikes became more powerful and stronger. The battle was life and death, but now the trolls did not look so fearless and all-powerful. While the pets fought, Ian decided to see how much more he had to labor for Jakey to finally evolve. He was quite a noisy bird. Studying the information, the hero thought about the spiritual power of Chikchirik very quickly reached 950 units, and now the matter is very slow, and the mark is stuck at 970 units. There were only 25 spiritual units left to reach 1,000 spiritual units, and Ian was excited because it couldn't take much time. The victory over the trolls had been accomplished, and it was necessary to continue climbing. Passing through another portal, John found himself on the top floor of the magical tower of dimensions. He was very surprised when he found himself in a room very much like a library. The young man was even more surprised when he saw a man at the table. The girl was just as surprised to finally see a visitor. Ian looked at her and assumed she was a dimensional sorceress. She was very friendly, even though she looked arrogant. She smiled and said that she didn't even remember when she'd had visitors, and that Ian was probably a good traveler if he'd managed to get here. Quest Traces of the Forgotten Ancient Monster was completed, but the hero was upset that he received a little experience, only 567,000. Ian introduced himself and told the girl that he had come here at the request of Oakley's dragon tamers. He was a legendary dragon tamer, and the girl never thought that the day would come when she would hear his name again. She invited our hero to sit down at the table because they had a lot to discuss. Ian took out Oakley's stone and clarified whether she really needed to finish her research to awaken this soul stone. She did. There were pluses, because the hero from this quest can learn something about the god dragon. The girl made a frustrated look and asked Jan what he would say, because she thought he would help her with it, and that he could not refuse. The quest was called Ancient Relic. The difficulty of the quest increased to A, and that maybe it has such strange conditions because it is the same quest line. The most suspicious was the fact that the quest could not be abandoned, but Ian was not going to give up. In order to awaken the soul stone, he needed to collect the relic shards and needed to start right now, so Ian asked the girl where to go. She said she would give the young man something, because he doesn't know what a relic looks like, and then he would need it. She had been looking for something for a long time and finally found it. She gave the hero a magnifying glass, a tool that would help him identify an ancient relic. There were 6 kinds of relics to be found. They were very similar in appearance, and the magnifying glass would be needed to distinguish them. Pointing the way through another portal, she said that this portal would lead to the ruins of the dungeons that are in the ancient Arnoville Empire. There you will need to defeat monsters called the Ghost of the Grave Robber. From them, Ian must get the relic shards. Lastly, the girl advised the hero to use the identifier when he would find the shards. The task was to collect all 6 shards in 3 days. Ian promised to complete the task on time and said he would not let us down. Passing through the portal, Ian found himself in a large, deserted place with columns and lit torches. There they are, the ruins of the dungeons of the ancient Arnoville Empire. It's a bit gloomy here, Ian thought as he looked around. This empire was now called the Kylin Empire, and was one of the 2 major powers on the continent of culinary. The young man immediately decided to see what level the monsters were. They were early 90th level monsters. Not scary for John, but he didn't see the ghost of a grave robber among them. For completing the quest, the experience and the chance of dropping items doubled. The hero even began to regret that he would only enjoy this mission for 3 days. The first thing he did was summon Lu and tell him he would hunt with him while they searched for the right ghost. Taking his bow and arrow, Ian started hitting the ghosts one by one and shouted that no one could escape him. A very strange ghost with a backpack and a hoodie was spotted by Lu and rushed after him. Ian immediately guessed that this was the ghost of the grave robber and ordered the wolf not to miss him. He summoned Clofia and told her to use the skill of self-mastery. But in the meantime, he armed himself with his ancient summoner's gloves. The hero himself ran to attack and immediately struck at this ghost. The ghost didn't dodge and just stood there staring at Ian. His gaze was frightening and empty, cold. Using all his strength, the hero waited for the result, because something must happen now. After the blow, the right shard did fall out of the ghost, and Ian rejoiced. It was a very interesting shard of stone with some kind of pattern on it. The hero picked it up very carefully so as not to get it dirty. The first thing to do was to determine if it was the right shard, and the young man took a magnifying glass in his hands, hoping for the best. It was the 5th shard of the ancient relic. Ian was disappointed because the 5th number had already fallen out several times, and it was just a repeat. And he wanted the 4th number, which he didn't have. The hero was very angry about it. He thought that the chance of falling out was tampered with. Ian had been hunting for 2 days, but he only had 5 unique shards because the probabilities of monsters appearing and shards falling out of them were very low. Even on the forums, there was nothing useful. And yet found and useful information, young man learned that the chance of falling out is increased for goblin grave robbers, who are similar monsters, if you do not touch their bags. With only 4 hours to go and still no shard, Ian was beginning to lose hope. After analyzing the speed of killing monsters, the hero thought that in the remaining time he could kill only 2. And he had no idea if he could knock out the 4th shard, considering that he had already made 5 mistakes. Ian was frustrated that he'd spent the first day hunting instead of going straight for the ghosts of grave robbers. He decided to call Clofia again and do his best. He asked the bird to look around and let him know if she found any ghosts. The only thing that pleased the hero is that there were no monsters hitting from afar, and he can easily use Clofia because no one can attack her. I was very surprised to see not the ghost of a grave robber, but the spirit of a 95th level ancient summoner. This monster had a heroic rank, and Ian pondered whether to pass by or not since he had only seen monsters of unique rank here. The monster was humanoid and undead, and the young man couldn't capture it, and it would take at least 30 minutes to fight him, because he was a heroic type, and time was precious to Jan. But Yang never gave up, and ordered Lu to capture him nonetheless. It was impossible to just pass by, because here you can also get double experience and double the chance of items falling out. The spirit looked at Jan and immediately realized that he was the summoner. Summoned several huge and fanged monsters that were similar to leopards with their fangs, only they were much more ferocious and grim. They were large multicolored dragons, and the spirit of an ancient summoner guided them. Seeing this picture, Yang immediately realized that this battle would obviously drag on for a long time. The strength of spirit was great. The first to get on the defense was Lu. He had his back to Ian and was ready to attack. But the hero was afraid for the wolf because there were too many monsters around, and since Ian didn't know how strong they were, it would be better to take a closer look first. Lu rushed at the dragons, but then the trolls came up and started attacking the wolf from all sides. The spirit of the ancient summoner was watching the battle, and it was unclear whether he was satisfied or not. It struck Jan as odd that a ghostly mob could summon this out of the ordinary. But after all, the spirit of the ancient summoner was of the heroic type, so that explained it all. Now the hero has definitely decided that he will not retreat, he just cannot do it. Without a moment's thought, he sent all his pets to attack, and again, Lou was the first to go, as it was the wolf that was the key link in Ian's team. Although Lou was inferior in size to the monster he was fighting, he was still very strong and determined. The wolf with the blood-red mane was very fast, unlike his slower enemy, and so leaping high into the air they clashed in a battle of equals. Ian wondered if the spirit was aware of his weaknesses, since he was also a summoner. With bow and arrow in hand and with Puk-Puk on his shoulder, Yang ordered Lou to retreat. The hero decided to give the wolf time to rest and sent Biggie and Rake to attack. Now it was 2 against 2 pets against 2 monsters. Golem immediately applied his crowning touch of the bottomless abyss. The monster clearly didn't think much of it and burrowed in surprise. Bottomless abyss was a very good skill and most importantly always very effective. Just then, Ian saw the monster's powerful joint attack and shouted to the golem. Rake threw Biggie to the rescue immediately after the master's shout. But even here, Ian was annoyed, and it was obvious from the look in his eyes that everything was not going according to his plan. The monsters had very long, massive tails, and were very good at wielding them to strike their opponents. Ian felt their superiority, and that the monsters were winning. But our hero has always been determined and knew not to back down at all costs. Ian ran as fast as he could and was chased and overtaken by one of the most terrifying monsters. But the young man smirked, because he knew it would be so, and that's what he wanted to achieve with his manipulations. Immediately, Puk-Puk summoned Puk-Puk and created a solid defense for himself. And so the enraged monster with its maw tried to bite the hero. But when he bumped into the turtle's shell, he trembled. Such was Puk-Puk's strength. The hero pressed himself to the ground and prepared his bow and arrow. The distance to the monster was minimal. It was good that Ian didn't even need to aim because the monster was so close. The arrow struck the target, the young man effortlessly did so. One of the enemies had been defeated, and Ian was now more confident than ever. He smiled and knew that he had already won this battle in absentia. But then the hero spotted Lou running headlong somewhere and called out to him. Deciding to cover his pet and picked up his arrows again and ran after him. The spirit of the ancient summoner understood perfectly well that the wolf was running in his direction. Lou briefly rushed to attack and struck the heroic spirit. The slightly concussed spirit was still in good health and ready to continue the fight. Ian looked at him and thought that he was holding up very well, and no wonder since he was a heroic ranked spirit. The hero decided to just stab the enemy until he died, even though he was already dead. The spirit of the ancient summoner did not have time to recover, receiving one blow after another. Ian was happy with himself and his decision, because this was exactly what he wanted. For his achievement in the battle, the young man received new items, the staff of the ancient summoner and the ancient encyclopedia of monsters. After receiving the reward, Ian liked the fact that the items were of heroic rank. He also received another skill that is enhanced by the summoner's power, and this should have significantly increased his DPS, because basic attacks turn into increasing magic damage. Now Ian knew for sure that the idea of defeating a heroic mob was not a bad idea. But then Lou came up to his master and started whimpering. Jan was excited, wondering what had happened. The clever wolf pointed at his master's bag, and then the hero understood without words. Lou reminded Ian about the relic shard quest, and that there wasn't much time. Half an hour flew by instantly, and there were only 3 hours left before the quest was over. The friends rush out to find the ghosts of grave robbers. These assholes with quest items can't hide from our heroes. Ian looked ahead and knew there were no tasks beyond his grasp. And now everything happened. Hero ran to the exit and went through the portal, and as he passed it just without strength, fell on the stairs. Next to him was a bag full of shards. He was just 2 minutes away from the end of the quest, and Ian thought that if he was so unlucky, he would have failed the quest. The hero approached the girl and she immediately asked if all the relic shards collected Ian, to which he replied that absolutely everything is in place. She was worried that the hero wouldn't make it, but he totally lived up to her expectations. The ancient relic quest was completed successfully, and Jan gained almost 9 million experience points. When he saw that the young man had received a grade for the quest, he was happy because he had never received a rank before. It was a good test for the very lucky. After completing the task, Ian felt tired and exhausted, and decided it was time to take a break. Sitting at his desk, he couldn't even manage to sleep. His head was nodding as if not listening to him. But he couldn't fall asleep, or he'd pass out from the game. The girl was unspeakably happy when she was finally able to finish the magic device thanks to the hero, for which she thanked him very much. Ian reached out and said he too was glad the experiment had come to a successful conclusion. The dream was wiped away when he realized that now that this magic thing was ready, he could use it to finally awaken the dragon god's soul stone. The girl upset John because she answered that it was not clear how the device worked and it was too dangerous to use it now. The girl upset Jan because she said that it was not clear how the device worked, and it was too dangerous to use it now. Something in her words was indeed true, and the hero pondered. The dragon god had incredible combat performance, and his rank was legendary, and if the soul stone exploded, Jan wouldn't sleep for 4 days. The hero thought about it and decided to hold off. The girl suggested to test this magic thing on the soul stones of other ancient monsters, and only then already use it on the dragon god's soul stone. During the conversation, John received a notification about a new quest called Resurrection of an Ancient Monster. The young man was in total sadness because he could not reject this quest, and to fulfill it, he had to collect some bullshit again. This game is going to kill him, Ian thought. But the girl cheered him up. It was a plus that this time there was no time limit. Meanwhile, in the city of Lobos, the professor sat at the gate waiting for John. He was already beginning to doubt that the hero would come, but only the professor thought so as the young man was immediately heading towards him. Yang had almost approached Lee Jin-wook and had been thinking for the last few minutes before the meeting that he hadn't even bothered to ask the professor about his player's AIDI. The professor saw the hero and called out to him, and Ian thought it was awkward. Looking at the man in front of him, the young man wondered if it was the professor and decided to check Lee. It turns out that the player's AID is the real name of Professor Lee Jin-wook. The hero thought it was not original at all. Looking at each other, they both decided to check if it was them. Ian was even sweating a little with excitement. The professor looked at the young man and asked why he couldn't watch his level. Ian realized that the professor didn't believe the picture and asked him to wait a moment until he put his profile in public mode. Seeing that the hero was already level 94, the professor clarified whether Yang would continue to raise his level further. The young man was proud of himself, saying that he had done a great job this summer, and Lee Jin-wook studied Yang's profile and agreed with him, because a summoner of this level was definitely worthy of praise. After a moment of silence, Ian asked if he could go since the professor was convinced that the hero argument had been won. But Lee Jin-wook asked to wait and asked to come with him. Yang was shocked and even asked again. Soon both of them found themselves near a house of some kind. The young man was here for the first time and asked where they were. The professor asked if Ian was a summoner and he confirmed his class. The hero continued to follow his mentor who was confidently walking somewhere. Turning his head back, the professor looked at Ian and said that he would soon realize where they were. The young man was surprised at this turn of events, for it was strange that to understand where they were, he should see everything with his own eyes. And then the door ahead of them opened through a small opening, revealing a bright light. And yet it was unclear to Yan what the professor was up to and where he was taking him. The place they entered looked very much like a stable. Ian looked around, and it was exactly what the hero thought he saw: animals in a stall, quite different, each of which were in a separate fenced compartment. It was a monster breeding center, and when the professor voiced it, he seemed proud of it. This place did exist, and the professor said he learned about it from Ralph when he was in the Summoner's Tower. When Lee Jin-wook first found this place, the center was still under construction, and then he was given quests to find bears, wolves, foxes, and other monsters. Ian thought that it was probably some kind of hidden quest, and he had heard that if you do a quest to build an enterprise, then you can run it yourself. The professor continued to talk and told the story that when he finished that assignment, the monster center was ready, and now he was working in it. And then Ian suddenly asked if the professor had received any system message about how to build a monster breeding center after completing the quest, because that's what was done to make users get enough skills to run the enterprise. Lee Jin-wook said he got the skills to build a monster breeding center, but he wasn't satisfied with all the conditions. The condition was the monster indexer that Professor Ralph had given, and it would be fulfilled if Lee Jin could register at least 50 monsters. Looking at the book that Professor Ian was holding in his hands, he thought that he had been given something similar after completing the Tower of Magic quest. Although upon closer inspection, the hero realized that this one looked very different. It was different because Ian's book didn't have a monster registration function. The professor kept saying that to replenish the indexer he needed to catch monsters, and with his current skills, he would only be able to collect 30 instead of 50. The professor then handed the indexer to Ian and said that he wanted him to take it and register the required number of monsters. And there was one more request the professor had. Ian was very confused. Lee Jin-wook summoned Nekdal and a huge wolf appeared in front of him. Ian knew that black wolves belonged to ordinary rank wolves, but such a big hero had never seen he was as big as Lu. Just then, the professor smirked and asked the young man to summon his wolf. Ian didn't understand why he should summon his Lu right here, right now. The professor's face changed, and he looked at the young man with his villainous smile. Lee Jin-wook said to summon Lu, otherwise Yang won't be able to defend himself. The hero is simply speechless. Such a turn of events he certainly did not expect. But the professor was hostile, and you could see that he was already beginning to use his powers. Ian had no choice but to go along with the professor and finally summon Lu. Nekdal awaited his opponent with a grin, and a wolf with a blood-red mane appeared in front of him very quickly. The two wolves were so big that it wasn't worth getting involved in their squabbles. And still, the young man did not understand why the professor was doing this, because he just asked for help, which the young man did not refuse. The professor, with the same nasty grin, added that he just wanted to see Lu's pet after the evolution and apologized for scaring the hero. Yang exhaled and calmed down a bit, and Lee Jin-wook added that he still wondered why the young man didn't attend his lectures during the transition period. The professor also said that this monster breeding center breeds the pets the players trust him with, and that his Nekdal also evolved here. Now it was clear to Ian why the professor was so eager to see the evolved Lu. The young man said that Lu had evolved into a red-horned wolf. He assumed that in this center the pets are trained, which awakens their potential and leads to evolution as well as the training skills of the hero himself. The professor offered a condition that if Ian helped him, he could use the center anytime he wanted. The hero thought about it, thinking that it was unlikely that Lu's training here would be better than using his own skills, but here in the center it was possible to leave pets that were not being used. As the level of the breeding center increased, it could have other functions. Ian agreed to help but asked the professor for a favor in return. Lee Jin-wook was very surprised at his student's insolence and froze in anticipation of the question. The young man felt a great fatigue in his body, and all because he had again played long and slept little lately. The request was that if the professor would build a breeding center near the guild base, Ian would do everything possible to help him. And when the mentor agreed, the hero was glad that he accepted his request so easily. Ian decided to study the information about the upcoming quest, and wondered if he should register all the pets he had before the challenge began. Looked at the book for a long time and still decided to do the registration. Registering all three, the young man was surprised that it was for the abyss turtle that he received the most fame. Even compared to Biggie, who has a rare fame rank for Pukpuk, came out to almost 10 times as much. It became clear to Ian that it was Pukpuk who had the potential to become a powerful monster after evolution, or there was a chance that the information was wrong. Now after everything, it was time for the hero to go do other quests. Riding Liu Yang went on a mission to be the first to discover the dungeon on the other side of the portal. Jan passed through the portal and found himself on the Arnable Plateau and became the discoverer of this place, for which he received 100,000 glory. The hero gained the title of time traveler and was given a chance to drop double the items. There was no limit to the joy because it had been a long time since Jan had received such a good reward. His quest reward depends on the rank of the quest completion score, which means that most likely the rank of the monster's soulstone is related to the quest completion score and the reward he will receive. Ian decided to capture the soul of the strongest monster he could find, and to do so he had to scour the place thoroughly. Sat on Lu and swung off to seek adventure, confident that the team would now grow in level at a breakneck speed. Stopping at the edge of the cliff, Ian decided to descend from it because there were high-level monsters down there. Ian summoned the rest of the team as well, and they stood at the top of the cliff, all together examining the undead at the foot of the cliff. Heading downstairs, the hero checked with his team to see if they were ready. Lu and Pukpuk were great pets, and Ian was sure they might evolve soon. Also looking at Jakey, he thought the same thing, because the bird's spirit points were almost at maximum. The hero has never fought such monsters before, so first it was decided to see what they are capable of. Without thinking for a long time, Ian immediately used Clothia's skill of soul connection, and the whole team flew down into the thick of the monsters. Then he decided to use the synchronization skill and connect with his Lu. To say that Ian looked strange was an understatement. His face was covered in fur, and his eyes burned like an animal's. Ian became a strong man with a wolf's head and huge hairy paws with long claws. Synchronization with Lu was the best option in terms of appearance and in general, and the hero was very surprised to see himself now. Already being in Liu Yang's guise, he gave Biggie the order to go forward. Taking the staff of an ancient summoner, the man-wolf accelerated and leapt at the monsters from a height. Looking at Biggie with a wolfish gaze, the summoner told him to use the Bottomless Abyss ability. All the heroes went on the attack immediately. Ian wasn't left out either. The monsters looked very much like large beetles and moved towards the team. Lu had to tear them apart, and that's exactly what Ian wanted the joint attack to do. And Rake didn't sit idle either, and went on the attack, starting to form a fireball with his breath. The fire-breathing dragon unleashed its fire on the monsters, which all caught fire as one. But Ian saw that the beetles had a very strong defense, so strong that even with the help of fire, the hero could not remove half of their health. The summoner's magic sphere struck Klopsis's soul directly and dealt about 3,000 damage. The only thing that frustrated Ian was that he really couldn't hit those bugs properly. But a skillful power surge skill went into play that helped take down all the monsters at once. When the air cleared slightly, the lion-headed Ian stood with his staff and awaited the result. But what the young man saw, he certainly didn't expect to see now. And he saw that Jaiki's pet spirit points had reached their maximum. The bird began to glow brightly, and Ian wondered what it could mean. Jaika's lightning spirit had evolved from a low-class spirit to a middle-class spirit. It was a flash of his evolution, thought Ian, rejoiced, but the screaming bird was just as nasty, laughed the hero. Right away, I decided to check Jaika's characteristics. After evolving to middle class, he now has innate abilities and can steal enemy health. So now the bird is like a vampire. After hearing Jaika's ability, Ian was a little disappointed that the electricity control didn't deal any damage, which meant that his attack rate was quite low. But the health regeneration skill was very useful. And it was all so cool that Jaiki evolved, the hero called out to him, and the bird turned his gaze to his master. He was so massive with huge wings, Ian watched him circle and admired his Jaiki. Still, the bird was good, Ian thought, but then he heard Lou screaming. The wolf seemed to hint that he had some use for him, too, and nuzzled at the young man. Of course, Lou's merit was great. Jan stroked him, thanked, and praised him so that the wolf cub was even embarrassed. The hero has a cunning plan in his head since Jaiki has evolved and gained an innate ability. Why not tear it all down? Ian thought about it and imagined him destroying the place, but there were more important things to do. The tower girl poured out all the soul stones on the table and was very surprised at how Ian was able to obtain so many. The hero was proud to hear such praise, but he did not reveal his secrets. She thanked him for his errand and added that she was not surprised that Sir Oakley had sent Ian to her. The monster resurrection quest had been completed and Ian had gained over 20 million experience. It was so much, and the young man decided that the quest was definitely worth it. Next, the girl asked to follow her so she could show the hero the very process of resurrection from the soul stones. Ian followed her, and there they came to the entrance of some building with columns. Inside it was very beautiful, and the young man asked what this place was, and the girl said that this is where they conduct the resurrection of souls from the stones. Opening her bag and taking out a multitude of glowing stones, she said that now we can begin. There were so many stones, and she poured them all onto an altar, or at least a place very similar to it. There was so much light in the room from the radiation of the stones that it was blinding my eyes. He had to start, and Ian was very worried about what would happen with the first stone. He believed in success, but his heart trembled. It was very interesting to watch the process of resurrection, and doubly interesting was the hero because he saw it for the first time. They both froze and watched the stone, which seemed to grow larger and larger. The heroes were curious about what kind of creature it would be. Finally, the rock turned into a monster. It was a huge bug. The girl was very excited, saying it was a huge success. Ian's face showed disappointment, as he did not consider the resurrection of the ancient monster Klopsis a success, and he had only gotten 500 glory for it, which wasn't much. Klopsis will now be found on the continent of Culinary. It so happened that after the successful resurrection of the ancient monster, it begins to appear in the wild. And yet Ian was flattered that it was thanks to him that a new monster had appeared on the continent of Culinary, albeit not a pleasant one. A strange feeling took hold of the young man. The girl lit up at the idea and asked Ian to keep resurrecting the rest of the monsters as well. The second soul stone was also resurrected successfully, and it turned out to be a saber-toothed tiger. The third was not very sympathetic to the girl, and it was a monster that looked like something between a turtle and a dinosaur with large spikes on its shell. Of course, it was not without its disappointments, and among the successful ones were the failed attempts at resurrection. The process was very exciting, and the heroes did not notice how there was only one last stone left. When Ian saw the outline of the last monster, he was very surprised. The monster from the last stone turned out to be a huge and gorgeous harlequin turg. The monster was heroic grade and would now be encountered in Culinar. Ian's fame increased by 30,000. Harlequin was beautiful, and the girl never dreamed she would see such a legendary monster with her own eyes. Jan admired the tiger and thought it would be nice to get one for himself. Griffer, and so called the girl, was very grateful to the hero, because before she could see all these ancient monsters only in books. The hero said he was grateful to her for the experience, too. And then Griefer made a very unexpected and tempting offer to Ian. She handed him the stone with Harlequin on it and asked him to take care of it for her. She was pleased and had never met a summoner as skillful as Ian, so she trusted him with the toughest monster. A smile immediately appeared on the young man's face, and he gladly accepted such a gift of Harlequin's capture stone. Studying the information about the new pet, Ian saw that Harlequin was only level 1, which meant that he could raise it in his own method as he wished. The ideal method, in Yang's opinion, was to bring the hidden potential to 100 until the level increased, after which the tiger's abilities would greatly increase. The young man did not hesitate to immediately summon his Harlequin. The first thing the new pet needed to do was to be given a name, and Ian wondered. Looking into the eyes of his tiger, the young man immediately realized that he would call him Harley as a mild abbreviation of his name, Harlequin. Griffer noticed that Harley liked both his name and really liked his new owner. Ian also really liked his pet, a great beast completely fitting the title of familiar. Griffer's eyes lit up, for now it was time to realize the true goal to which the heroes aspired. And of course this goal was the resurrection of the dragon god's soul stone. Ian stared at the stone and mentally prepared for it to finally happen. Dragon God, it sounded majestic and intimidating, and the heroes once again approached the altar. Ian took out a dragon soul stone from his bag and held it in his hands. After examining the stone more closely, the hero noticed that the stone is definitely different from other soul stones, and first of all, the size. Griffer held it out, and she took the stone in her hands and marveled at it. When the stone was placed on the altar, the room became as light as all the previous stones combined. Ian froze in anticipation. He couldn't believe that he would finally see the dragon god, and if it was really him, he must have a rank that the hero hadn't seen before. And it wasn't about a pet, because a monster of that rank had never existed in Kylin in the first place. The resurrection process was so slow and long that Ian began to get nervous. Only he thought so, as a bright flash of light blinded both of them. Finally, the process was completed, but what the hero saw shocked him. It was just an egg, not a dragon as Ian thought, but a simple egg of small size. But Griffer said it was a success. The dragon god egg was recovered. It was beautifully unusual, and as if it was covered in scales. Ian couldn't believe his eyes and asked the girl if it was really the dragon god's egg. She confirmed that it was true, and that it should be. She hugged him tightly, and said that if it sprouted, Jan could become the first summoner in the last 100 years to tame the dragon god. Griffer was so excited that she didn't look around, and without noticing the step, she stumbled and dropped the egg from her hands. Ian rushed there with all his might in an attempt to catch the long-awaited egg. The young man had never run so fast before, but it was not in vain that the egg he caught was saved. But it seemed so at first, because you couldn't hold it in your hands. Ian grabbed his head, for it had slipped, and now there was no way to keep it from falling. The hero fell to his knees in frustration because he had done so much to rebuild it, and now it just fell and shattered. But luck was on the side of the heroes. It fell, but it didn't break. Ian picked it up and realized how sturdy it was, since it didn't even crack from the fall. Griffer was glad too, because it would be a real disaster if something happened to the egg. Ian decided that even though it was strong, he should be careful with it. All the quests of the series Traces of the Forgotten Ancient Monster have been completed, but no experience Ian will not receive, deciding that the egg of the dragon god is already the best reward. But the seal of the dragon tamer's feather has been broken. Unlimited summoning and halved leadership for dragon-class pets were cool acquired properties for Ian. The young man marveled at his luck that he could use this thing to summon all the pets of heroic rank at once and still have the leadership. Griffer looked at him and wondered what he was muttering. He decided to learn more about the information and the dragon god's egg he had received. He was sorry that the monster had been resurrected in the form of an egg and not a dragon. Because of the imperial quest for the griffin egg, Ian had already searched for information on pet eggs, but he hadn't found any leads. The summoner urgently needed to figure out what to do with the griffin and dragon eggs he had received. After thinking some more, Ian decided to ask the girl if she knew what to do with these eggs, and what was the surprise of the young man when Griffer said that she knew. He asked to tell her, and she was upset that being a summoner, Ian didn't know this information. But Griffer said that the young man needs a pet that lays eggs to take care of these two as if they were his own. Ian already knew that, but he decided he needed to find someone who knew more about it. I thought about what to do next. At first I thought that I should find the mother griffin in the Sakar Desert, but it was suicide to go there because there are monsters from 130th level. He decided that he should look for another option, because the mother for the dragon god's egg will not be found by Yang. Griffer confirmed that the mother option is not an option for the draftee this time around. The girl was a little sad that she didn't know the answer to that question, but she knew a summoner who could give the answer. Ian's eyes lit up as if it wasn't so hopeless. Ian asked who it was, but Griffer said that this man had died over 300 years ago in Arnoville Palace, and she would open a dimensional door for Ian so that the hero could meet the soul of this summoner. The man's name was Iriel, and he was the greatest summoner in the ancient Arnoville Empire. To Ian, the summoner's name seemed feminine. Looking at Griffer, Ian concluded that this woman was old, judging by the way the girl talked about her. Lastly, the girl asked the hero for a favor. Namely, it was necessary to fulfill the quest of reproduction of ancient monsters. Ian realized that Griffer didn't want the resurrected ancient monsters to go extinct again. The reward was a book of skills to hatch a pet from an egg. And the hero rejoiced because it was the book he needed. And if he finishes this quest, he will be able to finish the Imperial quest at the same time. Of course, Ian answered yes, and that he was definitely willing to help Griffer with this quest. Meanwhile, on the mountain range, Norman Haron searched for rare plants for her dishes. She was very excited when she found something interesting as new ingredients. But as it turned out, she wasn't alone in hearing the snow crunching under someone's feet behind her. A huge snow tiger was running towards her, bogging down a bit in the deep snow. But he wasn't the only one here. Haron saw a large arrow fly into the tiger. Turning around, the girl was very frightened by what she saw in that instant. It was he who came to Haron's aid, sensing something amiss, and fired an arrow at the monster. With a wounded paw, the snow-white tiger continued to run, preparing to attack. The brother told the girl to stand back and loaded another arrow into the bow. The girl had a certain magic staff in her hands, and turning around, she saw how close the monster was already getting. With that staff, she used her shield skill, and the tiger seemed to be dumbfounded. Her brother realized that now was the right time to strike and launched an arrow at the enemy. After receiving a blow to the heart, the tiger screamed loudly from the intense pain. The enemy fell to the ground, and the girl's brother relaxed a little. He came closer to the tiger and loaded his bow again, asking how this animal dared to attack. This time the enemy was completely defeated, leaving behind only a breathless body. Turning to his sister, Gawain told Haron that it was dangerous here, and that the monsters here were a couple dozen levels above her, and she needed to be careful. To which Haron replied that that was why she had taken her brother as an escort and protection. Gawain asked how much longer his sister would be here to collect the ingredients, to which she replied that there wasn't much left and to be patient. Haron needed to find new exquisite ingredients to reach a new level in cooking, and in the Norman Mountains there is something that will help to improve her culinary skills. Originally, the girl wanted to take Jan with her, but he had an important quest. The brother asked what his sister was thinking while she was working and why she needed a lot of ingredients. Haron was angry because the answer was obvious and she had a lot of food to prepare, though Gawain assumed it was for him. Meanwhile, Ian went out of the game to rest a bit and read information on the forums. All the players were dumbfounded by the appearance of new ancient monsters. Someone mentioned Harlequin of the 150th level, and Ian was interested in this message, because it turns out Harley is better than he thought. The hero couldn't wait to raise him, and that required going to Iriel immediately to get the skill book. Ian came to the specified place and started looking for the right summoner, but realized that he had to be on guard because who knows who could meet him on the way. The place at first seemed gloomy, cold, and even a little scary, but then something bright caught the hero's eye. A beautiful view opened up before Ian's eyes, and he thought it was surprisingly peaceful. Of course, the young man didn't expect it to be easy to find this Iriel, but he had no idea where to look for her. It turns out that the place was a forest of love, and Ian opened this location and got a pair of wedding rings. One of the rings was a love forest wedding ring for the female gender. The level of the rings was like a dragon feather headdress, but the abilities of the ring simply amazed Ian. The first ring could have evolved, and Ian was shocked because he had never seen such objects before. He decided to look up information about the second ring. The second ring was supposed to be for men only, and Ian was faced with a dilemma of who to give the women's ring to. Of course he remembered about Haron. Her sweet smile seemed to be imprinted in the hero's memory. But after that soap, Ian was angry with himself, because this wasn't the kind of relationship they had. The young man realized that even the games are against singles, and if you don't give a woman's ring to anyone, the rewards are paltry. I decided to walk further into the forest and suddenly heard the stomping of hooves. My first thought was that it was a monster and that I should run away from here. But turning around, Ian saw some rather cute unicorns and didn't realize what they were at first. The most striking and impressive, of course, was the horn on the animal. Still, the young man was very surprised to find unicorns here. They were heroic-type monsters of the 170th level. And now Ian was wondering what to do and whether he should run away. But watching the unicorns further, Ian saw that they were just marching with smiles. It was quite unclear why this was happening to these strong monsters. Ian didn't understand what he should do. Because if all the monsters here are above the 170th level, then the hero really has nothing to do here. But he couldn't give up. He really needed the book on hatching. I stopped and wondered if I should move on, since it didn't look like the monsters here were going to attack. Next, I saw deer and bunnies and realized everyone looked like a sweet couple. And then Ian realized why this place is called the Forest of Love. Very frustrated, considering he'd have an easier time fighting endless hordes of monsters than seeing all that sentimentality. But quite unexpectedly, some female voice called out to Ian. The hero turned around and was speechless when he saw a certain girl. Gathering his thoughts at last, he decided to ask who she was. Her first thought was, of course, that she was an elf, because there are always elves in the forest. The girl was of fabulous beauty, and regarded Jan in silence. Ian looked at her and expected an answer, but she remained silent, as if ignoring his question. After briefly thinking about it, I decided to do it again, and ask who she was. And the girl smiled and asked how Jan's view of the Forest of Love was. The young man replied that the view was incredible, and that he had never seen anything like it before. That's when Ian realized that it was the same Mistress Iriel, and the forest was so beautiful only because it was tended by such an outstanding summoner. The girl winked at the hero, saying she would consider it a compliment, and the young man wondered if making the elves more attractive was one of the properties of the ring. Ian decided it was time to get down to business, and said that the lady had a question for him. He said that he had to fight a lot of monsters to get here, and the young man wondered why the local monsters were behaving strangely as if avoiding him. This question of Jan's seemed very strange to Mistress Iriel, but he just begged her to tell him because if he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to sleep. She looked at him and decided she'd better tell it to the curious summoner. It was about the smell of loneliness from Jan did not follow the smell of love. These words made the hero a little sad and even angry, but Iriel calmed him down by telling him that it wasn't about him and that it wasn't his fault. Iriel looked at the young summoner, remembered why he was here, and asked what Griffer wanted from her. Ian said she wanted him to learn how monsters breed. That's the question Iriel definitely had an answer for, but there were buts. Mistress wondered why a young summoner would want to know such a thing. So John told her the whole story from beginning to end. She listened and marveled. Iriel agreed that resurrecting ancient monsters is an incredible job, and to keep their population up, her knowledge would surely be useful to the hero. And she asked Ian the reason just to see if he was suddenly going to use this information for evil. But of course our hero had no malicious intent, and so he was a little surprised. The girl agreed to give John her skill, and he can artificially breed monsters, but it goes against the laws of nature. Ian didn't really understand what against the laws of nature meant. The thing is that in nature, all animals can reproduce if they find a suitable mate, but it takes a long time, and Iriel's skill could directly shorten the length of this process. The story was very exciting, and Ian listened without distraction, thinking how he could shorten the breeding time. The girl continued that it could be used to breed monsters like animals on a farm, so she asked why the young man needed this skill. Ian knew that Iriel was right, because if someone really wanted to use this knowledge as they pleased, they might want to breed monsters like on a farm. The hero promised that he would never abuse this skill because these monsters were like little brothers to him. Even Puck confirmed it. The girl smiled and said it was a great relief for her to hear such a thing. But then Iriel said that Jan didn't have enough skills to learn this skill, because to learn a young man must have the art of courtship. Ian got upset because this statute that he was single now just started to kill him. Iriel offered Ian a quest. He was to bind the hearts of two lonely fairies, who were the only ones left without a mate in the forest of love. The difficulty of the quest was not specified, and this is probably because the quest is very difficult that it does not fit the existing difficulty levels. Puck encouraged Ian, and the hero liked it. He told the turtle that he was a good guy and that they would definitely make it through. I went further into the thick of the forest and found a hut exactly where one of the fairies was supposed to live. Jan, on the way to the house, met a boy who asked if our hero wanted to help him. The first thing that came to Jan's mind looking at the kid was that Iriel wanted to make a couple out of the kids. The young man said he would help Whitson and Carol become a couple, but the boy had doubts because Jan smelled so much of loneliness. And then Whitson asked how long Jan had been single and without a date. The hero was very angry when he heard this question. The young man calmed down and said one since birth, and that's almost 7,000 days. Whitson was even a little amused to hear that, because he had been alone for more than 55,000 days, and it turned out that Jan was still very lucky. Fairies measured age differently. The hero was encouraged by these words, and said that in that case, he would definitely be able to help the couple get together. Sir Whitson was so embarrassed and was unspeakably relieved when Ian made the promise that he would soon cease to be lonely. The first order of business was to take Whitson to the tree, which Ian did. On the hand was the fact that both fairies had already agreed to pick mushrooms together. To be honest, Ian noticed the way the couple looked at each other. Our hero lay in ambush with Puck and thought that this quest would probably prove easier than it first appeared. At first, watching the couple, Ian liked the picture he was seeing of Watson and Carol. But time went on, and the picture did not change. The young man was angry that they had been picking mushrooms for so long, and yet they were just sitting silently next to each other. And then all the fairies just went home. Jan asked Whitson why he had let her leave without saying a word. The little fae cried. He said he tried to talk to her, but his lips refused to open. Both guys sat down at the table across from each other to sort out the situation. Ian realized that Whitson was doing worse than he thought, and that made the quest more complicated. Our Negoi decided to act. He took out a magic ball and put it on the table. Whitson asked what it was. Faye stared at the ball for a long time, not understanding what Ian wanted from him, who just sat and watched the boy closely. The balloon showed the face of the fairy Carol, who had left a message. Having listened to the message now, Whitson had to respond to it. But Whitson was silent. And then the summoner exploded with anger, for they had rehearsed the speech, and Whitson should have just answered as Jan had taught him. But he continued to be silent. There was no face on the little fairy from fright. He looked at the balloon and did not know what to answer. Ian told him to just say he got home without incident. At last, Whitson gathered his thoughts and replied that he had gotten home all right. Looked at the shawl embarrassed and added that he would be pleased to know that Madame Carol had made it home okay too, so he modified his message a bit. The hero was glad that Whitson answered at least something and asked the fairy how she got there, because in this forest even evil monsters are not found. And then Carol replied that if Whitson was so concerned, why didn't he just walk her out? The little boy was annoyed and distressed, and Ian wondered what to answer now. He realized that Madame Carol was angry with him now, and asked the young man for advice as to his next course of action. But it really was getting worse, and Ian seriously wondered what could be done, because it was impossible to say that Whitson was sorry, or he would look very pathetic in Carol's face. But then the message from Madame came again, and the Fae ran rather to see it. It was clear from her message that she was waiting for an answer, and he asked her if she was asleep. Ian had never seen such a stupid answer, because the couple was communicating, and why ask the girl if she was asleep? Whitson realized that he had written it for nothing, but there was nothing he could do about it. In John's head came the thought that how he, at the very beginning, did not realize that this quest is impossible to fulfill. The girl called out to Whitson again in a message, and he looked confused again. Now was the moment when it was a good time to confess everything to Mrs. Carroll, and Jan decided that it was time to act and told Whitson to tell everything at once. Whitson got upset and cried and said he'd never tell her, adding that his friend Falcom had told him there was nothing worse than confessing by crystal ball message. But Jan insisted that if not now, there would be no other chance. It was the last chance, and the hero knew that if Whitson didn't get his act together, it was all for nothing. Ian decided to take matters into his own hands and texted Carol himself asking if she wanted to go out with him. Whitson was shocked to see that the message from Madame Carroll was sent not by him, but in his name. The summoner exhaled a sigh of relief at the thought of why he hadn't done so sooner. Immediately, there was an incoming request for video chat from a girl, and Whitson was confused as to what he should do now. Ian didn't know that this round thing like a telephone worked. Ian took his things and said that he'd better wait outside and advised the fairy to do everything he could and that he should reveal his true feelings to her right now. The hero believed in success, at least it seemed to him, that he had now done more than these fairies had done in a long time. He stood there breathing the air and waiting for the result. He mentally wished Whitson good luck, calling him his lonely friend. Then Yi Yang and Puk Puk in an instant became very upset, thinking that they had failed this test after all. Just as he was about to leave, Whitson ran out of the house and called out to Jan. The little fairy was overjoyed because he was able to talk to Carol, and they agreed to meet and go for a walk together. How happy he was. He had tears of happiness in his eyes and thanked the hero that everything had happened only because of him. The Messenger of Love quest was successfully completed, and Ian's charm ability increased by 20. The young man was shocked to think that this was the whole quest. It was time to go back to Ariel, and the hero headed back into the forest. Ariel met him immediately and told him that he had done a good job and that Whitson had already told her everything. Ian knew that there were no people who were born successful in their personal lives, only those who succeeded and those who didn't. Now it was Ariel's turn to share her skills with Ian. She really hoped that Jan and Griffer would succeed in breeding ancient monsters. The skill had been acquired, and now thanks to this skill, Jan could distinguish the gender of any monster. The hero was curious that he could distinguish between genders, and probably now the info box would have an extra section for gender. Immediately, I wanted to verify the information and find out the gender of all my pets. Was a little surprised to see all males and no females. Ian decided to ask Ariel if it was true that there were more male monsters than females, but she said no. Mistress explained that aside from a couple of exceptions, all monsters have equal representation of both sexes. And since it was like that, it was just luck, Ian thought. Ariel held out something glowing to Ian and asked him to take this as well. It was a crystal ball, and with it, Ian could send messages to Mrs. Ariel whenever and wherever he wanted. The hero asked why she was giving it to him. She replied that she couldn't tell the young man that now, but she would ask him for a favor in the future, and asked if she could ask Jan for help. Giving the orb to Ian, she offered to fulfill the hidden quest of the shadow of the demonic dragon Khalifa. The hero had already heard about this quest from the legendary dragon Tamer Oakley. It wasn't every day that one could find hidden quests, and since there was no time limit, Ian decided that he couldn't refuse in any case. I saw in the description that the Master Summoner level 3, and previously thought that once a master you cannot further increase level. Ian decided that it was necessary to agree, and then think about all the intricacies of the quest. He took the orb in his hands and added that if he could be of any use to Ariel, he was willing to do what he could. Ariel thanked Ian for his tremendous help and wished him luck on his journey. Soon the hero returned to the tower, and again it seemed rather gloomy. Griffer met him and asked if he had finished all the preparations. Ian replied that yes, and that he now possessed the monster breeding skill. She knew that Mistress Ariel would help him always and asked him to follow her. Finding himself in a room with many animals, the young man thought it was just incredible. Looking at the large number of monsters, Ian added that Mrs. Griefer lacked a couple more monsters like Harlequin. Only herbivorous pets were kept in this room, as they were safer here without predators. The twosome immediately lit up with the desire to bring two monsters of opposite sexes together, and took a pair of Klopsis for an example. First, you had to register these monsters as pet monsters. Ian began to think about how he could put the skill he had learned into practice. He found it amusing to think that Kylin was an adult game and that there was no 19+ limit. I prepared myself and together with Puk Puk decided to use this skill. It was exciting to use it for the first time. Breeding monsters, shouted Ian, thereby watching a couple of test subjects. After a short time, something began to happen in the two klopsoids, and then Ian saw that the couple had formed an egg. He was glad that there was nothing untoward, and that he had been worried for nothing. The hero successfully applied the monster breeding skill and obtained the title of Monster Breeding Master. He gained more knowledge about the monster ecosystem and the skill to hatch the summoner egg, and was very happy that he could finally finish the Griffin Egg quest. After clarifying the information, Ian confirmed that he had obtained the new title of Monster Breeding Master. This title was very useful, and although it didn't make the hero stronger now, it increased the probability of breeding great monsters. And the best part was that Ian didn't need to activate this skill to get all these bonuses. The young man got a taste for it, and decided he could do the same with all the other monsters. I was so keen on the idea that I almost killed 2 males, but then I considered it and stopped. Meanwhile, the university had finished all classes, and the students were happy about it. Ian quickly got up from his desk. He had been sitting for so long he felt wooden. He was called by a friend, asking where he was in such a hurry, and the young man replied that of course he was in a hurry to play, and that he needed to finish the quest. A classmate gloatingly asked what this quest was, and remembered that Ian didn't even show up at the guild headquarters, and what kind of gamer he was then. The young man said that he is engaged in imperial quests and therefore very busy because the time will soon be over and he is in a hurry. Yunshin asked if it was an imperial quest, because Brother Cloven had worked very hard to get such a quest, and had taken all the quests in a row in hopes of getting one. Ian was very surprised, and decided to ask why Cloven would want an imperial quest. Junshin told me that nothing increased glory since the imperial quest and the guild needed someone in the guild to gain noble status, and then the guild could upgrade their territory to dominion. And to get that status you needed about 40,000 fame, and Ian thought that if he talked about his 50,000, he would get a kick out of it. The hero told his friend that as soon as he finished the quest, he would return, wished them luck, and added that they would see each other in Kylin soon. Ian had clearly decided that when he was done with the quests, he would spend more time on guild business. The young man returned to Kylin and went straight to the breeding ground of ancient monsters. He really wanted to get here, and now he finally did. I held the dragon god's egg in my hands and still couldn't believe my eyes that this was it. After all, from it can be derived god dragon, and of course the hero could not wait to realize this dream. He admired it, and it shone so brightly in his hands that he knew for sure it would be a legendary class. He gave the command to hatch the monster, but nothing happened, and then Ian got upset and thought that perhaps since it was the dragon god's egg, everything would go differently. Finally, it changed color and became even brighter than usual. Yang and Puk watched the whole process without taking their eyes off it. But still there was no progress, and the hero decided to study the information and see what he had done wrong. It turned out that he just needed more experience for the egg to hatch, and that was a real relief for Jan. It turned out that he just had to hunt as usual, and then the egg would be powered up and Karsi would hatch. He was glad he didn't have to do any additional quests. I couldn't help but notice the label, unique, next to the legendary class in the info window, and hoped it wasn't something bad. Ian decided that he would return to Moran and finish the quest first anyway. When I got back there, the first thing I did was go to the palace to see the Emperor, walked past large corridors and numerous guards. Finally, Jan stood before the Emperor and his right hand and gave them the egg. Looking at the egg, the Emperor was greatly delighted, and was very surprised that it was indeed a griffin egg. The Emperor asked if the hero had learned what he needed to do to make a pet griffin hatch from a griffin egg. Ian replied with a smile on his face that of course he had learned everything, and obtained the very skill of hatching monsters from an egg. How excited the Emperor was to hear such wonderful news. I couldn't believe that the monster had gotten stronger. And Ian wondered what if he couldn't make the egg germinate. He dreaded to think what would happen then. But Ian was correct in saying that he had acquired the skill of hatching monsters from an egg, not griffins. The hero crossed his fingers and hoped that everything would work out the first time. Looked at the big and beautiful egg and applied his monster hatching skill. The king waited impatiently and looked at Ian expecting the griffin to appear as soon as possible. But there was a misfire, and the griffin's egg also began to hatch, as in the situation with the dragon god's egg. After studying the information, Ian saw that the griffin egg had started to hatch and needed the power of a very strong wind to finish the whole process. This egg was also of the legendary class. The hero wondered what the difference between the two eggs was other than the fact that the dragon god egg has a note unique. Then Ian asked the Emperor where on the continent of Culinary he could find the strongest winds. Of course, His Majesty thought about it and wondered why Ian was asking about this and how this information could be related to the hatching of the griffin from the egg. The young man replied that the process had already begun, but in order for the griffin to hatch, one more condition must be met. The Emperor was angry and asked what the condition was, to which the hero replied that the pet griffins have the power of the wind, and for the egg to germinate, It must absorb the power of the strongest winds in the place where they blow the strongest on the continent. The Emperor's aide joined the dialogue and said that it was about the Celestial Mountains, namely the top of the altar of the Celestial Mountains, the highest point of the Celestial Mountains. This is exactly how the strongest wind would be. The Emperor agreed with the assistant, because he had explored all corners of the continent, so who would know about it but him? Hearing such a thing, Jan had no idea how one could get to the Celestial Mountains. Now it was necessary to find a way to get there, because around the Celestial Mountains lies a wasteland where monsters of 130th level and higher roam. Going there alone would be suicide, especially since the young man doesn't even know their maximum level. Ian decided that he needed to avoid all of this, even if he had to give up the quest, and told the Emperor that he had honored his request. Then he looked at the Emperor's aide, and an idea was born in his mind. Now Ian realized he could probably kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He realized that he probably wouldn't have to go there alone if he asked the Emperor to grant his request. Finally ended up on the Celestial Mountains, and there immediately had to fight monsters. The first to enter was Biggie with his bottomless abyss. Ian still asked the Emperor for a knight army, and he gladly gave help to the hero, expecting of course a great result for the hatching of the griffin egg. So now the team of heroes fought not alone but with help. Rake used the lava breath ability at the behest of his master. And of course the Royal Guard was not lagging behind either and went on the attack. Lu was great and also fought with all his might. The young man was satisfied with his pets. When Lu lunged at the huge flying monster, Jan even commanded to use the Bloodlust ability. The wolf with the blood-red mane dealt critical damage to the Thunderhawk. The Bloodlust effect dealt additional damage. Ian was delighted that Lu dealt 15,000 damage in 1 hit, while Rake used his lava breath to deal 20,000 damage. The Bloodlust skill was an extremely useful skill for the young man. And yet the perfect solution was to go not alone to this place, thought Ian. He remembered telling the Emperor that he was very weak and could not reach the Celestial Mountains alone with the griffin egg, and asked for His Majesty's help and strength. The Emperor was still thinking about his power, and Ian realized that it would be possible to placate him with flattering words. Yang said that the Emperor wields the greatest power, and that's why the hero needs it. Of course, at this time, the king's aide was angry and realized that the young man was just being manipulative. Since it was a game, the expedition started in 1 day, and although Ian had expected more people to participate, but the level of the Royal Guards started at 150, and some of them were even 170th level. Looking at the head of the guard at the Emperor's chief aide, Jan thought that he probably had a level of 200, but he couldn't look at it because it was hidden information. Thunderhawk was defeated, for which the hero received over 10,000 experience units. Even though the experience was shared among the group members, Ian was still very happy because he would get more than 10,000 experience for 1 monster. But in addition to that, all of the young man's pets would grow in level like crazy. Ian couldn't contain his emotions and thanked aloud for the steam train. Suddenly, the head of the guard called out to the young man and thus startled him. With an angry expression on his face, he said that Ian wasn't as useless a summoner as he had thought at first. The hero's pets really helped a lot to fight monsters, making the goal of getting the egg to the location much closer than before. Of course, these words flattered Ian, and he knew that he could help in the battle even though his level was low compared to the others. The leader raised his hands, gave the order to the guard to stop the battle. He said everyone needed to take a little break and prepare for the next battle. And then Ian resented this decision, asking why rest if the army had no losses. And he thought, of course, that his precious experience was going away. The chief pointed his sword at the ridge and said that when the whole army crossed it, they would all fall into the celestial desert. He further said that they would meet the mummies of monks, and these monsters were already 150th level. The battle with them will not be easy, that's why you need rest and preparation. Meanwhile, the guild's base was defended by its members for about a month or so. The northern continent would fall into chaos with these wars of conquest, and every guild would see the base as a source of prosperity. And all the guilds were worried that if a large guild decided to attack, the medium-sized guilds would be in trouble. Junshin saw the solution to the problem in upgrading the base class from village to manor. With the manor class, the guild could put NPC guards and fortifications in the form of towers. The girl replied that she didn't know that, and now she understands. She added that in such a case, it would be better to avoid wars until things settled down. The leader agreed. Of course, Junshin believed that soon Yang would finish his quest and finally come to the aid of his home guild. Until then, the decision was made to defend the base at all costs. Meanwhile, Ian was riding his red dragon and wondering why it had gotten so cold. He was upset that even in the game he felt tired and that he felt sleepy, because in real life he also slept for a long time, and that was the reason. At last, the entire royal army, along with the crew, reached the Celestial Mountains. Here the strong winds were supposed to blow. In an instant, The silence around was broken by an invading monster that immediately started running towards the leader. The chief drew his sword and began to defend himself, but the monster was fierce and terrifying. He had a big long mushroom and huge horns. Defeating the monster with just a few blows spoke volumes about the experience of being here. "The Celestial Mountains are very dangerous," he said to John, without putting away his sword, because he had to be ready for anything. "The leader said that here there may be monsters of 190th level, and you need to be careful, and also that he almost died from 2 or 3 blows from a mummy monk of 150th level. And here is 190th as a matter of fact." Ian listened to him and firmly decided for himself that having come all this way he could not fail. Behind heard such strange sounds that the hero had never heard before, and he decided to get ready. The royal guard prepared for battle, and all the warriors needed to move quietly so as not to attract the attention of the other monsters in the area. After all, the leader knew that these monsters always walk in packs, which is very dangerous, so he warned all of his and John's team. He continued on horseback and knew that there should still be about 5 monsters nearby and that he should keep his eyes open. Gave everyone orders to protect the egg and yang. That was the most important thing in this mission. As he thought, not even a few minutes had passed before a horde of furious horned monsters started running towards the army. But there was some strange explosion of bright light that seemed to scare everyone away. The chief was perplexed as to why all the monsters rushed away. The first thing that came to mind was that some monster had scared them off. Again, the explosion right in front of the captain's feet made the horses very frightened and squealing. The smoke cleared, the light faded slightly, and the whole crew saw a huge bird. No one knew if it was a dinosaur or a pterodactyl, but they knew for sure that it was even bigger than Biggie. The captain went on the attack and ordered all the knights to follow him. The most important thing was to divert this huge thing away from the front. Ian was told by the man in charge to quickly grab the egg and quickly run down the aisle while he dealt with the monster. Everything was clear, and the primary objective of saving the egg was clear too. The hero took the egg in his hand so it was safer, he decided, than carrying it in a cart. He admired the captain for his sound tactical thinking. Ian had to hurry while the knights distract the monster, because one unfortunate touch on the monster's tail and the end will come to both the hero and the egg. The young man decided to immediately increase his agility by synchronizing with Lou. As it was, he had a much better chance of bypassing the battle and carrying the egg to its destination. Everything turned out exactly as Ian had planned, and in a moment he was on the altar. But the strangest thing was that there was no wind, and so the hero stood in the middle of the altar wondering what to do next. But then the information appeared that Yang was the first to discover the source of the wind heavenly altar. The young man remembered that this was the same way he had discovered the lava source, and it was the same, only now it was a different element. So if Yang wanted to bring the monster out of the fire element egg, he had to go back to the Firelands. It was necessary for the egg to hatch as soon as possible, and if we delay, the number of knights will be greatly reduced, and the Emperor will be furious. Ian carefully took the egg and placed it on the altar, thinking that now it would hatch. It shone, and something was sure to happen. Progress was visible, and now the hero realized that everything was working out, and that he had done everything exactly as it should be done. Looking at the information window, Ian saw that there was progress, and that 11% had already hatched, and that when it was 100, the egg would germinate. I wondered for a minute how the battle between the knights and that huge monster was going, and what was Ian's surprise when he realized that the knights had lost this fight. The hero was afraid that the monster would return to him, and the hatching scale was growing very slowly. When he heard an incomprehensible sound, the young man decided to investigate and saw something he was surprised, because he had never had this thing in his inventory before. I took the stone in my hands and wondered where it had come from, since Jan didn't have it. And then it dawned on him that this was the thing that had fallen from those Pexers during the priestly quest. But Ian didn't understand why it was glowing now. Suddenly, this stone was snatched from the hero's hands and began circling the egg at great speed. The young man wondered what was going on, because he had not given a command to use the item. It was a wind purification item. The egg cracked and the hatching began. At first, the cracks appeared slowly, and then very abruptly the shell burst all at once, as if something inside had exploded. The bright light and loud sound blinded and stunned the young man, and he even covered his face with his hand, so bright was everything. The Griffon was bred from an egg. This was the first time Jan had bred a legendary rank monster from an egg. The leadership skill increased by 100 and the proximity skill by 50. The young man could not resist jumping on the altar with happiness, because at last this mission was completed. I was very surprised when instead of 1 griffin there were 2. Ian looked at these cute creatures and realized they were 2 twins. After studying the information about the griffins, I saw that they were of different sexes and of the first level like his Harlequin. But they both had all the parameters except defense, and the king's roar was an incredible skill. The hero looked at the new couple and wondered why he had to go through such an ordeal, because if the monster was alone, Ian would have no problem giving it to the Emperor without a doubt. Ian decided that God himself had given him this opportunity and no one would find out. The hero deliberately went on the sly and captured one griffin for himself. There was no turning back, and he decided to look around once more, so that there was no one around, and no one would know what he had done. But then abruptly the altar shook, as if a great earthquake had come to this place. Turning around, Ian saw a huge winged monster that took out the entire royal army. The monster lunged at Ian and he rushed away, needing to escape at all costs. Finally, being in the palace of the Emperor, the hero sat and waited for him, but His Majesty did not come. And then Jan thought suddenly he knows something. But the flow of his thoughts was broken, and the king finally came into the waiting room. He told Jan that he did a great job and that he didn't doubt him. Ian bowed and said that it was not necessary to thank all the knights, for they had fought bravely, and that the hero owed much to their valor. The Emperor continued by saying that the griffin the young man had brought would be taken care of by the court summoners, and that it was thanks to Jan that the king would be able to proudly present the royal griffin as the symbol of the empire on the day of the founding of the state. Ian said that all the citizens would be thrilled to know that the griffin itself was keeping the peace of the imperial family. The Lucipal Empire quest had been completed. Ian had gained almost 20 million experience and 100,000 glory, and raised the level in just 3 days. Now it was clear why the top players have more than 100,000 glory, because they get all the rewards for imperial quests. The hero said goodbye, saying he had to go about his business, but the Emperor told him to wait. The king took the young man's hand and said he wanted one more thing from him. Ian became very nervous, thinking that he had been caught and that the Emperor knew everything. In fact, His Majesty had just caught up with the young man to ask for thanks in return for the gift he had prepared for him. Ian was of course relieved, and replied that he was willing to accept anything from the Emperor, but of course he hoped it was some legendary item. The king held out his hand to the young man with a ball of fire in it, and added that he was handing it over because it was Ian who had served for the glory of the Lucipal imperial family. From the fire appeared a beautiful outline of a griffin the hero watched and wondered what it could be. The Emperor handed it to Ian and stood looking at him with a nonchalant face, while the young man perplexedly looked at his gift. The imperial quest was completed, and Ian was given the title of Baron and became an aristocrat of the Lucipal Empire. He could even have servants, but at the same time, he could not change his citizenship until he reached the title of king, or was forcibly stripped of his title. Ian became an opponent of the Kylin Empire. This news just dumbfounded him. He did not even understand whether it was good or bad and what it all means. Having taken the gift, the hero decided to urgently get out of the imperial palace and log out of the account to deal with all this information. The Emperor was proud of himself and asked Sir Ian now if he liked the gift. In exchange for the gift, the king wanted the hero's loyalty, and this statement surprised the young man even more. Ian bowed to His Majesty, but he did not understand why his body was moving by itself and did not obey him. The young man got down on one knee and said that he would not let the Emperor down, because it was an honor for him. It was some kind of unpleasant innovation because it was the first time Ian felt like the game system was controlling his body instead of himself. Kneeling, the young man thought that at least they would not be able to take the griffin. The king liked the suppleness of the summoner. Ian, a member of the Lotus Guild, has been given the title of Baron, and now the guild headquarters has the ability to upgrade from a village to an estate, but to upgrade the owner must be a user with the title of aristocrat. The guild members were very surprised that our hero should now be called Sir. One participant said that it was about time because they had everything ready, and now that Ian had won the title, it was time to start improving. Yuncheng was slightly upset. He couldn't believe it and wondered what kind of quest Yang had completed that he had immediately received the title. Baron was the first title among all those to be given. Junshin said that he heard that after completing an imperial quest, you can get the title of knight or baronet. A discussion ensued, and a rebuttal was made to Junshin's words that a baronet and a baron are not the same thing. All of the guild members were jealous of Ian, and it was very apparent, though of course they said that they were very lucky that just now one of them had taken the title. It was decided to immediately improve the headquarters to a manor house when Sir Ian arrived here, and the girl asked that it would likely be necessary to return his position as deputy guildmaster to him. Of course, everyone was indignant and against such a statement, because our hero did not have enough knowledge for this, because he was always busy with just farming. So the others proposed to keep Kylin as deputy. The red-haired girl simply giggled after her suggestion and the reaction of the people around her. She said that wouldn't Jan be offended after all he had done for the guild. They said that people like Yang didn't take offense to anything and that she had known about it for months and only now did she care about it for some reason. It was time to get back to work instead of having this discussion, Yunshin shouted. Meanwhile, Ian and his team and newfound teammate Griffon were moving through the snowy terrain. A small griffin was sitting on the summoner's back and something seemed to be chirping. Jan asked if little Finn was hungry as he called his pet. He said he'd find a tasty meatball for her. Puk started to get angry, but the hero calmed him down by saying that he would certainly get some too. The turtle glowed after those words and felt very happy. Jan watched the little ones and realized how much they liked Haron's meatballs. The young man thought that if he were to return to the guild now, the first thing he would have to do would be to develop the territory. Decided that it is necessary to train soldiers NPCs and use them for farming, then the efficiency will increase many times. Ian didn't have enough leadership to register more monsters, so he decided to focus on developing the ones he had. He didn't know when the dragon god egg would sprout, but he was sure he would find a way to increase the leadership by then. Before I knew it, all the pets had already eaten everything, so awesome were the meatballs. Looking at Finn and Puk's happy and cute faces, Ian was happy too. Puk was always greedy for food, so I wanted to believe Finn wasn't like that. The young man sat down to rest and watched the griffin and the turtle and realized that Finn really liked Puku. The rest and lunch break was over and it was time to move on, so Ian ordered everyone to move forward as it was only a short distance to the guild headquarters. At this time, the professor was staying at the monster farm. Looking at all his animals, he knew the farm was now on the right track. The professor thought that it was difficult, of course, but it was worth it, and the main thing now is the result. Soon it was time to leave, but he wondered why Jan still wasn't here. He never showed up. I opened the information window and wanted to see the real reason for my student's no-show. But then Haron showed up and said she'd brought everything the professor asked for. It was monster food, and the girl had prepared various delicacies at Lee Jin-wook's request. The dish looked so excellent that if he were hungry, he would have eaten it all himself, and the monsters wouldn't have gotten a bite. Haron was very excited when the professor called out to her. She thought it was about her food. But the professor, looking at the appetizing scrambled eggs and drooling, believed that Jin's son would arrive at the headquarters early. The girl rushed away, adding only that the professor should have told her earlier. She and Ian had decided not to use formal speech anymore, but he still hadn't gotten in touch. Haron thought she was the first person Jan should have told about coming back. The girl was a little embarrassed and was very happy because now at last she could ask the young man about their journey to the northern continent together. Looking in front of her, she noticed that the building was changing color and assumed it was due to Jin's son's return. What a happy look! Haron's eyes burned with joy and she shouted out her friend's name. Jan, along with Junshin, stood in front of her and held a gift for her friend. They were those beautiful rings from the Forest of Love in a gift box. For both Jan and Haron, such a gesture was a novelty. The girl was very surprised, rather shocked because they were wedding rings. The joy was gone from her face instantly, as she thought about the fact that Jan wasn't going to give her the ring. So many questions, but no answers yet. The Lotus Guild was jubilant at last they were able to expand and grow. Yoo-hyun admired the new construction and asked Jan how he liked the new headquarters. Of course, he was proud of himself and praised himself, thinking it was solely his merit. The guild decided that they should first inspect everything before improving the estate, because if they improve it right now, there might be internal errors somewhere. Ian put forward his suggestion that the first thing to do after the improvement is to build a training center. Yoo-hyun resented that it was too risky, and that it was better to build barracks to increase the manor's defenses. Our hero insisted and said that Yoo-hyun was wrong, because low-level soldiers are suitable for training, and even if there are hundreds of them, one single mage can sizzle them with an AoE spell. But Yunshin went on to say that if they built the guild properly and appointed high-level NPCs to command, the military might be increased, and powerful characters could also appear. The red-haired girl agreed that it was necessary to do as Ian said first, to build a training center to train the NPCs, who would train the soldiers, and thus raise the level of the troops. Ian smirked, and said that if there was a suitable player in the guild above the 100th level with 800,000 glory, and with a title above baronet as an estate owner, then a suitable guild headquarters could be built for him. Yoo-hyun immediately said that there was no need to delay and it was time to act. All the conditions for the improvement had been met. Lotus Guild headquarters has been upgraded from a village to a manor. All the guys stood around and watched the improvement process. The building certainly became a gorgeous, big, and more majestic building. And of course, Jan was pleased with himself. Everything had changed a lot around the estate. Everyone looked and admired what they saw. The hero looked and told Yoo-hyun that he didn't even know the improvements looked like this. The title of landowner was automatically transferred to Yang along with the title of baron. If the young man refused to do so, the improvements would be automatically cancelled. Yoo-hyun accepted the request. Yan became the landowner of the Lotus Guild's estate. After the basic settings of the estate were loaded, Ian could begin his internal affairs. He was looking forward to this, so that he could set the taxes to a minimum and build a summoner guild as soon as possible. Ian remembered that Haron was here, and he needed to talk to her and entrust her with the management of the kitchen and give her something. The hero showed Yoo-hyun the very same wedding rings. It was a reward for the quest, but Yang couldn't give them to anyone but Haron. The girl was very happy to see Jan and rather rushed to him. The young man saw her incorruptible joy and was a little confused. Of course, Jan did not know how to present a gift to Haron because he had never given such gifts before. She was shocked when she saw the little surprise box. Jan saw Haron's reaction and said it wasn't what she thought, but the young man knew that this gift was only for her, and she knew it was only for her. Looking at her confused face, he wanted to say it was a quest reward at first, then still asked if Haron could accept the item as a favor. Haron didn't realize what was even going on, and that maybe it was just a useless trinket, and not what she thought it was. Jan added that she didn't have to accept this gift if it was too much for her, but the girl replied that it was okay and that she would still accept the item. After looking up the information on the ring, Haron saw that it was an engagement ring, and decided that suddenly it was an engagement ring. Then she asked Ian if it was an engagement ring. He probably had one too. The young man responded positively and pulled out his own to show her. Accepting the gift with a smile on her face, Haron replied that she would gladly wear it, and Ian was glad that he could finally get rid of the level 50 ring. All the conditions were met, and the wedding rings were unlocked. The effect of Elmoff's blessing was applied. The hero opened the information window and was pleasantly surprised that the combat characteristics increased by 20 and all the skills of professions increased by 30%. And now it was possible to summon Haron once a day using Elmoff's ability. If Yang had given the ring to Haron, then he had a girlfriend. He thought about it and was a little taken aback. Haron was very embarrassed, and deep down she felt that Jan cared about her now she knew it with certainty. Yu-hyun and her friend watched the newly baked couple. There was talk in the guild that both Yang and Haron had forgotten about everyone else and were so happy to be together. Meanwhile, Yu-hyun was at the manor reading various news and new information as the deputy lord came to him. He told him that since he had come, let him come and help him, because there was so much to do. The deputy said he would help and asked if John had already left. Yu-hyun replied that the young man had gone to the Forlan pool with Fiolan and was probably farming the dungeon now. The deputy decided that he needed to sort things out quickly and follow Yang. Yu-hyun asked if he thought it could be cleaned up with 2 men, to which the deputy replied that yesterday it was just him and Clovan who cleaned it up with 2 men. It was understandable, because he and Clovan were both warrior classes, and they had a lot of damage, while Yu-hyun seemed to take no damage. His partner added that in that case, he would deal more damage, and if they died, there was a small penalty, and this dungeon had a time limit. Yu-hyun was persuaded, and as soon as he finished his business, the friends decided to go on their way. The two of them all wondered if Ian and Fiolan could mop it up with the two of them, but since neither of them knew what summoners were like in combat, they assumed that anything was possible. Yunheng was sure that Yang's pets would definitely be able to protect them, and that everything would be fine. Without thinking for a long time, we decided that it was time to start fulfilling the mission instead of sitting idle. Fiolan fought a huge goblin with a mace who was many times taller and scarier than the usual members of his species. Harlequin helped the girl fight by attacking the ferocious monster from the back. It was the first time the tiger had been in combat, and Ian observed how powerful it could be. The hero shouted for Fiolan to move back while the monsters fought. The girl told Ian that if she kept waiting, she would run out of kickbacks, and asked him to distract them so she could use her magic. The young man agreed, and she began to use her staff to conjure something. Ian was confident and strong, he knew this, so he immediately sprang into action. Harley was fast and attacked constantly, and the monster was getting angrier and angrier. Jan watched the whole fight and shouted to the tiger to be careful. The pet needed to dodge punches, and Yang ordered it to do so. During the misses, the goblin became even angrier as his eyes flared more violently. Ian decided to act more purposefully using his electrical power. The hero gathered all his strength into a fist and struck a blow of great force at the huge monster. The goblin immediately wanted to strike back, but the young man managed to dodge so that the enemy missed. As if that wasn't enough, Ian thought, a new plan loomed in his mind. He ordered Harley and the others to attack and ran with them himself into the attack. To be more effective, the pet should have attacked the monster on the move. It should have attacked harder and stunned the goblin. Harley was great and completed his task just fine and most importantly promptly. Ian was pleased with his pet, for he had managed to stun the monster as required. The hero looked at the wounded goblin and thought it was worth it to keep attacking without stopping. The monster came to its senses very quickly and began to growl indignantly. The young man was angry that the enemy had woken up so quickly, and that he had too strong a stun defense. We had no choice but to attack and keep on attacking until it was over. Fiolan shouted for Ian to distract the goblin while she accomplished what she had planned. Something was definitely starting to happen. The wind began to swirl around, and it seemed so strong that it could knock me off my feet. Ian knew that Fiolan was preparing to cast something murderous. The hero decides that she's doing everything just in time because she needs to buy some time. The young man shouted and called out to everyone while the monster was electrocuted. Looking at the goblin, he suddenly saw that a cavity had opened up in his stomach. Observing the enemy here, Ian realized that this would be an extremely powerful magic. A light erupted from within the monster, and it streamed out in a powerful stream towards Kylin, and Yang shouted to her to be careful. The hero knew that if he dodged now, the entire attack would go to his partner. While the spell was casting, she couldn't move, so she was vulnerable. And then John decided that Puk could help in such a case, and took the turtle in his hand. He rushed to the girl's aid, but the monster was so strong it was hard to get close. Ian shouted for Kylin to continue conjuring while he would stop the enemy's strike. Puk took the full brunt of the blow. Good thing Ian had a pet with such strong defenses. Lord of Water. Puk's innate pet ability has been activated. The turtle absorbed the blow of the enemy Forlin giant's water cannon. Puk's innate ability worked, and although Ian had never used it before now, it came in handy. It was at this very minute that Kylin was to spring into action, and Ian signaled her. The girl began to magic with all her strength while simultaneously fending off the monster's attack. Lu used the bloodlust ability, and all the other pets were ordered to go on the attack at the same time. Finally, the Forlan hero's tomb dungeon was defended with the highest score. Jan took the first place and will receive 3,000 units of glory every day until he is overtaken. Yunshin called Yang to eat chicken outside the game, but the hero said he had important business to attend to because the rules of turf warfare were about to be televised. The two guys made themselves comfortable in front of the TV and started watching. Junshin agreed that the case was really important. Reporters Lucia and Heinz were broadcasting a special news bulletin from Kylin. Heinz was broadcasting that they were now at the battlefield of the Brave, and that was where the guild wars were taking place. The first turf war is supposed to start today, so the reporters went there. Lucia clarified that the battlefield of the Brave is a virtual space of Kylin that is not indicated on the map. When a guild war starts, all guild members who participate in the battle will be moved there. Players who are not members of the guild but are willing to spend some coins can become observers on the battlefield of the Brave. The host said to break down the rules of turf warfare before they started broadcasting a battle between the first-ranked guild of the Korean server Darkrun and the fourth-ranked guild, Oakland. Yu-hyun noticed that one should listen carefully and suggested that Ian write down all the information. Ian immediately realized that this would be more complicated than the usual turf wars. The consequences here were much more serious than losing guild glory and a couple of places in the ranking table like in normal guild wars. It was probably because of the territories involved. One player can only participate in 2 battles against one guild, and this is a defense against some pumped-up player dragging all the battles for his guild. Yu-hyun concluded that even if a player was strong enough to single-handedly influence the outcome of the battle, it would be impossible to win alone. The guys decided to eat because everything was getting cold, and then get another dose of new information. Ian thought that not only the skills of the guild members, but also the skills of the NPCs were important during territory wars. The hero had the title of Baron, so he could register a maximum of 20 NPC for service, with the dead NPC being revived a week after death. And since Ian knew all this, it was necessary to register them for service as soon as possible. Meanwhile, one sorceress was thanking Rimlong for his help in clearing the dungeon. The girl asked him why he hadn't joined any guilds yet, because with all his skills, the assassin could join even the top guilds. Rimlong replied that he likes to play alone. She offered to consider joining her Kaiser guild if he ever thought of joining someone. The assassin asked if this guild was one of the top 10 guilds. The girl said that everything is correct, and although now they are on the 13th place, but earlier they were on the 8th place. Rimlong replied that he was just inquiring and that he didn't intend to join anything yet. The sorceress said she was sorry, but it was his choice, and nothing could be done. He added that if he did, Lady Selena would be the first to know. She was happy to hear that from such a player, said goodbye and said, "I'll see you soon." Rimlong was alone with his thoughts and thought that it was probably time to join a guild. But if he joined a large guild, he would be nothing more than expendable. And to avoid this, you need to evolve enough to have enough influence in the guild. Immediately thought he should be in the Hall of Fame and look at player ranks there. Rimlong decided to see which player had the best score for clearing the dungeon. Ian was in first place, and he had a gap of 3 minutes from the second and third place, and the result was 31 minutes and 29 seconds. He was very surprised that the Forlin dungeon could be cleared in half an hour. The assassin wondered what kind of guild Lotus was that was leading by such a large margin. The Darkrun and Titan guilds had always been neck and neck in pursuit of first place, but this was the first time Rimlong had heard of the Lotus Guild. But he swore he had heard of this player named Yang before. Of course he remembered him, because this was the same guy he had fought in the Arm League finals. Rimlong was very surprised because according to his calculations, Yang should have been 100th level or so, and how could he get to the first place with such a level? If he was already 110th level, the assassin thought. The fact that the loser is ranked above him hurt Rimlong's ego. Of course he exhaled, and decided he wasn't just going to leave it at that. There was no sitting idly by, and Rimlong decided to act. You could see in his eyes that the killer had an insidious plan. He remembered Yang with Puk on his back during the battle, and thought to himself that Yang was waiting for him and ready to accept the challenge. Meanwhile, Ian was walking around the city looking at the surroundings. He was looking for someone. Seeing John in a beautiful suit, it was immediately obvious that the young man was titled. The professor asked what Jin Sun was doing here. Ian asked him if the monster farm was up and running. The professor replied that after the emergence of the Summoners Guild, it turned out that there were not so few summoners, and there was no shortage of customers. Although, of course, he thought that there would be no summoner players in the near future. The young man asked if the summoner NPCs came here because he had to register them as subordinate NPCs, but they said they could come here from the Summoners Guild. The professor pointed to the girl who had left her blue wyvern here. Ian thanked the professor and headed faster towards the very girl. She looked at both of them and thought that maybe this Nepis was giving some kind of quest. The professor added that she often drops by the farm, but in his opinion, she's just a regular nice girl NPS. And then the professor remembered a promise he had made, which he was about to fulfill. Haron asked him to let her know when Jin Sun would show up at the farm. The professor texted her that Ian had just arrived at the monster farm. She thanked the professor for the information and asked what Jin Sun was doing there, to which the professor replied that Yang was now chatting with a very nice girl. And suddenly, the window of information burst and shattered. The professor did not understand what happened. And then he realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things, although he thought that he had just said the wrong thing. And then he thought it wasn't his problem and let Jin Sun deal with it himself. Ian looked at the girl and tried to figure out what kind of NPS she was in the first place. The girl's name was Siri. She was 108th level and had incredible innate abilities. Healing the summoner, spiritual protection, cloning the summoner. Ian realized at once that he couldn't find a better NPS. Jan entered the room and said hello to Siri, asking if they had met before. The girl was embarrassed because she hadn't noticed that someone had entered. The hero immediately said he'd come to talk to her about something important. She looked at Jan, and it was immediately clear that she was very confused because she didn't understand what he wanted to talk about. Ian looked at her and realized that he could register her as a NPS subordinate using the Seal of Dominance. He handed Siri the seal and asked if she would accept it, for he might need her help in the future. Siri was even a little glad that Ian had asked her for help, but asked if he really needed it. The young man offered the apprentice summoner to become his subordinate. Ian said her help could be invaluable, which is why he's making her this offer. The girl took the seal and said she was happy to accept it. Siri became the first player out of 20 possible subordinates. Siri's subordinate's talent grade was heroic, and Jan was thrilled to see it. The girl was overjoyed and promised to serve my Lord John faithfully. After that, the hero said goodbye to Siri and headed out to even level up. But then Ian felt a chill coming from the open door. It was Haron who, with anger in her voice, asked Jin Sung what kind of girl it was. Haron was obviously jealous, saying that Jan was getting along well with her new friend since they were even holding hands. Ian replied that it was just a NPS he took her as his subordinate, and shook hands as a sign of greeting. The girl realized that she had made up different things for nothing, and got angry for nothing since it was just a NPC subordinate. The hero explained that he was currently recruiting subordinate NPCs, and this girl was just one of them. Haron, it was understandable except for one thing why, as the first subordinate, Jan decided to choose a young, smarmy girl. The young man explained that he did not know that this was the circumstances. He had to explain this misunderstanding to her. Decided to head back to the tower to Griffer's and headed straight there. Ian was glad that he had finally managed to calm Haron down after all that had been said. The hero looked at the sorceress of Griffer's measurements and thought she had an incredibly high rank. He thought he could persuade her to become his subordinate. He said hello to the girl and thought that nothing would work out most likely, but he couldn't give up hope. Griffer said she had heard news about Jan not too long ago. He asked what kind. News that Ian had become a baron and he didn't understand how Griffer could know about it. She had connections in the royal palace of the Lucipal Kingdom, and it was through an informant that she learned the news. Ian said he understood, but he himself was surprised at the girl's connections in the kingdom. While Griffer went to make tea for his guest, he opened the information window. The girl was a legendary sorceress of measurements, but Ian couldn't see her level. He was hidden. The young man thought that if she had a level like Halim, that monster man, or if she was also a countess and her title was higher than his baron, Ian knew he couldn't have someone with a title higher than his in his command. He asked if she was an aristocrat of the kingdom of Lucipal, and then the young man's speculations were confirmed. Griffer said that the previous emperor had given her the title of countess. She's been helping the wizards of the royal palace ever since. The young man complimented her, saying she was incredible. Of course, Ian was upset. He thought it was a shame, and that he should try again later when his title was bigger. Meanwhile, the Lotus Guild had a round-table meeting. Fiolin said that when the defense period ends, there'll be a turf war. Yuhyun was very upset because compared to the guild's rank, the territory class was much higher, and there would be many challengers to their lands. But Lotus had become stronger, and since the guild was in a defensive position, they didn't have to worry too much. Polaris is an opposing guild of roughly the same rank as Lotus. 70% of wars end with the guild successfully defending its territory. Yu-hyun asked who had useful information about the Polaris Guild. One guy said that his friend was a member there, and unlike the Lotus Guild in that guild, the members are constantly changing. Of the old guys, there was only the head and his deputy. The rest do not stay long. There are about 200 people there, but only about a dozen since the founding. Kylin raged at her comrade how this information could help in battle. Ian decided that since they were constantly recruiting newcomers, they had no chemistry in the battle, and even if some of the members were really strong, the rest of them weren't really strong. Yu-hyun was amused by this information, and thought that it would be easier to win than he thought. But Yang said that it didn't mean anything, because if a guild had a diamond class, then it was likely that the members had incredible combat skills. If you look at recent turf wars, most of the defending guilds surrendered during the Battle of the Braves, and instead focused on defense. The Lotus Guild decided that they should use a similar strategy, because it's a classic low-risk strategy, and Lotus only needs 3 wins. Ian scrutinized the information and after thinking for a moment said he had an idea. He suggested that the guild act against established strategies. All of the Lotus members were just shocked to hear such a suggestion. So far, only one Yang had been a participant in the first battle of the territory war. For Kylin, it was very sudden and she thought it was just suicide. Yuncheng thought the same and didn't understand why Yang chose to fight alone in the first round. Haron was also puzzled, but the young man reassured everyone by saying that it was okay that all the NPCs would fight him. He explained that the Polaris Guild thought that Lotus would surrender on the field of the brave, so they needed to use the fewest number of participants possible. This plan wasn't so bad, and Ian knew that this was the way to go against the enemy. He was sure that already 2 victories were in his guild's pocket. Ian and his entire team of NPCs finally found themselves on the battlefield of the brave. His 5 NPCs participants were all between level 107th and 114th. The hero knew that he needed to be extremely careful because now we'll have to manage not only pets, but also NPS subordinates. Ian looked at the fighters and thought what idiots they were for not even hiding their levels. After studying the enemies, the young man realized that he couldn't see anyone above the 100th level, at most 95th. Ian knew that somewhere out there were stronger players hiding their levels. The hero knew that since he was the only player on his team, he would definitely be underestimated. Milana from the Polaris Guild didn't even think that the Lotus Guild would so obviously surrender on the battlefield of the brave. The Polaris members were eager to get started, and the girl Milana wanted to have the last blow, and said that no one should dare to steal this frag from her. Kylin told Yu-hyun that the average level of Polaris participants was about 90, to which he replied that most were so dressed that they were obviously low level, despite hiding it. But the number of opponents was much larger than they thought, and now they wondered if Yang could handle them alone. Yu-hyun mentally said that he believed in Jin Sung and wished him good luck in the fight. Ian stood waiting for the battle to begin with only 5 seconds left. The Polaris competitors also stood and looked at Jan. They believed they would win very quickly. Ian closed his eyes, focused on what was most important, and decided he would imagine it was just a farce. Finally, the fight began, and Ian gathered his thoughts and strength and was ready for anything. The young man immediately summoned Lou and Reich to go on the attack with him. Jakey and Harley came up and all the pets were in and ready to go. Ian had summoned absolutely everything, and now he wasn't alone against an entire guild. But someone was clearly missing, and Kylin noticed that for some reason Ian hadn't summoned his biggie tank. The hero ordered his army to obey his commands and be very careful. It was time to press on, and Ian moved forward with his pets. One of the Polaris was very surprised when he realized Ian was the summoner. The confidence in his eyes, the strength in his hands, and the sobriety of his thoughts made Jans look very confident. The Polaris Guild all rushed together to attack while the hero stood and waited with a nonchalant gaze. Ian raised his hand and realized that it was at this point that something else needed to be done. That was the secret and the trump card up his sleeve. Right now he called on his biggie. Now definitely everyone was in place and the golem stood behind its master's back and waited for a command. The opponents were very frightened when they saw the huge stone monster because they had never seen such a thing before. Great Lou let out his royal roar and it was very thunderous. It was Biggie's turn to use his bottomless abyss ability as well. After using this skill, all opponents became hard to move. They did not understand what was happening. It was a slowdown feature. And of course, then the Polaris Guild realized it and felt it. Ian stood and waited while all the pets rushed towards the enemies, attacking them together. The hero looked at everyone and said attack right now, and himself rushed with his team into the thick of things. Reikuyan gave the command to perform his signature skill fire breath. Everything was burning around. Polaris screamed no, and even Puck flew aside, so strong was the fiery blast. The opponents realized that it was a trap, and Ian took off almost all of them, half of their health, with a single attack. It was Finn's turn to try it out in battle. The griffin was already very large and intimidating in its own right. Ian activated the spraying innate ability of Finn's pet. Polaris had no choice but to yell for help, which they did. The guild was shocked at how there were so many of these monsters since they had never been mentioned before. Polaris decided to retreat, but the ranged fighters had to attack the golem first to get rid of the debuff. Everyone ran to attack one Biggie, and he was ready to take their blows. Ian watched the fight, and even though Biggie had a huge defense, the opponents had already blown away half of his health. But the hero knew about this option and foresaw it, so he was ready for such a turn. He looked at Ciri and asked her to do what they had agreed on, and the girl replied that she understood. Ciri's subordinate uses Summoner's Healing and restores 60% of Biggie's pet's health. When Milana saw this, she said that it was impossible because they had spent so much energy, and the golem was already fully healthy. She realized that they would lose at this rate. Ian saw and did not understand why Lucan remained unharmed after the powerful blow earlier. So I decided to apply something else new from my arsenal. The hero took out the staff of an ancient summoner and decided to use it. Ian shouted loudly and pointed the weapon at Lucan. Lucan turned around and only noticed a certain stream of air flying in his direction at high speed. When the balloon reached its target, there was an explosion, and all the members of the Polaris Guild were scattered around. Yang's magic sphere directly hit Lucan and inflicted over 7,000 health. As a result, Lucan was destroyed, and Yang received almost 4% of the combat reward. Ian watched the rest of the enemy guild members and didn't understand why this couple was still fighting. And then the hero saw something that simply amazed him and made him wonder. Some kind of pink smoke enveloped him, surrounded him completely, and he realized it wasn't an attack. But then what was? All the pets at this time and Jakey and Finn continued to fight the enemies. Pink around became more and more. The hero looked very carefully because he had never seen such a thing before. He realized that it was unlikely to affect the outcome of the battle, but he had to be on his guard. So gave the order for all subordinates and pets to disperse. The entire team had to surround the Polaris Guild members. Ian couldn't even imagine that it would be over even faster than he thought. He looked at Milana and remembered that she was there too, and he couldn't let her go. And then the hero shouted and attracted the attention of Fina, who realized that now Yang was about to give him some kind of order. The girl picked up her bow and arrow, but before she could load it, she turned around and saw the griffin behind her looking at her. It was just a matter of giving the order, and Ian prepared to do so. Finally shouted, "Kill her," and Gryphon Finn realized exactly what he had to do now. He lunged at Milana, and she aimed an arrow at the FYN flying at her. Examining the approaching bird, she cried out in fear of what it was. The girl used her storm arrow skill and fired an arrow at the griffin. Pet Finn was damaged by a wind elemental attack from Milana. Wind Guardian's innate ability was activated, and now Finn's attack power increased by 30% for 3 minutes. Now Milana didn't know what to do, everything had gone wrong. And then all the NPCs started cheering that Ian is a top-notch summoner, and just incredible. All the members of the Polaris Guild were defeated, and Jan received 100% of the battle reward and over 60,000 glory. The Lotus Guild had won the first battle of the battlefield of the brave. After the win, all Lotus participants gathered again at the round table. Almost everyone said that the fight was just something because Yang single-handedly took them all down. One colleague said that he did not even hope to win, but Ian killed the entire guild as a Tuzik with a hot dog. But most of his colleagues had no doubts about John's strength and that he could handle it. Still, there was something to say to Ian, and he wondered what the question would be in his direction. And as it turned out in the battle, the Lotus Guild had only lost 5 fighters, and that was considered almost no losses. Ian had won his team's first turf war. It was calmer now knowing that everyone was one victory ahead. Kylin confirmed these words and added that given Ian's words, the guild could immediately count on a second victory. The second victory should be easy because the opponents need to put the participants before the second battle, so they will not have time to recover. But Ian listened and said that no victory will not be as easy as it seems now. Everyone at the table froze and waited for Ian's rather commentary on why he said that. Kylin broke the lingering silence and asked what our hero was talking about. And he was saying that the second battle would not be as easy as the first. Ian was only able to win because he came alone and was severely underestimated. But the hero was sure that preparing for the next battle, they would be more careful. Haron looked at the young man and asked that there was a chance of losing in the second round. Of course, there was no such possibility, reassured her Jin Sung, but she didn't understand how such a thing was possible. And this time, Ian had a new plan and was going to kick them even harder. It's just that now the second round won't be as easy as the first, but that didn't mean the youngster couldn't win. Meanwhile, at the university, classes were over and Yu-hyun and Yang walked out of the auditorium. Jin-sun yawned, saying that he thought he would fall asleep in class, to which Yu-hyun replied that it was surprising that Yang had paid attention to his studies at all today. Professor Jin-wook said that if Yang continued to sleep in class, he would give him truancy for all the missed classes he had excused. Yu-hyun quipped that this was indeed a valid reason, to which the young man replied that it was. He asked Ian if he really thought that the Lotus Guild could just leave the territory war after tomorrow's third battle. Jan replied that they would just surrender and still have the upper hand. After all, if the opposing guild spent all of their forces on the first two battles, they would have nothing left for the third battle, so Lotus would win. Yoo-hyun agreed that it was a great plan. Ian thought he'd like to get more involved in the turf war, but one player can only participate in 2 battles. The hero didn't realize that Karsei's egg hatching rate increases from victories in the turf war, and all 2 victories brought as much as 5%. It finally became clear that it was the energy increasing the hatching rate. There was only 11% left, and Ian knew that when the turf wars were over, Lotus would visit a couple of the nearest low-level guild headquarters. And then Ian thought about it and suddenly decided to ask his friend something important. Yoo-hyun offered John a drink of water, but of course the young man didn't mean it at all, which amused him. Of course the friend tensed up a bit and waited to see what so important Ian would tell him. And then the hero asked unexpectedly if Yoo-hyun was experienced in the process of relationships, and he almost choked on his water when he heard that. The young man was embarrassed after his question, and Yoo-hyun asked why he was interested in such a racy topic. Ian remembered that his friend had said earlier that he had never been lonely, and that he had a girlfriend in high school. He confirmed that he had indeed said that. This meant that the friend, unlike John, had not been lonely since birth. Then he asked Yoo-hyun how he thought Haron liked him. Yoo-hyun was sorry to hear Yang laugh, thinking that he had been lonely since birth. Sure, he thought Jin's son had always been out of relationships, but how could he be such an idiot? Haron already directly talked about her attitude to Jan, and of course it was clear that she is not indifferent to our hero. But to Jan, he replied that it was possible that the girl liked him. Ian's eyes lit up, and he was glad to hear that from his friend, even though it was kind of clear without words. The hero rejoiced like a child, thinking that spring had finally come to his street. Meanwhile, Puk-Puk, along with Haron, were at the training center. Puk-Puk's eyes lit up as he ate the delicious flavored meatballs. When the turtle had finished all the treats, the girl asked him if he wanted more. She was worried about whether he'd have time to eat it all before Ian arrived. Puk-Puk nodded his big head in agreement, and then Haron poured him another bowl of juicy meatballs. The girl knew Ian would swear if she found out she had given so many meatballs to the turtle, so she told the pet to eat the whole portion quickly. Haron was glad that at least Puk-Puk was very happy at this minute. While the turtle was eating the meatballs, the girl suggested that Finn try the new dish as well. The flavorful steaks the griffin enjoyed very much, and Haron offered another. The girl really liked the new dishes the pets really liked. But Finn was also pleased to try for the first time such deliciousness he had never eaten such a thing before. After cooking a juicy chicken, Haron decided that Finn should try it because he was so picky. Unexpectedly, Jan came, and he immediately heard incomprehensible sounds. The door opened, and Puk-Puk greedily began to finish everything quickly. The turtle thought that Jan was very angry that his pet had eaten so much. Puk-Puk was upset because he didn't have time to eat all the treats. The young man would say why eat so much because he would give it to him later. Haron turned her head and saw Ian come in and smiled sweetly at him. The hero said hello and said he was inspecting the internal systems and discovered something important. And then his attention was caught by Puk-Puk, who was sharpening something in the corner. Ian was a little confused about what was going on and asked Haron what was wrong with Puk-Puk. The hero looked at the turtle and waited to see what his pet would say in response. Suddenly approached him from the back and heard Puk-Puk chomping. He realized the turtle was eating and asked it gloatingly if it had enjoyed its lunch. Puk-Puk wanted to pull his head into his shell out of surprise, but he had eaten so much that he couldn't pull his head in. Ian took the turtle in his arms and asked him what he was doing with his mouth full of assholes, and if he had eaten everything without leaving anything for his wonderful master. Puk-Puk was very upset and even cried a little upon hearing such hurtful words. When the young man and girls went outside, Jan gathered her thoughts and asked her a question. Jan asked if Haron wanted to go out with him together. The girl was both excited and frightened at the same time, thinking that Ian was really calling her on a date. A little while later, Ian was already playing Kylin and fighting a new monster. It was huge and strong, and the hero used his powerful electrical skill. With it, Ian could hit monsters of different sizes, and his strikes were always very effective. Haron kept thinking about the upcoming date, but never realized where the young man wanted to take her. She really thought it would be a date, but Ian just asked her to go farming together, not in the Norman Mountains, but on the Porlas Plateau. He said that there were monsters of a very high level, but he could easily protect Haron. Then the girl felt joy because her boyfriend will protect her, and from this thought in her stomach, she had butterflies. But then she looked at Jan with confusion and decided to ask something. Haron asked if it was normal for Puk-Puk to walk here alone and if it was dangerous for him. Yang replied that it was not dangerous, because even if he was hit by monsters all day long, he wouldn't lose half of his health. Puk-Puk was unbelievable. His stats were all about defense, and it would be difficult for him to deal even 10 damage with a normal attack. The hero looked at the turtle and admonished him to hide as usual if he saw monsters. Haron looked at Yang and said she had something to ask Jin's son, and she asked why he wouldn't let Puk-Puk eat enough meatballs. The girl wondered if there was any good reason for it. She wanted Jin-sun to immediately answer her question, but he hesitated. And then the thought popped into her head that if he was just randomly hurting little Puck-Puck for no reason. Ian replied that he loves his abyss turtle and that Haron knows it. The thing was that the hero originally didn't have enough Haron meatballs, and so he just wanted to save them. And when he started giving Puck-Puck more, he just started getting fat. The girl laughed at the answer and imagined how funny it was that the turtle was getting heavier to carry on her shoulder due to weight gain. Haron realized that if that was the case, there was nothing to be done about it, and generally thought that Puck-Puck was just unlucky enough to meet such a horrible pharma-obsessed master, and that was why the poor little guy couldn't eat a hearty meal of meatballs. Ian saw that Puck-Puck had encountered monsters or something else and needed to check it urgently. The hero gathered all his strength and together with Finn rushed to the aid of his turtle. Holding out his hand to Haron Yan, invited her to come with them and fly on Fina's horse. The girl was worried that the griffin would have a hard time, but the young man replied that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Riding together with Ian, she flew the pet for the first time, and soaring through the air, the girl felt secure and free. When the hero gave the command for Finn to fly faster, Haron watched Jin-soon, and she was very pleased that she was now with him. The Grayfon flew high up, and all three of them headed to Puck-Puck's rescue. The Lotus Guild, meanwhile, won the battle in the turf war. Yu-hyun was very happy about the victory, and Kylin said that they have one more week before the next turf war, because a week is just the period of time to defend the headquarters. Lotus would have a level 3 army, and the defense system would be fully prepared by then, so that in a week, the guild would be able to defend itself even against an even stronger guild. But Kylin was a little embarrassed by the feeling that they had won without doing anything. Yu-hyun confirmed that he had the same feeling, but John had come up with the plan, and the guild was just following it. It was because of him that the Lotus Guild had already risen 2 ranks. Ian also suggested going on and attacking other guilds to take over their territories, but Kylin realized that they wouldn't have enough resources for that. After all, if there were no key guild players during these attacks, the other guilds would just attack Lotus. But Jin-sung had a plan, and it might seem dangerous now, but it was worth thinking about. In any case, Yu-hyun decided that he needed to farm harder, and soon John would catch up with them, and Jerez would catch up with him. Just one level ahead of our hero was Yu-hyun himself, he found out by looking at the information window. Anger appeared on his face because he thought Yan was a dummy, so how could he reach such a high level unless he just played all night long? When Kylin heard this, she doubted the truth of these words, and asked if it was true. Jan, Haron, and Finn found themselves on the hillside, and it turned out that Puck-Puck had found a very strange cave. The hero was the first to find this cave, and it was the Dungeon of the Bloody Path. For the next 5 days, he would gain more experience, and the probability of finding items would be doubled. Ian was very lucky, and thought that it was a great deal of luck, because only lucky players even have pets that find dungeons. Looking at Haron, the hero asked if she wanted to start the dungeon right away. It was obvious that the question took her by surprise, but she answered enthusiastically that she agreed, because Ian would protect her. She was very embarrassed, but John was also very embarrassed and said that of course she would be, and she had nothing to worry about. Puck-Puck was in the lead, and the heroes followed him very cautiously, looking around. Ian went first, covering Haron, and the girl tried to snuggle closer to her hero. The young man decided it was time to summon Lu as well, and very strange seemed the look in Puck-Puck's eyes at that moment. Before they knew it, the whole team heard a roar and turned around to see a huge monster with red, horrible eyes and a huge maw. Lu was at the ready and rushed to defend his master and his girl. The monster was terrifying, and a huge stream of air began to rush out of its gut, shattering the ice in its path. Wolf was able to dodge those blows and tried to land his own immediately. Everything didn't seem very simple, but neither were the heroes afraid of difficulties. Yang believed in his Lu and his strength. Lu struck one blow after another while the young man continued to look around the tunnel. The tunnel was much longer than the rest of the team had thought, and they had already come this far, but there was still no end in sight. Haron agreed that it didn't look like there was any way to get to the next level, so they just had to keep moving forward. Haron wanted a change of scenery to some brighter place, and Ian craved more monsters because they appeared so few at a time, and the hero was upset about it. Ian added that he wanted to farm as much as possible while they got double the experience, but it was too easy for him. Haron wondered how it could be easy if the monsters here were above level 120. After dealing with the next monster, the pair moved deeper into the cave. All around was very gloomy. It was hard to see through the fog, but Ian saw a lot of red lights and realized that they were burning eyes. On top of that, he heard a howl and realized that he had never heard such sounds before. When the hero came closer, he realized that he saw something familiar, and it was a pack of wolves. What he saw was very unexpected for him, because now it was necessary to change the tactics of the whole attack. All the wolves the young man saw in front of him were red-horned wolves. They looked exactly like Lu after his evolution, and it scared Ian. Of course, the hero hoped they weren't long-lost relatives of his pet. Haron was as surprised as she was, considering that it was unlikely that Lu's kin could be found in the wilderness. Ian asked the girl to stay away because this time you have to be careful because all wolves of the 125th level are of the rare type. I counted 7 wolves so far, but more may appear during the battle. Ian was right. Reinforcements came and a couple of 3 more wolves showed up. All were very much the same and ferocious, and the hero hoped they weren't as strong as his wolf. I had to call on Biggie to help as well and give him the command to go ahead. The huge golem was not confused, and immediately launched an attack on the pair of red-armored wolves. Ian knew that all the wolves would move away from the attack, and now they were all in one place. This was the hero's plan. And then Biggie started using his bottomless abyss ability on all the wolves at once. Having all the enemies together in the line of impact was very convenient and went to John's advantage. It was Finn and Reiku's turn to join the attack, and the young man called them to follow. Finn has become a big griffin. His claws and beak have grown stronger, so he has become quite intimidating. But Reik wasn't far behind either, and was causing terror with his fiery breath, creating fire all around. Now Ian decided it was time to bring Harley and Lu himself into the battle. Harley's pet uses the skill guardian of the wind, and his agility is increased by the value of all stats combined. Ian climbed on top of the tiger and decided to attack one of the clusters of red-horned wolves. Told Lu to hold on because help was very near, and he informed his pet about it. Without thinking long, Ian jumped off Harley and began to turn his plan into action. Immediately, he used his electric force skill. To be honest, the hero really liked to use this blow in battle. The impact was so strong that both Ian and Harley flew aside. Just then, Harley lunged at one of the wolves and bit him hard on the neck. The red-haired wolf seemed to have been defeated, and the same fate was to befall all the others. Harley both beat the second wolf, and the third wolves one by one flew off to the side. But what was Jan's surprise when all the wolves rose up, breathing heavily, but as it turned out, none of them were dead. Probably because each of them had a very high-level thought, Ian. But the hero was confident and knew that even high-level enemies were no problem for him. Ian and his team had gotten their act together and were about to do massive damage to all the Redditors. The young man shouted to Haron and asked her to help him, but the girl didn't even know how she could help him. Ian decided that all the pets together with him should attack together, and finally the results came out. The red-armored wolf was defeated, and the hero got more than 140,000 experience and more than 4,000 gold. The hero gained a lot of experience and was very happy with the outcome, and he was also very pleased with the fact that he received a shard of blood sphere as a reward. He decided to immediately study the information about the item he received, but there was no information in the window, and Ian thought it was very strange. The young man turned to Haron and asked her to heal all of his pets, and the girl replied that she would gladly do so. Ian wondered if she should have brought her subordinates with her, because if Ciri were here, she would have easily restored the pets to full health. Haron was frustrated that her emergency treatment of pets was not effective enough, and then Ian couldn't stand it and shouted, calling the girl to come closer. He asked what she meant about the treatment since he didn't hear Haron's words. But the girl replied that she didn't mean anything but just smelled someone else in John's thoughts. He didn't understand what it meant, of course, because how could anyone smell someone in his thoughts, and he got nervous. But looking into Haron's eyes, Ian replied that he honestly didn't dare think of anyone else. The girl's eyes lit up after saying that, and she said she believed him. Both heroes got very embarrassed that very minute and decided it was time to move on. Jan and Haron walked deeper and deeper into the cave until they saw something that made them stop, and they saw a dead end, and that there was no further passage. The ice wall was all around, and there was no gap. The girl was surprised and asked the young man what they should do now, and maybe they should go back. Ian didn't think it should be closed, and he knew there had to be at least some way out. The hero asked his Finn to use the spray ability on the pass. The griffin gladly obeyed his master's command and sprang into action. The spraying method worked, and when the dust settled, the guys saw some kind of strange door. Of course, they were both very surprised, but now there was no dead end and it was possible to go further, but whether it was worth it is another question. Haron saw some sort of wolf statue, and Ian thought it was a door that looked like the entrance to some sort of temple. The young man looked at the door and thought that once they uncovered the secret of this glass ball, the stone wall would immediately open. After studying the information, Ian saw that the item that can be used is the blood orb, which are the shards that the hero found earlier, and which have joined together. Decided that now is the time to use this item, blood orb. The House of Blood has been fully restored, and the seal of the Blood Gate has been broken. Something began to happen, and Ian saw that the door was slowly opening. When the door opened, the boys saw something scary and creepy. The stone statue of a wolf had its eyes lit up and could be heard growling. Jan and Haron stood across the entrance and just stared at the wolf. He was as alive and seemed to be looking at them too. Curiosity awoke in the girl, and she wanted to go inside and see what was in there. Jan grabbed her arm and told her to stop because there was obviously something inside. A bright light blinded both of them as if it were coming from the altar. It was quite unexpected. The light began to turn purplish-red, and the outline of the wolf became clearer and clearer, and the hero thought it was a werewolf. At last, the beast could be seen, and Ian was shocked, because it was the boss of the dungeon. The wolf was very huge, the kind of wolf the guys had never seen before, and it was a bloody Fenrir of 128th level heroic rank. Ian thought it was a dream. The hero had not met such an evil and ferocious monster on his way for a long time, if ever. The most frightening thing was the wolf's eyes. When the monster was on his hind legs, he became so tall John looked at him and did not know what to do next and what step to take, but the monster began to approach him. Ian shouted very loudly for Biggie to head to attack the huge wolf. Two huge monsters started attacking each other, and it looked terrifying. The blood Fenrir attacked first, and its open maw seemed bottomless. He dealt Biggie a critical hit, and the golem's health was reduced by over 12,000 units. It was unexpected that the wolf's critical attack dealt over 10,000 damage in one fell swoop. Now it was necessary for Biggie to use the bottomless abyss ability, but Fenris escaped the blow safely by dodging to the side. Needed help from Lou, and he also rushed to attack the monster. Lou's pet dealt a critical hit to the blood Fenrir and reduced its health by 5,876 units. Ian watched the fight and thought of a plan of action. He knew that although the monster specialized in defense, but its level was incredible. Lou continued to fight the fearsome kin, but the Fenrir attacked him with all his might. Lou's health was reduced by over 17,000 units in 2 hits. Ian was terrified, because if it was critical damage, Lou would have died already, and the only right decision now was to cancel Lou's summoning. The hero was very angry and wanted to avenge his Lou, not realizing how the Fenrir dared to hurt him. Now it was Rake and Finn's turn to attack. The dragon and Gryphon immediately began to attack the bloody Fenrir. The monster was terrifying in appearance, let alone when it attacked. Ian knew that the fight had taken a toll on him, and he didn't have much health left for the boss. The young man saw the Fenrir spread his paws and showed very long claws, not unlike those of a normal wolf. This looked very dangerous, Ian thought, and wondered what to do next. Pet Rake took a critical hit from the blood Fenrir, and his health was reduced by nearly 30,000 units. Fenrir absorbed Rake's health and regained 44,640 health. Ian resented what kind of cheater critter it was that could absorb health. Rake's dragon also had to be recalled to protect it from the new damage. There wasn't much strength left in the whole team, and it was impossible to waste attacks, Jan decided. All pets were ordered to immediately retreat and go back. The young man looked at Haron and realized that she had been reinforcing the entire team all this time. Ian believed that if the girl helped the treatment, Biggie would be able to withstand all the attacks. And in that case, it was time to use speed tactics. We had to defeat the monster before it could regain health. The young man shouted for the golem to block the Fenrir from the front, and Haron wouldn't stop healing him. Biggie immediately and the bloody Fenrir got into a hard fight again. Haron has been a good help and has been working on getting the pets back to health. Harley, who activated his Wind Guardian ability, also got involved. The tiger also activated his innate ability Ulag Claw, resulting in the blood Fenrir being stunned for 1 second. Ian was pleased he did, and wanted the monster's stun to work. Harley and Biggie continued their combined attacks against the enemy. The golem threw crushing blows. His eyes burned with the lust of battle. It was time for Ian himself to personally enter the battle, and he used his maximum power skill. All of the hero's spirit magic was gathered together, and with his electric ability, he struck the enemy. Right on target, Ian delivered his blow, and the Fenrir yelled loudly in pain. Finally, the bloody Fenrir was defeated, and Jan would gain almost 1,000,000 experience units. The young man exhaled. Finally, he was able to win. Haron walked over to him and asked if he was all right. Ian turned to the girl and said that they had all nearly died, and of course he wasn't okay. After opening the information window, the hero decided to look at the loot. From the bloody Fenrir was received 32,145 gold pieces. Also, still on top of that, the young man received a necklace from the bloody Fenrir. But the most important and unusual thing that Ian got from the wolf was the Fenrir spirit realm. This Fenrir spirit realm was consumed by madness, and it was very interesting to the hero. He looked at this acquisition and didn't quite fully understand what it was. Unexpectedly for Jan, the blood wolf came to his senses, looked at the young man, and asked where he was. The hero was stunned to hear such a thing, as if his tongue was cut off and he couldn't say a word. The wolf kept talking, and asked the young man who he was, because he did not know where he was and what was going on around him. The boys looked at each other and wondered what it was and why the wolf was talking. Finally, the monster introduced himself. His name was Harlot. He was the leader and guardian of the blood tribe, and he vehemently did not want to be compared to ordinary wolves. When Harlot looked at Jan, he immediately guessed and asked him if he was a summoner. There was nothing left to do but to enter into dialogue with the monster, and so Ian answered that yes, he was a summoner. Something strange was going on, and the hero thought that Harlot was obviously up to something. But Ian was the one who had killed him, so I guess I shouldn't have been afraid. Fenrir suddenly said that he wanted to thank him. What but gratitude the hero certainly did not expect from his defeated opponent. It turned out that Ian had freed Harloth from the shackles of madness, and though his powers were limited, he was still defeated, and for that, the Fenrir respects the young man's strength. The young man even sweated a little from excitement and thought that if his strength was limited, he wondered how strong he was without limitations. The monster went on to say that it was a shame that none of his kind were among the summoner's pets. Otherwise, he would have been able to be of great help to the young man. Here, Ian became very curious about what kind of help Harlot was offering. Depending on the nature of the particular beast, the Fenrir had the ability to make members of its kind stronger. And then the young man wondered if the monster was hinting that with his powers, it was possible to evolve Lu. Ian decided to ask if Lu was one of his kind, since he was a red-horned wolf. Turns out that if the wolf possessing the mane belongs to the blood tribe, he may be a direct descendant of Harlot. But looking at all the pets present, the Fenrir said he could not see a descendant among them. Ian couldn't summon Lu right now and had to wait 20 minutes. Harlot said it was strange that he could sense a kin but not see it. As it happens, Harlot can only maintain this form for 9 minutes, and then he will be forced to go to the spirit world. Ian was very angry with resentment that the game was so unfair because he had just learned how to evolve Lu. Harloth said that thanks to the young man, his spirit had found freedom, and so he was willing to reward the hero with something commensurate. Jan received a new item from the Fenrir, a bloody sigil. It's a heroic class item which pleased Ian very much. But the question of how to evolve Lu now remained open. This item is a symbol of the blood tribe and had to be handled very carefully, said Harlot. Ian thanked Harlot for such a valuable gift and said goodbye. Lastly, Harlot asked Ian to do him a favor. And since the hero was going to go through the tunnel to come out the other side, he had to find another creature whose spirit was deprived of freedom. This quest was level S, and Ian had once seen a level 130 player fail a quest with this difficulty category. But since there was no time limit, the young man decided that it was worth a try and did not refuse. He replied to Harlot that he agreed to help him and complete the task. For the first time, a smile appeared on Harloth's face. He was very glad that Ian would try to free his brother, who had been languishing in confinement for over 100 years. Fenrir said that Ian should go to the coast beyond Poreless Cliff, and if you go north along the coast, you can reach the town of Olivers and find Ikael, who knows where to find his brother. The hero was a little confused and surprised that he needed to find the man, because for such a long time he is most likely no longer alive. Harlot was sure that Ikael was still alive, for he was his and Orville's only friend. Fenrir added that Ikael is a man who was able to defeat his fate. Jan and Haron said goodbye to the monster and went on their way. We reached one place that was not like all the others. It was colorful, and it even seemed that you could see a rainbow. It turned out that the boys had indeed reached the town Harlot had mentioned. The hero was surprised that there was actually a settlement in such a place, and Haron noticed that this town was really quite large. Ian decided to check the information about the city because he had not found this city before, and there was a possibility that it belonged to some country or guild. The city of Olivers belonged to no one, which meant that it could be registered as the new headquarters of the Lotus Guild. And Jan, with a satisfied expression on his face, immediately decided to set up headquarters here. But it failed because not all the conditions were met. Namely, Lotus had to have a military force superior to that of the selected settlement, and also the settlement had to have a level of loyalty to Jan of more than 70%. The hero sighed and realized that it couldn't be that easy, and that he could solve the issue with military force in a couple of days at any moment. But it would not be possible to raise the level of loyalty quickly. Haron's eyes lit up and she was eager to go to the settlement and scout it out. Ian decided that they would go further and then find an effective way to fulfill the third condition. The girl decided to go first and the young man didn't mind. He let her go and said they would see each other soon. Now the hero became very interested in what items he received for passing the tests in the dungeon. The very bloody sigil that Harlot had given him was a special item for summoners, and Ian had never seen anything like it before. Finally, time passed, and it was possible to summon Lu, which our hero did. The young man hugged his wolf tightly and said that he missed him very much. It was obvious that the pet missed him too. Ian held the bloody sigil in his hands and looked at Lu, wondering how it could be used now. He commanded Lu to wear the sign and froze in anticipation because something was about to happen right now. The bloody mark appeared on Lu's forehead, and now it was clear how it should be worn. The pet's characteristics increased incredibly, and Ian was absolutely delighted. The hero decided that he could get more items for the summoners and could probably find them at the auction. It was getting dark in the city, and Ian approached the very house Harlot had told him about. Ian went inside the house, lights were on, and he asked if anyone was alive. The strange girl in the corner stood with a book in her hands, looked at the young man, and replied that at last a guest had come to her. Ian expected to see someone more serious since he didn't think Ikael was a girl. After looking at her face, the young man thought that somehow this girl looked too much like Griffer. One face, identical features, and even the voice was very similar in both of them. Jan was confused and asked what was the mistress of the house Griefer's twin sister. The girl replied that it was all right, that she had no reason to lie to him, and put the kettle on as a sign of hospitality. The young man thought that Griefer looked as if she were no more than 30 years old, and her sister looked as if she were quite a few years old. And if they were really twins. The girl looked at the confused hero and realized that he did not believe her words to the end. The young man squeezed out the line that she just looked older than Griefer, that's all. The thing is, Griefer is a dimensional wizard, and she can control time so it doesn't really affect her. Now it was clear to Jan that time explained everything. The girl was glad that Harlot had been released. She knew that the blood Fenrir had told the young man that she knew where Orville was found. To begin with, the girl wanted to thank Ian for freeing Harlot. After all, he was the savior of this city and a long-time friend of hers. Ekel told me that she and Harlot and Orville used to be real heroes and saved this town from the dark mages a long time ago. Harlan and Orville got the upper hand but received a curse that bound their spirits. And before the madness completely consumed them, they decided to seal themselves. And then the girl abruptly stopped talking, a note of sadness appearing on her face. Of course, Ian realized that there were difficulties in freeing Orville, but he didn't know what they were, so he waited for Ekel's story to continue. She said that Orville is much stronger than Harloth, and even if Jan defeated Harloth and is not sure to defeat Orville, she just can't tell where he is. It's the certainty of victory that counts. The hero didn't give up and asked how he could convince her and how to defeat Orville. Both of them hesitated. The girl was excited when she remembered that the young man was a summoner. It was obvious she had thought of something. Jan wondered what was going on in her head, but it was clearly a good plan. The hero continued hunting and tried to capture a huge toothy orc. He tried to grab it with all his might and thought what hard manual labor. Not long ago, a great old summoner arrived on the eastern continent from across the sea, and if the young man could learn the mysterious ability he possesses, the girl said she would believe it and tell Jan where Orville was sealed. Ian had a good feeling and was curious what this mysterious ability was like a summoning or something. The hero was shocked to read the details of this task, because to learn about this ability, it was necessary to bring 100 monsters to this summoner. There was nothing left but to accept this quest and bring all these monsters to Damcheon's summoner. It was a good thing that the young man had a special artifact that removes the limit on the number of monsters captured, because if Jan didn't have it, he wouldn't even try. A start had been made, and the most important thing now was to bring the ridiculous thing to an end. He was sure that he would capture 100 monsters without a problem. Back in the sunny city, Ian stopped outside the house and wondered if this was where he had come. I went inside and saw an Indian man in a wheelchair and thought it was him, but I decided to ask where Damcheon was. It was he, a plain old man with white sagebrush. He turned his head and asked the hero who he was. Ian introduced himself and of course added that he was also a summoner. The old man scrutinized the young man and added that it was good that he had come to him. Damcheon asked Yang to follow him because he would need more space to give him what the young man had brought. Of course, it was immediately clear that he was referring to a bunch of monsters that had been caught. The young summoner looked at the elder with a confident gaze and summoned all the monsters at once, including the golem and yeti. Ian couldn't summon more than 20 pets at a time since the leadership level didn't allow it. The old man watched carefully and suddenly asked how many monsters there were at once to summon all of them. The young man became embarrassed and named the number 100 as he had originally promised. The old summoner was very surprised to hear such a thing because it was common for summoners to catch 6 monsters at a time, bring them back, and then go hunting again. Damcheon stood up from his chair and began to use his skill of creating a spirit sphere. Very quickly, the old man finished collecting the white spirit spheres. The quest to learn the summoner's ability was completed, and Ian obtained the spirit retention ability. The hero studied the information about his new ability and was a bit confused about what it could do and how to use it. After a pause of silence, the old man said that now that Yang knew how to keep the spirits away, he would tell the young man about spirit amplification. The young man was told to watch the elder's hands, for he did not intend to show anything a second time. Yang watched both Damcheon's hands and what was happening around him, but he didn't realize what he was doing. A multitude of round spheres of bright blue color seemed to orbit one after another. The balls seemed to be dancing a waltz to the music in the old man's head, and he looked like a conductor at a concert. That's exactly what it seemed to Ian. Finally, the elder was happy that everything worked out, and the spheres became blue in the end. But why they Potempenny hero did not guess. This was the spirit amplification of all that was happening before our hero's eyes. Damcheon immediately explained that the blue spheres were higher ranked than the white spheres. The old man held out his hand to Ian, and in it he handed him a white-colored sphere. The young man did not understand what he was giving it to him for. But the old summoner added that now the young man himself must try to do it. To say that Jan was shocked is not to say anything because the case was truly very responsible. The old man believed in the young draftee and said he would do well. What was to be done? Ian thought his thoughts were confused by so much information. Finally gathering his thoughts and strength, the young man took the white orb in his hands and began his ritual. When Yang started, he immediately felt his body moving on its own. He quickly gained the spirit enhancement ability and successfully completed the quest to draw the enhancement symbol. Holding the result of his labors in his hand, and it was a blue orb, the hero realized what the reinforced sphere looked like. The old man congratulated the young man because he had learned so quickly, and now he could talk to the spirits. The old man congratulated the young man because he had learned so quickly, and now he could speak to the spirits. The young man was happy because he was the first summoner to successfully master the specialization of spirit-speaking diviner. It's always great to be the first at something, he thought. The ability window of the initial level of creating an amulet and the initial level of creating a magic symbol was created. Ian sat on top of Fina and headed towards Orville's path. I flew and thought about the fact that first of all I should prepare everything and at the same time test the ability I had mastered. The hero stopped near the forest and decided it was time to create an amulet. First it was necessary to draw it, and for this purpose 3 spheres were needed. So Ian calculated that the spheres would be enough for about 30 amulets. And then the young man began to draw, and although he did not know how to draw, he realized that now it is necessary to try very hard. Of course, the process was a lot of fun, but unfortunately, John's first attempt was unsuccessful, and the creation of the amulet was cancelled. Of course, the young man was very surprised that it didn't work out. It was necessary to paint with soul. I had to try again and start from the beginning, but failed one after another. Ian was very upset and did not know what to do next and how to be because he had only 1 sphere left and did not create a single amulet. Turns out it's not as easy as it seemed in the beginning. Gathering his will in a fist, Ian knew that he was very good at difficult cases. So now he just had to try and find an unconventional approach. So the young man decided to call his acquaintance Michelle and ask her for help, because she graduated from the Faculty of Design. The girl drew a symbol for Jan, and now it was necessary to repeat it beautifully. So the hero tried 100 times to draw the same thing to turn out beautifully. This time it seemed that the drawing came out pretty good, and the main thing was that Ian drew it with a soul. I decided it was time to create an amulet and use the appropriate ability. Finally, the young man was very happy that everything worked out and the amulet was created. The first thing Ian decided to do was to give the amulet to his favorite pet, Lou. It was just gorgeous, because now this symbol drawn by Michelle was on the forehead of the wolf. Back to Ikael, she praised the hero and said the job was done very well, and now she will tell where to find Orville. Whatever happened to go to this place, it was necessary to go only in the daytime because Orville becomes stronger at night. It was necessary to go to the southern edge of the Porlas Plateau, to the peak of the moonlight where Orville was imprisoned, and Ian, riding Finn, went to the place where Ikael had indicated. They finally flew to the mountain, on top of which there was a sign, and then the hero realized that they had arrived at their destination. The first order of business was to summon all of their pets, Lou, Rake, Harley, Biggie, and Puck Puck. Ikael gave Ian the orb and told him to place it on this altar immediately. The young man did so, and a process began that looked quite interesting. And then almost immediately the ground beneath the feet of the entire team began to crack. Ian didn't understand what was going on, so he called Finn over to him and decided to cancel the summoning of Rake and Biggie. The others, namely Harley and Lou, were told to be very careful. The earth crumbled, and it was evident that the process was nearing completion. The intensity became less. Everything seemed to freeze, and then Ian thought that this was it. Although, of course, it looked strange. On top of the mountain, some sort of sphere of blood-red color appeared. It was bright and incomprehensible. From this sphere emanated as if some rays such that both Lou and Harley could not take their eyes off and watched intently without moving. At last, a huge wolf appeared, and it was Orville. He was like 2 drops of water like his brother. There was an explosion, and Ian and his pets flew down, which was quite unexpected. Lou had hit the ground so painfully in the fall that he was in critical condition. Dark Fenrir Orville used and continued to use the innate ability of sprawling darkness. The world had fallen into darkness, and the first thing Ian thought was that there was no point in coming here in the daytime. Needing to calm down, the hero decided to use the staff while Lou ordered him to stay back until he fully recovered. The Dark Fenrir was 120th level, and although he was of the legendary class, but Ian felt that he would defeat him. Outwardly, the monster seemed very strong and looked much stronger than Harlot. Fenrir came very close to Ian and grabbed his staff with his claws. The young man shouted to Finn and ordered him to attack right away. As a result, the Griffin dealt a critical blow to Orville, who lost about 3,000 health from the blow. Ian was clearly confident that he could handle the Dark Fenrir. Orville has used his innate ability to attack darkness. His movement speed is increased by 50%, and all attacks deal critical damage. The darkness will last for 3 minutes. The hero was shocked because he had never seen such powers before, and didn't understand what kind of buff it was. Darkness enveloped the entire city, and Ikel looked out the window and realized that it was Orville who had gathered his strength. It was a big nuisance, and now it was impossible for Jan to win alone. The young man on the battlefield thought about the fact that just by summoning Reek and Biggie immediately canceled the summoning, and how to fight the Fenrir, now he did not know. If the young man wanted to defeat Orville, he should have done so before he used the darkness offensive again. Something unusual was done by the wolf. He formed a huge ball of what looked like electricity in his paw and released this discharge towards the team. The monster's impact was similar to Biggie's shockwave, where everything flies off to the side after coming in contact with a large stream of air. The Fenrir's speed was astounding, and in a moment he was already at Ian's side, grabbing his staff. With great force, Orville took the hero with his large paws and tossed him aside. Hitting the stone wall, Ian thought this was his end. Ian sat at the foot of the cliff while the huge monster watched him and prepared to strike again. Ian's first thought was that he deserved a 24-hour fine, but he really wanted to evolve Lou. Just when he thought about it, Lou lunged at Orville and threw a punch at him. Frightened for his pet, the young man immediately rushed to him and tried to cancel the draft. But for reasons unknown to Ian, Lou's call could not be canceled. It was so weird that you can't cancel the draft because it's never happened before. The Dark Fenrir dealt a devastating blow to Lou, who had 0 health left afterward. Ian was both angry and frustrated at the same time. He wondered why he couldn't cancel the summons that would have helped save the pet. With sadness on his face, the young man didn't see the message about the wolf's death, which meant there was a chance. The hidden ability of the blood mark item was unlocked immediately. Looking at what was happening to Liu Yang, realized that what was happening was most likely similar to evolution. There was definitely a chance, and now Ian was almost 100% sure that Liu had survived and would become even stronger. A large fireball formed between the hero and the Dark Fenrir, and then Orville called out to Harloth, and the young man was surprised that the monster was talking. Ian didn't know what had happened to Liu for sure, but the big flash of light blinded him again. But the wolf stood up on his hind legs and answered Orville that he was not Harlot. Liu's red-horned wolf evolved into a bloody Fenrir. The hero watched carefully and could not believe that Liu had spoken. And since it wasn't Harlot standing in front of Orville, he threw himself at him and said, "Die." Liu's strength increased noticeably and his fangs became huge, and now he was fighting his opponent on equal terms. Ian saw that Liu was beyond his strength now and asked Harley and Fina to help him. Tiger was the first to rush to the rescue and powerfully attacked Orville from the back. Finn used his atomization ability, and it was obvious that the attack would be effective. The hero watched the fight from the sidelines and thought that wasn't enough, and that his team couldn't win even after Liu evolved. Suddenly, Liu stopped for a second and said that he would release his brother's soul, and it was clear that he was talking about Orville. Liu used bloody justice. Due to low health, his stats are increased. When the health level drops below 50%, all the damage dealt to the enemy will be restored as health. Jan was simply stunned at this kind of information. Pet dealt his brother blow after blow to the point where Orville just howled. Finally, the Dark Fenrir was on the ground, lying on his shoulder blades, while the menacing and ferocious Liu stood over him. The fight was unbelievable, Ian thought, without taking his eyes off his Liu. The Dark Fenrir was defeated, and the hero received Orville's two-handed sword. In addition to a large amount of experience, the hero also received the spirit of Fenrir in the form of an orb. Orville got up from the ground and straightened up, looked around, and gave thanks for the release of his spirit. All Ian could think about was what he would receive as a reward for the completed evolution of his wolf. Orville said he was sure the young man had already received one Blood Tribe relic from Harloth, but added that he would give another from the Dark Tribe. Of course, the hero was very interested that it would also be from the Dark Tribe. When Orville's spirit finished speaking, he said to look up, and all three of them looked up to where he was pointing. Ian saw above him 3 spheres of different colors, red, black, and blue. Orville also looked at these spheres and said that he hadn't seen the moon sign in over 100 years, and that its power paled in comparison. The hero looked at the spirit and waited for it to tell him about this moon sign. It was the power of the moon sign that spread across the continent, told the spirit. All 3 objects began to move with great speed above the heads of everyone present. Liu absorbed all 3 items, bloody sign, dark sign, and moon sign. After absorption, all the objects disappeared and Liu began to glow very brightly. Once again, it became apparent that something was about to happen. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Ian watched as Liu's blood Fenrir evolved into a royal Fenrir. The hero became the first to have a pet reach its highest form of its final evolution and became 120th level. Orville's spirit fulfilled its role and simply disappeared without saying goodbye. The young man was overly timed when the quest request of the blood Fenrir harlot was completed. He gained almost 10 million experience and 279,000 gold. This quest was worth it. As Jan walked beside Liu, the pet uttered words of congratulations to his master. The young man asked if Liu would always talk now, and he said always. It was so cute because Liu had defeated Orville and learned to talk. Jan petted his good pet. It was now decided to visit Kylin in hopes that she would give the team a new linked quest. The girl met him with great joy because Ian had gotten a royal Fenrir as a pet, and that meant a great success. The comrades were drinking tea and chatting, and suddenly Kyle asked for Ian's request, which he guessed. The girl offered the hero a new quest to deliver an imperial document to the Emperor of the Kingdom of Lucipal. Ian gladly agreed and accepted the quest. Yang and Lu decided to go to the royal palace, which was quite far away, and the journey promised to be a long one. The young man was so excited about the evolution of the pet, and told him that he wanted to farm with it, suggesting that we go to the dungeon first. Suddenly John saw that there was a new message from Hyun, who told about a new mass event and asked John to check it out at the link. It was necessary to upload a video of the dungeon to the information board of the event. Only guilds were allowed to participate. For first place, the guild received 3 latest model capsules that increased synchronization by 2%. Ian's eyes lit up. He told Hyun to immediately gather everyone from the guild, even though there was still time. I had to start training hard, because even if I trained all night, it might not be enough. Now it was safe to go on about their business, and he told Lu they were heading out to farm. Meanwhile, at the university, a professor was late for a lecture, and a female student was reading the Kylin news. She was very surprised to see that someone had passed Portland's dungeon in 15 minutes, because even though she was above level 100, she wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd phase in 50 minutes. Pressing the start button of the video, it started unexpectedly loud, and all the students around turned their attention to the girl. Mina was very embarrassed, but as it turned out, everyone around her was also playing Kylin like her. Of course, all the classmates were also very surprised to see the information that the Portland dungeon had indeed been passed in 15 minutes. After making sure that the video was indeed true, everyone agreed that the battle was unreal and the summoner seemed quite familiar. The guys guessed that it was the same student who always sleeps on the last desk, and his name was Park Jin-soon. Meanwhile, in the development office of Elbsoft, 2 employees were going to watch a video. Of course, they were going to watch the video of Ian's battle with the monsters, and thought that this player was just crazy. In battle, Jan used his Griffin Fina's atomization ability, and thus he defeated all the skeletons of the next sorcerer. The staff member was of course shocked that the young man was able to take down all the mobs with a single AEO attack. But the AEO attack has a long recovery time, and the staff was wondering what Ian would do in the next phase. The young man was really good. Then the hero used Lu, his mighty and beautiful pet, in battle. We watched the video and wondered more and more, because the player was a summoner who had in his arsenal a royal Fenrir, the final stage of the evolution of the wolf. Lu was unbelievable, and it seemed that he was saving up all his strength to show himself in full glory on the battlefield. What was surprising to the girl was that the royal Fenrir had single-handedly mopped up everyone in Phase 2. Ian asked Kylin to use the glaciation function, because as long as the door was open, the enemy was invulnerable. The opponent this time was a huge monster in sturdy armor. Kylin obeyed and carried out Ian's orders. He was trusted by the whole team. The glaciation takes effect for 2 seconds, and the entire Lotus Guild headed faster towards the entrance. The monster in armor looked like a huge knight in armor, and it was now covered in ice. Ian looked at his opponent and thought that would be more than enough. Lu, who was so fast that he was able to land several blows during the attack in those 2 seconds. The monster was struck down, the ice cracking from the many blows. Of course, the royal Fenrir was good at it. The girl watched the fight on the video and was shocked by what she saw, because the sweep was even faster than 15 minutes. It was decided to find the contacts of the players, because Lotus deserved the prize for the first place. Jan was sitting at home at the computer watching the news, and was happy with his passes because there were a lot of views and likes. I decided to go play again and finish the quest Kyle. The hero headed to the royal palace, but since he didn't know what quests might be involved, it was decided to take Siri with him, because if she had treated the pets last time, Biggie wouldn't have died. The young man asked Siri if she could go with him to the royal palace, and the girl said that she would go anywhere with her master. Ian was very happy to hear the news, but just in case he looked around to see if Haron was around, because the girl's reaction was unpredictable. Once in the imperial palace, Jan gave the emperor a letter from Kyle, and he took the letter and asked if the young man knew what the Pascal archipelago was called. The emperor continued that even though the hero was a great adventurer, it was unlikely that he had visited a state that was at war with them. Ian realized that what the emperor meant by a warring state was the Kaimon Empire. The Pascal archipelago consists of 18 small islands. On one of them is the Pascal dungeon. This prison of the Kaimon Empire holds the kingdom's prisoners of war. The typewriter went on to say that he wanted John freed, and it was especially important to free a swordsman named Caesar, one of the strongest swordsmen in the kingdom of Lucipal. The hero agreed, because for the fulfillment of the quest as a reward was given 2,000 points of service, and Ian first saw such a reward. But the dungeon Pascal was not easy to find because no one knew on which of the 18 islands it is located, and even if it is found, then inside it will be a lot of soldiers and it is organized intricately. It will be very hard and difficult, said the Emperor, but he had no one else to ask. Despite the difficulty of the task, Ian was excited, because hard means fun, and that's exactly how he wanted to play. The fog over the Calabius Valley was expected to clear in 10 days. And after these 10 days, the war with the Cayman Empire was planned to continue, so the young man needed to bring the prisoners of war before that happened. Just 10 days later, a new update to the game was scheduled to be released. The Emperor said he would send 3 galleons and the mighty knight Kylin of the 175th level to help, and in addition he asked Jan to return unharmed. 3 majestic ships began their journey through troubled waters. That would be all right, but Ian didn't really like sailing on ships for that very reason. The character didn't understand why it was necessary to add seasickness to the game as well. Even little Puk-Puk, watching his master, wanted to support and pity him. Ian looked angrily at the turtle and told him that he wasn't feeling bad, just because he had just been drafted and to see how things would go. Puk-Puk got angry, and Ian continued to taunt by asking that don't sea turtles get seasick. Of course, the abyss turtle took offense and crawled away while the hero continued to watch the current. After a short time, both the hero and his pet were sick. Looking at the horizon in the distance, Ian realized that he would have to make his way back alone. Not exactly alone, but the cargo boat could only hold 5. It was decided that at least 3 men would definitely go on the boat, Jan, Siri, and Pollen. They offered to go to Captain Roland of the 190th level, but he refused, although of course it was a pity because there was no one stronger than him. I had to take a simple 2 fighters to load into a boat and swim to shore. Thanks to Finn and Rake, the destination was found very quickly. Of course, without the pets, things would have been much longer, and Ian was glad of how the circumstances worked out. The hero climbed the rock and looked through the bars inside the prison. I saw that there was a very large number of guards inside, and didn't even understand why there were so many of them. This entrance was the most obvious, and so it was decided to use it, because when the turmoil starts, it will be easy to escape through it. Ian suggested leaving 1 guard alive to lead the team where they needed to go, and Pollen said to leave it to him. Knocking out the grate with his shoulder, Pollen went to attack the guards. The guards surrounded the knight, pointing their spears at him, and it was obvious that they were ready for battle. But no such luck. Pollen scattered and disarmed everyone in a matter of seconds. Everything was ready, and he immediately told Jan to his baron. The young man admired Pollen's strength and even offered him to go into his service. Then, seeing that no one was left alive, was very upset, to which the knight replied that all the guards were very weak. Ian said it was okay since they had such a strong team member among them, and said it was time to move on. But no sooner had Ian stepped a couple of steps forward than he stopped abruptly. I saw a room with several arched entrances and immediately thought that something was obviously wrong. Meanwhile, in the prison, a guard was talking to Caesar. He said that the swordsman had been imprisoned for almost 10 years, and he was sure that he had long since been forgotten in Lusopal. There was a recent prediction that said the fog over the Calabius Valley would clear, and the Guardian said that if they united, they could unite the continent of Culinary. Caesar answered that though he is not in Lusopal, but there are Helim and Griffer there, and that is why it is impossible to get close to the kingdom, and called Lacromia a fool and a coward. Of course, after saying that, Lacromia couldn't stand it and punched the captive. Turning to Caesar, the guard said that, does he think he is the best swordsman so far? He threatened and said he'd stay in jail forever and rot here. Siri asked John what they would do next, to which the young man replied that he had a plan. The main key link in the plan was, of course, little Puk-Puk. Ian took it off his shoulder and lowered it to the floor, telling the turtle to find someone. Bold and small Puk-Puk rushed immediately to fulfill his master's request. The hero called the turtle of the abyss a genius because he found so many people. Though these were far from prisoners, but another guard in large numbers. Pollen, having examined the opponents, said that they were much stronger than those at the entrance and that he could not cope alone, so Ian called Lou and Rake. The team quickly cleared the field of enemies and continued their search for prisoners. Next, the young man saw that the path split into 3 branches, and it was unknown what was behind each door. Yang looked at Puk-Puk and asked to find the prisoners, specifically this time. Again, the new guard team missed, but it was obvious that the turtle was pleased with himself. And so it was 5 times. And the deeper the team progressed through the prison, the stronger the guards were. Unexpectedly, Puk-Puk raised his paw and pointed upward, wondering what was in there. Looking up, Jan saw a hole in the ceiling through which the sky could be seen. The young man was very surprised by the fact that there were numerous plants around the hole. The hero decided to go up there and ordered Lu and Reiku to stay with Pollen. Riding on top of Fina Yang very quickly flew through the hole to the outside. From above, it was better and more convenient to find the right place where the prisoners were confined. Ian came up with a plan that he would go down and attack from below, and Finn would attack from above and use his atomization. Griffon nodded, as if asking how the hero would get downstairs, to which he replied that there was nothing to worry about, and he descended very quickly, having already managed to call Harley in flight and landing on top of him. The pack immediately saw that an intruder had entered the prison. and so they quickly armed themselves with spears. And then Finn stepped in, attacking from above as Yang ordered, which was effective due to the effect of surprise. Immediately, the young man decided to use the manosphere ability to crush the wall in front of him. Numerous explosions helped crush both the wall and all the enemies. And then Ian saw what he was looking for behind the wall, and somehow it wasn't hard to find at all. It was an exhausted Caesar chained in both hands and feet. The young man took a long look at the character who had just arrived in the dungeon and didn't realize where he could have seen him. He was similar to a player from the Lucipal realm, but why he had come this far was unclear. And then the character asked Ian what his reason for being here was and suggested that he probably had a quest. The young man answered that yes, and thought that if the player is from the Cayman Empire, then he will have to fight him, and it will be an extra hassle. After thinking it over, Ian suggested not to fight, but just to go their own way, and that everyone should finish their quest quietly, because it was pointless to fight. The player said that of course the young man was right, but now he wanted to have fun, and so a fight was inevitable. Taking his sword, the character rushed to attack Yang while he defended himself with his bow. The battle was too drawn out, and flashes of light with explosions occurred. Ian decided that he needed to deal with this player as soon as possible, and commanded Harley to use the Wind Guardian ability. After fighting and examining the enemy's skills, the hero concluded that the player's class was warrior, and with Harley's agility doubled, Ian should have won. The player said that he didn't think there were summoners who used harlequins as pets. Dodging the character's large sword, the hero deftly sidestepped. His sword cut through the wall like butter, and so the young man decided that it was impossible to catch a single blow. The important thing was to finish the fight in 2 minutes while the Wind Guardian was active. Harley didn't think long before rushing to attack his opponent and dealing critical damage to Ghost Void. Of course, Ian didn't understand why a message saying Ghostly Void popped up instead of the player's name. The summoner's tactics impressed the Ghostly Void very much, and the player said he was about to show something and spawned himself, which came as a shock to Ian. Phantom Void used his crowning trick of hitting the death wave. The summoner watched him and realized that if he got hit, he was finished. Quickly, I had to summon Fina and fly above the explosion set up by the enemy. It turned out that the character could be very far away, and if it wasn't for Finn, he would have definitely gotten in because the Ghostly Void ability was very powerful. It was evident that the player's recovery was quite slow, and so Harley decided to attack again. Ian decided to use the Manosphere again, because now was the best time as he thought. A multitude of explosions surrounded the Ghostly Void, but he stood firm. A series of powerful explosions with bright flashes were heard and seen from outside the prison. The unidentified man sustained critical damage. Ghost Void was in pleasant shock, for he didn't think a summoner could be so powerful. The player can only say that he is sorry, but he has completed his quest, and there is no point in fighting further. Ghost Void said goodbye to Ian, and with a smirk on his face said they would see each other again. This act seemed very strange to Ian, because it was not clear why they had to get into a fight first, because both of them only needed to finish the quest. All this time, Caesar had been silently watching the fight and seemed to be sizing up Ian. The hero wondered how long he had been looking at him, for the look seemed rather intimidating. Caesar said there wasn't much time left and to give him the key to the shackles that hung on the wall. The captive was released and suddenly said it was time to get down to business and asked Ian for a sword. The strange question confused the hero. It was unclear what kind of business he was going to get into. But suddenly, Lacromius appeared on the threshold of the cell with reinforcements and said that Caesar would stay here. The captive grasped Jan's sword and was ready to fight. The most important thing was to get out of here. 1 prisoner of war out of 77 was rescued. Suddenly, there was an alert for an online broadcast of an important event of the naval battle between the Cayman and Lucipal empires. At that time, Harley, with his powerful paws, threw off the locks of the cells one by one, releasing the prisoners. Jan told the captives to go south where the galleon was moored, and they were glad that His Majesty had not forgotten about them. The hero almost accomplished his mission and freed 72 of the 77 prisoners of war. He had signaled the ship's readiness in advance, which made it easier to leave. But because of an urgent message that said that all prisoners must be on board before Roster Admiral of the Cayman Army reaches Pascal's dungeon, Ian had to hurry. The young man was tormented by the question of how they found out about it, because the whole operation was classified. At the same time, while the hero and his team were rescuing the prisoner of war, Caesar was sword-fighting Lacromius. They fought with all their might, and Caesar was good despite his long hiatus without training. Blow after blow, but everyone managed to dodge them and didn't take any damage. Lacromius' army wanted to help their general, but he stopped them and ordered them to retreat. The head of the Caymonian army decided that he would now fight the prisoner one-on-one and defeat him without anyone's help. Lacromius was strong and very sharp. His sword was as sharp as his tongue. But Caesar was not so simple either and defended himself like a true good warrior. The captive stopped and adjusted his sword, causing the general to laugh. He looked at Caesar and said, "How can he fight with a broken sword?" Caesar's sword was indeed split, and cracks were spreading all over the sword. But the warrior was confident that even this weapon was more than enough to defeat Lacromia. Caesar gathered all his strength together mentally and took a swing at the general. Lacromia's helmet flew aside from a blow of such great force. He lay on the floor and wondered how the captive was able to shatter his armor with a broken sword. Looked at his enemy who defeated him. Lacromia agreed that Caesar was indeed the greatest swordsman of the empire. The captive headed for the exit, and with a nonchalant face and said that, and the general was pretty good. Ian saw Caesar come out, and immediately rushed to him asking for help, because the fleet of the Caimon Empire was coming to the rescue, and was almost here. The swordsman said he was willing to help if the summoner would bring him a new sword. Ian was surprised because his sword was excellent, and of course he wasn't the kind of person who always had a bunch of swords in stock. Caesar said he couldn't help in that case. But then the hero remembered that he had a sword he had received from Orville. The legendary class sword the swordsman liked, and Yang said he would give it to him, but the sword is still going back. The young man laughed, for Caesar could not use the sword until he served the summoner. Then John thought about it and decided that the swordsman did not want to serve him, so it was decided to find another sword. Only a rusty sword of the first level was found. But then suddenly, the invincible swordsman Caesar wanted to go into John's service, and he planned it that way and wanted him to accept his offer. Time was short, and we had to hurry. Ian was just stunned and shocked when he saw the information about the mythical level swordsman. The number of enlisted swordsmen was 6 out of 20. Caesar rushed to the exit and told Ian to hurry up or he was as slow as a snail. The Cayman fleet had come to the rescue and the knights had already landed on shore. The chief of the fleet, seeing the opposing team, smiled and asked who it was here. Of course, it was Caesar himself in his own glory standing before him. The general said they were probably too late if the prisoner had been freed and was standing in front of them. Caesar replied that the fleet was very late, and after these words swung his legendary sword. With his sword, he drew a line and the entire fleet crew was horrified to see that sword. But Caesar said with a nonchalant face that if he crossed that line, he was finished. Roster said not to be so arrogant, because even though he had defeated the best swordsman they had, he could hardly win now alone. Looking at Ian and his team, Roster concluded that the preponderance is not in Caesar's favor right now. The commander gave the command to go on the attack and ordered to punish everyone in Lucipol. Biggie was the first to use his bottomless abyss ability, and Caesar jumped high up, swinging his super sword and preparing to attack. The sword swings were so fast that they seemed to cut through the air. Caesar's sword was like a native hand, and he handled it skillfully even in the air. Ian watched the swordsman and wondered if this was the ability built into the sword and that Caesar had barely had time to get it, but had already mastered it. The quest to rescue the prisoners of war had been completed, and the hero had reached level 124. It was worth it, Ian thought, and because he was tired, he decided to take a rest. But then, the hero remembered about the second related quest to deliver prisoners of war to the royal palace of the Lucipol Empire. For this, it was necessary to bypass the Cayman fleet, and since the time limit was 1 day, it was necessary to start right now. The battle began and Ian decided to summon his magnificent royal Fenrir. Lu immediately rushed to attack the fleet warriors, showing everyone his might. The news was all about the naval battle between the Caimon and Lucipol empires. Of course, during the battle, the young man only thought about resting, but the enemies did not stop falling. Ian was thinking about how tired he was and wanted to end this fight and go on break as soon as possible. One of his fighters approached the hero and gave him the good news that the fleet of the Lucipol Empire was on its way. The young man got excited thinking that reinforcements had finally arrived, and that in that case, he wouldn't die. I stood on the ship and watched as the Cayman troops began to retreat. The quest was complete. Ian was the first to complete the linked Imperial quest. Suddenly, there was a news announcement for all players about short-term preventive maintenance to install the announcement and needed to log out of the game soon. Ian was with Emperor Lucipol at this time and was telling him about the progress of his mission. This was good news because the young man was almost falling asleep on the move, and since the quest was completed, it was safe to go out and sleep. Ian needed to get to the bed somehow, but he didn't have the strength to even stand up. Just as Jin's son was falling asleep, someone rang the doorbell. He never got out of the capsule and fell asleep in it, but a loud sound woke him up. Outside the door was a girl who knew that Ian was going to be home today, and it was strange that he didn't open. Without waiting for an answer, the girl dialed the code on the door and entered the apartment. This unexpected guest was Haron. She walked in and embarrassedly asked if Jin's son was asleep. The new game update is out, and now you can forget about the penalties for killing players and take over the central continent. A little earlier, when the Lotus Guild took first place, then Ian had gotten his new virtual reality capsule. The young man was unspeakably happy and was simply speechless. Yu-hyun stood beside him and saw Jin Sung's incorruptible joy. The young man thanked his friend for helping him connect. Haron looked at the new capsule and added that she didn't even have any old model capsule. Yang was surprised that the girl had none and offered to take his old one. But Yu-hyun was extremely displeased with this gesture of the hero. He was shocked that how could he fall in love so easily to give the capsule to a girl, because you can sell an old model for a couple million. Of course, Haron got embarrassed and said that her father had the money to buy the capsule, just that he was against having it. Ian wondered if he could sell his old capsule then. But then the girl offered him another option for the young man to leave the capsule, and then she could come to him to play together. The hero agreed and added that he would give the girl the code to the door. Yoo-hyun was angry and said he would tell the girl's father about her plan. In his mind, Ian punished his friend for meddling and for trying to tattle. In the game, he would have just thrown him into the wall. Haron decided that she would call Jin soon before she came, and he said okay. Both of them looked at each other and were very embarrassed. And now when Haron came in, she didn't call before coming in. Looking into the room and seeing the empty bed, the girl wondered where he could be. Started rushing around the apartment looking for him and ran into the room with the capsule. I looked at the virtual reality capsule and thought, what if he's inside? Opening it up, Haron was convinced of this and that it was so Ian had just been lying there sleeping inside all this time. The girl asked him why he was sleeping here and not in the bed, because it was uncomfortable. But then Ian put his arms around her and pulled her against him so hard that Haron just found herself lying next to him in the same capsule. Of course, it was awkward for her to be so close to him, but she made sure that Jin-sun was indeed sound asleep. The girl lay in her boyfriend's arms thinking that she was like a soft toy since he hugged her so tightly, but she realized that she could not wake him up because he was sleeping very soundly. I had to press myself harder against him because there was nothing I could do. Since it happened, and Ian was sound asleep, she decided to stay by his side in his house. When he woke up, he saw that he was lying in a capsule and hugging a toy bunny. Of course, he was surprised that there was a toy lying next to him, and it was unclear what it was doing next to him. But on the table, he saw a message from Haron and the delicious breakfast she had prepared especially for him. In the note, Haron wrote that playing games is cool, but sometimes Jan needs to go to school too. That's when he wondered if it was worth going to the university today or if it was better not to. Of course, the girl was right, and so this time Ian packed up and went to study. He wondered where Haron was looking for her and was about to call her when Yoo-hyun ran up to him, and he didn't have time to dial the number. The friend grabbed the young man's hand and said to urgently go with him, but Ian does not understand where he is pulling him. And he brought Ian to a cybersports tournament at the university where Ian is supposed to participate. The young man was puzzled, not understanding how he could participate if he hadn't even registered, and then Yoo-hyun replied that he had done it all for him. Ian got a little angry, and his friend pretended that he'd just forgotten to tell him, and it was obvious that he was a little embarrassed about it. Korea University's cybersports tournament has been declared open. The hero was angry at his friend for registering him here without his knowledge. The first was a battle between the virtual reality faculty versus the narrative design faculty. The battle didn't seem as exciting and interesting as it could have been, but Ian fought as hard as he could, strike after strike, and slew first the ninja player, then their main swordsman. Watching the entire battle, it seemed that One Yang was saving the entire faculty by destroying one enemy after another. All the students watching were delighted with the hero's abilities, and then one girl suddenly asked if it was the guy from the video. As it was, Ian was exactly the right guy to take first place in the new mass event. The virtual reality faculty won, and Park Jin-sung was recognized as the best player of the match. As soon as Ian came down from the stage and wanted to go to the exit, he saw a crowd of students chanting his name. Of course, the young man did not understand what it all meant and why so much attention. All the students shouted, interrupting one by one. One asked to accept his friend request in Kylin. The second wanted to take a picture with the hero, the third asked for a phone number, the fourth wanted an autograph. Ian had no choice but to run away from so many of his fans. Finally, Jin soon managed to break away from the crowd. He stood around the corner and heard that he was still being sought after. Suddenly, the young man's phone rang, and he picked it up. He was called by a guy who introduced himself as Sojin, who uploads videos to Ucast. The guy said he found a video on the internet of Ian fighting 30 opponents at once. He edited the video a bit and re-uploaded it, making some money, and called Jin soon to share the profits. Yang asked how much he had earned, and Sojin replied that it was 10%, which is about 3 million won, and that the young man could continue to send recordings of his game and earn more. Of course, John liked the idea of making money just by playing the game, but he thanked the offer and said he would think about it. Before he could finish the call, he heard one of the fans getting close to him. The hero was discovered apparently because he closed the phone too loudly. He had to run again, and the group of people continued to chase the young man. The Central Continent was the first continent without player kill penalties and has now been updated. Many guilds wanted to enter this continent. They were ready to attack as soon as necessary. The Dark Rune Guild of the first rank knew that there was a wasteland to pass through to reach the Central Continent. The second rank Titan Guild was walking through the desert, received recommendations to drink more, or needed to get a thirst debuff. The third-ranked Greatness Guild reflected that getting to the Central Continent was harder than they thought, and decided to just observe the situation for now. The fourth-ranked Oakland Guild has decided to follow the path that the other guilds will take. And of course, the fifth guild was Lotus. The young man was sure that he would be able to show himself perfectly and was already on his way to his destination. Ian knew they were on the right track because Caesar, who had flown with him on Fina, knew the way. The mission was to find the Holdrim Cup at the historic site of Sakaar, and Ian decided he would be the first to find it in the Kamon Empire. The hero was very happy because he was the first to discover the historical site of Sakaar, and for that, the Lotus Guild received 100,000 glory. Ian thought that this was a great start to their new assignment, and that the important thing was to be on guard. The Dark Sorcerer came second and was very angry that someone had already come before him. He clenched his teeth and hands into fists and promised to destroy the pioneers. Jan and Caesar went inside and immediately became uncomfortable, because the heroes felt an unexplainable chill on the back of his neck. The sorcerer's partner asked him if he knew where to go next. Hong replied that he did not know the way and that he preferred to follow the trail of darkness. The answer seemed strong and dark, but then the Dark Sorcerer saw something dark and scary and realized that it was darkness he wanted to feel the darkness. He didn't behave quite logically, stretching his hands toward the red smoke he saw thinking the darkness was hungry for him. But it was. But then suddenly the smoke cleared and something began to form on Hoon's hand. He had a medallion in his hand, and it was Holdrim's crown, and to gain the power of immortality the Dark Sorcerer needed to transfer the crown to a wooden amulet. It was a hidden quest. Ian was advancing at this time, and Caesar said that there would be a tomb with a mid-level boss next. There was clearly someone else in the tomb, and both heroes sensed it as they approached the entrance. It seemed strange to Ian that they were the first to enter the historic site, but someone was already in the tomb. How such a thing was possible could not be understood by either of them. Having opened the door, it is even impossible to imagine the surprise of the hero that visited him at the same moment. Ian boldly entered the tomb, and saw the same little Dark Sorcerer who had annoyed him so much in the arena. But it wasn't only Yan who was surprised, but Gangji Hoon was equally surprised. Of course, both of them simultaneously remembered the battle where the summoner gained the upper hand. Hun chuckled so maliciously that Caesar asked Ian if the sorcerer was a fool. The Dark Sorcerer was glad to get a second chance to finally repay the hero for his humiliation. And it looked very strange when Hong knelt down on his knees and put his hands up. And all happened when the sorcerer asked Yang not to kill him, because the summoner was strong and Hong was afraid. To which Yang replied he would pardon him if he kneeled and raised his hands. The hero reflected that this little sorcerer was stronger than he thought, and most importantly that he knew a lot about this dungeon. Then John suddenly said that the sorcerer was cool, and the kid didn't understand what that was for. The summoner went on to say that he was telling the truth, and that Hong was smart enough to capture all those monsters, and that he knew the layout of this dungeon perfectly well. And then Yang offered to work side by side together and asked if Hong had any wishes. The sorcerer stammered and said with confidence that he would not yield the crown of Holdrim to the summoner. The hero replied that it was the most valuable artifact, and that he agreed to leave it to the sorcerer and take all the other junk. Other than this crown, Hong didn't need anything, and so he agreed to cooperate with Yang, whose eyes lit up at this moment. Balam pushed the Dark Sorcerer and he asked what he wanted. At this time, the hero said that once everything was figured out, it was time to go to the dungeon boss. The whole group approached the place where the wall was collapsed. The first to go was Hong. Ian asked if this was the gate to the dungeon, and Balam said the boss was here. The Dark Sorcerer sensed the darkness, which meant the target was quite close. The wall slid in front of all the heroes, as if pointing their way in the right direction. Ian watched the wall open, and Hong added that the darkness had done its work. Dark smoke enveloped the room, and the room seemed to grow cooler as the wall continued to open. Everyone watched intently. Finally, everyone gasped when they saw the dungeon boss, a skeleton in knight armor. It was a level 270 Holdrim. Ian saw in the skeleton's hands a goblet that he needed badly. And Hong immediately cast his gaze towards his crown, which was also very necessary for him. The young man was shocked that Holdrim had such a high level, but the sorcerer said not to worry. Holdrim was the ancient giant emperor of the central continent, giants added Hong. The sorcerer went on to say that the emperor was a great ruler that brought an era of peace to the continent. The people idolized him. But Holdrim became the puppet of an immortal, and by the end of his reign had sown darkness in the central continent. The immortal wanted the crown to regain his power, and all because it was Holdrim's crown that contained all the dark power he'd gathered over the years. And then suddenly the little sorcerer with all the anger in his eyes rushed at Holdrim to take away all his power. Gangji Hong was the heir of the Dark Immortal and had come to fulfill a pact made over 1,000 years ago. Then the pact with the immortal Lord of Darkness came into effect. Holdrim's features were reduced by 40% and he temporarily lost his sight. Yang praised the Dark Sorcerer for a good job, but Hong said it was the least the heir of darkness could do. It was decided to defeat the boss quickly so that everyone could get what they came for. Both partners agreed to this. Biggie Lu and Hong's Dark Skeleton Squad were also on standby to attack, The first to attack were the sorcerer's thorny skeletons, but the monster was so huge that they could only get a foot in. Biggie then grabbed the Emperor's foot and wanted to strike, but the monster calmly managed to toss aside the golem as well. The royal Farnier, who was as fast as a bullet, got involved. He threw blow after blow at Holdrum, but it seemed the giant couldn't be bothered. His yell was so intimidating and loud it was ear-splitting. He was very strong. Biggie, Lou, and Finn had lost a lot of health. Ian was sweating with excitement. He saw how strong the Emperor was, and if it wasn't for Hong, it would have been very hard. The hero thought that even with Caesar, they were no match for Holdrum. And then the young man remembered that since the beginning of the battle, Caesar himself had not been seen. I went to look for him and found the swordsman lying on the sidelines, then asked him if he had been lying here all this time. But Caesar didn't even open his eyes and asked Ian not to jerk him around for some weakling. The hero asked for help, saying that Holdrum is really strong, and they can't cope without Caesar's help. But the swordsman said that he won't fight until he has legendary armor or something like that because he's really tired of rags. And then Ian remembered that he had the legendary armor and showed it to the guy, asking if he liked it. Caesar, finally encouraged, looked at the armor and thanked the summoner. Putting on the legendary armor and taking the legendary sword, Caesar said that he would be back soon and that Ian would be waiting for him here. Swordsman was very confident and looked very dignified, so everyone believed and hoped for his success. He stood in front of Holdrum and raised his sword upward, seeming to be twinned with him so well he wielded it. Immediately, without thinking long, he delivered a crushing blow to his head so hard that the Emperor screamed. In an instant, Holdrum was gone, leaving only an empty seat, a crown, and a goblet. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The most precious things Yang and Hong had come for were safe and sound. The hero quickly ran and grabbed the cup in his hands. He was very happy because finally he was able to do it. The quest to find Holdrum's cup in the historical site of Sikar was completed. The dark sorcerer was no less pleased, and as he took the crown in his hands, his eyes lit up. But suddenly, Holdrum's crown chose the strongest man in the room as its new owner, and it was not Hong. Suddenly the crown was ripped from his hands and flew toward Caesar. The swordsman was thrilled when the crown fell on his head as if it had always been there. The crown chose Caesar's subordinate as its new master. Hong stared and could not believe his eyes that the thing he had been looking for so long had ridiculously gone right out of his hands. Having won, Yang, Caesar, Hong, and Balam stood silent and thought about what to do next. Caesar was proud of himself and said that the crown really knows what a man is worth and how good he himself is. Hong was very angry and frustrated because if he didn't have Holdrum's crown, he wouldn't be able to fulfill his quest. The dark sorcerer shouted that this was not their agreement and that he should have the crown, but Ian didn't even think it would turn out this way. Hong did not know what to do now, for he knew he could not cope with the white-haired Caesar in battle. Balam suggested that there was another way to accomplish the task. He said that the crown was a tool with which the immortal controlled Holdrum, so if Hong was near the owner of the crown for 100 days, he could absorb the aura of darkness by placing it in the wooden amulet. The dark sorcerer's eyes lit up, for this was indeed a relief and a way out of the situation. But Caesar heard this idea and told Hong not to even dare to go near him. The swordsman did not authorize it. The sorcerer asked why, but Caesar hesitated and could not answer the question clearly. Then after a little silence, the swordsman still said that Hong disliked him at these words. The little sorcerer became very upset. Hong was very angry because how could this white-haired man call him unpleasant because he is the future Lord of Darkness who will gain the power of the immortal himself. Here, Ian came into play and offered to help Caesar help the sorcerer at least once, but the swordsman asked why he should. The hero whispered in his ear that Hoon was very unlucky in life and that he was not quite normal judging by his words. Caesar agreed with this. Then the swordsman said he would consider helping the sorcerer if he accepted his condition. Hong made a pitying face and asked what condition we were talking about. And the condition was that the sorcerer will serve Caesar, but if he becomes stronger than the master, he will be granted freedom, because if he is a descendant of an immortal, there will be no problems with it. Hong was angry and thought that it was very humiliating to serve, but he had no other choice on the path to power, and when he gained power, he would sweep this white-haired man into the dirt. After thinking it over, the sorcerer calmed down and accepted the offer so strange to him. While all four of them were discussing Caesar's deal with Hong at this time, Puk-Puk appeared on the horizon. He heard some strange odor that was not at all familiar to him. Puk-Puk's specialty was that he was very fond of good food, and any smell of food drove him crazy. He went to smell and came across some very curious passage. Meanwhile, the Titan Guild was fighting in the central continent. Chakran, the guild leader, was very skillful with her sword and struck down one opponent after another. Ceylon's deputy guild leader didn't even believe that they had come first. But Chakran was sure that the Dark Rune Guild had been here before them. One girl looked through the binoculars and shouted that something could be seen in the distance just ahead. Ceylon said it was that historic place and that they finally found it. Thought it was a dungeon, But the head looked ahead and realized that this was neither a dungeon nor a historical site. It was a huge multi-level tower of war, and the girl was visibly distressed. At the same time, in the central continent, the Dark Rune Guild had set up its headquarters. The guild leader asked what her subordinate Selene had heard about the cup. She replied that she had found the goblet and knew where it was now. Haron was the name of the head of the Dark Rune Guild, looked at Selene and asked where he was. The girl replied that he was in the central region at a historical place called Holdrim's Tomb. The order came to take 30 men and move out, and Haron decided to follow them. But then Selene stopped the mistress and said there was a problem. And the problem was that there was already a player who went in there before them, and judging by the banners of his guild from Lucipol, Haron wondered if there was anyone in the Lucipol Empire who could reach the central region so quickly. Selene asked what to do in such a case, and wanted to leave quickly to get the cup faster, but mistress said there was no hurry. There is time, said the head, and now the most important thing was this: not to lose track of the guild from Lucipal. Haron had a plan that once the Lucipalians left the cups, the Dark Rune Guild would strike at them. Ian studied all the items that were obtained during this quest in the tomb. Everything except the cup turned out to be just trash, but I was glad that at least the quest was completed successfully. But suddenly, a new linked quest was created to create a headquarters using the Holdrim Cup. But there was a strange condition that if the goblet is lost or stolen, the quest will automatically fail, but if you return the goblet back, the quest will start again. And then the hero thought that surely there are other players who want to get this cup. Decided to take a sober assessment of the situation and look at his strengths. Caesar, Hoon, and Balam was everything. And even if Ian succeeds in creating a headquarters, the cup will still clearly be stolen from them. And even if he fails this quest, it was decided to at least pump. Now the whole team, if you could call everyone on this quest, was intent on moving on. I looked around and didn't see Pukpuk, wondering where he could have gone. He looked around and saw Pukpuk, wondering where he could have gone. Ian decided to shout and call for the turtle, but Pukpuk didn't respond. Poor little Pukpuk went for a walk and got very upset, and all because he kept feeling the goodies but couldn't find them. The turtle was walking, and realized that the smell was coming from the top of the mountain, and it was very high up. But the determined Pukpuk knew he could climb this mountain. The smell was so close, and it was just a little bit to the top. Finally climbed up and saw the beautiful flowers whose fragrance made me go crazy and couldn't resist. Pukpuk wanted to bite this delicious flower and was excited, but immediately felt Ian trying to cancel the challenge without letting the turtle enjoy the treat. Pukpuk decided he had to finish this deliciousness, but Ian was still trying to get the abyss turtle back. Canceling the draft didn't work because of the power of the millennial rainbow flower. After Jan's failed attempt, the turtle simply fell to the ground with a painful thud. What a terrible host, thought Pukpuk, for while he was eating he could not cancel the call. Thanks to the power of the flower, the turtle was still here, and then he heard someone ask who he was. Pukpuk was surprised and asked who was here. All he heard was that he had never seen such a beautiful turtle before. The abyss turtle looked up and saw something that seemed impossible. Pukpuk was very confused and shocked. Pukpuk remembered John telling him that there was a turtle named Bukbuk on the northern continent, and they said he was the most beautiful turtle in the world. But also the owner said there is no one cooler and more beautiful than his Pukpuk turtle. And then the turtle realized that Ian had been cheating, that he would turn him into the most beautiful turtle in the entire universe. Of course, Pukpuk didn't expect to find the very same turtle in a place like this, but Bukbuk really was a very pretty and cute yellow-colored turtle. Bukbuk even glowed in a peculiar way, and here the two of them were looking at each other and thinking incomprehensibly. Finally, Ian and the team found the elusive turtle, but of course they didn't expect to see another one. Lou smelled Pukpuk's trail, and that's why the owner was able to find his pet so quickly. Seeing Bukbuk, Ian was confused at how cute a turtle he was. But the hero was very angry to see the second turtle here, and not understanding why Pukpuk sought it out. Could this be the Bukbuk mentioned in the story? Ian thought. But the turtle looked at the young man and spoke, saying she was very touched that the summoner had reminded her of her name and offered to give John the treasure as a token of her gratitude. The hero held out his hand in anticipation of what Bukbuk would hand him, and then the turtle opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, on which was a golden ball. It was small in size but glowed brightly, and of course anything unusual attracted Ian. After studying the information, the young man realized that he had received a turtle shower as a reward. This spirit allowed the turtle to ascend and become a dragon turtle, which meant that Pukpuk simply had to evolve. And if that happens very soon, he will no longer be a cute turtle, but a dragon. Bukbuk said that he slept for a very long time, so he doesn't remember much. Looking at Ian, the turtle with a sad look asked him to help him regain his memory. The hero, of course, did not expect that the golden turtle will give a whole hidden quest because he only wanted to evolve Pukpuk. But after thinking about everything, the young man decided that it was just fine because the reward for the quest was amazing. At this time, while everyone went in search of Pukpuk, Caesar lay down and rested. He was very bored. So the swordsman decided to go outside for some fresh air. The sun was shining so brightly that Caesar even felt sleepy, so he stretched and yawned. At that moment, an enemy with a dagger appeared from behind a building on the corner and immediately spotted the swordsman. Immediately rushed at the unarmed Caesar, but he heard something wrong. The enemy swung his dagger in front of his face, and the swordsman thought something interesting was about to happen. Caesar easily dodged the masked man's ridiculous and clearly amateurish punch. The enemy didn't expect that an unarmed man could be so agile that in an instant he was already behind him. Caesar grabbed the enemy and decided that even with his bare hands, he could safely deal with him. It was, and the masked man just howled with confusion, not knowing at all what to do next. The dagger flew aside after Caesar struck his opponent with all his might. Everything happened so quickly that the knife did not even fall to the ground, and the swordsman caught it with dexterity with one hand. The enemy was defeated, and Caesar, with dagger in hand, stood over him and cheered. Suddenly, the swordsman looked up and saw a large army of masked men on top of the mountain, and realized that it was the guild of one of the opponents. The guild leader, of course, knew that the Lucipalians would be very strong since they had managed to pass the dungeon, but he didn't know that they were that strong. Caesar repeated his question and asked again who they all were. The hooded woman from the mountain shouted to the swordsman to give her the cup, but Caesar replied as if playfully that let her try to take it away herself. Then the guild leader gave the order to all his subordinates to kill him, and the hooded men rushed into the attack without hesitation. Caesar was armed with a single dagger taken from the enemy, but he believed not in it, but in his own strength. Without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman pushed himself off the ground and flew upwards very high above the group of attackers. Each of the hooded group shouted loudly before Caesar could strike at them. The swordsman wielded one single dagger against the entire army. Landing after jumping to the ground, the swordsman saw a second group, this time with the head of the guild. Once again, before they knew it, they were defeated in a matter of seconds. The main woman watched and didn't understand how this hungry man was single-handedly massacring her entire army, so she gave the order to kill the bastard immediately. But Caesar was confident and looked at her with an equally confident gaze, ready for another attack. Fending off 1 or 2 or 3 enemies, Caesar simply dealt with them all. The girl saw the fight and realized that he probably just wiped out all the co-guildmates. And then she decided that since she was the strongest link in her group, she'd have to attack herself and do all the dirty work. The swordsman was not intimidated by this, because he was strong and self-satisfied and knew that nothing was impossible. In the attack, she concluded that if she couldn't kill Caesar, then she needed to at least delay him at all costs until the lady herself arrived here. The two of them fought for a long time, of course, because they had to buy time, and it worked. But Caesar was quicker and stronger and defeated the girl with a fatal blow. Then he simply added that he hadn't told her that he didn't have the cup, but he thought they'd had a good time and the boredom was gone. Caesar had defeated all the assassins with a single dagger. Now it was clear why Holdrum's crown had chosen him. The girl lay back and grievedly apologized to her mistress for failing in her task. And Caesar held the broken dagger in his hands and said he had broken the weapon again just like last time. I threw the gun away, picked my nose and thought there was at least a decent weapon somewhere and decided I should go to the Lord. Later, this incident among the members of the Dark Rune Guild became known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent. Meanwhile, the 3-man Titan Guild was heading towards the Tower of War. Good thing we had that quest, thought the guild leader as she looked at her fellow members. She remembered that on the last quest, Lacromu had told her about the Tower of War. The girl found him when he was in prison being slain by Caesar and lying on the floor and said he looked like shit. Lacromu apologized to her for being defeated, and now she probably won't be able to achieve her goal. However, lastly, out of his last strength, he decided to tell the girl about the Tower of War. In the Tower of War, you could hunt monsters or buy rare items or artifacts. But to enter the tower itself, one must have at least 5,000 ministry points. The Titan head knew that the item she needed to find was the Pharaoh's Banner. The Pharaoh's Banner is an artifact that doubles the training experience of soldiers at HQ. She believed that once she had the artifact, the Cayman Empire would win the war. As she was walking down the bash and telling this story, her gaze fell on one very unusual object. It was the Desert Warrior Will skill book that allowed you to create a veil of swords if you focused your mind. She looked at the book and sighed, thinking that this ability was legendary, and that if she could get her hands on the book, she would be able to raise her stats tremendously. But if the girl does this, then the book will have to spend all the points of service, and then she will not be able to get the Banner of Pharaoh, and it was more important to her. A bit saddened, she wondered if it was okay to spend all her service points when the war was about to start, though. On the other hand, she might not have the opportunity to stumble upon this book. I stood and pondered my decision for a long time, and still purchased the book Desert Warrior Will skill book. Paid 12,000 service points for her, and the girl had only 375 points left. She decided that she had done the right thing, because if she became stronger, the entire guild would become stronger, and then she would defeat the hated guild leader Dark Rune. Having safely examined all the items in the Tower of War, the trio exited the tower and headed onward. At the time, they left one of the items that looked like an order began to glow. It was unclear what it was, but the item's class was legendary. At the same time, Yang along with Hong were standing against the cliff waiting for something or someone. At last, Erez and Fiolin appeared from around the corner, saying hello and asking how long they had been waiting. The hero rejoiced, saying that they had waited long enough, but they had finally arrived, and that was the main thing. Erez asked if they had missed anything, to which Jan replied that he had taken the trophy, but he was curious about something. He told his comrades that he needed to find the magic pearl of a turtle named Buck-Buck. Fiolin replied that she had heard of this, and that there are some characters that only appear if you have the right class. Then it made sense why the hidden characters had names to fit the situation. But then the dark sorcerer got into the conversation, saying that his darkness was pulsing, and that he wanted to meet the enemy as soon as possible. And Ian suggested that we should go foraging since they were all together. Glancing at Hoon, Harris angrily asked what kind of Razranian that was. Yang replied that he was just serving Caesar, to which Hong got very angry, saying he wasn't serving anyone. And then the hero remembered Caesar, who he had forgotten about for a while. The team moved on, and the sorcerer still continued to rage and said that he would become the Lord of Darkness and punish everyone. While walking between the mountains, unexpectedly came across monsters with which we had to fight, and immediately in the case went Rake with his ability of fire breath. A large dragon soared over a huge cluster of scorpion-like monsters. The dragon let out its fire, striking the enemies with its breath. Jerez wasn't left out trying to lift the huge rock either. A multitude of scorpions very quickly ran straight at him trying to attack. Fiolin decided to use her Mage Blessing ability and took up her staff. Herrera's attack power was increased by 30% thanks to the girl, and he was now able to lift huge boulders with ease. Hong ordered his Death Knights to go on the attack, and added that let the despair of darkness give his enemies agony. Yan summoned Lu and asked him to join the battle and attack immediately. With the help of Lu and Balam, who rushed into battle at the same time, the scorpion monster was defeated. The hero looked up the information, relieved to see that most of the farming was over. Gladly he looked at Pukpuk and asked if he agreed with him, to which the turtle nodded. But suddenly horror drew on Pukpuk's face. He sensed something was coming. Yan and Hong looked at each other and didn't understand what exactly was about to happen now. Balam and Lu were also alert and ready to fight, only unclear yet who or what. Fiolin and Rake, as well as everyone else, assumed a comfortable position to defend and attack. A very loud sound shook everyone as if the earth was splitting. As it happened, the sound faded and a large, black, and rather creepy hand emerged from the ground. A huge monster came out, and it was enormous. It was the terror of the Sand's hidden boss of the 200th level, who possessed a magic pearl in his forehead. Ian saw a huge magic pearl in his forehead and finally realized that it was the one he was looking for. Such a huge monster had never been fought before. All the heroes could easily fit in one of his hands. The terror of the Sand swung his arm, and his strength seemed unreal. Ian was racked with fear and shouted to Lu to come back immediately, for the pet was the closest thing he had to a terrifying monster. There was such a strong wind from the boss that the young man thought he was going to be blown away. He had to do something fast. Remembering Yu-hyun, John shouted at him to start dancing. Yu-hyun followed the order lightning fast and started doing what he was so good at. Blocking all that debris was hard. And then he told Ian to do something about this Godzilla. The hero stood there wondering what he should do because the monster had too high a level to defeat it without Caesar. Hong shouted that this thing was coming out of the ground, and so it was. The horror of the Sands had already fully shown itself on the surface and was heading towards the team. Releasing himself and breathing in fresh air, the monster roared loudly. Ian stood in front of the monster and was afraid that the monster would blow fire on him, because if it happens, the young man will die instantly. The hero turned to his men and told everyone to run away immediately. Fiolin and Gang Ji-hoon were petrified due to the effects of the Fire Breath Terror Sand skill. The monster didn't stop and continued to use his Fire Breath skill over and over again. The flames caught up with Ian, too. He, too, was petrified from the effects of this Terror of the Sand skill. The breath of terror was so strong that it seemed the young man was about to be blown away. Ian resisted as best he could and thought that this was the end. But then suddenly the spirit of Pukpuk's pet turtle activated. Pukpuk swelled up like a balloon from the large amount of water absorbed because the turtle was aquatic. Then he blew on it with so much force and pressure that he could barely hold on to his paws. Ian was very pleased that the turtle was able to activate the spirit obtained from Buck-Buck and thus was completely protected from the fire breath. Hong noticed that Pukpuk's watery breath made it rain heavily. The hero cried from joy. Now he knew that the turtle is his best pet and that he is small but cool enough. Caesar came in unexpectedly and saw Pukpuk's feet and said that the turtle with the big head was pretty good. Jan asked where he had put the weapons and armor he had been given. The swordsman replied that he hid everything in his inventory so the sand wouldn't get on them, but he didn't expect it to rain. When Ian asked why Caesar came so late, he replied that he was warming up. The young man then asked him to deal with Godzilla. The white-haired man looked at the target and replied that it was not Godzilla, but the terror of the sands that had absorbed the power of the magic pearl, though not completely. And then he added that he didn't intend to do anything since he'd already stretched out and it was raining, but if Ian gave him something in return, he might change his mind. The summoner was angry that his subject was constantly sucking things out of him. Ian decided that this time he would not go along with Caesar, and that they would manage on their own without him. In any case, found the very power that can resist evil and defeat it, and it was Puk-Puk. The young man decided to immediately summon Biggie and Finn's pets to his aid. And Reika's fire dragon, on the contrary, decided to call off his fight. Yang had the staff of an ancient summoner, and now he knew that this item should help him. Biggie was commanded to use his bottomless abyss ability. And so two powerful forces clashed with each other. It was not immediately clear which of them was stronger. Yu Yun shouted happily that the wreckage was being carried back, which meant the plan was beginning to work. Ian knew he was on the right track, and asked his friend to keep dancing with Biggie. The hero asked Gang Ji-hoon to distract the monster with his skeletons, and Balam at the same time was going to help the sorcerer along with Lu. Hong said that he usually didn't take orders from those weaker than him, but since he needed the sorcerer's dark power, he was ready. The dark sorcerer ordered his minions to attack the monster, and Lu went with them. Balam, at the same time as them, was also moving closer to the terror of the sands and preparing to attack. Ian sat on top of Fina and asked Fiolin to have her put a buff on him as soon as he took off. Saying this, the hero on the griffin flew into the attack. It was raining, and the weather seemed to be on the team's side. The girl covered the hero while he stopped in front of the monster. Ian was sure that even though this thing was a level 200 level sands terror with a magic pearl, but if the entire team struck at once, he would definitely not be able to resist. Lu, Balam, and Biggie dealt a lot of damage, and the monster lost almost 40,000 health, while Yan's attack power was increased by 30%. The hero saw that the buff was in place and that his defense was active. He wondered what would happen next. It was time for Jaika's summoning, which Ian did, and now almost all the pets were in a gathering. Next, applied the ability of electricity control and manosphere. The terror of the sands was getting hit from all sides, but Ye didn't stop and kept going. Rain conductive electricity and charged mana spheres into all open wounds of the monster. The monster lost almost 170 units of health and received the effect of paralysis caused by the control of electricity. The plan succeeded, and the hidden boss terror of the sands was defeated, and the pearl was successfully released. Yan gained 5.5 million experience units and became the first to defeat this monster. The hero gained the title of Dragon Slayer and interrupted the evolution of the terror of the sands. The magic pearl of the golden dragon turtle regained its powers. Ian knew that what Babak was talking about was happening now, and something that could change the possibilities of the pet's evolution. At last, this magic pearl was in John's hands. It was very big and beautiful. And now that the hero had gotten this gem, the first thing he longed to do was evolve Puk-Puka. The hero held the long-awaited pearl in his hands and thought it was worth a good look at the thing first. Ian didn't fully understand why he'd gone out of his way to get her. While he was thinking about what to do with this strange thing, he felt how hungry he was and his stomach rumbling. Turned to Hoon and told him he was going to get something to eat and to sort it out without him for now. Immediately, the young man left the game, and the sorcerer did not understand what to do next and did not even know what to say. Jin Hun stepped out of the capsule, and it seemed like he hadn't eaten in forever. The first thing he thought about was what to order this time, but he felt he wasn't alone in the room. Unexpected was this, and turning his head, he saw Haron. The girl rushed to Jan and hugged him tightly from surprise. The young man was even frightened. Haron didn't like Jan's tone and asked why he was so surprised, because he had told her she could come whenever she wanted. And then he remembered that he had indeed said such a thing, then abruptly changed the subject by asking if she had come to lunch with him. The girl was stumped by the question, and she didn't know what to say, because she didn't think about having lunch with him. Smiling and enthusiastic, Haron said she wanted to get Ian out of Kylin's world by all means. Then she confidently added that she was calling the hero for a date and told him to get dressed. Ian was stunned by that statement. He didn't think about a date, because he'd never been on one. There was nothing to do but agree, and after a little while the couple was already walking in the city park. Jan asked, with a smile on his face, if Haron wanted to go to an amusement park. The girl looked at the young man with embarrassment and added that she loved to ride. Grabbing Jan's hands, she pointed with her hand to the carousel and suggested we go there. The young man didn't even have to be forced and happily agreed. While strolling through the park, the couple decided to snack on something sweet. After refreshing, the heroes went to ride the roller coaster. It was obvious that Haron liked the ride more than Jan. The slides made the young man a little weary, and it felt as if he were flying on the Fina. To end the evening was nice for both of them. They looked up at the night sky, watched the fireworks, and held hands. Looking at the stars, Jan said he had something to say to Haron. The girl thought that he had finally decided to confess his feelings to her and asked with joy in her voice what the question was. The unexpected question sounded like if Haron found someone else's item that she also really wanted, what would she do with it? The girl was very upset because she was waiting for some recognition, and said that no matter how much you need it, it should be returned to its owner. Ian was a little embarrassed and surprised to hear such a wise answer. He smiled broadly and said that of course she was right about that. Glancing at Haron under the bright lights of the fireworks, he saw how beautiful she was. The girl was very embarrassed. Jan was glad to have spent the day with Haron and told her so. The girl thanked him back because she had a good time too, then asked him what his plans were for tomorrow and that Ian would probably play all day. Of course it was, since the hero had some unfinished business in the game. He smiled and told her so. A moment of silence was broken by Haron's question about what John had to say about today. He said again that it had been a great day. But that's not what Haron meant. The girl fixed her dress, her hair embarrassed, and asked what Ian had to say about her. She looked very nice girl, thought the hero, and that he was lucky to meet her one day. Haron thanked him, said goodbye, and wished him well on his way home. She walked farther and farther away while Jinhoon stood still and watched her with his gaze. At last the girl left and the young man went home, and on his face read happiness. Upon arriving home, Ian immediately headed to his favorite pod and got back into the game. Immediately he headed for the golden turtle, and it was obvious that Buck was waiting for him. Turtledove was very happy to see the hero unharmed and that he had returned so quickly. With a smile on his little face, Buck asked what had become of the magic pearl. Taking a large golden pearl out of his pocket, Ian showed it to the turtle and said he had brought it to him. At first, he reached out his hand to Buck and wanted to give him the pearl, but when he squeezed it with his fingers, he quickly withdrew his hand. Buck was perplexed, thinking Ian was playing a joke on him, but the hero said he wanted to be honest. At first, he wanted to give the pearl to Pukpuku despite the arrangement with the golden turtle. But then Jan changed his mind and decided to give it back to Buck, for it is to him that the pearl belongs. There was no limit to the turtle's joy, and Buck said that Ian really is the most wonderful person. The hero was a little surprised because actually Buck should be furious. It should have been so because the golden turtle almost lost patience and could have harmed the hero, but thanks to the honesty of Jan, this did not happen. It is easy to control the mind but not easy to control the emotions. But Yang was able to reject temptation and greed. Buck said this, and added that he appreciated the young man's honesty even though he was not resolute. Now Buck, the golden turtle, could regain his former glory. Something started happening around the turtle, and the bright light really blinded the hero. The light grew brighter and brighter, and it was almost impossible to see anything, for Jan could not open his eyes. Finally, everything happened, and opening his eyes, the hero was shocked by what he saw. It was simply unbelievable. A three-headed golden-colored dragon appeared before the young man. This is what Buck actually looked like, a huge and intimidating monster rather than a cute golden turtle. Of course, Yang was very upset to see Buck in his new look, because if he had used the pearl on Puck, he would have been just as cool. Hidden quest request. Buck golden turtle completed, and as a reward, the hero received an armor made of dragon turtle scales, but Ian did not understand because he was supposed to get a golden dragon turtle egg. And then the golden dragon Buck put forward his proposal to the young man, because John's kindness touched him very much. Holdrim's soul was gone, so now Buck had no reason to guard the place. So looking at the hero, the dragon said he would like to join the summoners team. The golden turtle dragon Buck wished to become John's pet, and it was clear even at first glance that he would not be an ordinary pet. Finally some good news, and the young man realized that he hadn't busted his ass for this pearl for nothing. Remembering Haron, he was glad she had given him such advice, for without it, nothing would have been possible. Ian was enthusiastic, and replied that he would be happy to receive Buck, and thought to himself how lucky he was. Meanwhile, on the central continent, the guilds of the Kylin Empire, Dark Rune, and Titan have justified their reputation by taking first and second place among the top guilds and developing their bases in their territories. On the other side, the Lucipal Empire's guild Lucipal Oakland Greatness and Valor had just formed an alliance and had begun to set up their bases. But this is a new continent and a lifeless desert, so it is incredibly difficult to develop here because of the scarce resources and food. And because these guilds spend money from their own headquarters, the Kylin Empire, whose guilds ranked first and second in the rankings, was incredibly strong. The team at this time were discussing their business, which seemed to be very bad. Yu Hyun said that the other guilds had already set up bases, and they only had an alliance set up. But Ian added that he still couldn't do anything even if he hurried, because the central continent has levels of about 130th level, and even if they occupied the base, it should be protected from monsters. And now that Gawain and Cloven's subordinates had arrived, they should look for a place. Ian started thinking of options, and decided to ask Buck if he knew any bases, to which the dragon turtle replied that it was the first time he had heard the word. The hero realized that the dragon probably doesn't understand terms that only players use, so he rephrased the question by asking if he knew of any villages where many people lived. This Buck knew, but it was so long ago that he wasn't sure the villages still existed. Went on a search and immediately found the place, but it was abandoned. There was no base here, but Jan found a military trading post and received 3,000 service points, and thanks to these points, he could trade at this trading post. After studying the information, the hero realized that no matter how sad the situation was, but in fact, the team only won, because the young man found out the meaning of service points that he received all this time. Buck was indeed very useful. He knew the central continent despite the fact that he could sometimes act like Puck. The characteristics of the golden dragon Cheripa were incredible, and the class was legendary. Of course, Ian expected to get some sort of ancient item or artifact, but all that could be traded was food or resources that would only be useful to the team if they had a base. And then Caesar told Jan about the Tower of War, and the hero thought that it was the swordsman who led him to Holdrum's tomb. The young man was very surprised. The hero immediately asked how Caesar could know so much about the central continent, and added that he hoped there were no secrets between them. The swordsman said he lived on the central continent until the Cayman Empire captured him. The whole team, especially Hong and Yuhyun's mouths dropped open in surprise. Ian was surprised even more than the others. He did not understand why Caesar was talking about it only now, but no one asked him, and the swordsman simply forgot to say it. Then Caesar told me that there was such a place as the Tower of War where you could trade your service points for artifacts or antiquities. The hero wanted to go there immediately, but the swordsman said it couldn't be done now. After all, the Tower of War is in the western region, which means it's been taken over by the Cayman Empire. At that time, the heads of the two guilds, Chakran and Rahan, were sitting at a table and talking. Rahan said that wasn't the deal, turning to the other girl. Chakran pretended not to understand what her rival was talking about. There was a battle between two empires, and of course no one wanted to share information, but Rahan never thought that Charan would single-handedly take over the Tower of War. The second girl replied that the Dark Rune Guild was so focused on taking over the territory that she just forgot to mention it to the opponent. Rahan thought it was funny to hear such words as a battle of two empires, because she thought they were being kept away just so they wouldn't catch up. Since that was the case, Rahan asked if she could use the Tower of War right now. Charan replied that of course she could, because she knew her losses would be far greater if she refused now and then. The Dark Rune would turn away from them. She tried to keep her cool without forgetting about the Lucipal Empire, which she needed to talk to the Dark Rune Guild about. Charan knew that if not for the mistake of her subordinate Solane, the Dark Rune would have taken the tower by force. The two girls continued to talk, but both knew how much they hated each other, and that personal animosity would always be there. Of course, Chakran being left to herself was very nervous considering that her guild had failed to survey the Tower of War well, which meant that Rahan right now could get an artifact or legendary item they missed. Her thoughts were disturbed by her rival, who entered the room with her assistant. Rahan thanked Chakran for letting her use the tower, but added that there was nothing useful to exchange. Dark Rune left, and the Titan head stayed and calmed down a bit since the opponents didn't find anything interesting. But in fact, Rahan thought Chakran was an idiot for believing her words. Dark Rune took possession of a useful item that the Titan head had missed. Li Rahan received a Magellan badge and was very pleased with such a valuable find. Yuhyun said that it was unlikely that the Lotus Guild could capture any bases right now. But Ian believed that they had waited long enough, and the longer they waited, the bigger the gap between them and the Cayman Empire. Kylin added that the rear areas had already been taken over, and suggested waiting to take over the base when it was already destroyed. The hero was confident in his plan and said with certainty that Lotus would take over the territory on the front lines. All as one and Hong and Kylin and Yuhyun began to resent interrupting each other. The girl said that it was a very dangerous plan, because if they were drawn into the battle, they would be finished. Ian agreed that the risk was great, but the competition was small, and they wouldn't have to spend a huge amount of effort to capture the base. The Lucipal Empire was on their side, so they didn't have to worry about them, and would only have to fight off the Cayman Empire. Yuhyun continued to be indignant, saying that if the Cayman Empire continued to attack, Lotus might suddenly find itself without food and resources, and he didn't understand how he could stand against two top guilds. But Ian had a great idea that he was going to tell his guild about. The Lotus Guild didn't have much time left to capture the base, only a little over 4 hours. Thanks to the Holdrim Cup, the construction was going fairly quickly, noted Yuhyun. Kylin agreed with him that Ian's labors had paid off, but she wasn't sure if it was worth building a base on the front lines. Ian overheard his friends talking and said that everything was fine and you just had to trust him. At this time, the subordinate arrived and the hero said he would go greet them. Everyone was very happy to see John and waved at him with smiles on their faces. Paulin added that it had been a long time since he had seen my lord and was glad to be here at last. The young man approached the entire foursome to Ciri, Paulin, Clovan, and Gawain and thanked them all for coming. Without thinking, Ian asked Ciri if she had some leadership for him. She said of course, but asked what it was for. The hero said that he has a new pet, but leadership is a bit lacking for him, so he asked the girl to hold Biggie for a while. Ciri replied that she would be honored. Ian knew that thanks to the dragon tamer's feather, he didn't really need leadership anymore, but he didn't have enough leadership to summon all the pets. And since Buck is a powerful tank, Ian figured Biggie wouldn't be much use. And if she leaves Beery with Siri, she can use him as a second tank if she's around at the time. The girl was pleased to fulfill her master's request, and of course agreed to help. Biggie had to be summoned at once, and the young man asked him if he wouldn't mind staying with Siri for a while. Ian looked at his huge golem and promised him that he would come back for him as soon as he got stronger. Siri asked Biggie to take care of her, and the young man told the golem to obey her and not to cause trouble. Haron and Solane watched the new construction right in front of their eyes. Madame asked her assistant who the idiots were that were building a base on the front lines, and she replied that it was the Lotus Guild from the Lucipal Empire, ranked 107th. Lucipal sounded really boring, and Haron decided they were the perfect victim. Solane interrupted the mistress and said that if they attacked the base now, the guilds from Lucipal could come to their aid, and immediately suggested using the Magellan badge from the Tower of War. Mistress thought about it, because the fact that Solane had been defeated by some strange dude, and as a result all the guild members had become low level, was not good for Dark Rune. But the idea was really good, and it was decided to try out the Magellan badge to test the strength of these desert warriors. The Magellan badge was an item that could only be obtained when the desert warriors of the central continent recognized you. Those who receive the badge are protected by desert warriors, and their allies and allies of the faction to which they belong will be non-player characters of the central continent. Haron also gained the ability to command desolate warriors along with it. Madame turned around and gave the order to sweep away the Lotus Guild. Solane didn't realize where Haron was looking, but she was looking behind her assistant at the newly minted warrior. The desert warrior very quickly armed himself and took the swords in his hands outwardly. He looked very much like a mummy. Solane continued to watch and didn't understand where this guy was coming from. The warrior's eyes burned and felt a power that was not comparable to ordinary physical strength. His strength was much greater. An urgent alarm went off in the Lotus Guild. Everyone heard the bell ringing and realized that danger was approaching. The team saw the desert warriors on horseback, and Yang gave the order to prepare for battle. All the warriors' eyes were burning, and it looked very mystical. Ian, Caesar, Siri, and Polonus looked off into the distance and watched the approaching army. The hero asked the swordsman if the desert warriors weren't neutral, to which Caesar replied that it was all the effect of the Magellan badge. This item allowed command of desert warriors, and Caesar knew that the badge had fallen into the hands of someone from the Kylin Empire. But it wasn't fair to command a level 120 mob at will. Ian immediately asked the swordsman for help, but he refused and just walked away. Caesar owed a lot to the desert warriors, so he did not want to participate in this battle. Ian realized that the measure of Caesar's loyalty to him was only 3, and it was a wonder he hadn't given his master a lash yet. There was nothing left to do but fight without a swordsman, and somehow the desert warriors had to be stopped. The hero first summoned his fighting power of Buck, Lou, and Harley. Siri saw Buck as a pet for the first time, and she thought he was cute. As the desert warriors approached the entrance of the guild base near the gate, they were met by Buck. It was immediately clear to everyone without exception that the golden dragon turtle was standing in front of them. The desert warrior thought that if the golden dragon turtle that guarded Holdrum's treasure was roaming the world, it meant that they had defeated Holdrum's vengeful spirit. The head of the attackers turned to his army and ordered them not to relax, for it turned out that they were skillful warriors. And Ian seemed to have waited so long for this opportunity to use the one combo that had been bugging him for a long time. Lou was the first to attack, but the young man was still not fully used to his Fenrir running so fast with only 2 paws instead of 4. Fenrir attacked the rider but was unable to fully dodge the blow. Buck's dragon turtle defense skill was activated, and it was very timely now Lou was not afraid of the enemy's sword. Katosin didn't realize what was happening to his sword, and Buck absorbed 1,274 units of damage instead of Lou. The fight continued, and Lou could not back down and kept attacking the rider. Harley Yang, on the other hand, was ordered to use his crown skill Wind Guardian, as a result of which the agility of all allies was increased by 30%. After evolving, the Royal Fenrir had gained a new ability and now decided to use it was the Wrath of the Fenrir. Lou entered the Rage mode. All the characteristics increased by 50%, and the probability of a critical hit increased by 20%. Yang had never seen his sweet Lou so scary and angry before. The desolate warrior looked at Lou and didn't understand what kind of pet it was. A very strong Royal Fenrir frightened the main desert warrior because he was able to defeat all the warriors at once. And then Katosin decided that if the desert army couldn't deal with the pet, they should kill the summoner. But then Pollen came to Ian's aid and threw back the desert warrior who had pointed his sword at Ian. Pollen managed and was excellent, and then said that my lord, that is, Ian was right that the warriors were following the summoner. Ian sat on top of Harley and said that was the plan, and it succeeded. The entire army of desolate warriors was defeated. The Lotus Guild won the first victory defending their base. Solane saw the final battle and the loss, and told Madam that they lost to the guild from the 107th place and that she couldn't believe that Katozan was that weak. And then she looked at her mistress and was very much surprised. Lirahan was in a daze, unable to utter a word. Solane called out to her, but there was only silence. She silently turned away and walked away with thoughts that the string of defeats continued as first Solane lost and then the Desert Warriors. It was simply a disaster and a true disgrace to the entire Dark Rune Guild. Lirahan instructed her assistant to send a message to the Titan Guild with the words, "When the time comes, we will begin." And she was going to start hunting the assholes from Lucipol, and that's why she needed the help of her rival because she couldn't do it alone. Suddenly, something began to happen to the lifeless bodies of the Desert Warriors. It was as if pink smoke began to emanate from their wounds. Ian watched and didn't understand what it was, but it seemed that the souls of these warriors left their bodies and broke free. Unexpectedly, all these souls flew to the hero, and it was as if Ian had absorbed all this power and flow with him. Thanks to this power, Karsi's hatching progress was already 91% complete. This was great information, and the young man was glad that Karsi would be hatching soon. When the battle was won, all team members headed back to base. Pollen was walking behind everyone and thought that it was good that he was near, because without him it would be difficult to protect the base. Ian now firmly knew that the first thing to do was to come up with a plan, and was focused only on that. Yuhyun met John and Pollen and was glad that they didn't even have to interfere and that they were good, but Fiolin added that she was counting on it, because the base had to be guarded from the inside. The hero looked at his fellow guildmates and asked if anything had happened here during his absence. After a bit of thought, Ian said that, to be honest, these desert warriors were much stronger than first thought, and if it wasn't for Buck and Pollen, the warriors would probably win. So the hero had a plan matured and wanted to do something, and asked Yuhyun to look after the base during his absence. The young man himself hurried to fulfill his plan, leaving the base under the reliable supervision of the whole team. At the same time, Ian headed to the capital city of Moran of the Lucipol Empire. One of the knights was announcing in a boisterous voice that the queue for the Central Continent quests was here. The hero was shocked to see the huge queue and thought that everyone was going to the Central Continent. All the adventurers going to the Central Continent were getting in line one after another. It grew very quickly and there were many people willing to go. Ian realized that it was necessary to think of something else, because the queue was big and it could take forever to stand in it. One of the guards approached the young man and asked Baron Yang if Baron Yang was standing before him. The knight introduced himself, saying he was with the hero the whole time during the Griffin quest and the rescue of the prisoners of war. He then asked what brought such a famous baron and summoner here. Ian said that he wanted to go to the front lines of the Central Continent, but the line prevented him. The guard smiled and said to leave it all to him, and that he himself would personally take the young man to Captain Halim. The hero was very happy about it, and at the same time one strange couple was watching them. The pair talked amongst themselves, wondering who this guy was, since even an Imperial soldier recognized him, and was serving him. Apparently even in the game, connections decided everything, they both thought. And then one of the guys remembered the guy thinking he was the one whose video was in the top one on the message board. And then the second one picked up the second one, specifying whether it was the summoner whose name was John or something like that. And that's exactly what he was and was in the top one in the draft rankings. The dark-haired man guessed that Ian's level was around 110th. But someone behind the guy said no, and Ian's level 130. Both of them turned around lightning fast. A girl in a pink cloak and her guards came close to them and they asked in one voice who she was. Throwing off her cloak, the girl smiled, saying that she was Lauren, officially a top recruit. The couple was unspeakably happy to see such a beautiful girl. It was obvious from the looks on their faces that they were Lauren's fans. Callers can be evaluated by their pets, said the girl, but added that people may not know this because Ian has customized his settings to hide his stats. But according to unofficial reports, it was Ian who was considered the most powerful summoner of all. At this time, the soldier led the hero to the Imperial Palace to see Captain Halim. The captain was pleased to see the young man and asked what brought him here, the very hero who had done most to hatch the griffin and rescue the captives. With confidence in his voice, Ian replied briefly that he wanted to fight on the front lines of the Central Continent. Fiolin stood next to Harris and asked him what he was thinking about now. He didn't understand Jin soon, no matter how hard he tried, but the girl reassured him. Everyone in the guild is accustomed to the fact that Ian is like that, and that he does what he thinks is right. So everything will be fine this time, because the hero has never once failed his guild. Time passed, and the war between the Lucipol and Cayman empires continued. In these battles, the Cayman Empire continued to win, and the Lucipol Empire suffered defeat after defeat, so Ian had to return to guard the base again, but he didn't achieve what he wanted. Thanks to the service points he accumulated, the hero managed to complete the construction of a fortress with 3 rings of walls and a military trading post. Jan and Yuhyun stood on the balcony of their base and admired it with their new construction. It was thanks to Jin soon that the construction was completed, and Harris thanked the young man. But then he asked John how he did it, and how he did it all. But the hero didn't understand what he had done. Harris said that even though Jin Sung had a lot of service points, there was no way he would have enough money and manpower to build a fortress of that size, and it was very surprising. The hero just decided to make a joke by answering that there was a desire and a way will be found. He decided to explain to his friend about the most important part about money. Saving money is the hardest thing to do when you are in the middle of a barren desert, because even if you have something to sell, you have nowhere to do it. Therefore, all the other guilds used their headquarters facilities to expand their base. Ian continued the story by pointing out that they were doing the same thing as the other guilds, but with one difference. And that difference was the landmark. He said that some time ago he had established a monster-breeding nursery with Professor Jinwook. This quest was not easy, but the daily turnover of money in this game was more than the professor's monthly salary. Yo-Hyun interrupted and asked if that was all. He was wondering how many summoners there were in the game, but Yang stopped him and asked him to listen to the end. Hero has posted all the guides on how to become a summoner on the information board. Monster evolution secrets that are necessary for every summoner with pets can be found in the monster nursery. As a result, the growing number of conscripts settling in these lands caused a sudden influx of money. In addition to all this, Ian is opening a second monster nursery in a town he recently spotted. Jerez was in a pleasant shock. It was unbelievable, but he asked where the workers were from. But then Lauren suddenly appeared and interrupted Yoo-Hyun and said that she could explain it. The girl was so positive, and with a smile on her face, her eyes lit up, and immediately she winked at the guys. Yoo-Hyun had the same reaction to Lauren as you two guys because she was a celebrity. He immediately asked what such a beautiful creature was doing in this hole. And Yang was very angry when he heard that, because he had put his blood, sweat, and tears into this place. The girl decided to cut right to the chase and said that the labor force was provided by her golden retainers. Of course, Yoo-Hyun didn't know who they were or who they were even talking about. The Golden Invaders are a group of about 20 invaders. They are incredibly talented as well as highly skilled professionals, a dream team for all draftees. But the girl added that it was actually a group of secret admirers of unofficial top one caller Ian. A group of all these fans and John's groupies called themselves Lubimiana. The Lubimian organization has been actively helping since John, whose characteristics are hidden from others, posted a post on the bulletin board. This is a touching story of how everyone helped. Jerez certainly hadn't expected Lauren, the favorite of all the players, to start a fan club, but Ian himself was no less surprised. Yoo-Hyun thought it was strange why the girl was helping John for free, but she replied that she was not doing it for free and that she had been rewarded accordingly. In fact, the hero gave Lauren some amulets with Puk-Puk on them. The girl was overjoyed because the amulets with John's most famous pet were very valuable. And then finally, Yoo-Hyun realized that the young man had gained manpower when he met Lauren in Moran and made the village of Olivia, where there was a shortage of soldiers, part of his domain. And for additional funding, the hero builds another monster farm. Ian replied, and at the same time he was almost coping with Lauren, who was throwing herself at him like an angry groupie. Not far away, Ian heard what sounded like something fall to the ground. It was lunch. Turning in the direction of the sound, John saw Haron, who had dropped the container of food she had brought the young man to refresh himself. She looked at her boyfriend and the rabid fan clinging to him and asked what Jin Soon was doing here. Jan became very excited and was frightened to see her here at this moment. He started making excuses and yelling to the girl that it wasn't what she thought it was. But Haron, with a sad look, just walked away, saying she didn't care and wished her a good time. The girl said this and held back her tears. She left, and the young man wondered why Haron was here since he thought she wasn't at the level to get here yet. Yoo-Hyun replied that Haron was just bored with the northern domain and wanted to come here, and added snidely that he hadn't told Jan about it. The young man was angry at his friend and realized that everything looked like a setup. Meanwhile, at the Dark Rune Guild base, Chakran Dark Rune was saying that it would snow in the central continent tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a good day since Lee Rahan had suggested that she strike Lucipal first. She was surprised at the suggestion because she thought the rival was not interested in the Lucipal Empire. Lee Rahan couldn't say anything about her losing streak, because once the Dark Rune found out the truth, they would immediately try to overtake and take away the first place. I liked Sharon's idea, and if hitting Lucipal with a united front, then no strategy is needed. But Lee Rahan disagreed and proposed a plan. Her guild should attack from the front, and the Titan Guild would go around and take care of the Oakland and Greatness Guilds. Sharon wondered if there was any reason to act this way, because if the Dark Rune struck from the front without the Titan, there would be significant casualties. And then asked if the Dark Rune Guild was afraid of Oakland or Greatness, to which Lee Rahan angrily replied that of course not, and that it would just be a massacre, so it was worth sticking to the strategy tomorrow. And on television, the commentators Heinz and Lucia were already presenting the viewer with the next installment of news from the world of the game. Heinz said that by now there had been many battles for the central continent between the Kaimon and Lucipal empires. But today is the first time the guilds of the Cayman Empire have announced the invasion to commentators. Lucia said that the Kaimon Empire was making steady progress and that they would probably be able to completely take over the central continent. One could see the number of Cayman Empire fighters there, where a great number of them were the top one Dark Rune Guild and the Desolate Troopers. The commentators were excited about this incredible sight, and the amazing thing was that the Desolate Warriors had joined the battle along with the Dark Rune Guild, and that the rumors that Li Rahan possessed the Magellan Badge were true. On the other side were the fighters of the Lucipal Empire, and Heinz asked which guild owned this base with several lines of defense. Lucia answered that it was the Lotus Guild, which was ranked 95th and had only recently entered the top 100. Heinz wondered if Lotus would support the other guilds Oakland and Greatness that were in 3rd and 4th place. Guild head Oakland Samuel watched the news with a nonchalant look. He told guild leader Greatness Martin that nothing would change even if they sent reinforcements. To this, Martin agreed with Samuel and said that he was completely right. The heads decided that for a guild of the 95th place to send reinforcements was useless, and it would do nothing. Valor Guild head Roy Chen simply remained silent and didn't respond anything to his allies' decision. Yu Hyun was very scared looking at the large number of opponents advancing. He asked Yang if the other guilds would send reinforcements. Ian replied confidently that no one would send anyone, but it was nothing to worry about. He then turned to his friend and informed him that Lotus had them too. Walking across the desert on horseback, Li Rahan and Soldain moved closer and closer to the Lotus base. The mistress handed her assistant a sword and told her to accept it. Soldain was pleased by Li Rahan's gesture since this sword was enchanted for summoning. The mistress then gave her orders to attack the back gate with that particular sword. As Soldain headed towards the back gate, Li Rahan gave the order for the desert warriors to attack. Yu Hyun was very worried. He saw that everything had started and thought that they would definitely lose because Dark Rune was in 1st place and the battle was going to be tough. Ian came up behind him and with a smile on his face told him to just enjoy himself since it was just a game. Immediately, Harris's face changed as if he was no longer taking the upcoming fight seriously. Jan's support gave him strength and vigor. He raised his hand up and ordered all the fighters to prepare for battle. The main thing he decided to do first was to launch the tower. Ian hadn't seen his friend with such a confident look in a long time, and immediately the cannons at the base went on alert. It signaled the beginning of something truly new. Li Rahan rode her horse into the very hearth following her warriors. Dark Rune and the Desert Warriors fought to the death on the battlefield. Daredevils Cloven and Pollen defended their base in the front row. The cannons did their job too, and the cannonballs flew out one by one and all the opponents watched the flight. Powerful explosions enveloped the battlefield, and the Desert Warriors flew off to the sides. The hooded men shouted loudly and rather out of surprise because no one had realized that there would be guns in the battle. A series of explosions did not subside, and a very strong noise stood around that it seemed difficult to hear myself. Li Rahan observed that the Lotus defense tower wasn't just a tower, but that they had pumped it up to its maximum level. She realized that at this rate, Dark Rune would lose half her strength before she got past the gate. As she thought about it, she sped up and headed for the gate herself, and at the same time, a blue glowing projectile appeared above her, not at all like the one that came out of the cannons. The projectile flying at her she destroyed with her magic and ability. It exploded in midair before it could reach her and hit the target. Li Rahan was pleased with herself and realized that it was better to act on her own and take on the most important aspects of the battle. She kicked her horse and galloped like lightning toward the towers herself. Flying higher, she formed a magic ball and decided to throw it at the cannon. Li Rahan looked at the cannons and realized that she was looking at the enchanting technique in front of her. She decided it was time to quickly use her ghost magic ability and struck at the cannons, causing them to explode without a trace. Guild leader Dark Rune destroyed Fior's defense tower belonging to the Lotus Guild. This was a relief to the girl, and she assumed that now her troops would be able to enter. But what was her surprise when she saw that she had only passed the first layer of the tower and that there were many more walls to overcome. She looked around and became even more convinced that the Lotus Guild was full of crazy people. Li Rahan froze and wondered how much money the Lotus had poured into this strange base, and how they had gotten so much money. Noticing the protective towers in the center, she realized she had never seen anything like this before. The more she thought about it, the stronger the chain reaction in her head, and right now all that mattered was winning. With anger in her eyes, Li Rahan rushed forward, determined to destroy them all. Ian had put a lot of effort into defending the base, but it was exactly what he expected from the head of a top 1 guild. The hero decided that either way you couldn't just let her destroy the walls, it was time to move out. Sitting down on Fina and picking up his favorite bow and arrow, the young man headed towards her. Flying high, Ian knew his plan had to work, so he had no intention of backing down. Heinz, watching the fight, was happy to let the crowd know that the fight was on. Both sides of the two guilds, and Dark Rune and Lotus, suffered significant losses. Unfortunately, Cloven and Gawain and Ciri and even the golem Biggie all lay lifeless on the battlefield along with their fallen opponents. Meanwhile, near the back gate of the Lotus Guild, Selene waited for a signal from Madame. After all, Li Rahan had said she would signal when she was inside, but it was unclear why nothing had been heard until now. Looking at the gate, Selene was horrified to see those people standing at the entrance. She saw Caesar, the creepiest bastard she'd seen in a while. Selene realized that this monster was a member of the Lotus Guild and was protecting the back gate. And then there was smoke. It was a sign that the gate was open, and Dark Rune realized it was time to act. The girl believed that this was not the end, and that there was still a tiny chance of victory, because she had with her a sword that was given by her mistress. The gate was indeed open. Near the gate lay many bodies of fallen soldiers. Seeing the open gate, the enemy army decided that it was time to go on the offensive without realizing that the command to go on the attack department Yu-hyun. All the desert warriors and all the members of the Dark Rune Guild rushed forward past the open gate. It was Park Jin-soon's plan, and when Yu-hyun took off his mask, he knew that everything was now exactly in Yang's hands. When Dark Rune crossed the gate, they were seen by the guild leader Li Rahan and were perplexed as to what was going on. She realized that Lotus still had many defense towers to keep the Dark Rune forces from breaking through. When she heard a foreign sound in Li Rahan's niddy, she looked up and saw a griffin flying toward her. She realized that this same legendary Yan was a key member of the Lotus Guild. Suddenly, the gates behind the army closed, and everyone was dumbfounded with confusion. The gate closed, but everyone saw that there was another wall behind the wall, and probably everyone needs to get over those walls instead of fighting. Li Rahan saw the whole situation and realized that this was clearly a trap, and that it shouldn't be like this. But Ian, with a smirk on his face, told her that it was too late, and that this was retribution for his guildmates, and immediately started using his staff of Ancient Summoner. Suddenly, the eyes of all the defense towers in the center at once began to glow. A large electrical projectile hung over the base as if stuck in the sky, and an electric current emanated from it as if lightning bolts were sprinkled on the ground. A lot of desolate warriors took a large amount of damage, as well as Pedro, Hesto, Metter, Katozan, Farfalla of the Dark Rune Guild also took a lot of damage. All had fallen, but Katozan was still on his feet at the entrance to the tower. Ian saw him and realized that he had managed to stick his swords into the ground, thus deflecting the electricity and taking half the damage. The commander of the Desert Warriors had a good reaction. Remembering Cloven, Gawain, and Ciri, Yang realized that they were in no condition to fight Katazan right now. But then there was Pollen, a very skilled warrior who could definitely defeat a desert warrior. His hero and sent to finish off the enemy to clear the guild base of invaders finally. Pollen pulled out his spear and stopped in front of Katozan and asked if he had come for a loss again like last time. But suddenly, the desert warrior said that the knight's face was surprisingly well animated for someone who would die with a single blow. Katozan added that he wasn't going to lose this time and used the desert warrior's will ability. Gathering all his strength and picking up his swords, the warrior hurried toward Pollen. Too late, he thundered and swung his sword at the knight with a great swing. Meanwhile, during the electric shock near the Lotus Guild's back gate, Selene was still waiting. The light was so bright and the flash from the impact blinded the girl. She decided it was a signal and ordered all the soldiers to prepare to attack. Deciding that this was a signal from Mistress Selene, decided that we should break through the back gate right now. She got on her horse and rode off, for the sword that Li Rahan had given her contained a pet, and it gave Selene strength. The girl believed that this pet would help defeat everyone and especially Caesar. Selene immediately summoned the pet, and who would have thought that a huge green monster with red burning eyes emerged from the sword. It was a bronze giant of level 207th. He was very large and terrifying. With a shout of behold, he immediately struck the tower, thus showing the power of the Dark Rune Guild. Sorcerer Hong helped as much as he could by using the Abyss of Darkness ability that the bronze giant was exposed to. The monster's movements were slowed down by 30% for the duration of the ability. Selene saw all of this and didn't tense up because she realized that all of these powers were useless to her pet. It was Caesar's turn to prove his strength and his status as the best swordsman. During the attack, his eyes burned, he lived the fight, and for good reason he had no equal. One swipe of the super sword and the giant was sliced in half. It seemed as easy as slicing bread with a knife. Selene was horrified, not understanding how it was that an ordinary white-haired dude was able to shatter a bronze giant above level 200 with a single blow. She wondered what Caesar's level was, and in the meantime, the bronze giant died. Selene and several members of her team were also killed by the shrapnel. The swordsman was pleased with himself, but Hong could not recover from what he had seen, for it had all happened so quickly. And then the dark sorcerer realized that even if he got the power of an immortal, he wouldn't have a single chance to defeat the white-haired shithead. Finally, Caesar's level could be viewed despite being hidden 301. Returning to the fight between Pollen and Katozan during the strike, Yu-hyun came running to the knight's aid and got hit instead. While the desert warrior was at a loss, The young man drew his sword and struck so hard that Katosin flew far away. Too little damage was dealt to Katosin thanks to his desert warrior will skill. Yu-hyun was upset because he had prepared so carefully for this strike. The knight, in order not to waste precious time, immediately rushed towards the desert warrior. As a result of the strike, Kata-san took over 65,000 damage and died. Still, Pollen was good he had defeated the enemy and certainly not without the help of Yu-hyun. The head of the Dark Rune realized that now it was only in her hands again, and she needed to do everything herself again. Lee Rahan was furious in anger, angry so much that it seemed like she might burst with anger right now. She looked at Ian and used her skill spell technique. The hero was at a loss. Using ghost magic, she dealt almost 32,000 damage to Finn, and the griffin died. Ian was falling down from a great height, and didn't realize how his Finn had died from one hit with that thing. Nothing remained but to call Buck Buck at that moment, and the huge golden dragon managed to catch the hero in flight without letting him fall. Finding himself finally on the ground, Ian thanked Buck Buck for his rescue. Immediately he decided to summon Lu and Puk Puk at once, and Lee Rahan saw it all. But guild leader Dark Rune considered this move of the summoner to be useless. Ian realized that things were going badly and wondered what to do next. After all, she had enough strength to kill Finn in one blow, which meant her powers were unpredictable. Now one could forget about fighting with mana spheres and aerial shots. But there was also Rake, though his defense is weaker than Finn's, so he'll be the same. Decided to use the Blessing of the Wind and the Blessing of the Barbarian. Lu's attack power increased by 30, and dexterity by 42%. Also added the Turtle Dragon defense skill and Fenrir Wrath. Ian decided it was worth trying to attack since Lu was pumped to the max. Lee Rahan used her Spellcaster's Blessing immediately. All stats of the Dark Rune Guild head increased by 80% for the next 3 minutes. The damage of skills has been increased by 100%. Yu-hyun saw it and was horrified, to be honest. Heinz and Lucia also froze in anticipation, for they saw that something serious was about to happen. Jan looked at Lee Rahan with a smile and said that it seems that he will have to take back his words. Lucia looked at the transformed Lee Rahan and told Heinz that she had turned into something scary. Heinz agreed that this was the first time he had seen such a thing, and that he was sure some of the audience didn't understand either, so he decided to explain it himself. Player Lee Rahan's class is a hidden class called Enchanter that allows her to wield both magic and sword. It was still unknown whether this class was categorized as mages or warriors, but Hainu was sure that top 1 swordsman Chakran and top 1 mage Ramir would most likely lose their top spots. The commentator went on to say that Lee Rahan's appearance has changed because the warlock uses dark magic which may have transformed her. Lucia was scared, and Heinz assumed the fear was because of dark magic, but the girl replied that it wasn't. The head of the Dark Rune Guild possessed incredible strength right now and honestly frightened even Ian. The young man lay wounded and looked at her with such anger, and she just stood over him unharmed and smiled. Lu Puk Puk and Bak Bak lay on the sidelines without strength. Lee Rahan did a good job and defeated them in battle. She said that up until now the hero had been badgering her blood, but now she'd be done with him. Saying these words, she started to use her spell powers on Jan. He was very confused. But all of a sudden, Haron came back here and started using her shield ability. Lee Rahan struck at the hero, but unexpectedly ran into a powerful defense before reaching the young man. The sorceress looked at the girl and didn't understand where the summoner's support came from. The skill forest of love engagement rings was activated. Ian summoned his partner with Elmoff's blessing. Then the hero looked at Lee Rahan and asked why she was so surprised because the fight was just beginning. Haron stood back and was very happy to help her boyfriend. Ian thought it was great that he did apologize to her when she resented him. Lee Rahan seemed suspicious that there wasn't a single support class player among the entire guild. And it turned out that Lotus was just hiding Haron for such an occasion, and also Lee Rahan saw that the girl was a priest and thought it was gross. And then Lucia asked why Lee Rahan's attack couldn't overcome the priest's skill since they had such a big difference in level. Heinz replied that the warlock uses dark magic, but the priest's magic is a hidden countermeasure for the warlock. It was in this battle that Haron was higher in ability than Lee Rahan. The sorceress laughed, calling Ian an idiot, since he thinks he can finish her off with a nub priest. She held her sword forward and told the young man to watch his defenses crumble, even though there was an incomparable difference in strength level and skill. Lee Rahan said that once she breaks the hero's defenses, she'll bury him along with that girl. Ian looked at his rival and decided that it was time to use his magic skill. The magician's blessing had expired and its effect had ceased. Of course, Lee Rahan was angry because her warlock's blessing had ended, and the summoner's defense was even stronger. It seemed like they were waiting for her buff to wear off. Jan glared at her enemy and asked in a caustic tone what she intended to do next. Fjöllin told Haron that they had anticipated that the case would turn out this way, and so had enlisted high-level support. The girls looked at Ian, and he in turn looked at Lee Rahan, and the entire Lotus Guild now knew for sure that they were outnumbered. The hero was under a powerful defense, and the opponent stood over him and was very angry, not understanding how to proceed. The Dark Rune Guild head didn't want to believe this, and so told Ian to shut up. Haron and Kylin in one voice loudly shouted the command to dispel the shield, and Ian, without moving at the same time as the girls, applied his skill to switch places. At this time, his Pukpuk crawled to the summoner's defense from the last of his strength and was immediately struck with his sword by Li Rahan. But the turtle withstood the blow with great dignity and then just hid in his house. The sorceress said with confidence that the hero could escape if he wanted to. Pukpuk received a critical hit and took 3 units of damage. Li Rahan was shocked that the damage was so minimal. Yang shouted to Pukpuk to use the water curtain against his opponent. Li Rahan couldn't see anything from the high water pressure, and of course she didn't like it. Kylin, along with Haron, used enchantment and empowered the summoner with sacred elemental magic. And Ian, feeling a surge of strength thanks to the girls, decided to summon Jaiki immediately. Jaiki used electricity control, this ability Ian liked a lot. Of course, Li Rahan realized something was amiss, but she didn't know it was this bad. She received a critical hit from Yang and took over 60,000 damage. She was also paralyzed, and her movements were slowed by 30%. The commentators were delighted at such an unexpected turn of events, as Li Rahan was hit and the caller turned the game exactly 360 degrees. The girl didn't give up considering he only hit once, and added that the young man should not think he had won after a single apt blow. Nolyan was confident, and with confidence in his voice said that it was and only needed 1 hit. After all, it is what separates victory from defeat with 1 clear shot. At that very moment, Caesar and Hong came to Ian's aid. The swordsman was surprised that there was only 1 Dark Rune Guild member left. Li Rahan saw Caesar and realized that he was the one Selene was talking about, and if he was here, it looked like her assistant was defeated. Haron decided to help Lotus immediately and used her healing ability. Heras and the mighty knight Pollen were completely healed thanks to the girl. Li Rahan realized that the tank in hell that had defeated Katozan had also arrived, and she was wearing the paralysis debuff, which meant it would be too difficult to fight them all. The first thought that crossed her mind after what she saw was that she had lost, but she decided that today there was nothing left for her to do but admit defeat. Ian looked at her and realized that something was clearly going on with her. She glared menacingly at the summoner and his crew, and vowed to herself that she would avenge this humiliation on him. The head of the Dark Rune took the scroll in her hand and tore it, and thus used the return of her guild. As soon as she did so, all of her dead warriors began to glow blue, including Soline. The entire guild going back was a general guild return scroll. Yang was so offended that Li Rahan tore the paper that cost 600,000 won. The hero felt a great relief and sat down on the ground, where Pukpuk also came to him. At last, everything was behind him, John thought. The TV presenters were in shock. It was just an incredible sight. After all, the Lotus Guild had managed to defend itself against the Dark Rune Guild's top 1. Heinz shouted out that a real miracle had happened, and that he was actually amazed at the outcome of this fight. It wasn't just a miracle, he added, because the battle had ended this way for a reason. Everything happened thanks to the top 1 summoner Ian of the Lotus Guild and his unusual strategy. The hero was surprised to hear such a thing, and even asked himself if he was the one in question. But then he thought about it, because that was really his strategy. Although of course Ian was just hoping to survive this fight, but a win is a win. The young man decided that he couldn't relax, because the Dark Rune Guild was holding the top spot because Li Rahan was simply obsessed with winning. And then Pukpuk, with a cool look, started to approach John. The hero didn't understand what that would mean. But it was thanks to the turtle that the young man survived, and he thanked his irreplaceable pet and asked if he was scared. After all, in the battle, Jan had used his skill to switch places with Pukpuk, and this abyss tortoise didn't like it very much, so he approached his master and slapped him. In the end, Jan received 3 units of damage. Then, while the young man was recovering from Pukpuk's unexpected prank, he headed away. The hero said to himself that when will the turtle finally evolve and become stronger? But then Ian was called by Bukbuk. He asked the young man what he knew about Pukpuk, and then John hesitated and said if Bukbuk was okay. The golden dragon turtle replied that he was fine, and the hero only told about Pukpuk that he was a big-headed turtle who liked meatballs. Suddenly, Bukbuk asked permission to tell the whole story from the beginning. Pukpuk belonged to a race of deep-sea abyss creatures that lived in ancient times. There were 2 ways for his ancient race to become stronger. The first was to use a magic pearl like the one Yang had returned to him. Bukbuk went on to say that if someone were to evolve in this way, they could ascend and even get side effects. The dragon turtle becomes a turtle deity and a true divine entity when ascended, which is why it is so important. Since Pukpuk belongs to the genus of deep-sea creatures, he will be able to command the water element with ease. Ian listened to the story and asked what was the way to become stronger without the magic pearl. The golden turtle dragon replied that it was a spirit imprisoned in his body, and that the hero should collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the altar of water. The turtle spirit could be created by Pukpuk, or it could be given by someone else of their kind. That was all Bukbuk knew. Of course, the young man was a bit upset that Puk Puk would be a bit difficult to make stronger, and that he needed to strengthen more than just him. After so many battles, Ian once again felt that the summoner class was too weak for battles against players. Immediately, I decided to research all the information and see what inventory he had. Carsay's hatching process was 93%, 0.7%. The hero knew that things could change when Carsay hatched. While Ian was fighting on the front lines, the hatching progress had increased just a little bit. It was frustrating that the young man hadn't killed anyone on his own this time, and Lee Rahan was able to leave, so it wasn't over yet. It was decided that whatever the case, the base should be restored until next time. At this time, back to her place, Lee Rahan at the same time was very merged, thinking that this damn summoner would still get his due. Chakran met her and told her that the guild leader, Dark Rune, had returned, after nearly losing everything, including her own soul. Lee Rahan didn't like her opponent's tone, but she said that there was no need to be angry with her because she wasn't the one who was defeated. Chakran had said to attack Lotus from the rear. The head of the Titan continued by saying that the last time she had met Lee Rahan, she had been suspicious of her behavior, so after digging deeper, Chakran found out that her rival had nothing left. She lost the Holdrum's crown, and when desert warriors died and were fined, Lee Rahan resurrected them only to be destroyed. Chakran called the famous Lee Rahan a punching bag. The losing chapter told her to shut up and asked her what she wanted now, and if Chakran had come to her to destroy the Dark Rune Guild and take the first place. Of course not, answered the Titan leader, because even if they were to fight for the top spot now, rumors would spread, and the assholes from Lucipal would unite to take the title in the resulting chaos. The Caymanians can't defend against them while Dark Rune and Titan fight. Of course, no one expected the Lotus Guild base to be a real fortress, and Chakran asked if Lee Rahan was not curious how they managed to build it without being a top guild. Of course, the head of the Dark Rune was curious to know the answer to this question and asked how it came about. Chakran replied that the Lotus had monopolized the military trading post and offered to lend Lee Rahan her troops to strike back at the Lucipalians. But in return, she asked Lee Rahan to capture this post for the Titan Guild. There was no choice left, and the girl agreed to accept all Chakran's terms. Lee Rahan knew from the beginning that the Titan leader was cunning and up to something. But since Chakran knew so many details, the head of the Dark Rune realized that there was a traitor among Lucipal. The 3 top guilds of the Lucipal Empire gathered around a round table and were happy that they were able to defend themselves against the Dark Rune. All 3 of them thought that Lucipal was in a bright spot. Of course, it was too early to talk about it, but the head of the Valor Guild suggested that they start helping the Lotus Guild with reinforcements first. Greatness said it's too late for that, and that's the worst of it. Guild leader Oakland, on the other hand, agreed with the former that they would all benefit if Lotus blocked all enemy forces on the front lines. The head of Guild Greatness said that all 3 of their guilds were quite high in the top, high enough to be ranked 3rd and 4th among all the guilds, and since they were all standing on the sidelines while the guild from the 90th place of the top was fighting on the front lines, it was more likely that all 3 of them were now being slung mud. And Greatness was also frightened by the fact that Lotus was getting stronger in a week. They had risen from the 100th place to the 90th, and who knew how far they would grow now that they had managed to defend themselves against the Dark Rune. The girl assumed, and with a shudder in her voice told her colleagues that most likely soon Lotus would eat them all. Oakland was shocked and asked, so what should they all do in such a case? Valor simply remained silent and listened to the solution options from his colleagues. And Greatness went on to say that it's very simple and just need to strike first. Meanwhile, the guild base of Trey was repaired, and it took almost a whole week to repair it. And it was a good thing that the team received service points and glory for defeating Dark Rune. Ian assumed that since they had gotten a lot of points for the victory, they could now mark for the top guilds. Then, he looked at Puk Puk and asked if he wanted to eat what he was holding in his hand. The hero knew that now all that was left was to level up, which meant it was time for the Abyss Turtle to find a new hidden dungeon. After feeding little Puk Puk, he waved his hand and said go ahead, which meant the team would immediately head out for more adventures. Buck Buck laughed, informing Ian that Puk Puk didn't have that ability to look for hidden places. The hero smiled as he realized that his performance was completely out of place, but last time that turtle found the dungeon, and it was probably a fluke then. Caesar overheard Ian's conversation and asked if his master was really looking for a place to level up. Ian asked if the swordsman knew such a place, to which Caesar replied that he had recovered his memories and that his memory was slowly returning for unknown reasons. This place was the altar of Salamis. Caesar continued talking, and the hero looked at him and thought why he looked like a bum. Buck Buck jumped into the conversation and asked if we were really talking about that place called Salamis. Caesar replied that the golden turtle had thought right, and that it was the tribe in question, which since ancient times had consisted of only summoners. The altar of the Salamis tribe was precisely the place for summoners. Ian was of course shocked at what he had heard, and thought it was simply unbelievable. After all, if it's an altar of ancient summoners, then there must be a bunch of legendary artifacts or legendary monsters. Before Ian could even say a word, Caesar realized that everything was decided, and it was time to move to the altar of Salamis. The hero looked at the swordsman and couldn't help himself any longer and finally said, Puck added that he smells like a bum too. On the one hand, Caesar was offended to hear that, but on the other hand, he didn't see any problem with his appearance at all. Then he decided to take a closer look at himself, and it turned out that Jan was right. Caesar looked at himself and saw that he was shaggy, grubby, and dirty. After a while, the swordsman decided to get some rest and laid down on a large rock. Hong climbed up to him and asked him why he was lying there. Of course, he didn't climb on his own, as nature had made him taller, but thanks to Balaam, he climbed on his shoulders. Caesar was sad and a little disappointed that it was the dark sorcerer who disturbed him. Hong looked at him and thought that he was following that bastard day and night to get the power contained in that wooden amulet. But for the next quest, the sorcerer needed to free himself from Caesar. Unable to bear it all, Hong snapped and finally shouted that he wanted to fight Caesar. To be honest, the swordsman wasn't the least bit surprised, but he couldn't answer anything, since he didn't know what to say to such a thing. After a long silence, finally asked whether Hong had decided to try to free himself from slavery, decided to give the sorcerer a chance, agreed to the fight, and said he wanted to see what the little shit could do. And then Ian suggested that Caesar lost, that's why he looked so homeless? But the swordsman called the gentleman stupid, because why would he lose to Hun? But the hero did not calm down, and all the time tried to get to the truth, asking the same question why Caesar looks like that. The swordsman continued the story that he and Hun and Balaam had met on the battlefield. The dark sorcerer's first use of his darkness dissecting ability. Caesar knew it was going to be a real extravaganza of a fight and of course was as confident as ever. He looked at Balaam, who was attacking him, and thought that this iron fellow was very kind to him. And Hong was angry and didn't understand why the white-haired man had chosen to block Balaam's murderous attack with the newcomer's dagger. Now it was the swordsman's turn to attack, and he did so without thought or delay. The dark sorcerer shouted the abyss of darkness, thinking it would somehow save him. But Caesar very quickly, with great speed, struck with a dagger, and did not understand how it happened that the blow was crushing instead of a short lunge on which he was so counted on. Hun and Balaam were shocked at the two of them and watched as something started to happen. The ground went out from under my feet, and an explosion of great force and very loud happened so quickly, and in an instant it seemed to be over. And so it was. And when the dark sorcerer opened his eyes, he saw that Balaam was still lying unconscious, and Caesar was sitting beside him, saying that he had gotten dirty because of Hun. Of course, the dark sorcerer was offended, but he realized that it was still useless to fight the white-haired man. So Hong decided to study the information and examine his existing inventory, pulled out a long rope, and Caesar asked what he was going to do with it. Silently, Hong bound the still unconscious Balaam, threw the rope over his shoulder, and pulled his friend behind him. Letting a tear from his eyes, the dark sorcerer said he was leaving, and that there was no need to look for him anymore. The swordsman didn't know what to say to the sorcerer's statement, thinking only that Hun was definitely not at home. Caesar shouted after him that he didn't know where he had gone, but that he needed the sorcerer to return within a week. Hong was angry, calling Caesar an unfeeling freak, because the sorcerer thought he meant something to the swordsman while they were together. But the white-haired man had struck the death blow so mercilessly that it was clear that there were no feelings, and that if Hong died, the relationship would be over. Caesar kept shouting that it was Yang who told him not to go anywhere far away, because the Kylin troops might return. Hong stopped, but decided that when he got the power of an immortal, he would take revenge, no matter the cost. The swordsman continued to watch the couple leave, and still couldn't tell if they would return now, or still leave. That's how it happened, finished his story, Caesar telling why it looks like that. Ian only realized that both of them were wrong to fight like schoolboys. Caesar stopped and said they had arrived. Finally, the team reached their destination. The hero looked at the place where the swordsman had brought him, and didn't understand why he was here, because the place was empty and there was nothing around. Ian got angry because it was just a deserted, empty place, and started yelling at Caesar, saying that the joke was not very good. But then suddenly the ground went out from under his feet, the sand started to move, and the young man began to fall under the ground. After Ian fell down along with Puck, Caesar remained standing with an unperturbed face. Then after a little while jumped into the same hole his master had flown into. It seemed like an eternity, and as a result, Yang fell from a great height and received over 10,000 damage. The sand cushioned the fall, so the damage was reduced, and Puck received 1 unit of damage. Caesar landed with ease, and informed the Lord that they were now definitely there. John and Puck were still recovering from the landing. This was the altar of Climax, very beautiful, all in gold, large, spacious beauty of it, and wealth simply amazed. The place was just huge. Hero was very surprised because the altar really mesmerized so much that it was just uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Caesar gave him a hand to help him to his feet. After that, Ian thought that the swordsman wasn't as much of a bastard as he seemed at first, and then Caesar asked him to apologize to him for Ian doubting him. And if the hero didn't want to apologize, the swordsman asked him to put something valuable in his hand. The thought that Caesar wasn't such a creep was gone, because he was just the same as ever, a man who only sought advantage for himself. But there was nothing left to do, and Ian apologized to him. It was decided to poke around the altar first and look around. The hero looked around with his mouth open, so beautiful, everything was beautiful, and Caesar at the same time thought that what a stingy lord his master was. Jan asked what to do now, because it didn't look like the gate would open by itself. Caesar tried to open them with his own hands using his strength, but it turned out that his strength was completely useless here. But the swordsman did not lose hope, and looked at the Lord, and said that he still intends to open this gate by all means. Trying again, they both saw that the gate was ajar and some light was coming from it, which meant that the team was on the right track. Caesar was pleased with himself, for he had promised to open them, and had done so almost effortlessly. When the gate opened fully, a very bright light entered the room and seemed to blind Yang, and Puk-Puk covered their eyes. Finally, the light disappeared, and when the young man was able to see what was behind the closed door, he was very impressed. It was indeed the altar of Salamis, a very beautiful place, and the first thing Ian saw was a book that shone brightly. Ian became the first to discover the altar of Salamis, the place of the ancient summoners. His fame increased by 100,000 units, and his leadership and affinity scores, and combat performance increased by 10. Puk-Puk saw the gold and his eyes lit up, but it wasn't that simple. Some person appeared in front of the heroes, and Ian thought what kind of creepy grandfather appeared in front of them. But then Caesar just said hello to this man, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that he had aged beyond recognition. But the old man replied to Caesar that on the contrary, he had not changed a bit and was still a creep. Finally, Ian decided to jump into the conversation by asking how Caesar knew him and who this man was. The swordsman replied that this man was the only one who had survived the battle with him. It was Eclipse, the guardian of the tribe of Salamis. The old man laughed, saying that it looked like he had really become a ghost after the battle with the Titans. Ian's surprise was unbounded. He thought that if the old man really survived fighting Caesar, then shouldn't he be incredibly strong? The old man then looked at Yang and asked the swordsman who he was, and if he had taken a summoner as his apprentice. Caesar replied with a nonchalant look that Ian was just the dick-headed lord he served. Eclipse was very angry, asking what such a summoner could offer Caesar to make him obey, and how such a thing was even possible. Here, Ian decided to answer himself and said that he had just given Caesar a legendary item. Walking up to the swordsman, the old man with a snide smile quipped to him that is that really all Caesar got. Then Eclipse added that he was taking his word for it. At the same time, Caesar's look was a little lost. Ian watched the two mock each other and realized it was just a battle of character between old acquaintances. The old man finally hesitated and asked what reason they had for coming here. The hero replied that he had heard that the tribe of Salamis was a tribe of summoners and asked Eclipse if he was a summoner too, because he looks like a warrior from ancient times. The old man smiled evilly and said that of course he was the summoner and valiant warrior of the Salamis tribe. When Eclipse was saying all this, a strong wind came up that almost blew John off his feet and Puk-Puk off his master's shoulder. I wondered what the old man meant by summoner and valiant warrior. He probably had a double class or something, Ian thought. Caesar stopped Eclipse, asking him to stop fooling around after all he and Ian had come for the Salamis trials. The old man froze and fell silent, turned and looked at the couple with a stern look. Lightning Eclipse was near Ian and was so fast that he seemed to have time to run around and examine the young man from all sides. Then he stopped near the heroes and said that of course he understood the purpose of their visit. Eclipse realized that the hero was quite skilled and would apparently be able to pass these tests. Of course, Ian had never heard of these tests, but he hoped there would be a reward for them. I wondered what Eclipse meant by pass the test. Turns out that meant there was a test waiting for Janna to pass. It was a hidden quest with a sequel. The reward was a book of magical skills of the tribe of Salamis and a random weapon of justice of the King of Spirits. Without thinking long, Eclipse asked the summoner what he thought and if he could stand the test of the Salamis tribe. Ian smiled, he was ready, and replied that of course, and Puk-Puk confirmed. Suddenly the wall began to open, and a passage of sorts opened up ahead. Eclipse wished John good luck, and the young man thought it was amazing that there could be hidden passageways in such a place. The hero has arrived at the first phase of the Salamis tribe trials, and yet cannot use his pets in this location. The pets, including Puk-Puk, have been transported to an alternate subspace. All performance bonuses from equipment are gone, and skills are blocked. Of course, Ye didn't realize that the pets would disappear as well as the other skills, but he could only use the equipment and skills he would receive at each stage of the Salamis trials. The old man laughed and said, "What did he want? It can't be that simple." Eclipse said that the tribe of Climax would only recognize John as a true warrior when he overcame obstacles without equipment or pets. The young man was dumbfounded, for what kind of a real warrior can we talk about if he is a summoner, and how can he fight if he cannot summon? The old man went on to say that it all depends on skill, because he is a summoner himself, but he went through a similar situation and overcame all the obstacles. And Ian looked at him thinking that he could only do it because he was a NPP and Eclipse had a history like a ghost. Now the young man needed to choose a weapon for this stage. Each chest contains a different type of weapon, and until Ian makes a choice, he will not be able to find out what is inside. This will be the weapon with which you need to pass the first stage. The hero understood that the weapons would be random, so you just have to choose, and he decided to open that chest, which is in the center. When he chose the third chest, he only prayed that it would contain a bow or a staff. When the chest opened slightly, the hero's heart sank in anticipation. As much as Ian didn't want to, it turned out to be a sword. From the third chest came the two-handed sword of the Spirit King's Justice of the Cross. Ian was surprised, but the sword at first glance looked very powerful, which of course pleased the hero. The disappointment for the hero was that all the effects of the Spirit King's two-handed sword of justice were blocked. But the good thing was that the sword attack figure was 1,500, and it was a very good figure. The sword was so powerful that Ian thought it must be ranked above legendary, but it wasn't. Eclipse hesitated and wondered if the hero could fight with this sword with such a frail body, and then asked him to show him all he could do. Ian felt sad because he was a summoner and had never had to use such a powerful two-handed sword before. The old man decided to explain the whole ordeal now. The Climax tribe divided warriors into 5 different categories, depending on their abilities in battle. The division was from the lower classes artisan soldier priest counselor to the upper class up to the pharaoh. Now it was necessary to summon the spirit of a warrior with the same abilities as Ian himself. And when the young man defeated him, a warrior of a higher class would appear. So Eclipse told the summoner to get ready. Of course, Jan was curious who would appear in front of him with the same characteristics and abilities, and the hero realized that it was only about physical abilities. Taking his sword in his hand, and with a smile on his face, the young man announced that he was always ready for Pharaoh. Eclipse laughed. He liked Ian's attitude, and so it was safe to start. It was unclear what was happening. The young man just stood there waiting and holding a sword that was impossibly heavy and huge. Finally, an opponent appeared. It was a warrior of the Climax tribe of the craftsman class, and it was noticeable that this warrior was very scared. Caesar and Eclipse stepped aside from the task now was only to observe. The most important thing was to endure, and Ian knew that he could do it, because he had fought with more difficult opponents before. A confident look was on the hero's face, and he remembered the old saying at that moment. Ian once again looked at his opponent's face, who was angry but still frightened. The proverb was like this: strike first and victory will be yours. The hero said it to himself, took his sword in his hands, and rushed to the attack. With his first strike, he delivered a deadly, powerful blow to the artisan. Eclipse was speechless when he saw this. He didn't expect the fight to end so quickly before it had even begun. Ian swung his sword above his head. He was ready to continue, and the trials of the Climax tribe were just beginning. The enemy was defeated, and his body dissolved after the defeat. The old man laughed, agreeing that the young summoner was very good indeed. The hero was very lucky that the punch worked, and the saying lived up to its meaning. Ian confidently stuck his sword into the ground with his hand resting on it and said that he knew that the strategy of strike first and win would work for sure. This strategy, the young man was able to employ due to his agility and the huge damage of his weapon. If the asshole opponent had been able to deflect his attack with such a slow sword, the hero would have definitely missed the blow. Ian has won a crushing victory over a warrior of the Climax tribe of the craftsman class. The class has been upgraded to the soldier class, and the battle will continue with the priest class warrior. Suddenly, the sword just disappeared from his hands. Eclipse reported that the fight was great and wishes the sequel was just as good. The old man's eyes lit up like the devil's, and he told Ian to choose a new weapon. Eclipse showed all the weapon options. Among them were daggers and gauntlets. Ian was very happy because this time he had the opportunity to choose a weapon himself instead of random loot. Was looking at a variety of options and wondered what to choose: dagger, glove, spear staff, or bow and arrow. Of course, at first he wanted to choose a bow and arrow, but then Ian decided that he could handle the priest with gloves. But if he couldn't use them against the counselor and pharaoh classes, it would be dangerous. The hero decided to ask that if he passes to the next stage, the weapon will disappear, and he will have to choose a new one of the same type. But Eclipse replied that he didn't, and that the choice of weapon was entirely up to him. Of course, Ian was shocked, because Eclipse can give a choice or not at all. The hero decided that the old man is just in a marasmus, and while he was thinking that Eclipse was laughing very loudly as if with himself, it turns out that judging by the old man's words, even if Jan wins with another weapon, he will not know which weapon he will receive next time. Therefore, it was decided to choose the Longbow Justice King Spirit's Longbow Crusader this time. The hero smiled, for he had chosen the weapon he felt most confident with. Looking at this bow and drooling young man dreamed that this weapon was given to him as a reward for the quest. Eclipse held out his hand saying that the weapon was chosen and so the second stage could begin. After these words of the old man, a warrior of the Celamus tribe's priest class was summoned. As soon as the warrior appeared in front of Ian, he apologized for doing so right after the enemy was summoned. But the hero has decided that from now on he will always attack first, and without a second thought, he immediately fired an arrow straight at the priest standing across the street. It seemed that the target was about to be hit, and Ian stood in a daze waiting for the arrow to fly. But the priest was quite agile and got away from the blow, so the young man missed his first blow. The priest was a girl who was armed with the same bow as Yan. The hero's arrow caught the girl's cheek, and of course that made her very angry. Ian realized that most likely from this stage onwards, such a strategy would not work. Immediately, without a moment's hesitation, I grabbed the bow again and loaded the second arrow. But the opponent did the same and fired a return arrow at Yan. There seemed to be a lot of arrows coming from both sides, but none had reached their target yet. The girl dodged time after time, and Ian continued to shoot nonstop. Ian fought as hard as he could. He knew that with a bow he had the best chance of winning. The arrows hit one another, knocking each other in their path. Eclipse watched the fight and told Caesar that his master was quite good. But the swordsman replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since nothing surprising had happened in the past trials. The old man asked why he finally decided to stay with the summoner. After all, Caesar was supposed to have an endless source of legendary items. But the swordsman replied that he didn't remember much from the past. When the Kmon Empire captured him, he lost everything and endured long torture and confinement. Caesar said that it was Ian who then one day came and rescued him from prison. At first sight, the swordsman sensed something from him, felt he might be connected to his past. The swordsman had the opportunity to learn more about this lord, and that's why Caesar went to the service to find out what that feeling meant. Eclipse couldn't contain his laughter and laughed very loudly, adding that how very Caesar-like of him. Then the old man abruptly stopped talking and asked how the swordsman had found this place, since he claimed to have lost his memory. Caesar replied that as soon as he set foot on the land of the central continent, his memory began to return to him, albeit bit by bit, and the way here became part of his memories. While Eclipse was chatting with the swordsman, Ian scored a crushing victory over a priest-class warrior of the Celamus tribe. The class has been upgraded to counselor class. The battle will continue with a warrior of the pharaoh class. Even Eclipse in his younger years couldn't fight the way Ian did, so the old man agreed that it was simply unbelievable. The young man demanded the immediate summoning of weapons and a pharaoh-class warrior. After drinking the water, his health was fully restored. Eclipse said there was no need to summon the pharaoh and smiled evasively. Ian did not understand what was going on. But when the old man began to knead his fists, the young man guessed that it was not good. Eclipse and was the final stage of the Celamus tribe's test of a pharaoh-class warrior. Ian needed to prove his strength. The battle was about to begin. The hero was speechless and stood silently staring at Eclipse, thinking that his power was incredible. Now Ian wondered if the old man had really survived the fight with Caesar, or if it was just a story. Eclipse's eyes burned, and the old man informed that the summoner did not need to defeat him just to prove his strength. The old man just wanted the young man to prove his strength to him, and not to anyone else. He said so, and asked for his sword to be used on Yang. It was good that Ian still had his bow and arrow, because this time he didn't have to choose a weapon. Eclipse launched his huge sword straight at the summoner, but the hero was able to dodge it by jumping over. The sword returned to the old man's hands very quickly, and burned with a red flame. Eclipse complimented Ian by saying that his legs were certainly very fast, since he was able to get away from the attack so quickly. And then the young man shouted that the old man would not give him a new weapon, because that was not their agreement. Eclipse hesitated, saying let it be a nice bonus to the young summoner. He allowed Ian to use all the weapons to their full potential. The hero was able to use all the weapons of the Justice King of Spirits, with all weapon effects unlocked. Ian was excited because with such a handicap he had a chance for an even fight, and maybe even for a victory. I decided not to hesitate and immediately changed my bow to a two-handed sword. The Flame of Justice effect was activated. Eclipse asked if the young man was ready for battle, to which Jan said yes, and told the old man to get ready. The young man successfully deflected his opponent's strike with his two-handed sword by making a block. Then it was time to change weapons for another, and this time Ian was pleased with the variety. Choosing a long-range spear started to attack Eclipse immediately, but the old man dodged. The Spirit King's Spear of Justice allowed each attack to increase the chance of activating the Glacier of Justice, freezing an opponent by 10%. Ian looked at Eclipse, and his burning eyes frightened him, but the young man prepared himself, for it was now that a strong attack should be made. The old man decided to use a sandstorm, but Jan was able to dodge and immediately changed his weapon to a staff. Eclipse didn't understand how the hero was able to dodge because apparently his legs weren't just fast. The old man started attacking again and went on the attack using all his tricks and stratagems. But Yang also repelled this attack, helped by the fact that the young man had studied all the effects of the weapon in detail beforehand. And in this case, thanks to the staff, each attack has a 60% chance of activating the shadow of the Spirit King, making it difficult for the enemy to move. Then immediately changed his weapon to a bow and arrow and decided to attack from a distance. No sooner had the arrows reached their target and hit Eclipse than Ian changed his weapons to daggers. Each attack had a 60% chance of causing the enemy to bleed. The hero was very confident in himself using all these weapons, and this time he was determined to take down the old man with his daggers. But as soon as the young man was very close to Eclipse and seemed about to strike him, the old man grabbed the summoner by the arms. But that's exactly what Ian wanted, and in case of surprise, he responded with another surprise and changed his weapons to gloves. Each attack has a constant chance of activating a light causing a flash of bright light. With the gloves, Ian could now deliver a devastating blow because he was so close to the old man. Then he immediately changed his gloves to daggers. It was clear that Ian had developed a taste for fighting the strongest opponent. Using his daggers, he dealt Eclipse several powerful blows at once. The hero smiled and said to himself that this is it, and this is the end. But suddenly, the old man retaliated with a powerful punch right in the face. The impact was so strong that Jan was thrown far away as if by a wave. After hitting the wall, the hero felt pain and weakness, and realized that he was wrong about the end. The hero only had 3 units of health left, that's how powerful Eclipse was. It was a shame that almost all of his health was lost from just one single hit. He looked at the old man once more, and didn't understand what this fierce ability was. The old man stood up, straightened his back, and shouted that the test was not over yet. All combat characteristics were increased by 40% for 20 minutes due to the will of the Selamis tribe warrior, and all non-combat characteristics were combined to enhance the selected combat characteristic. Ian looked at Eclipse and assumed that all of his characteristics were combined to enhance another characteristic. But it was, and that's why the old man had become so fast, and now he was definitely faster than the young man. Eclipse shouted to Ian that his attack was quite fast and effective, so he decided to match the hero's speed. There wasn't much time left, and the old man reminded the summoner of that. At the same time, Eclipse took minor damage from the bleeding and from the storm of justice. It was to Ian's advantage that the old man was taking damage from past attacks. That just means that it turns out to be a battle against time since Eclipse takes damage on a delay. At the same time, the young man noticed that the old man had dropped his weapon but continued to take damage. Ian knew he could die from a single blow, but he had a skill that he could use to change weapons for ranged combat. Now, the most important thing for the hero was to continue the fight, but dodge the enemy's attacks. Yang was pretty good at avoiding punches and running away from Eclipse and dodging as best he could. But the old man did not give up hope of making that crowning single final blow, so he chased after the young man. The rage seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and Eclipse was ready to burst with anger. There was no time to think, so Ian decided to change the available weapons. Of all the great variety of weapons the young man had never seen before, he chose a staff. Ian decided he needed to limit Eclipse's movement and break the distance. The hero knew that the most important thing now was to defend himself, and the staff helped. Meanwhile, in the central continent, it was night and something was plotting. One man peered out from around the corner and watched the guards, so he could quietly bypass them. It was Rimlong, the arena assassin. He stopped and was glad no one had noticed him, and he also didn't understand why he was doing all this. The case took place on the eastern edge of the central continent at the base of the Oakland Guild. Rimlong stood at the window and asked what was the matter to the man who had come and disturbed him. The door opened and Samuel, the head of the Oakland Guild, entered the room. He looked very worried. He asked why Rimlong was locking the door, and then said he had a request as a tenant. The assassin pondered, of course, wondering what request the guild leader wanted to ask of him. Samuel began to say that something had happened during a meeting of the guilds of the Lucipal Empire. The head of the Valor Guild was very angry that the head of the Greatness Guild suggested attacking Lotus and hitting them. He flatly refused to do so because they were on the same side. But as it turned out, the head of the Greatness Guild was corrupt and was selling information about the Lucipal Empire to the Titan Guild. Of course, Samuel and Valor were shocked to hear there was a traitor in their alliance. But Greatness said that recently, when she had learned that the Lotus Guild had sole access to the military trading post, she had sold that information to the Titan Guild for a very good price. Guild Titan has announced that it will form an alliance with the Dark Rune Guild, whose attack ended in failure. Titan offered Velius a very favorable deal, and the price of that deal was 50 million won. Then Samuel, as the head of the guild, was also interested in such a lucrative offer. The girl went on to say that the subject of the deal was the layout of the Lotus Guild base. The Kymonians wanted to know what was inside, down to the number of guns. But the problem was that the Guild of Greatness consisted of only mages, and so the necessary information alone would be difficult to obtain. The girl looked at her fellow alliance members and asked them what they would say to her proposal. She was very persuasive, saying that the Lucipal Empire was doomed to defeat and that since things were going that way, why not get rich before you lose? Roy Chen, the head of the Valor Guild, turned away and headed towards the door, saying that his ears were bleeding because of all this bullshit. He turned to Velius and said that from now on, she should think that they had left the alliance, because the Valor Guild was not ready to become loyal dogs of Kylin or who knows who else. Then the girl looked at the head of the Oakland Guild and asked him what he would say. Samuel smiled and asked with an acerbic grin what he had to do. So he told Limlong all this and how it all happened, and since the assassin had assassin class, Samuel asked for his help. Limlong thought about coming here as a mercenary since it wasn't easy to continue playing alone in the central continent, but it seemed like a time bomb. So after this order, the assassin decided to get out of here. As soon as the assassin thought about it, he immediately decided to use his shadow traveling ability. And then, as if he'd fallen through the ground, he just disappeared from where he'd been a second ago. After entering the base of the Lotus Guild, Limlong saw how huge their base was, and that everything was maxed out. They had a fortified wall and a watchtower. While still looking around, the assassin noted that Lotus had access to a military trading post, where he could easily replenish his resources. Limlong concluded that this was why the famous Dark Rune had failed to make its way inside the base. It seemed that the killer had scouted everything, and now it was time for him to leave. But just as Limlong was about to leave the Lotus Guild's territory, something happened. Harley removed his intruder, and that's when he realized he'd been spotted. Limlong turned around and saw the spear at the level of his neck and wondered what kind of nutcase was here. Ian and Caesar stood over him, and of course our hero confirmed that just what a bit of a nutter he is. The young man looked at Limlong and asked who he was and why he had entered someone else's territory. The first thought that crossed the killer's mind was why now, when it's not a good time. Ian chuckled, and since the villain is training the ability to remain silent, he decided to ask Caesar why they met this strange guy right after that ordeal. The hero decided it was a sign from above to test his new battle weapon, and then Ian remembered the fight with Eclipse when in one of the fights he failed to limit the opponent's movement with the help of the shadow of the Spirit King. Of course the young man was offended and could not understand why the restraints failed. After all, at this rate, it would be easy to lose to the old man, and Ian didn't want that very much. When the old man's big fist flew at high speed straight at the young man, he thought that now he was definitely finished. But as soon as Ian closed his eyes clenched and prepared instead of a strong blow, he got just a flick. It was unexpected and unpleasant, but at least it didn't hurt, the hero thought, and fell down. When he opened his eyes, he saw Eclipse standing over him and said that the ordeal was over. He thanked Yan for his excellent work, and even called him a friend. Shock and shock again is what the hero experienced after this act, and the words of the old man. Ian was recognized as a warrior of the Selamis tribe of the Pharaoh class. The test was successfully completed. But even after completing the quest, the young man didn't fully understand what had happened. Eclipse laughed loudly, adding that all of the young man's tests were passed with great success. But the hero asked the old man if it wasn't a loss, since in fact Eclipse won. But the old man repeated his words said earlier that Yan shouldn't win, but should just show his strength, which he did. Eclipse continued to laugh, saying that in this battle, Ian was physically unable to gain the upper hand, although it was dangerous for him, because the young summoner fought properly. Ian was very annoyed by these words, although of course it was clear that the old man was making a point. And although the young man lost, he knew that he had fought very honorably and most importantly that he had completed this quest. And since the hero had earned the Pharaoh class, Eclipse said there was a reward for the warrior who passed the test. Rewards Ian was very fond of, and this time he received the Spirit King's Justice Weapon chest and the Selamis tribe's Warrior Will skill book. Looking at his newly acquired artifacts, the hero wondered if it was that strange skill. After studying the characteristics of the book was not very interesting because, as it turned out, can only use this skill at the same time, to use other skills could not be, and this is a big risk. Of course, the hero decided that it would be unfair if such a cheater skill had no limits. Now he took the chest and started to open it. Ian really wanted it to be the bow he used to fight Eclipse. So it was with eager anticipation and excitement that I waited for the chest to open. But it was unfortunately not a bow, or maybe even fortunately it wasn't clear yet. The weapon Yang received was the Spirit King's Spear of Justice, the rarest and most powerful of all the Spirit King's weapons. Seeing Ian with the spear, Eclipse laughed again, adding that, wow, what a gift. The hero was angry, not understanding what the old man saw in him that was so funny. Caesar jumped into the conversation by replying that it was the weapon of justice of the Spirit King. This is the same spear used by the best warrior of the Selamis tribe, and that warrior was Eclipse. Ian said he thought the old man was a swordsman, to which Eclipse laughed again and said he was embarrassed. Caesar said that if the old man had used his spear, he would have died in 5 seconds. The hero was finally able to rejoice, for now it was clear why Eclipse had fought with his bare hands at the end. for he had no sword. Ian thanked him for the gift and promised to use the spear wisely. Eclipse became very serious in a minute, saying that it was too early to thank him, because there was a condition that had to be met in order to fully wield this weapon. Justice is an evolving weapon, and it wasn't exactly conventional. The hero picked up the spear and examined it curiously. It was curious to encounter a weapon that could evolve. Immediately, Jan was offered a hidden quest, and then he realized that most likely the evolution system depends on the completion of the quest. But since there was a level limit of 200 plus, he decided to do this quest later. Eclipse said that the will of the warrior of the tribe of Selamus would live on through the ages. And as soon as the old man said that, he started to disappear and warned me not to worry, because he was just going back to where his family was waiting for him. Eclipse's body glowed. He replied that it was almost time for him to go, and Ian never got to say goodbye to him. The old man only asked Caesar one last time to take care of the last warrior of the Selamus tribe. A happy and satisfied Eclipse said goodbye to the young summoner and retired. It was the last will of the strongest summoner, and now he had a worthy replacement, our hero. When Eclipse disappeared, Ian asked the swordsman, since it was just the two of them, what they should probably do now. Caesar replied that he agreed with the master, and it was time to return to base. And remembering his fight and the cost of getting the spear, he thought that if the prisoner did not answer now, he would receive a death sentence. Caesar looked at the summoner and thought that if he was going to use this legendary weapon like that, he had better return it. But Limlong wasn't that simple, and thanks to his ability, he simply decided to return to Oakland. After the assassin disappeared, Jan was shocked, because first of all it was unexpected, and secondly he had never tried out the new spear. The hero stood looking at where Limlong was, and thought that he had disappeared just like Eclipse. But both Caesar and Ian heard this guy infiltrating their base say the word Oakland. Oakland was the 4th top guild in all of Kylin. It was the Archers Guild of the Lucipal Empire, and it specialized in espionage and intelligence. Ian realized that this guild had infiltrated their base, and that he needed to tell Yu Hyun about it so that he could strengthen his defenses. At that time, guild leader Oakland was nervous and paced from side to side around the room. At last, he waited for Limlong, who appeared quite unexpectedly. Samuel rushed to his scout and immediately asked what he had learned about the Lotus Guild. He said that when he was scouting, he was found by Summoner Yang, but he still managed to gather data. Of course, the head of the Oakland Guild didn't like hearing such a thing, and asked if Limlong Yang had defeated the key player of the Lotus Guild. The assassin replied that he didn't, as there was something monstrous near the summoner, so he decided it would be best to escape, and here he was. Limlong gave all the data to Samuel, and he was thrilled because he thought that in 4 days, the Lotus Guild base would be consumed by flames. Meanwhile, Hoon and Balam were walking together through the desert wherever they could see. Balam understood his master why he had gone away so boldly, but asked what Hoon intended to do now. The sorcerer shrugged his shoulders and thought about it, because the treaty with Caesar was still in force, so there was no way to leave for another continent. This meant that it was only necessary to solve some cases on the central continent, but there wasn't much activity here to play alone. Suddenly, the couple saw something strange ahead, and of course the heroes became curious. Hoon watched the battle, and suggested that Balam go take a closer look at what was there. We got to a small mountain, and for our own safety decided to watch from around the corner. Saw the young man who was giving orders to Yang to attack the tail. A huge red-colored dragon with fire breath and a huge scorpion were fighting each other. The dragon attacked by the scorpion's tail, and it was now clear that it was the pet of the young man named Yang. The young man was yelling very loudly, and from the outside it looked like he was a fan. But both beasts were badly wounded, and so the lad huffed, wondering what to do next. Hong watched and thought that this young man was not in control at all. And it seems Yang is really good at what he does if you compare him to others. The guy looked like he had just taken the 100th level, and it was unclear what he was doing on the central continent, because the monsters here are from the 120th level. Balam told Hoon that he got a strange feeling from the belt on the young man, and told the host to look. Examining the belt with a skull on it, the dark sorcerer realized that it was the contract of the Lord of Darkness. Unable to stay in the shadows any longer, Hong ran out from around the corner and sprinted toward the guy. Balam didn't have time to stop him. Turning to his friend, the dark sorcerer said that he had found what he needed to finally gain the power of the immortal pact of the Lord of Darkness. It was decided to rescue this guy and find out from him how he got this belt. Balam, of course, decided not to leave Hoon alone and headed after him, and the young man kept watching the fight as the scorpion attacked his dragon and shouted to his pet to run away. Yang got a good kicking, and it was obvious that the dragon was extremely upset. Hong charged into the battle using his darkness dissecting ability. Balam also used his sword to help his master fight the monster. To say that the guy was shocked by what he saw is not to say he was speechless. Hong realized that he didn't have to intervene because Balam had already dealt with the monster. The guy walked up to Hong and said with tears in his eyes with happiness that he had never seen such a powerful dark mage before. Of course, the Dark Sorcerer was proud of himself, believing that for his power, the scorpions were pathetic bugs. Hun liked to be praised and admired so much that he felt he was superior to others. And then he asked the young man who he was and why he was farming here. The guy introduced himself. His name was Kanul, and he was a summoner, and he introduced his pet Yong Yong to the guys too. The Dark Sorcerer also introduced himself in response and called himself the Lord of Darkness, and Balam said he was a Death Knight. Hong decided to get straight to the point to avoid wasting precious time, so he asked Kanul where he got this belt. The young man replied that he got it from a skeleton warrior when he passed the Darkness Fighter dungeon that was located on the central continent. Kanuel then offered to buy the sorcerer the same belt for him if he wished. Hong was not satisfied with what he heard because he had personally passed the dungeon of the Darkness Fighters more than 20 times, but the belt had fallen from some random monster. The sorcerer added that such an item could not be bought at an auction because it was bound to the owner. And since the belt is tied to the wearer, it won't fall off even if Hong decides to kill this guy. But Kanuel said that there was a thing in the game store that allowed you to sell tethered items. Suddenly, the young man offered to give the belt to Hoon for nothing. Of course, the Dark Sorcerer was surprised because this thing cost 300,000 won. When Kanuel examined the window of information, he said that the thing wasn't worth much, and that he now definitely intended to give it to Hun. The Dark Sorcerer scrutinized the young man, and then it hit him. This dude was wearing one of the best pieces, and then just like that, he just decided to buy himself the same belt. Kanuel happily announced that the belt had been sent to the mage and asked him to check it out. Now it was clear to Hoon that this summoner was the second son of the head of Shillectronics, the leading company in South Korea. Unexpectedly, the little mage dashed at Kanuel, but suddenly Hong hugged the guy tightly and said that if he wanted to pass any dungeon, the sorcerer will always help and will be a steam engine for the summoner. Meanwhile, at the university, Inji ran after Mina and wanted to tell her something. The girl stopped asking if something important had happened. And then it turned out that Professor Jin Wook had canceled his lecture because of some urgent matter. Inji asked Mina if she had forgotten what day it was, and then she realized. Today was the day when the battle of the Kaimon Empire against the Lotus Guild would take place. The girls were in a state of anticipation. Ian looked at his base and knew that all the opposing guilds had prepared very carefully. The first top one guild was, of course, the already well-known Dark Rune. The top two guild was Titan, led by the cunning and agile Chakran. Dark Rune was with his army of desert warriors led by Katazal, who was going to take revenge on Lotus at all costs. After examining his team, the hero was a bit downhearted because there was no one to compare. Lotus's main strength, of course, was the subordinate Caesar, who thought that wouldn't Hong show up towards the end. The second was subordinate Pollen, who was already excited for the coming battle and was already feeling the chill. The third link was the subordinate Siri, and let's not forget Biggie's pet here. And of course, all the other members of the guild Lotus, and the composition was very small, and a clear advantage at first glance was the Caymanians. In attendance were Ian's fans, Gold Callers, who chanted that Ian is awesome. And of course, Lotus's key link was that very unexpected but very important support. Valor Guild leader Roy Chen himself came to the aid of the Lucifalians, and the guild was ranked 5th in the top. Ian knew that even though this guild wasn't one of the top 3 or 4 guilds like Shining and Oakland, they were the only guild that was willing to help Lotus. The hero thanked that Valor had decided to help despite the fracturing of the alliance. Roy Chen replied that there was nothing to thank him for, and apologized for coming so late, and said to ask for whatever was necessary. Ian liked such a suggestion from the guild leader and replied that it was fine. It was time to start the war, and the young man shouted it loudly for all to hear, and a smile appeared on his face at these words. Chakran had already arrived at the Lotus Guild base, and the entire Titan Guild was with her. Meeting up with Li Rahan, she called out to her, and the head of the Dark Rune asked what was wrong. Chakran asked her partner how she thought the Lotus Guild base had gotten stronger since the last siege. The head of the Dark Rune realized that she was trying to get some kind of reaction from her with her own sources of information, so she simply answered no. Then Chakran said affirmatively that in that case, the victory would be Cayman's, and asked if Li Rahan had forgotten about their agreement. The head of the Dark Rune replied that the Titan would have his own trading post because she only needed the head of the summoner. The entire army waited for the order, and Li Rahan ordered everyone to get ready. Yang also immediately decided to call his pets for help, namely Lu Pukpuk, Buck Buck Buck, and Fina, and Li Rahan didn't hesitate to immediately use her ability to bless a warlock. The Valor Guild with its head Roy Chen prepared a defense. Sharan also ordered all of her units to prepare for the offensive. Finally, the second the fight began, Li Rahan commanded everyone to attack. All of Kaymon's troops rushed to the gates of the Lotus Guild base. The dust was piled up and nothing could be seen but the shouts of the warriors could be heard. Yu Hyun shouted to his comrades that it was necessary to block the attackers. In the meantime, Ian, riding on Finn, and all his pets headed towards the enemies. Chakran rushed straight to where the Lotus cannons were located. One by one, the cores simply flew away in the direction of the opponents. From the look on the Titan head's face, it was obvious that the girl was up to something and that she had a plan. Lee Rahan was full of rage and wanted to destroy this base, and Yana, so she applied the skill of the spellcaster technique, as well as the mystical phantom technique. Burning spears flew from above directly at Lotus. Roy Chen tried to defend himself by using the Guardian's shield, thus deflecting the Caymanian's blows. Yu Hyun, side by side with Roy Chen, were on the front lines and defended the base in the front row. Seeing Lee Rahan Lu attacked her, hoping to deliver a devastating blow. But the head of the Dark Rune was able to defend herself against the Royal Fenrir with a huge sword. Since the clash between the two enemies happened in the air, both of them were now flying downwards, holding onto the sword. Finally, the fight ended, and Lee Rahan along with Lu fell to the ground in front of the Cayman warriors outside the gate. Jan was flying around his base and observed from the air that the enemy troops had already practically surrounded the fortress on the perimeter. The hero saw that Lu was fighting well, but since he was fighting Lee Rahan, he wouldn't be able to last long. Seeing Shakran, the young man asked Fina to drop him on the ground right away. Facing each other, it was clear that a battle was about to break out. Shakran, with confidence in her voice, told Jan that they had met before. To which the hero calmly replied that he remembered her and that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. They met in the dungeon when Ian was rescuing Caesar. Shakran added that she had underestimated the young man last time because she didn't know who he was. Ian smiled and said she was the reason he almost failed his quest that time. In any case, the head of Titan destroyed a lot of things and probably didn't fully realize how much it all cost. The summoner looked at Finn and told him to go to the opponents who had already gathered at the gate of the fortress. When the griffin flew off to fulfill his master's orders, Yan immediately called out to Harley. As soon as the tiger appeared, the young man with a caustic smile informed Shakran that she would not be able to pass him. But in the girl's gaze, she was sure that this would not happen, as Ian said. Caesar put on his fancy armor, took his legendary sword, and got on the fastest horse. Fiolin walked over to him and told him that the preparations were completely finished. The swordsman looked at her, said it was great news, and suddenly ordered the fortress gates to be opened. There were a lot of Cayman warriors outside the gate, and everyone realized that opening it was a risky business. But because Lotus had Pran and needed to follow it, so the gate was ajar. The Cayman warriors saw the gate open, and were very surprised at this, for it seemed to them to be to their advantage. When the gate was opened fully, silhouettes of people, and not only Lotus people, could be seen. Buck Caesar riding Fiolin Siri Haron and a few other important guild members came out. Katosan was happy to see that access to the base was now open and that Pollen had come out to him himself. The desolate warrior immediately snapped out of his seat and rushed towards the Lotus Guild members. Many of the Cayman Knights realized that the open gate was an obvious trap, but most of the warriors didn't listen. After all, they were just NPCs. The Lucifalians just stood there as if waiting for something, and Katosan was practically beside them by now. No sooner had the desert warrior finished his jump than he found himself bound by a large snake, and after being captured, he couldn't even move. Pollen used his ability art to throw the spear of Lucephalus. The snake twisted the warrior so tightly that he tried to break free and screamed for all he was worth to get away from him. Knight Pollen gripped his light-bearing spear and was ready to strike. Everyone was on the case, and almost simultaneously Jan and Shakran entered the fray. Royal Fenrir Lu was going to attack Lee Rahan right now, and Caesar waved his sword high and just waiting for the Cayman forces to attack first. The swordsman was sure that the plan was a good one. The main thing was to follow it now and not to retreat. Meanwhile, host Hines yelled out what Lotus was doing, to which Lucia asked if something was wrong. But the commentator replied that everything is wrong here, because Lotus shouldn't have opened its gates and let its fighters out right away. The walls of the Lotus Guild's base were being climbed by enemies from all sides, and the Lucifalians just had to take a defensive position. One of Inju's viewers was puzzled to see Caesar on the screen because it looked like this NPC was acting like a troll. Her other friend said she doubted it because she'd seen them before. It turned out that the girl saw John at the lecture, and he was asleep at the time. The hero often slept in lectures and chattered in his sleep just by this and attracted attention to himself constantly. Then the girl considered Jan's drawing where he called Caesar's subordinate an idiot and a wind-up machine. The girl flared up, telling her friend that she didn't know anything, so she shouldn't talk about it. Inju reassured her friend, and she said that it was all part of Jin Sun's strategy, and it was clear from the drawing, even though the young man can't draw. Caesar really was a key part of this plan, and there was a reason the gates were open. The swordsman on horseback moved into the thick of things straight into the crowd of enemy troops. The knight made his way through the crowd, destroying the warriors one by one that came under his hand and calling them all idiots. The warriors were flying off Caesar's sword on their sides, and he wasn't going to stop there. He clearly knew what he had to do, and in what sequence. Over the swordsman flew Finn. He was following his master's command and covering Caesar. Gryphon used his atomization ability, thus helping to destroy the Caymanians. Hines just shouted with joy at how cool the sight was. He added that this cool NPC, like in the last battle, was showing astonishing power, and then asked Lucia who it was. The girl replied that if her information was correct, Then it was the invincible swordmaster Caesar, who couldn't be found anywhere for the past couple of centuries, and he also had a legendary rank. The host was very surprised that the Lotus Guild even had NPC subordinates of legendary rank. And suddenly Heinz hesitated, but then finally gathered his thoughts. Is it possible that Lotus could win the War of Thrones? Lucia glanced at the screen and told her co-host to look there as well. Both of them looked and could not believe their eyes, because the entire army of the Cayman Empire had already been destroyed. It was exciting and scary at the same time, because Heinz didn't know what was going on. Lucia said that even though all the attention was focused on Caesar, we should not forget that the people and NPCs near the gate are also unusual regulars in the game. Lauren ranked first among all draftees in the Kylin game. Pollen was Jan's subordinate, a high-ranked knight with a spear of smashing thunder. Fiolin was a forest mage, and was ranked 83rd in the top. Although Haron was new to battles, she was a priestess, which also helped the team a lot. Series cheerleader, by the way, who now happens to have Jan's pet Biggie. The host decided to show viewers a replay when Fiolin used her mass control magic to immobilize opponents. Spear of Thunder and Lauren's familiars used powerful attacks to destroy them. And the familiar tank of the allies provided protection for everyone, and thus was an important link of the Lotus Guild. But aside from that, they were all under various buffas from Chef Haron's rookie dishes. It was the first time Heinz had ever heard of food with buffs. Lucia added that each of the listed team members was in an extremely favorable position. Now finally, Hein had finally realized that this kid named Jin Sung had made Caesar the initiator to destroy the enemy units. Inju noticed that going back to base to regain XP and mana looks like a hit-and-run strategy. The girl knew he was confident in his abilities because they were all masters of their craft. Finally, the turn came to Jan, too. He was shown that at this moment he was fighting with Chakran. The hero chose the strategy of dodging the blows and attacks of the Titan Guild leader. Ian was doing well to get away and was happy with his tactics to start with. Unexpectedly, he still received a critical hit of nearly 75,000 damage from the Void Illusion's attack. The young man didn't understand how this could happen since he had dodged and what it meant by the illusion of emptiness. Immediately, one theory needed to be tested and Ian rushed to attack Chakran. Now the hero realized what was wrong because he attacked her only once, but he heard two different sounds from the spear strike and the sword strike. Ian had noticed something wrong with Chakran the last time he saw her. It turned out that the head titan was from the hidden class girl, was a knight of illusions. The concept of a knight of illusion meant that Chakran could create clones to attack, and use a continuous attack with two swords, and on top of that, the attack is quite sustained with the help of clones. Ian knew that if he were a summoner who could not fight one-on-one, he would have died long ago just defending himself from attacks. But our hero was an unusual summoner, and everyone knew it. It was time to fight back, and he called on Harley and Puck-Puck. Chakran wanted to finish what she had started as soon as possible, and warned John that she was going on the attack again. Harley and Ian on one side, and Chakran and his clone on the other side rushed at each other at the same time. The young man was very fast, but Harley was also good. Chakran was very assertive and delivered blow after blow. It tired the hero. He thought that he barely had time to block her attacks, and that he couldn't even try to counterattack. It was decided that it was time to use his specialty and get rid of the clone with speed. Ian shouted loudly to Harley to hurry up and use his Wind Guardian skill. As a result, the agility of Ian's ally increased by 30%. The young man sped up at times. He felt a surge of strength during the attack. Chakran was slightly shocked by this quality of the summoner, as he had become very fast. Before the girl could think about it, Ian was already very close and pointed his spear in her direction. It was great that the spear could make long-distance strikes, and the young man took advantage of this feature. On Chakran's hand was the fact that the hero being close to her opened up from behind. She immediately decided to hit the summoner hard in the back. But to her dismay and surprise, Puck-Puck only took 1 unit of damage. When Ian almost struck Chakran with his spear, he realized it was another clone and that it wasn't her. Looking around, the hero realized that the real Chakran was one of those clones across the street. The girls surrounded the summoner. There were 3 of them, and it was hard to see who was really the real head of the Titan. Chakran smiled and replied to Ian that it was evident that they both had aces up their sleeves. It was a total cheat because now the hero was surrounded by 5 clones. The girl decided to taunt the hero by saying that if he was going to fight her, he would have to summon all of his great familiars. Ian had a hard time with 1 clone, and now he had 4. The young man was discouraged. Looking at the identical girls, the hero realized that he's probably totally screwed right now. Chakran said the summoner was finished, and all the clones readied their swords. The girl briefly used her power, namely the infinite illusionary attack. Meanwhile, near the gate of the Lotus Guild base, there were many lifeless bodies of enemies and not a single living soul lying around. Ciri was happy. She told Pollen they did a great job. She noticed that Sir Caesar was somehow terrifying in this battle. Pollen noted that given that Sir Caesar had been tortured for a long time in Cayman's empire, it was no wonder that a thirst for revenge lurked in his heart. Suddenly, the bodies of the dead began to glow purple. Ian squeezed his eyes shut and felt that he had lost this battle, but deep down he certainly believed that this was not the end. All the clones around him also began to glow as if about to disappear. The hero saw what was going on and finally realized it had opened. This event energized him and he straight up became enthusiastic and gripped his spear harder. The Void Illusion received 137,172 units of damage from Ian, was activated by the Spirit of Royal Judgment due to the successful attack. A lightning bolt of judgment was summoned, and the young man encountered this ability for the first time. The Void Illusion received without 1 unit 1,000,000 damage from the Spirit of the Royal Judgment and was destroyed. Chakran also received over 561,000 damage. At this time, the hatching egg of Carseus was replenished by 6%. Ian was glad that Chakran misjudged the energy and attacked Carseus's egg, and all we saw was the effect of the spirit of the king's sentence. The hero smiled because the fact that they had summoned this energy meant that Lotus's strategy was going according to plan. Finn and Buck had done a good job. Ian only remembered the smarty pants Finn as the griffin was already flying toward him. The young man was glad that his pet had returned just in time, as if he felt that his master needed him at the moment. Harley attacked on the ground and Ian attacked Fina from the air, and all the clones were in trouble. The hero flew and was confident he saw that the plan up to this point had worked very clearly. It was time to move on and leave the clones behind since he knew Harley could handle them. The summoner watched the fight as his tiger dealt one critical damage after another. Harley destroyed the ghostly void time after time, one by one, and thought what a good job the pet was doing. Finally, Ian spotted the real Chakran and took aim at her with his spear. The girl realized that she had been spotted and that her clones had failed to transfer the summoner's attention to herself. She looked up and thought that she couldn't believe that the situation had been turned upside down because of one spear strike. Chakran wondered what kind of spear it was. The young man looked down at the next clones and realized he needed to destroy another one. All of the clones spotted Yang in midair and looked at him while the spear, thanks to the range of the blows, did its thing. But suddenly the hero noticed that the spear failed to penetrate some kind of defense created around the clones. Ian realized that this defense was created due to the aura of the unusual Chakran sword. The ability called Chaotic Dance of the Heavenly Sword hero was the first time he had seen such a thing. It is the aura of the sword spreading everywhere. Chakran knew that right now it would be appropriate to use this skill to turn the tide in her favor. Ian hadn't thought about such serious consequences of using the skill and shouted to his Harley. The pet took over 812,000 damage from Chakran and was called back by the summoner. The hero was very upset because from one blow in a matter of seconds, Harley was immediately defeated. The enemies also used another skill against the Luciferians. It was Desert Warrior's Will. Ian immediately realized that the same skill was used earlier by that bandaged jerk, which meant that Chakran had also passed some kind of test since she had the same ability. The young man knew that his opponent had a great sense of combat because she was cunning enough to get rid of all the clones at once to avoid massive damage. The girl looked at Ian and said with confidence and anger in her voice that why don't they just end it already? Saying these words, Chakran pushed herself off the ground and made a high jump towards Ian flying Finn. The hero was not confused and ordered his griffin to use the spray ability. Chakran took 73,000 damage from the griffin as a result of this exposure, and then almost immediately took another equal amount. Because Haron was suddenly attacked, the Sand Warrior's will was activated, and a Veil of Swords appeared. Due to the effect of the Veil of Swords, her attacks increased by 15%. The girl used her Sand Sword dance skill and was very enraged. Finn took over 860,000 damage from Chakran and was recalled. After Yang withdrew the griffin, he began to fall from a great height because at that moment he was unsupported. Chakran saw the fallen summoner and waited for it to finally hit the ground. She was sure it was the end. It wasn't that fast, so the Titan had applied the ability Prolonged Illusion Attack. Falling, Ian realized that such events were not in his plan and sighed heavily. Finally, the young man fell to the ground, and at the same time, Chakran landed beside him. She stood over the hero and looked at him and said it was over. But suddenly, the summoner's hand extended from the pillar of dust and covered her mouth, which meant that Ian wouldn't just give up, and so he used the will of a Celamus warrior's not so long ago acquired ability. His blows were so strong because thanks to Eclipse, he had gained not only his strength, but also a lot of confidence. The hero's fists met Chakran's sharp sword time after time. The girl said it was all pointless, and it didn't matter how many times the summoner attacked, just that she would be able to do much more damage than him, no matter how the young man tried. Jan received 10 units of critical damage as soon as she said that. But of course Chakran was very surprised and didn't understand how it could be that the damage was only in the low 10 units. The hero was so fast and kept striking with his second hand while the first was still covering his opponent's mouth. The girl defended and struck, but Yang received first 11 and then only 7 units of critical damage from her. And then the young man noticed that thanks to his assertiveness and incessant strikes, the veil of Chakran's swords began to crack. The Titan had realized that a little more and the situation could become extremely dangerous for her. It was time for a change, and Chakran realized that something had to be done immediately. The girl decided to immediately use the long attack skill in hopes that it would give her an advantage. She screamed loudly illusion, and something right now started happening in front of Ian's eyes. The hero was shocked to see and feel that the ground under his feet began to split in two. Chakran exhaled, said finally when Ian took his hand away from her face. The ground split so quickly that the young man had no time to realize that he was falling below. His opponent stood over him and said it was time to say goodbye. Little did not understand what would happen next, but even in such a dire situation, Ian realized that this was not the end. Falling deeper and deeper, he soon stopped seeing Chakran, and only darkness surrounded him on all sides. Hines shouted that it had been 2 hours since the battle between Dark Rune and Titan had begun. Right now, the audience saw the first broken wall of the Lotus Guild and the defense towers on the screens. Chakran rushed inside the base after dropping Ian's summoner, and although it seemed to the hero that he fell so deep and so long, but in fact he was just covered with a pile of rocks and his hand was sticking to the surface. At last, having gathered all his strength, John crawled out of the ground with his puk-puk, and they could not breathe, for there was no air under the ground at all. Selamus's warrior will skill was deactivated at the end of time. Looking around, the young man realized that they had lost Chakran, and that they had barely survived by converting all stats to defense with the help of the will of the warrior Selamus. Ian thought it was so funny to watch the asshole and her shock at the lack of damage. Though the first wall was broken, Lotus was holding up. Well, the hero knew this and decided that now was the time to help Lu. Ian thought to himself and pulled the spear out of the ground almost effortlessly. It was time to move forward, and the hero, along with his puk-puk, chased the others to the rescue. As Chakran moved towards the base, she wondered what kind of person was behind this jerk, especially for a summoner whose defenses were usually lower than other classes. In any case, the most important obstacle had been removed, she knew, and now all that remained was to get inside the Lotus Guild base. Meanwhile, Knull studied the information and considered that this fight was much more intense than one might think, and then asked Hoon if he could really stay. The boy believed there was someone in the battle that the dark sorcerer wanted to defeat. Hoon and Balam stood looking at Knull, not sure what to do next or what decision to make. Meanwhile, Haron informed Jin Soon with a twinkle in her eyes that everything was ready. Ian said fine, and also asked the girl if she could help Lu, who was in great need of help right now. The hero himself decided that it was time to summon Reich, for he had important business to attend to. Riding his dragon and seating Haron too, the hero ordered Reiku to take off. And now flying to the guild base, Treyan was simply shocked by what he saw there. Descending from the dragon to the ground, the heroes traveled to the gates of the base. The young man was very angry and at the same time very upset. Puk-Puk whispered something in his master's ear and he replied, "What the hell?" Immediately I saw Yu-Hyun, who had apparently fallen in a fierce battle. Of the survivors, the team saw only Lu and went to him to ask him what had happened here. It was obvious that the royal Fenrir was hurt. He turned his head and looked at his master. Going back to the beginning of the battle with Li Rahan, we remember that Lu fought her. And the fact when they both flew down after Lu's attack was obvious. Both Fenrir and Li Rahan fell to the ground in front of the crowd of Kaiman warriors. Lu fought as hard as he could and landed one blow after another, but the girl wasn't so easy. They fought one-on-one, and none of the enemy warriors dared to interfere with Li Rahan's squabbles. Behind Lu's back appeared Roy Chen, the head of the Valor Guild, who was watching. He was only watching the fight, but he wasn't in a hurry to do anything. The head of the Dark Rune was very angry, saying that this fucking wolf probably couldn't wait to die. She realized that he probably didn't think it was enough last time since he was still fighting her. The royal Fenrir answered her, and the girl was shocked that he could talk. But if Lu can talk, then he must understand what she's about to tell him. Li Rahan added that his favorite summoner Yang and his priestess Harin are now very far away to help their pet and protect him. Lu replied that she was correct, and since no one was here, he could rightfully show her his true power as a royal Fenrir. After all, it was Lu who was the highest Fenrir and king among all wolves. Such a status was very rare. But even when he rose from a blood Fenrir to a royal Fenrir, Lu couldn't use his real power. All because he'd seen with his own eyes Charlotte and Orville obsessed with bloodlust. Because Lu knew that Ian and his co-commanders could be victimized, he controlled his forces. Powers he could only release when he was all alone. And now the time had come when Lu was able to unleash the powers of the High Fenrir. Li Rahan listened carefully and replied with anger and disbelief that it was all childish babble. Wolf's eyes lit up, and now he was ready to show his enemies what he was really capable of. He was very fast, darting from side to side, and none of the warriors approached, all waiting to see what would happen next. Although Li Rahan didn't believe the whole story to the end, she gripped her sword even harder. What a surprise it was when Lu shattered her sword in one blow. He continued to fight, and now the warriors around him were suffering as well until there were only two left, him and Li Rahan standing opposite. She looked at the Fenrir with fury and said that the fight had just begun. Anger, hate, resentment. Resentment is what overwhelmed Lu at that very moment. He briefly rushed at the enemy and she rushed at him trying to attack. Her new sword had great power, and she was confident of her victory, even despite Lu's immense strength. The royal Fenrir was furious and angry at himself for not immediately being able to assess Li Rahan's strength. Receiving the strongest rebuff, Lu flew aside at a breakneck speed. Fenrir was wounded, fell to the ground, and seemed less confident in his powers anymore. The girl applied her abilities and skills very skillfully, which gave her an advantage against the pet. For the first time in the history of combat, she decided to use the Ragnarok ability. And now, instead of a single sword, there were many sharply sharpened swords flying to attack Lu. The wolf had not expected this, and now he was thinking about how to proceed because he had to do something. Just then, Tank Yu-hyun and Valor's head Roy Chen flew to the pet's defense. Yu-hyun turned to Lu and asked him to be sure to protect Jin Sung for the victory of the entire Lotus Guild. Heres received over 2,600,000 units of damage from the strike from Li Rahan, and Roy Chen received no less and exactly the same amount of damage. Seeing so much damage to his comrades, Lu decided to use the Darkness Invasion ability, and as a result, all of the wolf's attacks became critical. Lu's speed increased by 50%, and the chance of dodging attacks increased greatly. Meanwhile, Li Rahan used the Cursed Mask skill. The girl's appearance became simply sinister, and that intimidating mask on her face became even scarier. The royal Fenrir rushed to attack the head of the Dark Rune since he was now much stronger, but Li Rahan also gained extra strength from her ability. Both opponents were strong and fast, but at that moment, Lu still didn't fully understand what plan he should proceed with. They clashed practically head-on with such tremendous force that it was unclear who would prevail in this attack. The effects of the Warlock's blessing and Li Rahan's cursed mask canceled out, and she stood over Lu while the Fenrir was wounded and kneeling. The girl looked at the Fenrir, said he did well for a familiar, but Ian and Lotus would lose today anyway. Lu was saddened by the frustration and pain overflowing his heart. He let out a tear and added that he was sorry. The royal Fenrir apologized to his master and immediately died from Li Rahan's critical damage. Ian looked at his dead friends and could not utter a word. He felt he had failed them. Sadness appeared on both Haron's face and Pukpuk's face, as Lotus lost this fight and lost many good fighters. Because the activator of the Lu skill died, the Invasion of Darkness skill was deactivated and the sky was cleared of darkness. Looking around, the hero saw the head of the Valor Guild. He was still alive. Ian immediately asked Haron to heal him with a hill command. The girl obeyed Jin-hun and used her skill on Roy Chen. The head of Valor got to his feet. The young man asked if he was all right now. He replied that he was fine and added that Ian couldn't stay here now because Li Rahan had gone inside. Suddenly, there was an urgent message from Gawain, who asked John to rush to their aid immediately. The second gate was open, and the guy didn't know how the enemies knew that the mechanism was in the basement. The hero said that let Caesar help for the time being, but Gawain replied that this NPC was making a fool of himself. This news frightened both the young man and Pukpuk. Roy Chen asked what was going on, to which Yang replied that he had no idea because the second defense gate had already opened. And then the head of the Valor Guild realized who did it, those two guild leaders who betrayed Lucephalus. Suddenly, Roy Chen said the word splendor, and the young man didn't quite understand what it meant. That meant Splendor and Oakland teamed up with the Titan said head. And then the young man realized that the assassin who had returned to Oakland last time and helped the enemies to open the gate. The situation was worse than ever, and the worst part of it was that of all the familiars Ian had, only Rake and Pukpuk were left. He wondered what Caesar was doing at this moment. Haron looked into the distance and asked Jin Sung what was even going on there. Ian watched the battle and was surprised even as much as his turtle. While Cayman's warriors fought, Caesar just sat on his horse and didn't even move. He was motionless, his gaze lost in thought. And this was happening while all the soldiers and defenders of the base were dying one by one. Caller Lauren mourned bitterly for her pet giant snake. She was yelling and crying so loudly that it was impossible to remain indifferent seeing this situation. But Caesar was unaffected by anything that was happening. He was unperturbed without a single emotion on his face. He could not move. Li Rahan used her enchanted arrows to hit another important member of the Lotus Guild. She was glad she'd gotten in and that there was no Ian here to resist her. The subordinate Ciri wept bitterly, and her tears fell on the fallen Pollen. She sat beside him mourning the strong knight and hero of this battle. Caesar alone just did nothing and kept wondering where this incomprehensible anxiety that attacked him came from. It was Buck and Biggie's turn to go into battle, which these two rocks did. And it was Chakran who joined the fight, just in time. The girl had blown both pets apart with a few punches, and it seemed incredible. Kylin also looked quite strange. She was covered in ice, and her posture was as if someone had taken her by surprise while she was casting her magic. Caesar acted like a child, being focused not on the important battle but on where the anxiety came from. He had had the same feeling of unease when John had broken into the dungeon and freed him from his shackles. Finally, Chakran stepped inside the base. She had reached her goal and was smiling. She saw Li Rahan and immediately called out to her and moved closer to her partner. Behind them were several other warriors of the Lucephalus Empire who, just like Kylin, were in the ice. Chakran informed Li Rahan that she had opened the gate as promised earlier. The head of Dark Rune replied that, and she had mopped up all the monsters in the base. Only that monster remained, and Li Rahan pointed her sword at Caesar. The girl reported that he hasn't moved the whole time and seems to be frozen or buggy. Chakran bared her sword and said affirmatively that it was simple then, and one should just decapitate the white-haired man. Li Rahan agreed to her colleague's suggestion and applied her phantom technique skill. At the same time, Chakran used a sustained illusion attack. The girls acted together and believed in their success that victory was not far off. But suddenly there was some sort of flash that distracted them and drew their attention to both of them. The head of Dark Rune asked what it was, but of course no one knew. Meanwhile, in the magic measurement tower on the top floor, something was happening. The owner of the magic tower of measurements, Griper, reported that he was finally awake. The dragon tamer Oakley was on the northern continent near the snowy gate. He too looked at the flash in the distance and wondered if he was really awake. It was about Old Man Oakley's old friend and one of the 5 divine dragons. It was the great, terrible, and strongest dragon of its kind, Carseus. He was a dragon of war. Possessing immense strength, the dragon had a huge, bright red-colored stone in its chest. Both Li Rahan and Chakran were startled and speechless when they saw him. Ian could feel his hand glowing. It was a strong flow of energy. He realized that it was the energy of Carseus that belonged to all the warriors from Cayman that Lu had defeated. The energy needed to hatch Carseus was finally gathered, and one of the 5 legendary dragons hatched. Due to lack of leadership, all of the previously summoned familiars have been withdrawn, namely the remaining Puck Puck and Rake. A bright flash blinded Jan and Haron. They covered their eyes with their hands. Looking at the dragon, Ian said, "So this is what kind of war dragon you are, Carseus." He looked quite fierce, his eyes burning red. The dragon looked menacingly at the hero and asked if he had woken him up. Ian was confused and could only reply that yes, it was him who woke him up. Carseus looked off into the distance and said that he sensed a soul like his in the distance. The young man didn't understand what it meant, or what else a war dragon-like soul was. The monster said he would go there first and told the summoner to follow him. Chakran was still in shock because it was not a dragon, but a real huge dragon. Li Rahan laughed, but the head of the Titan asked if she was laughing so much that the girl replied that she was not, and that the dragon looked scary. Though Carseus was only level 1, and so the girl's fear was taken away. Li Rahan said she doesn't know how that stupid summoner managed to tame the dragon, but Kylin still has a chance to win the competition. Carseus rushed forward as fast as he could, and he flew at quite a speed. Ian looked at Haron and informed her that it was time for them to follow the Dragon of War. Flying up to the gates of the Lotus Guild base, Carseus stopped in front of the heads of Titan and Dark Rune. The first thing Chakran thought was that there was no sense in what was going on, and that it would be more sensible to gather an air team and go to the dragon together. Li Rahan was confused and didn't know what to think or how to proceed. Carseus met Caesar's gaze and asked him if he could borrow the swordsman's power. Caesar smiled. He realized that everyone was freaking out about this dragon and said he would gladly lend him his power. The Dragon of War thanked the knight and said he would be different now. At last, Caesar was able to stir and held out his hand toward Carseus. What happened was that the dragon greedily absorbed all the power from the swordsman. When this happened, Caesar realized that something was going on, that he couldn't control his body. And then after a while, when the transfer of power was over, Caesar just collapsed from his horse to the ground. Ian saw this and, very distressed, rushed to his subordinate in an attempt to help. Caesar could only raise his head and look his lord in the eyes. He was exhausted and was now unable to do anything. Chakran laughed, calling the dragon stupid for daring to attack his ally. But Li Rahan shouted back that it was time to wake up, because eyes are not just for beauty, and she couldn't see what really happened. The burning red stone in the dragon's chest seemed to glow even brighter, and the dragon itself seemed to grow larger. Now, thanks to Caesar's power, Carseus had now reached the 302nd level in just an instant. This lightning-fast change in level shocked Chakran, and the girl opened her mouth in surprise. It meant that the dragon didn't attack, but simply absorbed the swordsman. Li Rahan immediately gave the command for everyone to prepare for battle without a moment's hesitation. Opening its mouth, the dragon formed a flame in its mouth and was about to exhale. When the girls saw this, they were frightened and shouted for everyone to rush for cover. Carseus was going to use his ability to pit darkness and death. Turns out it's the dark sorcerer Hong helping them from a distance. Looking at the ground, Chakran saw that she was standing ankle-deep in swamp and didn't understand where it had come from. And she and all her clones were swallowed deeper and deeper into the swamp and were now knee-deep in it. To get out of the swamp somehow, Chakran used the phantom technique. Li Rahan prepared for battle and was ready to use her trump card up her sleeve. Canuel shouted to Hoon that the enemies were getting out of the swamp and it wasn't good. The dark sorcerer used his Grave of the Dead ability, figuring it would surely help Lotus. Many skeletons rose from the ground and intertwined with each other, forming a large bone cage around the enemy troops. Rakshan was horrified at the excessive amount of bones around her. Li Rahan also realized that now she had nowhere to run and nowhere to go, that they were trapped. Carcius, taking advantage of the situation and realizing that the enemies in cover would not be able to run for cover, exhaled. A bright flash is what Chakran saw as she turned around and looked at the dragon. The head of the Dark Rune also realized that this was a setup and that there was nowhere to run for sure. The flash was so strong that the bone prison was blown away by an explosion of tremendous force. It looked like nothing and no one was left in Carcius's path. His breathing had faded and he was a little more subdued, but he still struck fear into all who saw him at that moment. Haron couldn't utter a word, and Ian looked at the dragon and wondered if what he was seeing was true. There was not a single living soul in front of the heroes, and only a trail of fire that Carcius left behind him. The guilds of Titan and Dark Rune were completely destroyed. Kanuel Hun and Balam stood on top of the mountain and saw that the Lotus had triumphed. The Dark Sorcerer turned around and said they had to go, but Kanuel was surprised that it was rather quick. Hong was sure that they would see Yang and everyone else again soon. Caesar lay on the ground with no strength and tried to comprehend what had happened while he was out. He realized that it was so close within 5 centimeters of hitting him. The Lotus Guild's base had been defeated by an ally. The archer got up, looked around, and said they gave a great fight back and felt his strength come back. Caesar realized that the Dark Sorcerer, specifically the Brat as he called him, had helped them in the last final battle. Hong had gotten quite strong and the swordsman couldn't wait for them to meet again. Ian was very angry, didn't understand what could be great if that stupid dragon trashed their entire base. Carcius heard this and did not understand why the summoner was angry, for Lotus had won. Haron calmed down Jin Suna, asked him not to anger him, and when Ian calmed down he thought that Carcius's powers were very impressive. The hero said that now the enemies won't be able to fight them, and since Lotus has gotten quite a few trophies from the Kymonians, it will be necessary to rebuild the base and level up while they recover. Ian decided that he would do that it would be a great plan. But then he looked at Caesar. He didn't understand what connected his subordinate swordsman to the dragon Carcius. In the early days of Kylin, there were 17 gods with different powers. 5 of them descended into the human world to stop the invasion of the demonic realm. However, those gods could not directly influence the affairs of men. Therefore, the Battle of War Caesares divided his forces between the divine dragon Carcius and the human hero Lucipalis, the invincible knight Caesaris. Carcius eventually fought the demonic dragon Caliph, whose master was Oakley from the northern continent, and died. Caesares, the god of war, feared that Caesar would suffer the same fate and sealed his memories, causing Caesar to become a wanderer in the human world. After a while, the seal fell, and memories came flooding back to the swordsman as Carcius hatched. This happened because of their connection through the great god of war Caesares. Now Ian finally understood everything about where Caesar's story began and what exactly links him to the dragon of war. But this story did nothing for the hero because the problem was that Ian needed to make Carcius as strong as before. It was necessary to help the dragon unlock its secret potential at the 100th level. But because he borrowed Caesar's powers and leveled up on his own, he became a dragon lacking 2% strength. And if Ian summons this creature, then the path of other familiars is blocked, or the hero lacks leadership and needs support. The young man decided that he needed to think it over again, and at this point told Carcius that carrying logs was enough to rebuild the Lotus base. Ian looked the dragon in the eye and suggested he go to Caesar and ask for help from him. Meanwhile, Li Rahan herself had returned to the Titan Guild base. Oh shit, she thought, and looked around not realizing what she was doing here. She was met by Chakran and asked her what they should do next. The girls couldn't defeat the Lotus Guild even though they had almost all of Kaimon with them. Li Rahan got angry, calling Chakran stupid since she is already ready to give up right now. The head of the Dark Rune said that they needed to come up with another strategy and attack. But to begin with, she asked the ally to go to the meeting. Chakran asked her deputy Kylin to go to the meeting in her place, so he could tell her how it would go afterward. She turned and walked away as if she had something in mind, but didn't tell anyone about her plan. Li Rahan didn't understand why she left, but she couldn't help it. Finally, Jin Sung woke up in the capsule to the delicious smell of food and decided to get out and rest. Ian went to the kitchen saying that at least with Caesar's help, Carcius was able to reach the 100th level. The central continent was the best place to level up. Suddenly, the phone rang in his pocket and the hero picked up the receiver and said hello. Ian got a call from a podcast co-host. She was calling about paying for video views on the second battle of the Gadflies. Jin Sung remembered her suggestion that the video would be posted tonight or tomorrow and asked what the income would be. The girl replied that the exact information will still know when the video will be released. But from the full video income is expected to be in the neighborhood of 8 million won in the video, will approximately collect 12 million, and all of this will be completely to John. The young man was shocked it was a huge amount, and of course he was thrilled. The girl went on to say that it was no wonder, because now Ian was one of the first in Kylin anyway, and thanks to him, she was able to hire a team of editors using all the income. The podcast co-host said goodbye to the character, saying she would contact him again as soon as the video was released. After hanging up the phone, Ian began to think about how he would spend such a large sum and decided to put the money on his parents' bank card. Then he changed his mind because his parents might think that Jin Soon had stolen the money, so he decided that he would just spend it and eat something delicious with Haron. Sitting down at the computer, Jan thought that he hadn't checked the community for a long time and decided to log in since he had won the battle. Immediately, he saw a lot of flattering words about himself. All the players admired him and were interested in his pets and strategy. Ian smiled at the praise and thought how good he was. The top players of Splendor Guild and Luciple Empire's Oakland Guild hid like rats and were disgusting. Everyone realized that they were doing dirty deeds, so they didn't show up in the battle. The young man thought that it really didn't make sense that the 41st ranked Lotus Guild defended itself against Kylin, while the toughest guilds of Luciple Splendor and Oakland covered their asses. Plus, they set up Lotus to join Titan, as Roy Chen narrated. Ian knew that, in fact, if Carseus, then Lotus would have been defeated, and it was pissing the young man off. The hero could not understand how they dared to deceive him, and an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It was time to come up with a plan because Ian decided that he would take revenge on the traitors in the most brutal way. The young man sat in the chair and pondered. He said he would get revenge on Oakland and Splendor, but how? After all, except for Roy Chen's words, the hero had no evidence. So it would be great to dig up something, and the young man began to look for information on the internet, whether there are any rumors. It didn't take long to dig through the internet, and what was Jan's surprise when the information was found? The hero was happy that he could now prove the treachery of these two guilds. Meanwhile, at the Dark Rune Guild base, Lee Rahan and her assistant were reading the news. The aide informed the chapter that right now in Kylin's community, the entire Kylin Empire is cracking down on the deal between Oakland and Splendor. Lee Rahan was outraged at where this nonsense could have come from on the news. And as it turns out, they wrote that the deal was with Titan, not the Kylin Empire. The aide bared his sword and held it to the guild leader, realizing that she was a traitor. The guy shouted and told Lee Rahan to shut up because she agreed with all this too. The guild leader thought for a moment, because there was truth in those words, and there was nothing that could be done about it now. The aide said that although he was angry about the whole situation, he asked Lee Rahan not to make a spectacle of it, because they could have died. The girl looked at the aide and asked, "So what else is being written about the Titan deal?" Right now, the strategy for Dark Rune was to make this deal favorable for their guild. There was a post in the community about Lotus that reveals a spy from Oakland. Using this advantage, when Lotus gets into a war between Oakland and Splendor, Dark Rune will be able to crush them and defeat 3 guilds at once. Lee Rahan realized that this was definitely a winning strategy, and if they were lucky, they could eliminate everyone without lifting a finger. This plan required perfect training for each fighter, and Lee Rahan asked the guy how it could all be realized. The aide said that Dark Rune needed to push Lotus as hard as possible to participate in the battle between Oakland and Splendor, and in the meantime, Lee Rahan could take over every base in the area except Lotus. Then the Lotus Guild will disconnect from everyone during the war, and it will be completely destroyed because it will be in a stalemate. Lee Rahan was thrilled with the idea, and said she agreed to implement this great plan. A few days later, a meeting was held at the Lotus Guild's base. Ian said that there was a post in the community that Oakland and Splendor were going to attack Lotus. Yoo-hyun was angry that it wasn't enough for these bastards to set them up, but they were going to attack them as well. Kylin assumed it was Kaiman's plan to counter Luciple's forces. The hero thought about it and decided it was most likely both at the same time. The Oakland and Splendor guilds were now driven to the edge of the cliff, and no one knew, of course, that these guilds can throw out, because in essence they had nothing to lose. Ian agreed with Kylin, who said it was a good opportunity for Kaiman's rebellion. The hero reported that all bases in the area except Lotus have been captured, which is pretty strong evidence that they want to use the situation to their own advantage. Yoo-hyun was angry when he heard all this and asked the young man what they should do now. Ian asked his friends not to panic and stay calm, because he had a great strategy, which the hero had already thought out. He said this and held out the book. Taking the thick book in his hands, Yoo-hyun wasn't quite sure why John had given it to him yet. Opened it and aghast, he realized it was her, that legendary book. Meanwhile, Lee Rahan, along with Solane, had arrived at their destination. The door opened into a large, spacious, lighted room. It was the Titan Guild base, and Chakran was sitting at the table. The girls entered very quickly and didn't even deign to say hello. Lee Rahan headed toward the table with a confident look, and Solane remained waiting for her at the door. She saw her assistant standing by the table and rushed at him. With great anger taking him by his clothes, Lee Rahan said, "What the hell? It's been days since the post was published, and Lotus hasn't even moved." Chakran reassured her ally that she had foreseen this outcome as well. Since Kaiman had already captured 80% of the entire central continent, Lotus would have no choice but to respond. Solane put a dagger to the throat of the girl who said this, and said she needed to shut up since the master wouldn't let her speak. Chakran got angry too and asked Li Rahan if she really wanted it. There was a valuable suggestion for everyone to calm down and deal with the situation. This was one of the situations that the Titan Guild had foreseen, and if Lotus didn't move, they could just take them over. Kylin had many more bases to cover, and all that needed to be done now was to strengthen his forces and attack at the appropriate moment. The young man replied that time was on their side and Kylin had a good chance of winning. Li Rahan said with anger in his voice that he had better answer for his words and headed for the exit. Solange was in complete agreement with her mistress, so she quickly headed after her. The young man looked at Li Rahan and thought that no matter what the Trey Guild was up to, why didn't she move was the question. Ian, meanwhile, decided to summon his newfound pet, Carseus. Of course, right away, we had to study the information about the legendary Dragon of War. Of course, he was a gorgeous, gorgeous bike, and the young man was glad he now had a new pet. Seeing what a great skill Carseus had, the hero encouraged and smiled. Of course, I wanted to try out the dragon's powers in action, and Ian gave the command to use the skill polymorph. It seemed that Carseus had grown stronger. He inspired fear and terror, and the young man waited to see how his dragon would change. Who would have thought he would become an ordinary man, big and strong, but still a man? Ian was very surprised to see this, and didn't even know how to comment on such a thing. All of Carseus's stats have been reduced by 30% due to his polymorphic form, and he cannot currently use active skills. The young man decided that the dragon now looked more like a local. He smiled and thought it had been a long time since he had used this form. Ian was speechless and asked if this was the standard appearance of Carseus with polymorphs, and his manner of speech had also changed a lot. Carseus replied that no, it wasn't the standard look, but it was the one he was most comfortable in. Ian joked that he was upset that the dragon hadn't transformed into a beautiful girl. The hero didn't know what to say to such a joke, so he hesitated and just kept silent. Showing Carseus the pictures of the guild leaders Oaklin and Splendor, the young man asked if he could reincarnate as them. Carseus considered the photo thoughtfully and replied that he had no problem doing it. And then Jan realized that his plan could definitely come true, because everything is going exactly as it should. A week earlier at the Oakland Guild base, the guild leader was pondering and pacing from side to side. He realized that he was in a real mess right now, and that he shouldn't have listened to fucking Martin. After all, he was the reason the community was filled with rumors about helping Lotus and the Titan deal behind their backs. Samuel was very indignant that it was the damned assassin who escaped in time, and Oakland had fallen before Valiant in the rankings. The head realized that the situation was extremely delusional. Suddenly, he saw Martin. For some unknown reason showed up here, and Samuel asked what he was doing here. Even though Martin was standing in front of them, it was necessary to verify his identity. One of Oakland's guards hesitated a bit and looked at Martin and his aides thoughtfully. But suddenly the helpers applied their power and damaged both guards at the entrance. Samuel ran outside, ran after the head of Splendor, and yelled for him to stop. But suddenly Martin turned around with a smile on his face, and with his middle finger up on his hand. The head of Oakland immediately realized that everything was not for nothing, and that Splendor had come to him for a reason. He sighed and ordered all members of Oakland to get ready. Then with anger in his voice, told everyone to arm themselves and attack Splendor. Two warriors standing at the entrance near the gate noticed a fireball flying straight at them. Suddenly an orb flashed between them, and a loud sound deafened the guards. It was immediately clear that this was an ambush, and the whole of Oakland had to be alerted immediately. Troops in a large Oakland formation approached the Splendor Guild base. Samuel will let his boys know that the priority now is to get inside. It was decided to climb the wall, and for this, the warriors used long ropes. Climbing the wall, Samuel said that they should do it faster while they were invisible to the enemies. After finally climbing to the top, the head of Oakland realized something was wrong. Samuel, seeing the light, shouted loudly that it was a trap and that the team had fallen into it. Looking up, all the members of the Oakland Guild saw many chains that descended from the sky. As soon as the chains touched the ground, they surrounded Samuel and his troops as if imprisoning them. None of the prisoners could move their bodies behind these chains, and it seemed as if the army was petrified. When Martin approached the head of Oakland, he asked why Splendor had done this. Samuel was angry because Martin had first attacked the members of his guild and then just fled. But the head of Splendor didn't realize what he was talking about, and that he had no reason to do that, and no time at all for silly games. And then Martin told us that 2 days ago the members of Splendor had been attacked by a hail of arrows in the Scorpion Fields. He further stated that it was all the shenanigans of the Oakland Guild and called them cowards. Samuel boiled with anger, saying that his archers had no reason to go this far for scorpions. And then Martin stopped to think that there was some truth in those words. The head of Splendor then used his power to break the chains freeing the members of Oakland. He realized that there was someone who wanted to quarrel their two guilds. Samuel asked if he was sure of what he was saying, to which Martin replied that he wasn't and that it was just a suspicion. Hearing Splendor speak of Samuel's foolishness, Ian was saddened that they had guessed faster than he thought. In any case, The guilds had lost complete trust in each other and were still suspicious of each other. And this whole situation should have bought Lotus plenty of time. Suddenly, Caesar opened the information window, called out to Ian, and asked him to look at something. The swordsman said that it looks like Caesar was able to get the quest immortality of the Dark Lord, and since he is now Carseus in his guise, the quest window opened with him. It was funny that he even gets quests from people he copies. Ian was very surprised after studying all the information on the quest, because in terms of complexity, it was not inferior to the test of the tribe of Salamis, and as a reward will get a legendary chest with the equipment of the summoner. Of course, the hero decided that such an opportunity could not be ignored. Ian decided to contact Hong first, because he knows more about the dark forces. When the dark sorcerer received the message from the summoner, he was very surprised. The hero wrote to Hoon that he had a very cool assignment to fulfill. He reported that Ra-Hoon is Caesar's subordinate, and Caesar in turn is the subordinate of the summoner then, so the quest came to Yang himself. Opening a window of information, the dark sorcerer asked the hero what he was up to this time. Yang was very excited about the upcoming task, and asked if Hong would let him participate in this quest. To this, the dark sorcerer replied that the quest is for dark mages and doesn't think it will benefit the summoner. After finishing the conversation, Hong was angry and hit the tree with his elbow with great force. Kenuel saw this picture and came with Balaam to the sorcerer and asked what was wrong. Hong replied that it didn't matter what happened, and that there would probably be other people joining their quest. Immediately remembering Caesar's asshole, the sorcerer decided that he would get rid of him as soon as he finished this quest. Kenuel heard the word jerk and decided to clarify if by jerk Hong really meant Yang. The sorcerer replied that he thought Ian would also come along with the jerk. And at these words, Kenuel began to jump for joy that he would finally meet the most famous summoner. The dark sorcerer was very surprised to ask if his friend really liked Ian that much. The young man was overjoyed at this news and replied that, of course, he admired the strongest summoner in the world of Kylin. The team continued on their way, and Kenuito said that as soon as he met Yang, he asked him about Young. Meanwhile, at the base of the Trey Guild, Fiolin walked into Yu Hyun's office. The girl asked if he had seen John for a long time, because he had left long ago as soon as something interesting happened, but no one knew what it was. Then he decided to ask Fiolin something wrong, since the girl wouldn't just come in with that question. She replied that nothing had happened, and that she just had a question for Jan about Kylin's next update. And then Fiolin remembered and asked Yu Hyun what was written in the book that John had shown him last time. He replied that if she meant the book itself, it described all the guild's plans. In a word, one could say that the future of the entire Lotus was written there. Fiolin was very surprised by this news, and she decided to clarify about the plans. Yu Hyun reported that Lotus was going to give up the fight for the central continent. The girl was very indignant, saying that then it was unclear what would happen to what they had spent so long building. Right now, about 85% of the central continent belongs to Kaiman, and Lotus can't do anything with just his towers and his power. When Kaiman was ready to attack the current Lotus base again, he should move to the base of the northern continent and seize the near territories of the Lucipal Kingdom. That was Ian's plan. Fiolin realized that in such a case the other guilds would resist. But Yu Hyun understood this and said that it was no big deal because of the rumor that Lotus was the only guild that was able to resist the Kaiman Empire. It will be possible to use this recognition to his advantage, and by doing so, Lotus will help Ian become the Grand Duke who founded the Lotus Duchy. Some too unrealistic plans, thought the girl, not believing the whole story. But Yu Hyun interrupted her, asking her to listen to the plan until the end, because after all this, Lotus can use magic towers, specialized defense towers, and another continent. It will be the only principality founded by the Kylin Guild. Now Fiolin realized that the plan was perfect. She lit up at the idea and said she was ready. If the Lotus Guild announces that they are building a principality, Kaiman will definitely try to attack because they want to unite the continents. Then, interrupting the story, Yu Hyun asked the girl what she thought Lotus's rank was now. Fiolin replied that the rank of their 11th was not high, but not low either. The guild rank of the Lotus Guild is under constant control, and so even when the Lotus Guild becomes stronger, one must continue to hide their strength, said Yu Hyun. And hiding power is necessary until the guild is ready to smash Kaiman. Ian and Caesar have already got to the land of the immortal, and the hero immediately felt how ominous the atmosphere was here, and the sand was gray. It had to be, because everything here was really creepy for the reason that an immortal lived here. The hero asked Caesar what he knew of this immortal in whose lands they found themselves. The swordsman replied that he knew a little about him after all, and decided to tell him in simple words. Immortal was a dark lord who controls zombies, making them his minions. He is the spawn of evil, but thousands of years ago humans and zombies joined forces to fight the demons. Demonami interjected Ian, to which Caesar replied that yes, with demons from the demonic realm. The zombies' home was a dungeon, and the humans had to defend their territory too, so their goals were similar. The demons' goal was the opposite. They wanted to take over this dimension completely. In order to communicate with zombies in peace, a clan of dark mages was founded. And immortal meant that it was the foremost among all dark mages and the Dark Lord himself. Suddenly the hero saw Hoon approaching. He was gloomy and seemed sad. Ian was glad to see him and waved to the sorcerer, saying they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hero smiled, adding that Hong was now more formidable and even slightly grown up. But the dark sorcerer didn't change his face. He told them to shut up and follow him. Ian decided he had become cynical as well and asked where they were headed. Hong turned his head, looked at Yang, and said that they were now heading to the dungeon to kill the immortal. Once in the dungeon, the team along with their pets were about to attack. They were being attacked by an army of scorpions and mummies. Lu, who had been sent in first as the strongest, threw himself into the fight. The royal Fenrir fought the mummies to the hilt and scattered them in different directions. Knull watched Ian play and admired him for the fine form the summoner was in. The hero was watching Lu after all. This was his first fight since his summoning had been temporarily blocked since that defeat, and now the Fenrir was feeling much better. The young summoner Knull decided he wouldn't stand idly by either. Immediately he summoned his pet Yan Yan and ordered him to attack. But the mummy was nimbler this time and used her bandage to wrap around the pet's leg. Yan Yan fell to the ground with a great rumble. It was quite clumsy and unexpected. Knull got very upset and shouted to his pet, hoping he wasn't bruised. Ian looked at the screaming young man and realized that he was not a strong opponent. Hong used his ghost strike skill with Balam's help, and then immediately used his two abilities, Curse and Revenge of the Dead. As a result, the immortal's mummy and the immortal's skeleton received a weakening. The immortal's scorpions were also not left out and received a weakening. It was time to accept congratulations, as the 36th floor of the immortal's dungeon had been cleared. Caesar watched the fight and was shocked that Hong had actually gotten a lot stronger. A dark sorcerer lives up to the title of Black Mage, recognized as immortal. Ian decided to approach the sorcerer and inform him personally that he had indeed become stronger. And it was Hong who stopped Li Rahan and Chakran last time too. The hero said that Hoon should have said hello before he left, and of course he thanked the sorcerer. But Hong replied that there was no need to be grateful, and that he just didn't want Jerk Caesar to die at other hands. Yang knew that even if Hong tried really hard, this jerk wouldn't be easy to kill. In any case, the first discovered buff rules, because thanks to it, the young man easily upgraded the level and increased leadership stats. The good thing about all of this was that it was now possible to summon Lu and Carsius at the same time. There was a suggestion to get this whole thing over with quickly and hunt properly. Finally, the team reached the 100th floor in the Immortal's dungeon. It was pretty creepy when the guys saw the huge door in front of them. Ian realized that it would have to be very hard now because this quest was a SSS rank difficulty. All the familiars without exception were very tired, and the strength of all the participants in the battle was also running low. And now the hero wondered if they could defeat an immortal in such an exhausted state. Caesar said that the immortal was their ally, so why kill him, asked Ian. The swordsman replied that this is while he is an ally, but things can change drastically, not for the better. As the war with the demons came to an end, the immortals could become everyone's enemy at any moment. It was also unclear why the number of zombies had increased. It's more likely that all this happened because the immortal was up to something. Caesar added that he was sure Luciple and Kylin didn't want war to break out. And then the summoner realized that they were going to attack before anything bad happened. Hong interrupted Yang's thoughts and words and said he was opening the gate. Everyone agreed it was time. Taking the magical attribute in his hands, the Dark Sorcerer addressed the Dark Lord of Immortals. He stretched his hands up and said that he was the Lord's successor who had passed all the tests and had come here for his legacy. After this summoning, an immortal appeared and asked Hong if he had ever seen the real realm of the dead. All three of them opened their mouths in surprise, and Hong Yi Yang and Knull were so fast it happened. Darkness fell very suddenly, and it became so dark that it was as dark as the eye could see. Ian shouted, "Look out!" Ian yelled that he couldn't see anything. And of course it wasn't according to plan. The immortal said that if the Dark Sorcerer finds him, he will only then prove that he really wants to see the realm of the dead. Knull was angry and ready to strike in person, but leaned over his pet. Hong took the fireball in his hand as if accepting the immortal's challenge. Everyone was ready, and Balam and Ian and Lu really didn't know what to prepare for yet. The immortal took off his hood and finally showed his face and said that he was ready to personally escort Hong to the realm of the dead. Ian was in a bit of a shock because it seemed like they had just arrived and already the fight was starting. The hero decided to start right away with the trumps and summoned his Carsius. When the majestic dragon appeared before the immortal, he could say nothing but wow. The immortal looked up at the monster and asked the divine dragon Carsius if he was a descendant of the dragon master from the north. But it was very strange because the immortal, looking at John, said that he did not feel the hero at all. Ian didn't understand what he meant and thought he was probably asking as much of hero Ian as Caesar. The immortal looked at Caesar and said that he was definitely the one who sensed a hero in him. Of course, the swordsman was surprised because for him, as well as for everyone else, this statement seemed strange. The immortal said he had a lot more to say, but he didn't think he could let him into this fight and asked him to wait outside. Caesar was removed from a dungeon boss fight with an immortal. Lastly, the immortal said it was good to take care of the bereaved bodies of Caesar's comrades. Once outside the dungeon, the swordsman wasn't too upset because he didn't really want to participate in this fight. Then he just thought he'd go home since he was thrown out of the fight. Left without Caesar, the heroes felt more vulnerable because the immortal really inspired fear. Ian was very upset and confused because the swordsman was his best cheat. The immortal went on to tell Ian that he didn't know how he was able to obtain the divine dragon, but when he dies, he'll make a fine skeleton. The boss then looked at Hong as a receiver and informed him that he had to learn to adjust to the dark. Of course, the dark sorcerer was a little upset to hear such advice. Ian couldn't stand the thought of too much chatter and gave the command to Carseus to go on the attack. The divine dragon along with Lu rushed towards the immortal. With a nonchalant look, the immortal looked at Lu and said that he wouldn't need this wolf right now. So the first thing I decided to do was to deal specifically with the royal Fenrir. The immortal began to conjure, and it was evident that dark forces were coming to his aid. But Lu didn't let the dungeon boss relax and struck one blow after another. Jan didn't relent and fought alongside Lu. He used all his strength and was confident. Again, the hero was glad to be the owner of such a good spear of the tribe of Salamis, which helped to strike at a distance. He swung and launched the legendary spear at the immortal with all his might. The weapon pierced the boss with lightning speed, and it flew down at high speed. Collapsing to the ground, the immortal received damage measuring over 80 to 90 million from Carseus, Lu, and Yang. Canuel and Hoon marveled at how quickly the hero was able to destroy the immortal. But it was unexpected to see the dungeon boss just open his eyes and get to his feet after taking such a huge amount of damage. He didn't wait for something and decided to call his dead men for help. One by one, the skeletons began to emerge from the ground and stood next to their lord. The immortal used his soul absorption ability at the expense of his rebellious servants. The boss's health was fully restored, and he told Ian that he lacked patience since he decided to attack in the middle of the conversation. Hong guessed that it was the skill of absorbing the dead to restore health. The dark sorcerer shouted that the first thing to do was to get rid of the skeletons, because the immortal would continue to use them. Yang favored Hong and ordered Carseus and Lu to get rid of them as soon as possible. The immortal smiled and said that did the heroes really think he would let them do that. Raising his hands high up, he used his new skill curse. Carseus avoided the curse thanks to his scales, and Hun and Balaam avoided the curse thanks to their immunity to darkness. Along with the curse, the old age skill also came into play, causing Canuel and Yan Yan to age in a blink of an eye. Lu, in turn, was subjected to command exhaustion, and it was quite painful for the Fenrir. On John, the immortal used the skill diffuse vision, and so the young man didn't realize what was going on with his eyes. The dungeon boss noted that some of the summoner's pets are immune to his curses, but then he added that it didn't matter at all, because they were going to die at the hands of a dead man anyway. Ian looked at the army of skeletons in front of him and wondered what to do, since it was pointless to fight with such a debuff. Because of the curse of absent-mindedness, the hero couldn't focus on the battle, so Karzai Hong and Balaam were the only ones who could fight. Turning to the dark sorcerer, Ian asked if the dark mage had any weakness. Hong knew the weak spot, and replied to the summoner that it was one very strong blow. He told Ian that an immortal could be killed with one strong blow, so that it could no longer absorb the souls of the dead. And most likely, Carseus's breath will help with that. But if you use it in a dungeon, no one can take cover, and everyone present will be affected. This stopped the young man, and he wondered how he could strike hard without endangering the others. And then Hong told everyone that he had a great plan that could help him deal with the boss. But he further added that everyone will have to risk their lives, and it is dangerous. Ian didn't expect to hear such a thing, but it seemed there was no other choice, and he agreed. Kneeling down and desperate, the hero wondered what the plan was. Revenge of the dead with sadness in his voice, replied Hong, and lowered his head. The young man asked if this was the skill and reflective skill that the dark sorcerer had used in the Colosseum. It was him, but to use this skill on an immortal, 2 conditions must be met. There were a few conditions. The first immortal must fall under a direct hit. The second condition was that the whole team needed to withstand this attack and resist. Hong said that he and Balaam could do it together, but because black mages have the passive skill tolerance to darkness, he and the immortal wouldn't be able to do much damage to each other. Plus, Canuel won't be able to withstand the power of the attack due to the curse of attrition due to being a low-level rookie. And since Ian had done the most damage to the immortal, he would hit the summoner the hardest. Besides, it wouldn't be too hard for the young man to provoke the boss. Yang listened to Hoon and clarified that all he had to do was attack that asshole. The dark sorcerer noticed that the summoner was looking the other way as he couldn't see anything, but still told the hero that he was sure he could handle it. The young man knew it was worth a try, just asked Hong to time it right. Carseus picked up the legendary spear from the floor and held it out to his master. The hero was now fully prepared for battle and gripped his spear of the Salamis tribe tighter in his hands. But despite the confidence in John's voice, he realized it was a rather dangerous plan. After all, he was to attack his opponent while blinded, and Yang had to unconditionally believe that Hong would strike the immortal at the right moment. And the most important thing was to withstand the attack in the current state, and this, the summoner, certainly doubted. There was only one chance that could not be missed under any circumstances. Ian ordered Karsus to fly towards the immortal at this very minute. The hero calculated that the dragon could reach him in only 3 seconds. The dungeon boss smiled, saying that it was very reckless, and it didn't matter how many times the team attacked him since it wouldn't change anything. The very second Karsus reached immortal Ian used his spatial exchange ability. The boss was a little confused as to what might be happening now, but he guessed something was wrong. A moment later, in place of the divine dragon Karsus, next to the immortal was already Ian with a spear in his hands. And then the boss realized it was a move that was quite unexpected to him. The immortal screamed Death Snake, and the summoner in turn used the skill Electrical Manipulation. And it was at this moment that Hong made his strike, and used the skill Revenge of the Dead. The Dark Sorcerer did not fail and fulfilled his promise. The Death Snake was already moving towards the summoner with its mouth wide open. As a result of the snake's attack, Yan had received over 912,000 damage from the dungeon boss. After receiving the blow, the summoner fell to the ground with a great rumble. When the dust cleared, everyone was in anticipation, and Karsus and Lu and Kanuel, and especially Hong and Balam. Hong wondered if Yang had succeeded in their plan and hit the immortal hard. At the same time, Ian lay without signs of life. He had used the will of the Celamus warrior, and his resistance to magic had greatly increased. The young man only had 2% of his health left. The immortal resented that they could do nothing, and that the dead men's revenge ability had been used. The dungeon boss marveled at the sagacious Hong, who had activated the skill at the perfect moment in such a short time. And that was what meant that the immortal had failed, he had lost, and he knew it himself. After saying that, the dungeon boss just dropped dead and didn't show any signs of life. He received over 1 million damage from the Revenge of the Dead. But suddenly all the skeletons gathered around their master's body, and it was for a reason. Kanuel noted that it was Zazran trying to use soul absorption again. But Hong said with a slightly noticeable sadness in his voice that it wasn't, and that it wasn't a takeover. It was the death of the Black Mage, and the immortal shouted at this moment that the skeletons should not come close to him because he is their lord. But it so happened that all disobeyed him, and as a result, the immortal died in a pile of bones. All curses were lifted. Hong was glad they had finally made it, but for some reason there was no smile on his face. Ian shouted loudly, calling the Dark Sorcerer a jerk because he had almost died because of him. And if it hadn't been for the ambulance, it would have happened. Ian's health was slowly recovering. The Dark Sorcerer was proud of himself, for their plan had somehow miraculously succeeded. Yang also praised Hong, saying that he hit the timing perfectly and that it was a great job. Of course, the Dark Sorcerer was embarrassed, but it was deserved praise. He was really good at this attack. Suddenly, unexpectedly, for both immortals stood up in his hands, he held a staff with a skull on the hilt, and said that these two thought that they could defeat him. It turned out that the dungeon boss had now turned himself into a dead man. Ian realized that he couldn't dodge his attacks, and the immortal continued to attack. At this time, Hong, watching what happened, smiled and clearly thought of something. The hero looked at the Dark Sorcerer and didn't understand what was going on or why he was going to the boss. The Dark Sorcerer looked at Ian, spread his arms, and as if covering his team, waited for the immortal's attack. It seemed that the boss was about to strike a crushing blow, and Hong closed his eyes in anticipation. When I opened my eyes, I saw in front of me not an immortal, but the back of Caesar, who had decided to return to the dungeon. The swordsman struck hard with his sword precisely at the boss and thus saved the Dark Sorcerer from being killed. The enemy's head flew aside after a precise sword strike. His eyes were still glowing. In that second, Caesar was so angry, so strong, he was enraged and seemed invincible. Ian was very pleased with his subordinate shouting that Caesar had returned just in time. The immortal was destroyed, and the immortal's dungeon was cleared. The young man ran towards Caesar. Once near him, he asked where he was from since he had sort of gone home. Hong picked up the immortal's staff from the floor with a smile on his face and clutched it tightly in his hands. Dark Lord Immortal's hidden extended quest has been completed. The Dark Sorcerer became the owner of the immortal's power item. The Dark Mage was thrilled to receive such an interesting gift as a reward, but he deserved it. With this staff of power, he became stronger and seemed even more mature. Gang Ji-hoon had successfully changed his class from Dark Mage to Dark Lord. Ian watched the whole thing and thought it was great that Hong had a new class. The newly minted Dark Lord approached Caesar and asked why he had saved him and why he had pulled him out of that trap. But the swordsman put his hands in his pockets and pretended that nothing had happened and that he didn't know what Hong was talking about. Gangji was very angry, thinking that Caesar was joking because last time he attacked the sorcerer as if he wanted to kill him. Caesar couldn't remember which time the magician was talking about it first, but then it hit him. He opened the window of information and broke off the relationship with Hong Master-Servant. Gang Ji-hoon was very angry and asked what he was doing and if the swordsman wanted to say that he didn't even deserve a normal fight. Caesar replied with a nonchalant look that it was all one big misunderstanding. He added that he only wanted to scare the sorcerer that time, but because of the magician's skill, his foot slipped, and Caesar ended up attacking Hun for real. And in fact, the swordsman only wanted to make a little fun and cancel the contract. But since Hong didn't show up, Caesar couldn't do it. The swordsman smiled and said he congratulated the Dark Lord on becoming a hero anyway. Hong was perplexed, trying to say so much, but could only utter the word sorry. Caesar held out his hand to Hun so that the sorcerer could shake it as a sign of reconciliation. Until the very end, I couldn't believe that it was true, and that Caesar was serious. So the sorcerer shook his hand in return, and said that this time he forgave him. Gang Ji-hoon became the second legend of the Central Continent. This was a great result. Jan and Kanuel clapped their hands in happiness, but it was obvious from the guys' faces that only the second one was genuinely happy. Since everyone was already sorted out amongst themselves and all that, Ian decided to check what rewards he had gotten for the quest. After receiving the item Dead Man's Cloak, the young man was pleased because it was a spy cloak that was very useful. Ian pointed out that since Kanuel was a summoner, he should have gotten the legendary chest. The young man replied that he had gotten the leadership earrings. Kanuel noted that they raised his leadership status by 15,000 and asked the hero if that was a good thing. Ian was frustrated and angry at the same time because he needed them most of all. But the young summoner said he would share the spoils with Ian if he wanted. But our hero refused this offer and immediately received an alert about a new quest sent to him called The Wish of the Dragon Tamer Oakley. After studying the information, Ian realized that this was a quest from his grandfather to find the spirit of Oakley wandering the lands of the continent of Malrak. Kanuel couldn't share the quest, and Ian told him he didn't want him to share the quest with him. The hero reflected that anyway he thought Grandpa had disappeared after Ian did something with his legacy or something. Upon hearing this conversation, Hong jumped in, asking how Yang knew Grandpa Oakley, and how surprised everyone was when they realized that it was not the dark sorcerer who said it, but his thing that spoke with the voice of an immortal and said that he was not dead. Kanuel was very scared that the dungeon boss might be alive. Caesar calmed everyone present by saying that it was all right that there wasn't a bit of power in this thing, and that in that case he could be listened to. The immortal stated that he had transferred his soul into this staff before his physical body disintegrated, and then he repeated his question of how the summoner knew Oakley. Ian replied that their paths had crossed, and thought he couldn't say that he had received the exact same quest before. The staff continued to speak. The immortal sensed that Ian was not quite an ordinary summoner when he saw that the young man possessed a divine dragon and that Iriel's energy was emanating from him. He talked about that girl from the Forest of Love, and the hero remembered her too. The immortal stated that summoner Ian should do him a favor and offered to go on a hidden demon movement quest. Ian wondered if this meant they had killed an entity that was preparing for war with demons, and immediately felt guilty about it. Then the spirit from the staff turned to Hun and asked him to listen, for he was now his heir. Immortal asked the Dark Lord to take his position in the war against demons. Before Hong could finish his sentence, he noticed that the spirit had disappeared and stopped speaking. Caesar came closer and was very angry and asked if he heard correctly that it was about demons. When Jin-hoon left the game, he sat at home at his computer and searched for videos on the internet. He launched a video of the measurement war in Kylin lasting just over 3 minutes. Dimension portals will begin to appear one by one across the continent of Kylin. They appear in different places, they are different colors and different sizes. Through these gates, creatures of other species will enter Kylin and take part in the battles. First open the gate to the kingdom of demons, and the masters of this kingdom will be demons that look quite creepy and gloomy. Travelers are not suited for fighting monsters of other dimensions, but it will open up a new opportunity for those who yearn to become stronger. There is such a thing as a dual class. It is a bonus for many participants. A dual class is an amalgamation of two classes created to eliminate beings of other dimensions. It was necessary to create a dual class by adding a new class to the old class, and then prepare for war against monsters of other dimensions. That's what the update said Ian had read. The young man decided it could be a mage shooting red lightning a swordsman with flying swords. But there was a question in the hero's mind as to what would even fit the summoner. But if you looked closely, you'd realize that these demons weren't monsters at all. That's when Ian finally realized why Caesar was so angry then. The young man was even frightened by this sudden anger, but now it amused him. Remembering that conversation in the dungeon after those words, Caesar grew dark and the hero asked why. Then the swordsman told me that there were people who had gained tremendous achievements during the war with monsters from another dimension. These people were vast in number and all from different classes. And these men were called heroes because they were in the midst of battle. They knew more than anyone about monster measurements, Caesar continued to tell. That is why each of the heroes prepared for war in their own way according to their personal plan. Suddenly, the swordsman asked Ian how they would get to the Forest of Love. To this question, the young man replied that there was no way he could do it right now. After all, Before the Immortals dungeon buff is over, the team must pass all the tests. Then Yang turned to Hun and Canuel and said that the boys should also go with him and Caesar. The hero was excited about the anticipation of a new challenge and told everyone with a smile that it was time. Sitting in his room, Ian realized that because of passing rounds in the dungeon, he was able to get closer to the guys, and as a bonus, he also raised his level a bit. On top of all that, the King's Spirit Ring was the main reward. Ian was glad that he had finally obtained an item that would raise his leadership stats. Thanks to this, the hero will now be able to summon Carcius, Finn, and Harley at the same time. And if Jan also had the Canuel leadership earrings, he would be able to summon Puck Puck and Buck Buck as well. Of course, Ian was sorry that he didn't have those earrings, but he was making progress, and it was a great result. Putting on virtual reality goggles, the young man decided that now it was time to go to the Forest of Love. The hero found himself on the central continent at the base of the Lotus Guild. After studying the information, Ian found out that the Forest of Love is in another dimension, and it is worth to climb the magic tower and ask Gripper to send him and Caesar there. But then the young man remembered how the mistress of the forest had given him something useful. She said that if Ian had this magic ball, he could contact her any time. Opening his inventory, the summoner picked up this magical thing, handed the orb to Caesar, and asked him to hold this useful contraption. While the swordsman held the glowing orb, Ian began to contact Iriel, asking if she could hear him. Iriel saw the message and approached her balloon with curiosity. She was very surprised and very angry when she saw Caesar in the balloon, so she asked Ian what it meant. Then the swordsman held the hero's orb out closer, and the young man asked the girl if she could hear him. Iriel closed her eyes in embarrassment and motioned for Caesar to get dressed. Ian looked at his subordinate carefully and didn't understand why the girl said that, because the swordsman was dressed in his opinion. Then looking closer, the hero realized that Iriel was referring to Caesar's naked torso. A little while later, a portal opened and both heroes looked intently at the pink glowing entrance. It was marvelous because Jan had never thought that to get to the Forest of Love, it was enough to rub the orb 3 times. Finally, both the hero and his subordinate arrived in the forest and appeared before Iriel herself. The girl smiled and said she was glad Jan was back in the Forest of Love and that they were here. Suddenly, she smiled, her eyes lit up, and she dared to turn to Jan. She offered to continue the conversation with the hero at her home and invited both of them to her house. Ian immediately thought that at least he didn't have the discomfort he had before, because now he was dating a girl, which couldn't be said for Caesar. The swordsman had a look on his face that said he couldn't find a place to be because he had been alone for 1,000 years. Caesar was indeed uncomfortable, and he asked if this was always the atmosphere here. Grasping his sword, the subordinate asked if everyone here should be defeated, but Yang said to lower the weapon and not to talk nonsense. Sitting at the table with a cup of tea, all 3 of them were chatting nicely, though the swordsman rather just kept quiet and listened. Iriel said she knew why they came here. The guys wanted information on demons for the immortal. Then she asked why Jan had not addressed this question to Sir Caesar, who had already been involved in the war with the demons. The swordsman replied that he was not the kind of person who memorized everything in great detail. Ian laughed and replied that his friend was a bit unusual, and that was why he decided not to ask him anything. Iriel agreed with the hero, adding that she too had noticed Caesar's unusualness. The swordsman just sat sad and pensive in his thoughts, while his master chatted with Iriel. The girl said that in any case the heroes were so quick to take up the immortal's request, and when in such a case they would take up her wish. Ian was sad because he had really forgotten about this quest shadow of the demon dragon Khalifa, because he was still so weak, despite the fact that he was pumping as fast as he could. Iriel replied that she was joking and added that she had something for the summoner. The young man, of course, became eerily curious as to what this something she had prepared for him. The girl showed Ian 2 objects, a roll of paper and something strange tied with a thread. Neither the summoner nor the subordinate could yet understand what it was that lay before them. Iriel said that this is a scroll and a potlatch that was used during a war 1,000 years ago, and the scroll contains information about that war. But the information about the demons is highly confidential, and the scroll is currently sealed. The bottle is an artifact created with the help of ancient magic, and if ever Ian will hunt demonic monsters with this bottle, he will be able to seal their souls inside. Ian clarified whose demonic souls he should catch, because by demonic monsters, Iriel meant those who live in the demonic world. The hidden quest of the demonic dragon Khalifa continues to see the summoner's information. Iriel added that if the boys caught a low-level demonic monster named Rakam and brought her 200 souls of that monster in a pot, only then would she be able to unseal the scroll. Ian was glad to hear this from the girl, because it meant that right now he could finally go to the demonic realm. The Lady of the Forest of Love explained that the demonic realm was different from this place, and she could open a gate that would send them to the outskirts of the demonic realm, but they could stay there for no more than half a day. The hero was a little disappointed because he realized that half a day would not be enough for them to complete this task. Ariel said that this is the maximum time and that she would like to keep them longer, but because she is not a demon, opening the gates to the demon realm takes a lot of her strength. There was nothing left, and there were no other options, so Ian decided that it was time to go there immediately. Meanwhile, a lecture on a very important topic was going on at a game development firm. The girl said her presentation on Kylin's third update was over. She thanked all those in attendance, of which there were quite a large number. Go Woon Chang, president of LB Soft, told Director Kim thank you for her good report. He asked the girl if she sees a big difference compared to the last update. Kim said that the fact that the content will change depending on the player's decisions makes a huge difference. Of course, in the original content, there was a lot of freedom, but if you look closely, then players could only move within certain limits. It didn't matter how they played before. The only difference was the time and the result, although the direction of movement of all players was the same. In the new update, depending on the player's decisions and abilities, they can end up on a completely different platform. Go Woon Chan, president of the company, asked the girl to give an example. Kim led by saying that, for example, in the first part of the content that includes the demonic realm, players will choose a battlefield based on the preparatory quests scattered across the continent. The girl continued that no one knows if the war will take place in the human realm where people play the game or in the demonic world where demons dwell. The outcome of such a battle cannot be predicted even by the Team Development Center, said Kim. Ideally, if players complete their quests as predicted by the developers, the first war will take place with the invasion of the demonic realm. Go Woon Chang asked that if they don't comply, is it true that the invasion will happen in the human realm? The girl agreed that this is the case, because depending on the battlefield, the content components will change. The president confirmed that this is highly original and clarified when players will be able to access the support quests. Kim replied that the quests have already been distributed across the continent, but the demon world is still in development as programmers expect players to enter the demon realm only in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly, one of the company's employees ran into the office, interrupting Kim Yi-go Woon Chan's conversation and shouted that there was a problem. Kim asked the manager what was wrong since she had warned him not to come in during the meeting. The young man apologized and said that they were in serious trouble because someone had moved onto the map of the demonic realm that was still in development. Both the president and the director and the manager himself were in great shock, not knowing what to say. And of course, it was clear that those people who fell into the demonic realm were Ian and Caesar. The first thing that the heroes saw in the demonic realm were terrible and nasty rats, which Vokru were hordes. Ian realized that these were probably the Rakhomes Ariel was talking about. The young man took his spear and decided that there was no need to pull the cat by the tail, and it was time to start. The whole team, along with their pets, successfully fought the rats, defeating them one by one. Caesar didn't stand aside either and used his legendary sword in the battle. Finally, after a little while, Ian and his team defeated all the Rakhomes. The swordsman asked if his master was sure that these were demonic monsters, because the demons and demonic monsters that Caesar had met before were not as weak as these. But Ian replied with confidence in his voice that these were the demonic monsters. The hero suggested that perhaps the reason they are so weak is because Caesar is around. When he opened the information window, he was very surprised to read about magic resistance. And then he realized what it all meant and couldn't believe that the demon realm map was still in development. The summoner knew that if the developers had given them magic resistance to test, it was reasonable to assume that they had lowered the difficulty in order to gather the necessary data for a qualitative analysis. Magical resistance was also applied to all subordinates and familiars, including Pukpuku. It could only mean one thing, that Ian was now the king of the demon realm. He couldn't believe that perfect Kylin had a flaw. Of course, the hero was pleased that by fate he had come here now. Unexpectedly, Jan was attacked by a low-level demonic monster called Rakom. Due to the hero's strong resistance to magic, over 9,000 damage was absorbed, causing his health to drop by 95. The young man knew that despite his low level, he could easily kill all the rats here. If Ian didn't have magical resistance, he would have to push hard to defeat all the rats, and he knew it. Caesar decided to ask if it was the magic resistance that made them stronger. But Jan smiled and replied that even if he explained everything, the subordinates still wouldn't understand. The task was the same, and the hero added that right now you just need to destroy all the rats. Meanwhile, all of Kylin's developers have been working hard in sweat-fixing bugs. Kim was very outraged. She couldn't believe that there was a nerd who could slip into the demon realm right now. The manager asked her what they should do now, and whether they should contact the server team and shut down the server itself. The girl lowered her head, and with sadness in her voice replied that they wouldn't be sitting here if it was possible to close the server. Kylin is a full immersion capsule type VR game, so if you forcefully shut down the server, it could affect the physical condition of the players. And if that happens, the whole team will be fired immediately. After saying that, Manager Yu understood immediately. What was most upsetting to Kim was that the incident was caught by the company president himself. President Go Wan-chan has been the best planner in the game industry for several decades, so he decided to be involved in every step of Kylin's update, which led the game to its greatest success. The girl still couldn't forget the look on his face when he looked at her angrily and said he would give her a chance to correct this mistake of hers. She realized that she needed to fix the mistake quickly, using whatever was necessary, just like the president said. Kim watched the manager's actions and asked what now, to which Yu replied that the asshole who had sneaked into the demon realm was farming all the demon crystals. Ian collected one crystal after another and couldn't believe that such beautiful things were falling from Rakam. At first, the hero was upset that he cannot get experience here, but after he realized that here falls such things is a different matter, and frustration as a hand removed because these crystals can then be sold. Ian used his amplification ability on each of his inventory items using the crystals he received. The amplification process was so good that the hero just couldn't stop. They glowed so brightly that the young man squeezed his eyes shut, but the view was magnificent. Have successfully improved justice, spirit, king strength and attack, leadership, proximity, leadership, and battle stats. The hero was happy as a child because all these reinforcements were so cool. Kim watched Ian's actions and was very angry because he was basically making the situation worse and breaking the balance of the whole game. He realized that if these crystals increased stats by 10% after each boost, then the hero could boost the gear until the 10th round, then the gear's stats would become twice as much. Lou came up to Ian and said that he had already killed about 200 of these monsters and asked him how much longer he had to do it. In the conversation included, and Carcius, who agreed with Lou, because these victories did not even give experience, and besides, the attacks of rats for pets as a tickle, so why dodge their attacks? The summoner said that now the whole team has a very high magic resistance, so they don't take damage from the rats. But when they get here next time, they will have to fight monsters without magic resistance. So if you memorize all the patterns of their attacks now, then it will be easier to fight rats in the future, so the hero told the divine dragon. Caesar asked if that meant they would fight here until the portal closed. But Ian smiled and said no way because he was just going to stay here. Kim and Yu were shocked when they heard this because it meant that the problem was getting worse. Yu asked, wondering how long the player was going to stay there. Kim was upset because it was clear that she and her manager were not going home today. The girl was angry and asked to call a meeting to quickly find a way to throw the player Ian out of the demonic realm. At the same time, Ian continued to fight the Rakomes, and it seemed that their numbers were not decreasing, but only increasing. But despite all this, the hero knew that now they were just creatures that no longer posed any danger. The rats' weak spot was their left eye, and for some reason left eyes were lighter in color than right eyes, and so this spot was much more vulnerable than the rest of the body. Another plus was that the young man had thoroughly studied all of their attack patterns. Ian, in the demonic realm, was already feeling very confident. All the Rakomes who met on the hero's path were very afraid of him. Caesar, Lou, and Carcius continued to do their master's bidding by collecting more and more souls of these monsters. The young man knew that the 200 souls needed had already been gathered long ago, and even much more. And on top of that, he managed to knock out 140 teeth that could potentially be sold in a store for an impressive amount of money. Carcius couldn't stand it and was just desperate when he asked the master how much longer he had to hunt here, because it was a real bore. But Lou interrupted him and told him not to complain, and that it wasn't that bad, and only the newbies thought it was. Ian replied with confidence in his voice that they would hunt here until he wanted to sleep. Caesar looked at the Lord and asked if it might be worth going forward and looking around there. Jan listened to his subordinate and completed the summoning of Lou and Carcius first. After the royal Fenrir and the divine dragon retired, the hero summoned Finn. The two heroes immediately mounted the griffin and set off. It was decided to explore the entire demonic realm from the air. Seeing a new monster that was different from the usual rats, Jan and his team decided to stop near it. The fight didn't last long, and having defeated the monster, the heroes went on their way further, finally arrived in the demonic dimension in zone 120. Looking around, Ian saw that the place was completely destroyed. But suddenly he saw something strange ahead and asked Harley to stop for a moment. Pointing his hand at the gate, the hero noticed that this gate looked different from the others. But Caesar interrupted his master to inform him that this was not a gate at all, but a magical seal of summoning. Carcius agreed with the swordsman. The divine dragon felt a tremendous power emanating from the seal. Of course, Jan was surprised that such a huge thing was a magical seal. The team tensed up a bit and armed themselves to be ready as they all saw something coming out of the magic seal. Before the heroes appeared a huge monster that was unlike any previous ones from this world. He looked at the heroes and asked, how dare they enter the demonic dimension of another world's creation without a shadow of fear? Ian was simply horrified after what he had seen and heard and was speechless. The summoner didn't understand what was going on here, because this shouldn't have happened. But then decided to turn things around, smiled, and told the monster that he was the one he should be afraid of and asked who he was. The monster replied that his name was Yankun, and he was one of the 12 guards protecting the passage to the demonic dimension. The young man looked at him and informed him that his isle was located elsewhere. Yankun didn't like the fact that Yang was being sarcastic, so he said that the hero had a sharp tongue and that he hoped he wasn't the only one who could stab with it. Ian provoked the monster to fight by calling it a mindless ape on top of everything else. Even though the hero provoked the monster to fight, he realized that Yankun's level was higher than Caesar's. After all, the swordsman was 322nd level. The monster was huge, and he was as much as 350th level, and now he was still very furious, which was not to the hero's advantage. The first blow struck Yankun with his huge fist, splitting the ground at this place. Ian was in the pit with Harley after the blow and didn't know what to do. When he looked at the monster, he saw that it was quite funny because it had 3 pairs of eyes. The demonic dimension, God Yankun, used his unique ability Blast Wave. The summoner received critical damage, but thanks to the huge magic resistance, 288,000 points of damage were absorbed. The young man was angry because even with the magic resistance buff, Yankun had done a lot of damage with his strike. The young man was angry because even with the magic resistance buff, Yankun had done a lot of damage with his punch. But the happy news was that there was magical resistance, and it was good that this horror didn't happen. The summoner looked at the enemy, then at his entire team, and gave the order to wipe the monster into powder. The first to go into battle was the divine dragon Carseus. He was the largest in size of his opponent. The monster skillfully defended itself against the blows, and was even able to strike back. The second to rush at Yankun was Caesar, who was closest in level. Harley was not left out either, who attacked Yankun and bit him with all his might. Kim came into the development department and asked how the problem was progressing and how things were going in general. The manager was slightly startled when he saw the director who had returned after the meeting ended. He told her that at the moment, player Yang was fighting in the territory of the 120th demonic zone with the gate protector with Yankun. Kim liked this news because Yankun is a high-ranked monster in the Demon Dimension's top 100 monsters, and he would be able to hold off the player. But looking at the screen, the girl was horrified because from the outside, it looked like a group of people just mocked the monster. It was like that, and even Yankun himself, receiving one blow after another, thought what was going on and how a person could be so strong. Ian showed especially great strength when he launched an attack with his spear of the Celamus tribe. The monster was defeated and simply fell to the ground. He lay without lifting his head and told Jan that he was a very strong man. But he added that if he hadn't weakened his defenses, he would have easily kicked the hero and his entire team's ass. Suddenly, the young man turned to look at his boys and told everyone to stop immediately. Yankun realized something was wrong and asked what he was doing and what he was up to this time. Ian answered him that he wanted to fight him one-on-one when he wouldn't let his defenses down. After saying that, the hero used his ambulance ability and completely healed Yankun. Carseus did not expect such a sudden turn of events and asked his host what it was he was doing. Caesar, with a nonchalant face and virtually no emotion, confirmed that the gentleman had probably finally lost his mind for doing such a thing. But Ian looked at all the surprised members of his team and informed them not to worry that he was fine and that he had an ingenious plan. The Yankun Demon Realm's gate protector's health was restored. The monster got up from the ground and said that he had never met such an insolent little man before and that his desire for victory and power would drive him to his grave. But the hero looked at him, smiled, and replied that he was the best warrior of Celamus, and this time he would fight Yankun by himself without the help of his familiars. Before the battle could begin, the demonic realm gate protector was already lying face down on the ground again. Getting up, he realized that it was simply impossible to fall so hard a second time. Jan asked Carseus if he wanted to fight one-on-one with Yankun. Kneeling again, the monster kept saying the same thing, that it was simply impossible. The young man watched his pets and realized that each of them could handle the monster. Harley's turn also came up, and the hero told to fight the tiger alone against the enemy. And then again, Yankun found himself on the shoulder blades of the defeated Harlequin. While he was lying down and recovering, all the heroes came up to him. It was late at night, but at the game development company, the lights were still on in the offices. There were people working trying to fix the same problem. Kim was outraged and didn't understand why player Yang kept reviving Yankun time after time, instead of just killing him. Doesn't he want to explore the demon world anymore? Manager Yu guessed that the player was just figuring out Yankun's attack patterns, and it's possible that they think they can't get experience and glory from it, and suspect that the things they get from defeating the monster will be confiscated from them. That's why it was clear that Ian was only fighting for the sake of attack patterns. Director Kim was very angry because it was unclear when he was going to let them go to work. Once again, Yankun lost the battle. It was a shame for such a huge monster. Ian cheered and rejoiced, for this was his 63rd victory, and he asked if the guard wanted to fight again. Yankun was all exhausted and replied that it was enough, that there was no point in fighting anymore. Then suddenly the monster bowed to the summoner and informed him that he wished to serve him as his master. Of course, this surprised the young man, for he had not expected to hear such a thing. Yang-kun replied that he was quite moved by Yang's strength and reiterated that he really wanted to serve him. The hero smiled, he was flattered, and of course agreed and accepted such a tempting offer. At the LB Soft office, it was already 3 hours and 21 minutes past midnight on the clock. Yu turned to Kim and told her that they are now moving in the direction they discussed at the meeting. The director realized that the problem had only gotten worse and that all they could do now was observe. Had to reorganize the meeting for Kylin's third update and beyond. Kim reported that this meeting will discuss one of the most important topics to date. The main objective was to throw the Ian player off the unfinished demonic dimension map. Although the young man was restricted from earning experience and fame, he still received items from passing the world and progressed through the content of the demon realm. That was the skill system. One guy at the meeting made a suggestion saying that since a player has already been blocked from getting experience and glory, can he be asked to leave the location after his items and effort systems are removed? Kim replied that it's impossible, because Yang is honestly going through the game content, and it's obviously just the fault of the company that didn't foresee this turn of events. The second participant in the meeting, namely Manager Yu, raised his hand and said that why not offer Yang a deal. The director was interested and asked what kind of deal we were talking about. The young man replied that in return for not disclosing information about the demonic realm, the company would leave him things and reinforcements. Kim was content to say that it really is a great idea as the company is in a rush to get ready for deadlines to update the demonic realm. The girl was enthusiastic about the idea and handed over full responsibility to Manager Yu, who was to remove player Ian from the location. To say that Yu was shocked is not to say that he was sweating and nervous. The meeting was over. The director thanked everyone present and headed for the exit without even letting her manager say a word. Of course, Yu resented why everyone dumped the problem on him and why he should be the one to solve it. Meanwhile, being in the demonic land, Yang received a message. The hero could not make the gatekeeper, Yang-kun, his subordinate. As it turned out, Yang had not yet encountered circumstances that allowed him to make demons his subordinates. Humanoid creatures could not be tamed, and the young man apologized to Yang-kun for not being able to make him his subordinate. The monster was upset, thinking it was probably because he was very weak. But the summoner calmed the gate guardian and asked him not to worry, because it was not his power, but the fact that Ian was not a demon. After saying that, Yang-kun calmed down since that wasn't the reason. Then he pointed his hand in the direction saying that if the team went in that direction, they would fall into the real demonic realm. Also, Yang-kun asked if the summoner could do him a favor. The hero looked at the gate guardian of the demonic realm and replied that of course he could. It turned out that the favor was a new quest that Yang-kun offered him after admiring the young man's strength. Ian asked what pure demon blood was, and the demon said that it was literally pure blood, and if you drink it, you can become half-demon. The summoner was shocked by this news, for it was something new, but suddenly remembered how one of the players in the trailer was already mixed class. Mid-grade demonic crystals are nice, but pure demon blood is just as cool as Moran's crystal. Yang gave Yang-kun a promise to try to solve his problem, as a result of which the hero's relationship with the gatekeeper increased to the maximum level. The demon thanked the young man and said he could have those things. The summoner received a top-grade demon seal and a map of the demon world from the gatekeeper. Yang-kun explained that if Yang also had a high-class demon seal, the lower and middle-class demons would not be able to touch him. This information was very valuable to the hero, and he said thank you to his new friend. Charged monsters existed in all corners of the demonic realm, but most of them dwell in Zone 115 and 107, told the Guardian. Hearing this, Ian realized that he had to somehow make it to the end of this quest, despite the fact that his eyes were already very sleepy. The summoner, along with Pukpuk, said goodbye to their newfound friend Yang-kun. As they walked further into another area, the young man told Caesar that it was good that they had another quest after all. Turning to his subordinate, the hero noticed that he seemed to hover and did not react to the words. And then the summoner realized that time had stopped and everything around him froze, all because a certain Kiol Wu messaged him and asked if he could talk to the player. It was the system administrator, and Ian knew he would be contacted somehow, but it was too soon. Of course, decided to respond and said they could chat. Suddenly, Ian was out of the game, and the sights of the demonic realm around him simply disappeared. Opposite him stood the guy, the system administrator, who was glad to finally meet Kylin's best player in person. The hero immediately warned that he would not be able to talk for a long time, because he was very busy at the moment, and asked what was going on. The young man was sure that in any case, it was necessary to defend his position as a player. Chiel-Wu laughed because he was also very busy thanks to someone, and of course it was clear who. The level of the system administrator was very impressive. He was 500, and in John's opinion, that was a bit too fat. The hero realized that since Game Master Yu is not a demon, he can't even use his resistance, so he can die from a single click. Chiel-Wu wasn't going to take much time, and said that for starters, LB Soft wants to apologize to the summoner. After all, due to incorrect content calculations, Yang had advanced too far in the game. And even though Ian said he was fine, the system administrator kept apologizing over and over again. The hero realized that now there will be some kind of proposal because Kiel Wu is too polite and it will be difficult to pretend that it is not clear. After a moment, Yan was already standing very close to Yu and directly asked him if he was going to get off with just an apology. It is clear that the young man has already matured a plan, and the main thing was to remain vigilant in order to knock out the plushies. Cheol Wu laughed and replied that LB Soft admits their mistakes, but instead of paying damages, they want to offer the player a deal, and that's on top of an apology.